Lost your health insurance? There are options to help you stay covered. Choices include Medicaid, individual and families, Medicare, and group plans. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Arizona is a local nonprofit health insurance company that can help you understand your options, no matter who you choose. Stay covered, Arizona. We've got your back. Learn more at azblue.com/options or call 1-844-584-BLUE. This message is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Arizona.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The late and improbable fourth quarter comeback for the Suns in Utah got the game to overtime, where Lauri Markkanen hit a career-high 51 points en route to a 138-134 Jazz win, and the Suns fall to 1-3 to start the year, but will return home against the Grizzlies on Wednesday, and potentially we'll see the debut of Jalen Green sometime this week. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Kyler Murray is tracking to play Monday night in Dallas.
And it looks like Kyler Murray should be ready to come back from his foot injury. If all goes well this week, he's tracking to return.
The Cardinals also released running back Michael Carter and cornerback Darren Hall yesterday as well. And last night, an instant classic in the Fall Classic. The Dodgers and Blue Jays went 18 innings, tied for the longest World Series game of all time. And it was Freddie Freeman who hit a walk-off solo shot in the bottom of the 18th to win it 6-5 and give the Dodgers a 2-1 series lead. But they'll be right back at it tonight over on ESPN 620. Game 4, first pitch from LA will be at 5. And this report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind for your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world. Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. Did you stay up all night watching sports, everybody? We had overtime in Salt Lake City. We had 18 innings at Dodger Stadium.
I made it through the basketball.
Let me pull back the curtain. I rarely ever, I've weaned myself off taking naps. I think I've shared this with you because it just ruins my life when I do that.
Yeah.
Yesterday I got done with an ASU column and I'm like, there's no way. I'm going to lay my head down for a minute. I've got a Suns game coming up. There's World Series. There's Monday Night Football. I fell asleep for 2.5 hours, and I literally woke up at 4:55, 5 minutes before the first game tipped off. So I was good to go for the whole night.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
But is it going to screw up everything now?
Probably.
Like for today?
You stayed up and watched the whole baseball game?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
But again, I had a big, chunky nap in the middle of the day.
See, the chunky naps are what get me. I'm good for a 30 to 45-minute power nap almost every day.
Yeah.
And those kind of refresh me. The 2-hour ones, I'm cooked.
Yeah, they ruin everything.
Yes, they do.
They fix a problem in the
temporary
now, but
they create 5 other problems.
It's bad.
Yeah. No, listen, it's. I had to wean myself off of it because it just destroys me. You wake up and you feel like you're in the 5th dimension and you can't shake it, right?
There's nothing worse than that feeling.
I know.
It's like, where am I?
Uh-huh.
Who am I?
Right.
What year is it?
Yeah.
All of those things.
What an interesting night in sports, though, huh?
It was a jam-packed night of sports.
It really was.
The Equinox really
paid
off.
Yeah, really was. All right, let's get it started. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Animal coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
World Series Game 3, an absolute marathon and an instant classic. Dodgers beating the Blue Jays 6-5 in 18 innings. Freddie Freeman's solo home run off Brendan Little leading off the bottom of the 18th wins it for the Dodgers. Story of the game, though, again, Shohei Ohtani, the Dodgers DH, went 4 for 4 with 2 solo home runs, the second of which tied the game at 5-5 in the 7th. He also had an RBI double, and once he went 4 for 4, he just got walked every time he came up. 5 times,
Crazy.
4 of which were intentional. His 9 times reaching base ties a major league record for any game. This on top of what he did in the last round of the playoffs.
4 for 4 with 5 walks.
The other story, the Dodgers' much maligned bullpen combined to throw 13 1/3 innings in relief of starter Tyler Glasnow, giving up just 1 run. Dodgers take a 2-1 series lead. And by the way, Shohei's going to pitch today in Game 4 against Blue Jays right-hander Shane Bieber. I'm predicting a perfect game. First pitch just after 5, you can hear all the action on ESPN 620. When the Suns game ended, I was like, all right, time to go to bed, at least lay down. I'll watch the last few innings of the baseball game. It was already in extra innings at that point. Had the iPad out. Could not keep the eyes open.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
And that ended at what, midnight?
Right at midnight.
The stroke of midnight.
Yeah, it was crazy.
6 hours and 39 minutes of baseball.
That was the weirdest thing, too, because it was almost reminiscent of that Derek Jeter homer against the Diamondbacks in 2001 during the World Series. Happened right at the stroke of midnight.
That's right. That was Halloween night, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Suns lose in Utah 138-134 in overtime to the Jazz at Delta Center. Suns, as has been the early season pattern, dug a big hole. They fought back. They trailed by as many as 20 points in the first quarter. They'd overcome a 12-point lead in the fourth quarter and tied the game on a Mark Williams tip-in with 1.9 seconds to go to force overtime. Keontae George's floater in the lane with 40 seconds left broke a 134-134 tie, put the Jazz up for good. The Suns had no answer for Lauri Markkanen, who had a career-high 51 points to go along with 14 rebounds. Utah as a team, 28 offensive rebounds in the game, the most by a Suns opponent since 2005. Devin Booker had 34 points, 10 assists in the loss for the Suns, who come home at 1-3 on the season, and they're back home for their next 3, their first homestand of the year at Mortgage Matchup Center, starting with a visit from the Memphis Grizzlies on Wednesday night. Entertaining game, very entertaining game.
Mm-hmm.
Eddie Johnson on a couple of occasions said, "This is the craziest game I've ever seen."
Listen, when the Suns were down, 19-2, I was like, really, we're doing this? Then
every game they're going to do that.
Then they rally from 7 with about 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, they're really doing this?
Well, the jump ball that Royce O'Neal stole, I mean, he was remarkable.
He had a great game.
Yeah. Last night in the NBA, Philadelphia outpaced Orlando 136-124, but behind Tyrese Maxey's 43. Oklahoma City slowed down Dallas 101-94. Cooper Flagg, by the way, 2 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists in 31 minutes. Injured his left shoulder on the opening possession of the game, but played through it. Who does that? Nobody plays through injuries anymore, especially this early in the season. Golden State smacked Memphis 131-118. Houston got its first win of the season, 137-109 over the Brooklyn Nets. Portland handled the Lakers in L.A. 122-108, despite 41 from Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves is the best scorer in basketball.
He's been terrific, right?
Jamal Murray poured in 43 for the Nuggets in a 127-114 win over Minnesota. The Timberwolves, by the way, without Anthony Edwards and will be for the next 2 weeks. He's got a right hamstring strain. Cardinals back from their bye week. They prepare for Monday night matchup against the Dallas Cowboys in Arlington. They'll be on the practice field today, a little after 11 o'clock. Before practice, we will hear from head coach Jonathan Gannon, who will address the media and likely give an update on the health status of quarterback Kyler Murray, who has missed the last 2 games with a foot injury. Adam Schefter said on NFL Live yesterday on ESPN that Murray is trending to play, but maybe we'll get an official word on that today.
Yeah.
Cardinals have also released running back Michael Carter, according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero. Carter was in his 3rd season with the Cardinals after they picked him up off waivers from the Jets at the end of the 2023 season. This year he started 2 games, 97 yards and a touchdown on 35 carries. With the lack of depth at that position, a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
We'll get into that a little bit today, too. Last night in the NFL, the Chiefs kept rolling, 28-7 win over the Washington Commanders on Monday Night Football. Patrick Mahomes threw interceptions on each of Kansas City's first 2 possessions. First time that's happened in his career, but he shook off the picks to throw for 299 and 3 touchdowns. Chiefs moved to 5-3. Commanders fall to 3-5. Around the league, Giants running back Cam Scadaboo had surgery to replace his dislocated ankle. An injury suffered in a 38-20 loss to the Eagles. Giants head coach Brian Daboll said, all went well. He is recovering, and obviously he'll be missed. He's got a long road ahead of him. Scadaboo ends his rookie season with 410 yards and 5 touchdowns on 101 carries. Also had 24 catches for 207 yards and 2 more scores. It's 7 touchdowns already.
Is that crazy?
Yeah. Carson Wentz of the Vikings out for the year. He's undergoing season-ending surgery on his left shoulder. J.J. McCarthy expected to return to the starting job for the Vikings Sunday when they take on the Lions. McCarthy has not played since week 2 when he suffered an ankle injury. Broncos cornerback Pat Surtain II, the reigning defensive player of the year, will miss multiple games with a pec strain. He could be an IR candidate, according to the reports coming out of the Mile High City. That'd be a big blow for the Broncos, who are playing really good. And that defense is just sick.
And he's a big reason why, too.
That Vance Joseph. Wouldn't it be cool to have him as a defensive coordinator? The Los Angeles Rams picked up cornerback Roger McCreary from the Tennessee Titans in a trade that will send a 2026 conditional 5th-round pick to the Titans. It's trade season. 1 week from today, the trade deadline in the NFL. We'll keep an eye on that as well. There you go. There is your splash for this Tuesday, October 28th. Coming up next, Suns started slow again. They showed hard again, and they lost again. We'll talk Suns Jazz next. Here as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Injuries happen, I get that. Garrett Williams is the one that certainly nobody nationally talks about, but should we really be surprised the defense hasn't been as good since their best corner got hurt?
No, and he's great. Garrett Williams is everything you want. The way he prepares, I think as a young guy, he has shown he's shown that he can be a leader in the way that the standard that he sets when he's out there.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Building wealth is difficult to do, if not impossible, when you're starting from scratch, but the sharp people will tell you the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. If you're a good fit, they're going to save you a ton of money. An innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage, where all of your income works towards paying down all of your debt, and you have zero fear doing it in the process because you always have access to your equity. You'll pay off your home in about 5 years. That's the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which gives you tons of time, decades to build personal wealth while everybody else, chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, like I said, which gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Give them a call. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 30th at Dirty Blonde in Chandler, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now, get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Gambo. What did we learn from the fourth Suns game of the season, and how soon until Jalen Green makes his debut? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. We continue here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. A Tuesday morning shout out and thank you and appreciation note to our listeners in Casa Grande. You say Casa Grande or Casa Grande?
Funny you should say that. We actually discussed this when you were gone.
Oh, really?
I don't know what the proper way is. You would think with the E on the end it'd be Casa Grande.
Yeah. Either way, big house. Thanks to our listeners in Casa Grande.
Now O'Neal's going to inbound on the far side. He gets it to Booker. He'll shoot a three all alone and miss it off the back iron, and that'll do it. Jazz win it in overtime, 138-134, the final at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City. And the Suns end up winless on this three-game road trip.
Yep, Suns will come back 1-3. John Bloom on the call on the Suns radio network last night, and what was a weird basketball game in Salt Lake
weird
City.
As they get.
Suns absolutely sleepwalking at the beginning of the game. They fall behind 19-2. They were down 20 points like less than 7 minutes into the game. As they do, they fought back and probably forced overtime on a Mark Williams tip-in. They overcame a bunch of 10-point, double-digit deficits in the second half, but just didn't have the...
But they kept giving up 10-point advantages.
Yes.
They'd come back, and then the Jazz would go on an 11-0 run.
8-0 run by the Suns,
right.
And the Jazz answer with an 11-0 run of their own.
Right, it was insane. Listen, you give up 39 points to the Utah Jazz, so you're not doing something right. They need to be a little more urgent at the start of these games, Vinny.
Look, the Jazz, they play a certain style. They've got more size than anybody in basketball. I mean, that front line. When you can roll out Markkanen, Kessler, Filipowski, and Yusuf Nurkic, I mean, that's 28 feet of center right there. And it's hard to deal with, and the Suns had a hard time dealing with. But let's start at the beginning. Another terrible start for the Suns. They gave up 39 points in the first quarter. They didn't give up 70 for the half because Utah went ice cold in the second quarter. But here was Jordan Ott on these bad starts.
We got to figure that part out. That was part of the talk there in the locker room. Can't put us in a hole like that. This is the NBA, and I know teams go on runs, but that is a big hole to overcome, especially right off the bat. Again, we'll stick to a process, like how good were our shots, how good were theirs, did we have enough possessions in those early minutes? But yeah, we got to be better there.
Yeah, the easiest thing to start when you're getting off to slow start after slow start after slow start, change the starting line.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
And I'm looking at two candidates right now, and I know they're popular players right now, and Ryan Dunn and Osoy Gadaro, both in their second year. they shouldn't be starting. Ryan Dunn was a minus 29 in 17 minutes.
Yeah,
last night.
terrible. Ryan Dunn, there are some hustle plays that he makes where he crashes the lane to block a shot or to get a rebound, and you look at that and you go, okay, that. You could get a guy, and I think Eddie Johnson says this all the time, he could be a Dennis Rodman type. He could lead the league in offensive rebounding if he applied himself like exclusively to that. But other than that, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about he can't be starting in this lineup. I think Jared said this before the show began today. On a team that has an abundance of scorers, it makes sense to have a guy like that who can do the dirty work, who can
effort guys, hustle guys, defense guys.
He can take on a tough defensive assignment. He can get some rebounds for you. But I agree in this iteration, I don't think that's working.
Yeah, the Suns, of course, played without Dylan Brooks last night. He was out. Jalen Green still hasn't come back. So it was the most marginalized Suns team we've seen through 4 games. And again, you laud them for the effort and the hustle and the scrappiness.
The 51 bench points.
51 bench points led by Mark Williams, who came off the bench after missing the last game. He played almost 31 minutes, 25 points, 11 boards for Mark Williams.
Yeah.
And he had the big tip in at the end of regulation to tie it. He looked good. I was actually shocked to look at the box score this morning and realize he had 25 points. I knew he was a big factor on the boards.
It's a big, and 11 rebounds. That's a big night off the 25 and 11 off the bench.
Colin Gillespie played 32 minutes, and he needs to play more.
Listen, I said this in the preseason. The Suns team I like the best is when he is your starting point guard. I know it creates a lot of defensive mismatches for the other team because he's not a big guy, but he will compete, and it just feels like the team is much more organized when he's on the floor. And maybe I'm biased because I like the kid, but to me, that would be my starting point guard. With all due respect to Grayson Allen, I would start him at point and until Jalen Green gets back, obviously. And maybe even when Jalen Green gets back, that's not the way to go. I would give that a shot if I were the Suns.
Yeah, I mean, they had the opportunity to do that early in the season without Jalen Green being available. They didn't do it. We didn't see that obviously happen until the end of last year when the Suns were just throwing whatever they could at the wall to see if anything stuck.
Yep.
And that was one of the things that stuck was Colin Gillespie carved himself out a spot on this year's roster and a significant role. I agree with you. I think the organization is better. 13 assists for Colin Gillespie last night. 3 turnovers. He had 3 steals. I think it took pressure off Devin Booker in the ball handling front.
Yep.
Booker was much better with the ball last night. 10 assists, 2 turnovers. But when you can get that kind of production, 23 assists and 5 turnovers total from your 2 guards who are playing,
it's pretty good.
Playing that bulk of minutes, that's a pretty good ratio. Here was Jordan Ott talking about the bench.
Yeah, I mean, at times, we had multiple of those guys in there at the same time. Even Isaiah, it's the long road back for Isaiah again. And he came out and spills it. 21 minutes for him. Collins gasping. We're trying to give him just a spot there in the fourth, in and out. Made big shots in that stretch down the fourth. And then I thought Nick's minutes, especially in that first half, were awesome. And again, our center depth, we're going to have to continue to figure it out, but we have depth. And Nick was great, especially in that first stint.
Yeah, I would agree with Jordan Ott. I think Richards had a tough start, but once he asserted himself, and that run of blocked shots, he had 3 shots. He blocked 3 shots in the game. I thought his minutes were impactful in the first half of the game. And they really only used 4 guys off the bench. Nigel Hayes-Davis only played 3 minutes. They went with Isaiah Livers instead.
Yeah.
And he did some good things in 21 minutes on the floor. So maybe it's starting to take shape. There was a lot of early reaction to the way things started in Utah. And you're like, oh, wow, is this team going to win 30 games? Is this team going to win 20 games this year? There is a lot to figure out, but they really need to figure out coming out of the gates, just non-existent.
Yeah, you can't dig these holes in the first quarter.
They've trailed by 20 points or more in every single game.
Every game so far. And I again, just looking at that score on the screen, it didn't make sense to me. You're playing what people think is by far the worst team in the West, and you're down 19-2 to this group.
Markkanen kills the Suns. He was unstoppable last night.
And that Jazz team, I don't think is as bad as people forecasted.
I don't think so either.
I think they've got some good young players, clearly. But here's the deal. I hope now the restrictions on Mark Williams will be lifted because he needs to be your starting center.
But, I mean, the injury history is so vast that do you go down that road and then have to adjust on the fly again when there's a back-to-back coming up?
That's a good point.
If he plays... I mean, if he plays more than 42 games, I think it's a
that's what I was thinking.
It's a bonus for you.
I was thinking though, like, okay, let's say you're only expecting 50 games for him this season. Well, if you're only expecting 50 games, just play him. Because if he gets hurt and either sitting him out for 30 games or him being hurt, what's the difference?
Yeah. Well, it's the word with Mark Williams is management. It's been management since that trade went down. They handled him differently than they handled the other players in the preseason just to get him healthy enough to play, to be strong enough lower body-wise to play. Maybe he gets there. I don't know. Maybe the Suns training staff can unlock something that other teams have not been able to do with Mark Williams, but it's a fact that they knew about and they have to deal with. But he was fantastic last night.
Yeah, so, and the thing with Mark Williams, because I've had people reach out to me and like, why is a guy injury prone in the NBA? Mark Williams has got ankle and feet issues, and he's had them his whole career. Mm-hmm. And they're not going to go away. That's the reality of it. So I guess you're right. I guess that since they have been so meticulous in their planning of this guy, I guess it would be very much just in the moment. Put him in the starting lineup. He's great.
I think if the injury problems didn't exist, he'd be your guy, and he'd be playing 30 to 35 minutes a game.
Or you can start him and still have him on that minutes restriction.
You can, although they blew through the minutes restriction.
Yeah, they sure did.
And he didn't seem affected. I'm curious to see what he's like today and going into tomorrow's game.
Totally. 25 and 11 in 31 minutes. That's a gigantic performance.
No, it's not as good as 51 and 13, but... Join the excitement at the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford. It's happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. You can compete for cash prizes and, of course, the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus, and be there for the epic mascot matchup at noon featuring fan favorites, easy for me to say, like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla, battling it out. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620 and secure your spot. Coming up next, the instant classic in L.A. that just ended about 5 minutes ago. Yeah, we'll talk about World Series Game 3 next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
So there's an assumption in the electronics industry that prices have to be lower at the big box stores, and that's because people walk into those stores, you see a TV at the very front of the store, it's at a real low price, and you go, wow, I have to shop here when I need a television. What you don't know is that TV you see that's really, really cheap is likely hot garbage that is going to rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you shop with my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. They're going to give you expertise and extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. If you've ever wondered what a TV that big might look like, it's on display in their theater room at Waltz. Go check it out. Great selection of outdoor televisions as well. Now is the time to put an outdoor television in your backyard. Start watching football in the comfort outdoors in your backyard. And for all this expertise and experience you get at Waltz, you're not going to pay a premium for that because they also offer unbeatable prices. To prove it, if you find a price you like, bring it to Waltz. They'll match it. They'll offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy your worry hands-free installation done by a pro. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After opening their season with a win, the Suns have lost their last 3 straight, including a wild one in overtime last night in Utah, 138-134. A crazy sequence of events led to a Mark Williams tip-in with less than 2 seconds left to force overtime, but Lauri Markkanen and his career-high 51 points were too much for Devin Booker and the Suns, who will be back home Wednesday night for the Memphis Grizzlies. As the Cardinals come off their bye, they'll get ready for the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football, and according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Kyler Murray is tracking to be ready for it. And last night, if you were able to make it through the Dodger Blue Jay Marathon, you witnessed one of the greatest World Series games of all time. An 18th inning walk-off home run from Freddie Freeman back-ended a performance from Shohei Ohtani that was masterful. 4 for 4 with 2 home runs and 5 walks in 9 at-bats, and the Dodgers got it done 6-5 and now have a 2-1 series lead. And both teams are back tonight, and you can hear Game 4 on ESPN 620. First pitch will be at 5, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta, cue music.
Foreman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the catch strikes me. Freddie Freeman has ended it. It's a repeat hero with the last word on a Game 3 classic.
I wonder what the percentage of people listening right now actually stayed up to watch the entire 18-inning marathon from Los Angeles last night, but that's the way it ended. In the bottom of the 18th, Freddie Freeman leading off, hitting the home run. Joe Davis on Fox on the call. Freddie Freeman, of course, the hero of Game 1 of the World Series last year, hit the walk-off grand slam in Game 1. Dodgers win that series 4-1 over the Yankees, and Freeman does it again in Game 3 this year, sending everybody home. Dodgers lead this series 2-1. How do you recover if you're either team right now to play a game 24 hours, less than 24 hours later? Talking about 17 hours and change between the end of the game and the first pitch of Game 4. That's a question, but man, what Shohei Ohtani has done in this postseason again, if there was any doubt who the best baseball player is currently and maybe of all time is, he is putting all of those discussions to rest.
Yeah, the Blue Jays manager made that clear by just choosing, nope, take first base, young man. We are not going to lose this baseball game to you. 6 hours and 39 minutes. World Series game time. Great. 19 pitchers, 25 position players, 615 pitches thrown in the game.
Goodness gracious.
And 153 separate trips to the plate. Staggering numbers. Staggering. Yeah, so listen, and the Dodgers thought they had won it on a home run in the 14th that died at the wall. It was a crazy, crazy night. The funniest story of all is after Freddie Freeman crosses home plate, the Dodgers are going nuts. But if you watch, they're all going crazy around reliever Will Klein, who was the last relief pitcher available for the Dodgers. He gave him 72 pitches.
He said he hadn't done that since he was still in college and was a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
But said he had more left in the tank. And that's what's wonderful about postseason baseball.
Yeah.
Is, look, we don't see these types of games in the regular season anymore because the rules that were changed guard against this. And that's fine for regular season. This is what makes postseason baseball magical. And the fact that everybody on both sides had to dig deep.
Yeah.
And we saw 13 1/3 innings of relief pitching from the Los Angeles Dodgers. They gave up 1 run. But, and you were in the percentage of people that stayed up all night to watch it. And you uncorked something in the pre-show meeting. I was like, what?
They're doing these interviews in-game, right? Dave Roberts reveals that if this thing keeps going, I'm going to have to put a position player on the mound. Because Will Klein was his last available reliever, and the only other arms he had were starting pitchers, and he was not going to mess with the Game 4 or Game 5 starter at that point in time. And so it would have been second baseman Miguel Rojas, who actually had 4 mop-up appearances during the regular season. He came in as a pinch hitter in the 13th inning of this game, and 3 innings later, he realized, I might be throwing in a World Series game. Miguel Rojas has thrown 120 big league pitches over the past 3 seasons, and they have ranged anywhere between 36 miles per hour and 69 miles per hour. One of the writers pointed out that he would have been called on to pitch on 115 days rest.
Wow, I don't know if he was able to go.
Right.
Well,
you brought up the big thing. What would have happened had Dave Roberts actually made that move?
Look, you get to that point in the regular season, purists hate it. I don't like position players pitching, even when it's extreme circumstances. You don't have anybody left in the bullpen. It's the 12th inning. You're down by 100 runs or whatever it is. And there's parameters in place now. There's guardrails around that. We've never seen it in the World Series. And if Dave Roberts, as the manager of the Dodgers, got to that determination and said, we're just going to let this game go and Rojas finish this off because we have to save arms, he would have been
skewered.
Absolutely.
Oh, my God.
Raked over the coals, and deservedly so. And credit to Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who threw a complete game in Game 2, stepping up and saying, I'll pitch if you need somebody.
Yeah, then he put his hand up and he went down to the bullpen, and then everything changed at that point. And at that point, Dave Roberts said, okay, I'm going to give Will Klein the 18th inning, and then I'll go to Yamamoto if I need to. So that home run by Freddie Freeman came just in the nick of time for the Dodgers.
And it sucks in retro. Well, Kershaw sucked and sucks in the postseason, but he is a starting pitcher, and he only pitched a third of an inning.
Yeah, he threw 8 pitches.
He had to get out of a bases-loaded jam
Right.
last night.
That's when my eyelids got real heavy, is when Kershaw was warming up. And
Right.
I was like, oh, he's coming in.
It's
This
over.
game's
It's
gonna be
over,
over soon.
Right, but it does suck sort of in retrospect that they could, they had a starting pitcher in their bullpen and they only used him for a third of an inning.
Yeah, but Vinny's absolutely right. Had Dave Roberts punted that game to preserve the integrity of Game 4 and Game 5 starters, it might have gone down as the biggest World Series gaffe in history.
Yeah, here was Dave Roberts after the game.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest World Series games of all time. Emotional. I'm spent emotionally. We got a ball game later tonight, which is crazy. Yeah, there's just a lot of heroes tonight. Obviously, Freddie put the exclamation mark on the game, but you see what Will Klein did. Saw what Edgardo, Robleski, Clayton comes in. He was up for 3 innings and comes in and gets a huge out for us. Just across the board, everyone just had huge nights, big nights, just kept fighting. And, those guys over there, they gave it everything they had. And, unfortunately, somebody's got to win that game. And, fortunately for the Dodgers, we got Freddie Freeman on our team. And, I'm just so proud of this group of men.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I mean, there's no other way to put it. And, again, the single game accomplishments for Shohei Ohtani. Go back to last year, Bick, when Shohei, remember he had the game in Miami where he hit 6 for 6 with 3 home runs, drove in 10 runs.
Yeah,
win
vaguely.
20-4.
Yeah.
People are like, it's the greatest single performance we've ever seen. And then go back to the last round in the National League Championship Series against Milwaukee. He has a game where he hits 3 home runs and strikes out 10. Oh,
Yeah.
it's the greatest single game of all time. You can make an argument for last night's game, and he wasn't even pitching. 4 for 4 with 2 solo home runs, an RBI double, and 5 walks.
Including the game tying.
Basically, the game tying solo home run.
Right. Oh, he's incredible. He's absolutely incredible.
He's one of those athletes that comes along that you sort of have to sit and stop and appreciate what you're watching in real time. Because it's the greatest of all time.
Go back to this, though. Let's go back a couple of years when it was very clear that Shohei and Anaheim was doing nothing with the Angels, not helping that team. And they came to the determination, you know what, we're not going to trade him. We're going to go for it.
Yeah.
They got nothing.
Nothing.
For Shohei.
I know. It's terrible. And then you think about the Angels and you think about Mike Trout, who has just willingly stayed there his entire career.
Well, they had the 2 best players of the generation on the team in their prime at the same time, and they didn't make the playoffs once.
Yeah. That's going to be one of the great mysteries of baseball that's going to be talked about forever.
It is, because you look at how a player's legacy is shaped by what they do in the postseason. That's why Mike Trout's going to largely be forgotten.
Well, think about it also, just the fortune of having the best player ever on the marquee franchise of baseball right now.
Yeah. Maybe we can do this later. Let's project what the pitching line for Shohei looks like tonight.
You joked earlier, perfect game.
Why not?
It might not be that far-fetched, Vinny.
Big deal. Don Larson treatment.
Yeah. Can you imagine that?
Unbelievable.
Can you imagine that?
Dodgers lead that series 2-1. Tune into Arizona Sports at night right after Burns and Gambo. Kellen and Mitch will preview the Cardinals as they head to Dallas to take on the Cowboys Monday night. Plus the Suns-Grizzlies matchup tomorrow night. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, what's the latest on Kyler Murray and why did the Cardinals make a surprising roster move yesterday? We'll get into all that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Heads up to anybody dealing with joint pain. Is every step a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do? I've got great news for you because relief can be closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. This is not science fiction, folks. This is your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. Advanced regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics works. 92% of patients are satisfied with their treatments, which is a gigantic number. I've leaned on them twice. They helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus. They also treated me for a real bad case of tennis elbow. I am markedly better. Highly recommend if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain, go check out these cutting-edge options available to you. Get a free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. And you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
It'll be the Arizona Cardinals in Jerry's world, and it looks like Kyler Murray should be ready to come back from his foot injury. If all goes well this week, he's tracking to return. Jacoby Brissett stepped in the interim. But again, some quarterback questions about Monday Night Football next week.
It's Adam Schefter on NFL Live on ESPN yesterday, talking about Kyler being on track to play against the Cowboys. Of course, we know Kyler Murray's had the foot injury, hasn't been able to go the last couple of weeks. We saw Jacoby Brissett come in, and let's be honest, breathe a little life, a little different look into the offense. The result was the same, 2 losses, and they've lost 5 in a row, but the passing production has been a little bit different. Spreading around of the football has been a little bit different. Jacoby Brissett kind of illuminating things that Kyler Murray's not great at still as an NFL quarterback, and that's staying in the pocket, stepping up, being willing to take a little bit of a hit. Does any of that change now? Kyler Murray, let's say he's ready to go. We might get an update today on that. Although, we know how coaches operate. I don't think they're going to give anything away this early in the week on Kyler Murray's status. But what do you expect to see from Kyler Murray?
Yeah, listen, that to me, this is going to be this is probably going to be one of the most anticipated starts from Kyler Murray in his career for me. You know me, I once had a fantasy when they made the playoffs many years ago that the playoffs are going to bring out playoff Kyler, that the best version of Kyler Murray was about to get dropped on the NFL's head in the postseason, and he turned in his very worst performance to date.
The exact opposite.
The exact opposite. So,
now, being fair to him, the whole team was terrible that night. They weren't competitive.
The coaching staff, the whole team, you could tell from the minute that game began, they had no belief in what they were doing. So you're right about that. I think this is interesting to me because Kyler Murray, in his head, he's got to be wondering, who do these guys want to ride with? Do they want to ride with me or do they want to stay with Jacoby? Because anybody who's ever played sports, you know how this thing works. Jacoby Brissett didn't just make a little bit of a difference when he was in there. He made a profound difference in the way this offense looks. And to me, it's for a couple of reasons. He had that 6-word phrase. Was it stay in there and get back up to explain what he does? And it's exactly kind of in 6 words what Kyler Murray is going to have to do. And then the discussions we had it with Mark Schlereth last week. We had it with A.Q. Shipley yesterday. Getting up under center and being able to affect real play action, meaning you really know how to sell it, which takes patience, which takes calm and poise, and you've got to turn your back to the defense and then turn back around and sort it all out. Jacoby Brissett does that extremely well, and that's one of the things that when you juxtapose quarterbacks where Kyler Murray falls short, dare I say. I think, which is to say this game in Dallas is going to be fascinating to me because what do the Cardinals do if the offense regresses? If it's all checkdowns to the running back and there are no passes to the wide receivers, what happens then?
It's also as interesting as what happens if he looks fantastic and the offense looks fantastic, because the odds are, we have enough sample size, the odds of that continuing are also not necessarily great. Like, you have to almost have to see it for the entire rest of the season with Kyler. Do you know what I mean? Like, if he comes in and plays a great game, is that really going to mean anything? He's played great games over the last 3 years. He's played great games over his career.
He has. I don't think he's played a great game in a while.
No.
Honestly.
I totally agree with that. And it's what's weird is the first 3 years of his career, he won 1 Rookie of the Year and went to 2 Pro Bowls. So he's regressed.
You mentioned our conversation with A.Q. Shipley yesterday, and he shared what he wants to see from Kyler if he's able to go on Monday night.
And so I think the biggest thing that he's going to need to do is come out and show, hey, I can run this offense as efficiently. I can take care of the football. I can push the ball down the field. I can do a lot of the things that we've seen happen the last 2 weeks, whether or not that was play calling that maybe adjusted to Jacoby's strength, whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, we've seen what the offense has been capable of doing, and so he needs to come out and show that same thing.
We'll have a lot more on Kyler Murray's prospective return. Will he go? And, of course, we'll hear from Jonathan Gannon later on today. Today is kind of their extra practice day.
Yeah.
It's normally a day off. They play on Monday, so they'll have their day off on Wednesday, but a little extra practice today for the Cardinals coming off the bye week. The other news with the Cardinals I thought was pretty interesting when it broke yesterday, and it was Tom Pelissero from NFL Network who put it out there first, that the Cardinals are releasing Michael Carter. Michael Carter had some opportunity this year with all the injuries in the running back room, and he fell prey to it just like everybody else had that got carries this year. There's no room to run. And Michael Carter, as a diminutive back, 5'8", 201, I think is what he's listed at. He needs a little room to get wiggle room to get into that second level to make things happen. That's his strength. Just didn't have it. Was averaging under 3 yards per carry. But still, with the lack of depth of that position, it was a little bit surprising. And I don't know if this was Michael Carter saying, hey, if you're going to go with Bam Knight And Amari DiMercato being healthy again, we don't have an update on that. I would think that that's the case. I wonder if the Cardinals just said, you know what, maybe you can catch on somewhere else if we release you.
It feels like the Cardinals did him a solid based on everything you just said. That's what it feels like to me. And why would they do that? If you're asking that, it's probably a couple of different reasons. You create goodwill throughout the league. When you oblige a player like this, if it's a veteran player like Michael Carter, who seems to be well respected and well liked by his peers, maybe you give him a chance to get on elsewhere if you've got no plans for him.
I understand that, but are they in a position to do that with such a thin room?
I mean,
in the middle of the season,
Ernest Johnson got a carry in the last game.
Wow.
And he's experienced.
Yeah.
He's been in the league for a while, but I mean, that's how deep they've gone on that pecking order.
I think that Cardinals look at it and say everything we can get from Michael Carter at his best, Bam Knight is even better.
And Trey Benson should be coming off the IR here pretty soon, no?
He's missed the last 3 games, so he'll be out for the Dallas game. He would be eligible at the earliest to come back against Seattle in Week 10. So
have we heard any updates on him much?
Not really any updates, and maybe that until he's past that 4-game threshold, maybe we won't. I just thought that was a little curious.
It is it's definitely a little curious. Jared, do you know what Bam Knight's real first name is? You didn't get McCorkle. I'm going to quiz you on this one.
I know it.
I'm
sure Vinny knows it.
I don't know it, but
well, it's being that you set it up the way. It must be Bamorkle.
No.
Is it okay? My guess is it Zadarius?
Close.
It's not. It does begin with a Z.
Xavier.
Close.
That's an X, my man.
It could be a Z.
Could be like Zavin.
It's Zonovan.
Zonovan.
With a Z.
That seems like the parents had sloppy handwriting and made
and they wanted to name him Donovan.
I will say he's the only Zonovan I've ever heard of.
I agree with that.
Not the only Bam I've heard of, though. Bam Margera.
Right.
Bam Morris.
Morris. So listen, there are people out there who believe that the Cardinals are going to go and re-sign Michael Carter after all of this. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
There's all kinds of tricks and maneuvers with the roster, as evidenced by the Andre Bocelli saga the last 4 years. They do things like that, but, and a lot of it is skirting the salary cap.
Right.
Keeping expenses
saving a fee.
down.
Right, exactly. It's exactly what it is.
We'll have a lot more on the Cardinals as the week goes on. Coming up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, is Devin Booker being asked to do too much? Or should we be worried he's not able to do more at this point? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
The best place in the valley to get into a new Ford vehicle, of course, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Hey, it's Vince Murata. I've been a longtime customer of Earnhardt Ford, and that is where General Manager John Nissen and his entire team have marked down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. And that allows you to cash in on some great savings, like on the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV. It's now available with 0.9% APR financing and $2,000 in Ford bonus cash toward your purchase. If you're looking for a truck, look no further than America's favorite F-150 trucks, the XLT EcoBoost specifically. And those are ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months available, plus a whopping $2,750 in Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. You can find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid models. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end November 3rd, 2025. Stop in in person, tell them I sent you. Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road. They've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. You can also check them out online and complete your entire buying process online at earnhardtford.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today. When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The late and improbable fourth quarter comeback for the Suns in Utah got the game to overtime, where Lauri Markkanen hit a career-high 51 points en route to a 138-134 Jazz win, and the Suns fall to 1-3 to start the year, but will return home against the Memphis Grizzlies on Monday, and potentially we'll see the debut of Jalen Green sometime this week. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Kyler Murray is tracking to play Monday night in Dallas.
And it looks like Kyler Murray should be ready to come back from his foot injury. If all goes well this week, he's tracking to return.
The Cardinals also released running back Michael Carter and cornerback Darren Hall yesterday as well. And last night in an instant classic in the Fall Classic, the Dodgers and Blue Jays went 18 innings, tied for the longest World Series game of all time. And it was Freddie Freeman who hit a walk-off solo shot in the bottom of the 18th to win it 6-5 and give the Dodgers a 2-1 series lead. But they're back at it tonight in LA over on ESPN 620, and first pitch will be at 5 p.m. tonight. And this report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and if Kyler Murray does return for the Cardinals this week, what do we expect to see against the Cowboys in Dallas? Join us starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app,
and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Right wing Allen gives to Booker. He'll shoot another three and hit another three. D Book right on time to cut it to a three-point game. 106-103, 25 on the night for Booker to lead the Suns.
Yeah, that was Devin Booker's second three-pointer. Or actually, I'm sorry, that was earlier in the game. He had 2 3-pointers in an 8.2-second span in the closing minutes of the fourth quarter. That made things interesting.
Yeah.
The second of which cut it to 3. He also missed a free throw that got tipped in after an offensive rebound from Royce O'Neal. He missed a shot. Mark Williams tipped it in. An amazing finish to the regulation period. Suns force overtime. They fall short in overtime, 138-134 to the Utah Jazz. And look, we kind of shared our thoughts independently before the show, all 4 of us in our pre-show meeting. And I think we all felt similarly about Devin Booker's performance last night.
Yeah.
And when you look at the stat line and what Book has done and what he's dealt with early this year with the 9-turnover game against Denver, obviously he was pretty hard on himself, and others were hard on him as well. But 34 points last night, 10 assists, only 2 turnovers, 11 of 26 from the floor, hit 5 3-pointers, including the 2 big ones at the end of the fourth quarter to help force overtime. But I don't think any of us felt like it was a great game by Devin Booker, even despite the stat line.
And that's the kind of the weird thing about this early start for Devin Booker. The scoring average is right where you would want it and expect it to be, but the looks of these performances are not, if you know what I'm saying. And again, I just envision Devin Booker sort of going back in a time machine and reverting to the guy that we saw in 2021, the guy that was taking everybody who was on his hip to the basket for a ride and dunking or scoring at the rim. That force of nature that we saw for a very brief time, that's what I expected this year, and we have not seen that. Now, to his credit, what he did at the end of last night's game was incredibly clutch. To make both of those 3-pointers and then to miss that free throw and do it in a way that allowed Mark Williams to tip that thing in and tie the game, that's about as clutch as you're going to get. So I appreciate that, but I also don't see him, and Cullen Olson pointed this out in his game story, I don't see that tenaciousness on defense. And we saw that for 2 seasons when Chris Paul was here.
You a big fan of Tenacious D?
Yeah, I am. Yes, I am. Tenacious D.
I have an ongoing text thread with one of my buddies during Suns games. There's a lot of observational stuff. There's a lot of frustration shared back and forth. His observation was the Olympics killed Devin Booker. And if you want to,
I'm vibing with that.
Rewind a little bit more than a year when the Suns were coming into last season, and Devin Booker and Kevin Durant both coming off of that gold medal winning experience, which was an exhilarating run through the Olympics. Devin Booker was one of the stars of that team for playing a much different role than he had played in the NBA to that point. And I remember all the talk. How could this can't be a bad thing. This is only going to help the Suns. That winning experience, that bonding between KD and Book during the Olympics, and now Kevin Durant's in Houston, and Devin Booker's still here. But Devin Booker's been a very, very good player the last year plus. He doesn't seem like the same player.
I totally agree with you.
And I don't know if it's going to take time to get back to that because of now the reality of the roster situation. Maybe we're nitpicking. I don't know, but I know we're not the only people that have noticed
this. And listen, your friend, I'm really vibing on that because it looks to me at times, not always, but it looks to me at times during the course of games that he wants to be that player he was in the Olympics. Pass the ball, just kind of be part of something, but not really be the driving force, the aggressor. And yeah, I think that he was so well received for the role he played in the Olympics, right down to becoming Devin Biker at the end of it. Remember that? Riding a bicycle away from the nightclub? That he seems to be stuck in that mode. Yeah, I'm with your friend on that. I totally vibe on that.
But we know now the way this thing is built here in Phoenix is Devin Booker has to be the prime scorer. And again, you look at the numbers. In 4 games, he's had 3 30-point games, including 34 last night. He's averaging 28.5. The 3-point percentage after last night is up. He's missing his free throws, but that happens early in the season to some players.
Yes.
And maybe it's just a matter of getting back to being comfortable. And again, the absence of Jalen Green certainly hasn't helped him get extreme comfort at the position in the offense.
Yeah.
But again, go back to the other players around Devin Booker. Colin Gillespie running the point. I think it frees up Devin Booker to be that player.
That's what I would like this team to do. I said it at the jump. I know that Colin Gillespie is going to cause defensive headaches for you as a coaching staff. There are a lot of opposing point guards that it will be a very tough defensive match for Colin Gillespie, but the kid fights, and the kid knows how to organize an offense, and he's got very good instincts, and he's got a great temperament, and he's got a really good energy level about him. He would be my starting point guard. I would give that a shot for the remaining games between now and the return of Jalen Green, which I believe is probably very close. There are reports now that he's scrimmaging 5-on-5, so the return can't be that far away. But I just think that he brings some glue and some cohesiveness. It just looks better to me when he's on the floor.
Yeah, and
for what it's worth.
I mean, Jordan Ott was very forthright again about the bad start, and they fall behind 19-2. They're down 20 points before you can blink an eye. And that's hard to overcome. And the energy you have to expend to get back in games, even though in the modern NBA those leads get melted away all the time, it does take a little bit more to get up that hill.
Yeah.
And especially when you're playing in Salt Lake City at a little bit of altitude last night. But I'm wondering, in combating these slow starts, if we're going to see a tweak in this starting lineup. And is it Ryan Dunn coming off the bench to get more comfortable?
Yeah.
Is it Mark Williams starting at the 5 as opposed to Oso Ighodaro, because Williams was great last night and Oso's kind of floundered so far a little bit.
It's too big of a role for him. I thought his compete level was pretty good against Nikola Jokic over the weekend, but I don't.
It's a lot easier when Nikola Jokic makes up his mind that he's not going to shoot.
Yes.
All due respect to Oso, because that guy's unguardable.
And while I'm sitting here dissing Colin Gillespie's defensive abilities, didn't he make that play defensively that forced the jump ball? Yes. So he competes.
Right. He's a great, scrappy bench player. But, when he's your clutch point guard during big times in the game, it could be hit or miss. He's been great.
I agree with that.
Do you want him to be your,
Listen,
I'm clearly saying yes. I want him to be that guy.
Yes.
I want to see what it looks like.
Yeah, same here.
But it's not going to, because they're not going to play 3 guards, are they?
No. This is before Jalen Green comes back. But if they do it and it works really, really well, there's nothing that says Jalen Green has to start.
There's nothing that says Ryan Dunn has to
That's
start.
right.
There's nothing that says Grayson Allen has
That's
to start.
it. Yeah, exactly.
It was a weird game for Grayson last night, wasn't it? There was a lot of good and a lot of what?
It was a weird game all around. Like I said, I still could not believe. I was just astounded when it was 19-2. I'm looking at the television set going, this cannot be real. This cannot be happening again.
It was happening.
Yeah,
again.
it's happened almost on a nightly basis.
Yeah, but, okay, so we've seen 4 games with the Suns at less than 100%. We've yet to see them at 100%. Hopefully that happens in this 3-game homestand where Dylan Brooks comes back and Jalen Green can finally get untracked, although it might take Jalen Green a little bit extra time to get up to speed. But his versatility and athleticism and explosion is only going to help this offense.
Yeah. Listen, and they need some of it. They need some explosive players, right? Yeah. So look, I think this is good. This is set up good for Jalen Green because it's built up a lot of anticipation. Because Suns fans now have gone, we need this guy. We do not have enough scoring without.
You think
this
that's
guy.
set up good for him? I think people are like, oh, this is the savior. He's going to have to come in and 25 points a game.
Savior's a strong word.
Well, I guess you're right. What is he saving?
He's a boost. Nobody's asking him to save the season, but help out.
Right.
Coming up next, lots of big-time college football coaching jobs are open already and more to follow. And Kenny Dillingham's name is attached to a lot of the rumors. We'll tell you what the head coach had to say about his name being included in those rumors next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is it. When we talked about coming into this season, this was going to be a pivotal year for Kyler Murray. And I think Kyler Murray would say that himself coming into this season.
He's a competitor.
He would acknowledge that. He is a competitor. Exactly right. Well, you know what? Here it is. The die is cast. over the last 10 games of the season. They need excellent quarterback play to win 6 of them. They're going to need excellent quarterback play. Not just good, but excellent. And we'll see if he's got that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, winning in court becomes essential, and that is one of many reasons why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, so did many of his attorneys, and they were all disgusted by how predatory insurance companies have become, how they take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and they use their passion now and their experience and their knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, which gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. It's why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James, and remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. If you're ever hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Luke. What can we realistically expect from ASU the rest of this season? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app. Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings rolls on here. And we'd like to send a shout-out to our listeners out in the West Valley in Waddell. Waddell. Close to Steph Curry's real first name of Wardell, but not exactly.
Oh, we're learning all about people's real first names today.
Yeah, we are. Thanks.
I did not know that about Steph Curry. So it's Wardell Stephen Curry?
Wardell Stephen Curry. And that's his father's name, too. Short
Dell.
from Wardell to Dell. There you go. Good morning, Waddell. We appreciate you listening. Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of ASU, with all of these primo coaching openings happening around football. He was asked about other head coaching openings yesterday at his weekly press conference.
I'm trying to win as many games as I can here. That is my number one focus, is our players, our football team, everything about us. That's simple. Like, I am so singularly focused on us to win football games, to become a better football team, this season. Like, that's my singular focus.
Yep. Obviously, that's the tack that most coaches are going to take. I think it has a little bit more validity when it comes out of the mouth of Kenny Dillingham, because he's been very forthright and honest about everything that he's talked about.
He didn't say, I'm absolutely not interested. No. I'm not leaving. I'm staying here for life.
Well, why would you?
His name is attached to all of these. Mm-hmm. He's a hot coaching commodity. There's primo jobs available. Florida's open. Penn State's open. I'm missing a couple. What?
Oh, you rattled them all off yesterday. Yeah. Florida State's probably going to be open.
UCLA is open.
Penn State is open.
What's the big one that I'm missing? Why am
LSU?
LSU, duh.
Yeah, UCLA and
all right.
Oh, they love
Virginia
Tech. They love Kenny Dillingham at LSU, man. I tell you. Listen,
imagine Kenny trying to do a Cajun accent.
All right.
It was so funny. When you played that sound yesterday, Sammy was astounded. He had never heard that before.
Because I knew the recruiting story with Brian Kelly, but did I know he faked an accent? No.
Yeah. That's when you know. That's when you know you've got a poser on your hands.
Yep.
Here's the one worry that I would have about that. Because, I wrote about it today. I've been kind of vibing on this thought for a couple of weeks now, that what we're watching at ASU is just how hard it is to get to the top and then stay there. It is exhausting to have to win on a week by week basis. And if Kenny Dillingham is feeling that would be the only thing that might hasten the timeline. I've been of the belief that Kenny Dillingham's love for this program and this city and this state is so real and authentic that he's going to be here at least 6 to 7 years. There probably will come a time when the money from some big time program is so incredible that he's going to go. But Kenny Dillingham also, his brand and his marketability as a hot young coach, it's dependent on winning football games. And I hope he hasn't got to the point where he feels like he's banging his head against the wall.
No, I don't think he's there.
I don't think so.
Look, and I think he was equipped to deal with the difficulty of this year. You're also asked, hey, when you see your name in these coaching circles, do you view this as a compliment?
I find it nothing, to be honest. It's useless. Like, in this, I told our guys today, we live, I've said it before, in a reality show where everybody in here is the main character or not the character, right? And it's last year, okay, we're the sleeping person and it's a great story. Wow, what a great twist to the show, right? Awesome. This year, it's put him on a pedestal, and we're gonna make somebody fall, and somebody's got to fail. Everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's trying to win, right? Not everybody can win. That's why college football is chaotic and crazy, because everybody expects everybody to go undefeated. Everybody expects everybody to win their conference. It's impossible. It's a math problem that can't possibly be done. So I tell our guys, if you get lost in people making you the reality show, this thing is going to be miserable for you as a player.
As a great point. An interesting way to look at things. You hit on something when you said at some point the money is going to be too large to turn down. Mm-hmm. If this momentum continues in Tempe. And that's the reality of it. What did we talk about last week when the gambling story broke? Oh, prop bets need to go away. That's what's causing all these issues. Mm-hmm. You know what? They're never going away. Why? Because of money. Money always wins in these circumstances.
Yeah, it's true.
And I go back to when Lute Olson was the head coach at the University of Arizona. He left Iowa. He went down to Tucson. And Lute Olson annually would turn down jobs from bigger programs at the time.
Mm-hmm.
More blue blood programs just turned him down. I want to put my roots down in Tucson, and I want to build a program. And he did exactly that. And the fruits of that are still very much alive in Tucson with that basketball
Very much
program.
so.
But The difference was, we're talking about the mid-1980s. The difference between what Lute Olson was making at Arizona and what the top jobs in college basketball were, it wasn't that much.
No.
That's what the difference is now. These big-time jobs are going to offer so much money to these hot coaching commodities.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this. Kenny Dillingham is a smart guy. And let's look at the primo job that's available right now, LSU. Brian Kelly went there, went 34-14. And 3 other coaches had won national championships at LSU in the last 20 years. Saban won one, Les Miles won one, Ed Orgeron
Eddie O won one.
Coach 20 games above 500 with a couple of good wins, not what LSU is used to. He was shown the door.
Go Tigers.
The pressure to win is
it's
bigger than it's ever been.
It's insane.
And the parity in college football is more prevalent, and I don't think it's going anywhere.
And you know what else?
Those two things don't necessarily mean jumping at a big money job at a blue blood program in college football means you're going to be there for a long time.
And Kenny Dillingham is smart enough to know that. Nick Saban, when he first went to Alabama, he made it very, very clear, I ain't spending any time with alumni. I'm not going to be told what I should be doing by alumni. Don't put me in front of any of these people. They're not I'm not letting these people involved in my operations. Got it? They're like, okay, coach, we got you. You have to be a coach of incredible reputation to lay down those kind of parameters. So not only is it the expectations, it's the relationships that you're going to have to do, the suck-uppery that you have to do.
Absolutely. Not only do you have to have the reputation to say, no, I'm not doing that. That doesn't exist anymore.
No. Yeah,
and if
you're
Nick
right.
Saban got back into college football and refused to do those things, he wouldn't be very good.
Yeah, it's true.
Kenny Dillingham realizes that.
Here's the other.
You remember talking to Cliff Kingsbury?
Yeah.
And Cliff was always pretty honest with us when he talked about what he hated about college coaching. And it was pretty much everything that didn't have to do with coaching. But he had to do all of it.
The other thing that the word that has come out in a lot of the stories written about what happened at LSU, it was losing to Texas A&M that put them over the top. So there's this belief at programs like that, you struggle against a team that you once owned, and even that can turn a fan base on you. The word that's out there is outrage. There is so much outrage everywhere about everything. And it's kind of permeated sports. You lose a key game, outrage.
Well, it's outrage. Not only that they lost by that much to that school that they once owned a decade ago, but also outrage that they spent $30 million on the roster, and that's the return that they're getting.
That's it.
College sports is not even recognizable anymore. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday and the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think you need to see the kind of play out of Marvin Harrison Jr. that justifies him being the 4th pick in the draft. Whoever's throwing him the ball. Kyler or Jacoby. Show me why we picked you 4th overall. Show us that guy. Where's that guy?
So he is projected to have, 58 catches, 962 yards.
Fewer catches, but more yards.
Yeah, I would expect like a top receiver to go over 1,000.
No matter, honestly,
and not 50 or 60 receptions.
Not totally dependent on who the quarterback is either.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so one of the coolest things I've noticed about Advanced Window Products is their company vibe. Their motto is to approach customers as friendships. They're family-owned and locally operated. One of their co-owners, by the way, is Nate Orchard, former NFL linebacker, former Utah legend. Nate played in the NFL for 7 years, experience in building teams and success, and he has brought that mentality to Advanced Windows. And not surprisingly, they are the highest-rated window company in Arizona with the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find. And that's because there are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They will build your windows. They will install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. My windows were absolutely shot. I took advantage of a great special currently going on at Advanced Window Products. You get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. $2,500 off, folks. I took advantage of that. My new windows look incredible. They were so professional. The cleanup process was immaculate. Super impressed by Advanced Window Products. You can reach them at 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After opening night their season with a win, the Suns have lost their last 3 straight, including a wild one in overtime last night in Utah to the Jazz, 138-134. A crazy sequence of events led to a Mark Williams tip-in with less than 2 seconds left to force overtime, but Lauri Markkanen and his career-high 51 points were too much for Booker and the Suns, who will be back home Wednesday night for the Memphis Grizzlies. As the Cardinals come off their bye, they'll get ready for the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football, and according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Kyler Murray is tracking to be ready for it. And last night, if you were able to make it through the Dodger-Blue Jay marathon, you witnessed one of the greatest World Series games maybe ever. An 18th inning walk-off home run from Freddie Freeman. Back-end a performance from Shohei Ohtani. That was masterful. He was 4 for 4 with 2 home runs and 5 walks in 9 plate appearances, and the Dodgers got it done 6-5 and have a 2-1 series lead. And Game 4 will be tonight on ESPN 620. First pitch will be at 5. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
The night after the sports, or the day after the sports equinox.
Lots of big stories to talk about in the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy's here to take us through it.
Yes, good morning, and we'll start by giving a quick shout-out to those watching on YouTube. If you're wondering how, just head to YouTube, type in Arizona Sports, and we'll be there from 6 to 10 every single morning. And
you could watch us. You could interact with Sammy and the rest of the show.
Chat's always fun sometimes. Sometimes I give it a rest, but, you know. I want to start with the Cardinals. They're back. They have a game on Monday night. They're returning from their bye in Dallas, and we talked to AQ Shipley yesterday, and he mentioned how teams coming off their byes can figure some things out.
Everybody's wondering, can the Cardinals fix it, right? And you can sit there and look at the Philadelphia Eagles. There's a prime example. Hey, they haven't had a run game all year. What did they do yesterday? 260 yards rushing. So you can fix things in this league. So it was good to see things like that. Buffalo Bills have been trending downward, and then boom, they explode again, right? So teams are able to figure things out, especially after a bye.
So we've seen teams, especially this last week, kind of have, quote, a kitchen sink effort. Do you expect that from the Cardinals on Monday night?
And what does that look like?
Right.
I mean, no, in a word, no, I don't, because I think it was a time to regroup, but I think the kitchen sink efforts, yeah, they need a win to help save their season. But I think that's also reserved for teams that haven't been all that competitive. The Cardinals are 2-5, and they're making history with how close these games are during a 5-game losing streak. I just think it was probably a time more of reflection than desperation. We'll find out, but that's the way I see going into it.
Right, because I don't think that's Jonathan Gannon's personality. I don't think that desperation. All right, this is the week he's kind of like wants the same thing every day, so he wants the team to be a little more, just steady. I think so. Yeah, I'm kind of siding with Vinny. I don't think there's going to be any really rally the troops around this game kind of thing.
Look, and you can look at some head coaches that thrive in getting their message across after the bye. It's not been the case with Jonathan Gannon and the Cardinals. 1-3 after the bye in his first year, 2-5 after the bye last year, and that's the more telling statistic to me because I think they were much more equipped to win last year after the bye. So we'll see how it goes. But, they got to change something.
Yes, and so the NFL trade deadline is a week from today, and historically, not a lot of big splashes in the NFL trade deadline. Do you expect anything from the Cardinals one way or another before the trade deadline?
I don't think so, but that means they'll probably make like 3 trades. I'm usually terrible at forecasting what goes on at the deadline from a local standpoint. I just don't think, With them playing a Monday night game, the deadline on Tuesday, what are you looking for? Right. I mean, they're so far in the hole in the NFC West. And then on the flip side of it, if you want to sell, they don't have that much to sell either.
No, right. That's the weird thing. The only piece is Calais Campbell, and you brought that up many, many times. And I don't know if Calais wants to bounce out of Arizona midway through his grand return to Arizona. Maybe he does. Listen, I think that if you go in and you win this game against the Cowboys, but you're still struggling to run the ball, you could make an argument that you wake up Tuesday morning, you go out and get yourself an offensive lineman. You go trade for an offensive lineman.
True.
But if you lose the game, you're 2-6 and you're not buyers.
You're not doing anything.
You're not doing anything.
Are you going to be able to get an offensive lineman? Because I think ideally let's just say the Cardinals are interested in making deals. Anything they get back would have to be with the future in mind as well. Yes. So I don't think you're going to trade anything for a pending free agent either. Yeah. And I haven't really studied the list of candidates.
Yeah.
There's a lot of plates spinning right now on this.
Yeah. All right. So the Suns, it's fair to say, haven't started games well through 4 games. They've been down at least 20 points in every game.
No big deal.
And the defense has been slow to come around. They've given up over 129 points in each of their games. What's the biggest issue that they need to address right now, and can it be fixed, I guess?
Yeah, I think their tenacity on defense to start games has to be better.
That's the number one issue.
Yes. Yeah, that has to be it. Their scoring, their lack of options in terms of elite scorers, that's not going to get fixed internally. It is what it is. When Jalen Green comes back, hopefully that will fix that issue. But for what they have now, it's defensive tenacity to start games.
Yeah.
Same, Vinny?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, there's other issues, but they're not all that fixable. We've talked about the roster construction. And somewhat interested in seeing them go with Isaiah Livers off the bench. He's got a little bit of size at 6'7", so he's not exactly a guard. But it's going to be either him or Nigel Hayes-Davis that's going to carve out some minutes. And Nigel got the first run at it and has already squandered that opportunity, so we'll see where they go from there. But they don't have enough size on this team.
Would you like to see Rasheer Fleming play a little bit?
Yes.
I mean, yes, ideally, but you can't have it both ways. I mean, are you, it's early in the season. They're trying to establish something. They're trying to win games. Is Rasheer Fleming equipped right now as a second-round pick? Even though he was an experienced college player, is he equipped to help you in the effort to win games, or is he green?
I think
that's why Common Malawach isn't playing that much.
Exactly. I was going to mention him, too, because I think fans get overly excited in the time between the draft and the start of the season on these new rookie guys.
Oh, I hadn't noticed.
Right, because they're being told, like, what star potential these guys, and these are the exact kind of guys they're missing, and the effort and the athleticism.
Do you remember the Summer League Fury?
Right. And you want to sort of see them right away, and we have seen very, very little of any of the draft picks so far.
All right, so on the way out, we give the Tuesday update. We start with the spreadsheet. Dan Bickley, another 2-1 week, moves your record to 19-9.
Unbelievable.
10 games over 500.
10 games in front of it, or 9 games. No, 9 games in front of me, but 5 games in front of Jarrett.
Yes, Vinny 1-2, the only one below 500 this week. You're 10-18.
Shut up, Sammy.
Hey, I'm just
still better than Sammy overall.
Let me get to it. All right, Jarrett 2-1, good stuff. 500 on the week, and hey, another 2-1 week. For myself, I've told everyone I need to go above 500 every single week to get back to 500. So we're 9-19, back-to-back 2-1 weeks. We're seeing the board now, guys.
We've seen the board.
Stacking wins. I was the biggest mover. I got 5 this week from 24 to 29. Dan 28 to 32. Tied Vinny for the lead with 32 wins, and Jarrett only 2 wins this week, 27 total. And then fantasy, I laid an egg this week, 5-3. Vinny as well. We're both 5-3, tied for second. Not bad. And then Dan,
all I needed was like 120 points from Mariota last night.
I know,
and he failed me.
Didn't get there. And then Dan, you fought hard. Wait, no, Jarrett, did you beat Vinny?
I beat Vinny.
That's right.
I'm back in business here.
Yeah.
4-4 in 8th, and Dan fought hard but a loss. 3-5.
I got a 3-game losing streak,
and in 10th place. So there you guys go.
There's somebody in our league who's like 1-7 or something.
Let's call him out. Who is it?
Yeah, who is this loser?
Let me pull him up.
Which one of those
we
losers?
Had this draft in the first place, so we can talk crap, right?
All right, so the 1-6 team is Arthur Abraham. The 9 Stooges is 1-7.
Oh, come on, Arthur, get it together,
and
man.
And then Bo Money, Bo Problems, and another team is 6-2.
When you say another team, is that inappropriate for reading on the air? Okay.
Let's just say he has Dak Prescott.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So there you go.
I don't think I'm winning another game this year in fantasy football.
I think you could say that name on the air.
Go. You say it.
I'm not gonna be the one. I think somebody could say it.
I think somebody could.
I think the part-timer could say it.
Let's say if Dak was to send unwanted pics over the phone, what would that team name be?
Yeah.
I'm there. I'm there.
All right.
It's a clever name. All right, we're all caught up to date on the Rush Hour reboot. Thank you, Sammy. Every morning at 7:30, he catches us up on the big stories of the day. Coming up next, Week 8 is in the books in the NFL. We'll take a look back at some of the big headlines around the league. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
So one of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up knocking at your front door, and this is one of many reasons you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and that's because every Parker & Sons technician is trust certified, which means they are all licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed background checks, and they have all passed drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space. For 50 years, Parker & Sons helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated. They're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. They'll treat your home like it's their own, and they will fix it right at a fair price. All you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, that REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Arizona sports, the local sports leader, Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I think this is really who the Kansas City Chiefs are. The band is back together. Patrick Mahomes has all of his weapons. Look, with Worthy out there, defenses are always going to worry about him going deep. So you got to have safety presence over the top. And if you're doing that, that means you can't control necessarily covering Rice and Travis at the same time. Rice is such a threat on his intermediate routes. He's so good with the ball in his hands after the catch. And if you're playing zone coverage, there's no better receiver tight end in the world than Travis Kelce, finding those soft spots in the zone. He doesn't even run a route, Laura. He just gets open. Like in recess, you tell your receiver, your best friend, hey, just get open. That's what Kelce does, and Mahomes finds them. So look out, AFC, because the Chiefs Patrick Mahomes have all their answers back.
That is Peyton Manning talking about the Kansas City Chiefs, a winner on Monday Night Football last night, 28-7 over the Commanders. They moved to 5-3. They've won 3 in a row. He believes the band is back together. Are they the team to beat in the AFC? They might be, but one thing to look at, their schedule is not easy. Their next 3 games, Bick, this Sunday at Buffalo, then they head into the bye. Then they're at Denver for the first 2 meetings against the Broncos, who are in first place in the AFC West. And then the week after that, home against Indianapolis.
Ooh, I didn't know the Colts were on their schedule. Yeah, that's a difficult stretch of schedule. The thing that's interesting is I think what's also awakened the Chiefs is, for the first time in a long time, they've got some real interdivisional competition.
Yeah.
You've got a very serious Chargers team that has flashed and at times look like it's capable of winning that division, and clearly the Broncos have the defense to make that happen. So, yeah.
Hey, you didn't mention the other team in the division.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. Not really working out for Pete Carroll and the Raiders all that well. The Raiders. Yeah. So to me, I think that, and I don't know what people feel about that, because I do know there has been some Chiefs fatigue. And it's not just Taylor Swift related. It's just all of it. It's the constant commercials where all you ever see is Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce,
Andy Reid. Yep.
Do you feel that has kind of gone down a little bit given their, quote, slower start to the season?
The commercials?
No,
just
the fatigue? I don't know.
No, because they're on national TV like every week.
Yeah,
they have the Sunday night or Monday night or Thursday night game.
Well, I think the only way that fatigue this year gets affected is if they're not in the Super Bowl or the AFC Championship game.
Yes. The thing is, with the Chiefs, there are so many football fans who believe the NFL is rigging games in their favor. So last night during the game, they unveiled the virtual first down graphic, right? And sure enough, a play that looked like the Commanders had a first down, Zach Ertz, was now 5 inches short of the virtual first down graphic had them 5 inches short. And social media erupted. Of course, the NFL breaks out the new technology and it immediately benefits the Chiefs. It's a serious thing. There are people convinced that the refs are on the Chiefs' side.
Yeah, we'll talk to Mark Schlereth tomorrow, unrelated, for his weekly visit on the show. There was another story that we didn't get into yesterday. That was, I think it's continuing to be a juicy story. It's a juicy story that I think also carries fatigue with it. And go back to the Philadelphia game against the Giants on Sunday, and we focused yesterday on the Cam Scadaboo injury, which was pretty disgusting. By the way, real quick, Philadelphia Big Dom.
Yeah.
The reports out of Philadelphia were that he showed up at the hospital the day after Cam had the surgery and delivered like pizza and cheesesteaks to him while he was in the hospital on behalf of the Eagles organization.
Is that right?
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty cool gesture. And Cam Scadaboo's message was very thankful to the people of Philadelphia. And this is what Cam Scadaboo meant to the league, by the way. A guy in that rivalry gets hurt on the Eagles' home field. These are the same fans generations ago that cheered when Michael Irvin appeared to be paralyzed on the field in a game against the Dallas Cowboys.
That's right.
I saw so much response from Eagles fans saying, hey, I'm an Eagles fan, but we love Cam Scadaboo. Love the way that he plays the game. Best of luck in your recovery. That being said, the other story was the tush push. It won't go away. There was a tush push play where the Eagles are running the play, and it looks like Kayvon Thibodeau rips the ball away from Jalen Hurts before the play is over. You know why it looked like that? Because Kayvon Thibodeau ripped the ball away from Jalen Hurts before the play was over.
Yeah.
And then they cited the end of the forward progress was stopped, and it was a quick whistle. There's proof that not only can teams really struggle to defend this play, it is impossible to officiate and take away the dominance that Eagles have shown in running that play and defense's inability to stop it. that officiating point should make this play obsolete.
I totally agree with you. And some people are saying
that was a fumble.
Yeah, some people are saying that this might be the play that cooks that goose.
How many
for
times
good.
have we said that, though?
I
We
know.
said that about the false starts.
I know.
Obviously, they're not going to eliminate the play in the middle of the season.
No, did you see what Brian Flores did when they played the Vikings to negate the tush push? He had one of his defensive linemen literally lie down horizontally in front of the center.
Mm-hmm.
So the Eagles center could not get lower than the player.
You can't get lower than the guy.
You can't.
But how effective can you be lying down horizontally?
Think how dangerous it is to that guy lying down horizontally. And you're absolutely right. Everything about the tush push is forward progress.
How effective can you be lying down horizontally? Sounds like my ex-wife.
I tell you.
But the thing is, though, like if you're the Eagles and they're pointing at all these things, can't you just be like, is it our fault that the refs are inept and they can't call the game? Why should we be punished? Why should you take away the play rather than train the refs better on how to officiate?
How do you train them better? Vision's an issue.
Mm-hmm. But idea...
if there was ever a play where a quick whistle should not be applied,
it's that
it is
one.
The tush push.
The whole thing is extending the play. Everything about it, and to say that forward progress had been stopped, that's ludicrous with that play. So listen, Brian Daboll was smoking hot mad. You could see it. He was going crazy on the sidelines. This play, they need to get this thing out of football. It is so infuriating. It is so exhausting, right?
Yes.
And I get the Eagles do it better than anybody, but it's garbage. It's just garbage.
It's not
I would have been, Giants fans were incensed, and they should have been. Now, I don't think with everything that transpired in that game, the Eagles beat them by 18, and we talked about the emotional swing of losing Scadaboo and what that did to the Giants. I don't think they were winning that game, but if that hadn't happened and that play stood and it was a closer game, I'd be incensed if I was a Giants fan.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Listen, it was, I mean, you can't give the Eagles the benefit of a play that never stops because of the pushing from behind and then have the audacity to say, no, you can't have that turnover you just caused because the forward progress had been stopped.
Yeah.
It's just asinine.
Yeah, it's time right now for character counts. This time of the year, Arizona Cardinals lineman Kelvin Beachum, usually busy trying to protect Kyler Murray, but this week he's taking on a second job to help his community. Kelvin will be working with Raising Cane's drive-thru on 7th Street today in an effort to raise money and awareness for United Food Bank. Starting today until the end of November, fans can either stop by the featured stores and mention Team Kelvin and the fundraiser or apply code RCFund26 to online or app orders at checkout. Raising Cane's will then donate 15% of net sales to the United Food Bank in support of Team Kelvin. Kelvin Beachum regularly volunteers to help pack food for the United Food Bank and hopes this latest event can further help those in need. Congrats to all involved. And by the way, Kelvin Beachum is a pillar in the community. Well done to him in all of his endeavors. Remember, Character Counts presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today. Coming up next, Bick's going to blast you as we kick off the second half of the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Kyson Brown not playing. Xavier Alford, the heart and soul of their defense, hasn't played since the Mississippi State game. You mentioned Ben Coleman not playing. Prince Dorba, one of their best defensive players and pass rushers. Zyrus Fiaseu, all of these guys not playing in that game. It wasn't just Jordan Tyson who also didn't play. Then you have Sam Levitt in and out of the lineup. Part of the reason I thought ASU would get back to the Big 12 championship this year, Wolf, was because they had, so much of the same team from last year back.
Yes.
They're all hurt. None of them are playing now. That goes out the window. It's not the same team.
You just can't lose Sam Levitt and expect to be the same team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, you know where to go. You head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. You know I'm a huge fan of Sonic, and it all starts with the experience. Super cool, all-American drive-in kind of thing. You pull into a shaded parking spot. Outside your driver's side window is this menu that appeals to everybody. You place your order, you sit back, and just like that, you are being served curbside by an iconic car hop. You get done with your meal, boom, you're back on the road, free and easy, just the way I like it. I'm also a huge fan of their all-star lineup of burgers, be it the Smasher lineup or the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger. But that Sonic menu, incredibly diverse. There's guaranteed to be something for everybody in your crew. Iconic classics like cherry limeades, tater tots, corn dogs, new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and a drink menu that features 10,000 different combinations. Live free, eat Sonic.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The late and improbable fourth quarter comeback for the Phoenix Suns in Utah got the game to overtime, where Lauri Markkanen hit a career-high 51 points en route to a 138-134 Jazz win, and the Suns fall to 1-3 to start the year, but will return home against the Grizzlies on Wednesday night, and potentially we'll see the debut of Jalen Green sometime this week. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Kyler Murray is tracking to play Monday night in Dallas.
And it looks like Kyler Murray should be ready to come back from his foot injury. If all goes well this week, he's tracking to return.
In other Cardinals news, they released running back Michael Carter and cornerback Darren Hall yesterday. And last night, an instant classic in the Fall Classic. The Dodgers and Blue Jays went 18 innings, tied for the longest World Series game ever. And it was Freddie Freeman who hit a walk-off solo shot in the bottom of the 18th to win it 6-5 and give the Dodgers a 2-1 series lead. They're back at it tonight over on ESPN 620. First pitch from LA will be at 5, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The 7-year itch is a phrase that applies to relationships and the fatigue that sets in over the course of time, and it certainly applies to Kyler Murray and the state of Arizona. He has started 87 regular season games for the Cardinals, which is 30 more than Kurt Warner did, and few will be more important than Monday night's game in Dallas, where Murray is expected to be given a huge platform and the comfort zone of a stadium in which he has never lost in 9 tries. Problem is, Murray has already lost a good chunk of the fan base, and there is only one way to win them back. He must do all the empowering things that Jacoby Brissett did, like staying in the pocket, feeding the wide receivers, throwing touchdown passes to Trey McBride, along with all that freaky highlight reel stuff that few in the NFL can duplicate. And if Murray can't, or if Murray won't, he will lose more than the rest of the fan base. He will lose the locker room as well. Now, it's a popular belief that GM Monty Ossenfort put all the resources on the defensive side of the football and ignored the offense, but that's not exactly true, because the signing of Brissett might be the most important factor in settling the Kyler question once and for all. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I think at the end of the day, I think when you look at him and you look at what he's been able to do, he's obviously shown in terms of Kyler, he has shown that he is a good quarterback. He's shown flashes of brilliance and greatness and all of these things. And the one thing that continuously lacks is consistency, right? And it's consistency in play. It's consistency in winning games. It's consistency in getting to the playoffs and getting over the hump, right? And so I think that is what everyone expected going into year 7 this year, especially after they improved the defense and did some other things and they kept their offense together and all of the things that were said going into the season. And now you're sitting at 2-5, and it's an uphill battle at this point, right?
That's AQ Shipley, the Cardinals radio color commentator, joins us every Monday to talk Cardinals football here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, and talking about, look, Kyler Murray is a good quarterback. And that's a fact. We've had this discussion a lot this year especially, but over the last couple years, I don't think it was as evident early in Kyler's career, because there was that element of the unknown. Mm-hmm. We know what Kyler Murray is going to give you. More often than not, he's going to give you a chance to win football games. And I'm not going to sit here and say the reason why the Cardinals are 2-5 at this point is Kyler Murray solely. AQ also said something in that soundbite, which I think is way more telling in the story of the 2025 Arizona Cardinals. They brought their offense back. They didn't change anything offensively, other than upgrading their backup quarterback position in Jacoby Brissett. He's been pressed into duty for 2 games. And even though he's played well, it hasn't been enough to win games. I think when it's all said and done, and can the Cardinals win some more games? Maybe. I don't know what to expect.
Either do I.
But I'd be more willing to guess that, okay, they're going to sprinkle in some wins, but this season, when it's all said and done, is going to be labeled a massive disappointment. And I think the biggest reason for that massive disappointment is going to be what I just said. They didn't change anything on offense.
Well, listen, and I think as it applies to Kyler Murray, what's going to be different about this game in Dallas is going to be between Kyler's ears, because he knows how Jacoby Brissett has responded, and he knows how different the offense has looked. This football team almost beat the 7-1 Colts with Jacoby Brissett. And they played really tight against the Green Bay Packers. So Jacoby Brissett not only lifted this offense, but he did it against their 2 toughest opponents to date. Now, you're right. You're right about Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, as quarterback, put this team in position to win, but it certainly didn't look the way it did with Jacoby Brissett. So if you could do the stuff that Jacoby Brissett did, the basic stuff, and then throw in the stuff that makes Kyler special, now Kyler's got a real future here. But I just don't see that happening. But I'm just real curious. The X factor in all of this is Kyler himself, and how he has processed these last 2 weeks, and how he's processed all the noise. Is he angry? Does he feel betrayed? Does he feel like he's been persecuted by Cardinals fans? If he's paying attention, I'm guessing the answer to all those questions are yes. If he's paying attention.
This is at the heart of it, and I think this is a fascinating topic. And I'm not going to attack you for saying what you just said, because I think a lot of people feel this way. What did Kyler Murray observe in the last 2 weeks? But again, we are talking about a quarterback in his 7th year.
I know, Vinny.
As a starting quarterback in the NFL. Could two weeks of watching a backup quarterback stand in the pocket and step up and deliver the ball with authority over the middle of the field, that's going to convince him? Like the last 6 years of criticism wasn't enough to convince him?
But the difference, I think, is for the first time, there's somebody breathing down his neck, somebody that is very capable of taking his job. And I wonder if that changes. You're absolutely right, because there are a faction of Cardinal fans. I know this because I hear from them. Whenever we have these conversations about how big this game might be for Kyler Murray, what Kyler Murray, a chance he could, people are like, enough. We've seen enough. Why do you need more? There's a lot of people who say that. Yeah. It's redundant, but it's also, you're talking about an enigmatic player who can flash incredible moments of brilliance. And you wonder, can you ever harness that?
Let me give you a relationship parallel. Okay? Mm-hmm. You've been married for 7 years. Mm-hmm. Things are not exactly hunky-dory at home. Mm-hmm. You know, you're getting by. You go out to dinner with another couple that's been married for 12 years. That couple really has it together. Just the four of you at dinner. Uh-huh. And you get the feeling, as the man in the relationship, the man in your own marriage, hey, this other guy's making me look bad. You get in the car on the way home, and the wife says, why can't you be more like so-and-so? Is that the light bulb that's going to change who you are as a person, as a husband?
No, but it's going to make you very angry, I would assume.
Yeah. You might send flowers the next day, but that's probably about it.
It's actually funny you make that.
You can't change who you are.
It's funny you make that relationship like index. The Ringer did a full commitment relationship like index on every NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
Yesterday. And in the same,
I hadn't even seen that.
In the same, so the Cardinals with Kyler Murray in the same category as Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars are number one picks in unfulfilling unions.
Oh.
And at the end of the Kyler Murray one, it says Arizona remains committed to Kyler, but where is this relationship going? And
it's interesting.
Yeah, they're actually pretty good. Like the Giants and Jackson Dart, their category is too much PDA.
Listen, there's a lot of
that a look.
There's a lot of conflama in this game, conflict and drama. What are you doing, Jarrett?
I was raising one eyebrow very seductively towards you.
What?
What? I look at him. He's going like this to me.
Sammy, I'm uncomfortable. Are you?
I feel like the conflama. The conflama would be more if Jacoby
Why
Brissett.
not drum flicked, by the way?
That works too.
If
Vontez drum flicked.
They both sound like things that hang out in your throat.
Made when he spit out his coffee. What were we going to say, Jared?
If Jacoby Brissett were like a first-round pick from this year and the perceived potential quarterback of the future, you'd be hanging on every move that Kyler Murray did. But even looking at what Jacoby Brissett did with the Cardinals, you're thinking, wow, he runs this offense much better. Maybe the Cardinals should find a better version of Jacoby Brissett.
That's it.
Not necessarily Jacoby Brissett.
No,
because I'd be willing to bet if we saw an extended audition, if you will, of Jacoby Brissett by week 4 or 5, everybody would be like, he's not very good.
He's okay, yeah.
There's a reason why he's a backup quarterback.
Well,
some people have already said.
Well, yeah, he already was very good, but wasn't able to win either game at the end of the
Kurt
game.
Warner is on record as saying he believes Jacoby is one of the few backups who could be a starter elsewhere. I tend to think what Vinny is saying is accurate, that if we got to week 6 or 7, what Jacoby Brissett is doing we wouldn't see it the same way we're viewing it now.
Can I amend that for a second? And I think we've seen that throughout Jacoby Brissett's career when you look at when he has been pressed into starting duty for an extended period of time or was the starting quarterback for said team. Mm-hmm. They didn't win a lot because the teams weren't very good.
That's
it
true.
wasn't on Jacoby Brissett. No. I don't think he's enough to lift all the other deficiencies that the Cardinals have right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if Kyler Murray is either. I don't think he is either.
Yeah,
this is a team-wide issue.
I'm real curious though if Kyler Murray just takes the field like, no, I do things this way, or if Kyler Murray does amend and maybe I'm grasping for straws, man. But I just think if I were Kyler Murray, the stakes have changed.
But don't you think there's already a level of that in place after the first 6 years and now into year 7? Where
I do.
Why doesn't Kyler Murray play under center more? Because he's not comfortable doing it. And you can only get so comfortable doing it.
And the more and more people you talk to, the more and more of a problem that actually seems to be.
Join Wolf and Luke next Monday at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for your pregame for Cardinals versus Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. Coming up next, we're only 4 games into the season, but do the Suns already need to make a change to their starting lineup? We'll get into that and more Suns talk next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. The baseball playoffs are here, and anything can happen, so step up to your plate and watch every game with scenic views on deck, plus an outstanding selection of food that is second to none. If you're ready for all this, stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it.
But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Gambo. What did we learn from the fourth Suns game of the season, and how soon until Jalen Green makes his debut? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
I think that's a little unique. You know, I know some teams are moving that direction, but this is a little unique with marketing and flip. Like those guys are 3 to 4, but can still stretch the floor. That's unique. Yeah, I mean, Markkanen's a great player. It's just the 17 free throws. I got to somehow figure out the free throw stuff. Just too many easy ones. He happens to make every single one of them. So, yeah, I think they're a big team. That's some of what they do. They're a really good offensive rebounding team. They were last year top 10. This year top 5. That's what they do. That's one of their strengths.
It's Jordan Ott talking about the size that got the Phoenix Suns last night, basically, in their overtime loss to the Utah Jazz, 138-134. The Jazz have Lauri Markkanen, Kyle Filipowski, Walker Kessler. That's their starting front line, the biggest starting front line in basketball. And they also bring Yusuf Nurkic off the bench. Before we continue this thought, I was remiss in not shouting out our fine listeners from Chandler, Arizona. Thanks for listening out in Chandler today. The rebounding differential was huge, 64-48, and of course 28 offensive rebounds for Utah, and a lot of that was just exploiting the size that they have. I've been going back and forth with, I think he's a Suns fan.
People who want to know why they didn't counter that big lineup.
A Suns viewer.
A Suns viewer, and I had said something last night on social media during the game. I don't care what happens in this game. Royce O'Neal's playing his behind off. Mm-hmm. And somebody responded, yeah, he's been great. If you talk about it, if you just ignore his lack of defense or his awful work in rebounding.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, that's odd. He had 5 offensive rebounds and 13 total and 7 assists and 5 steals and 17 points. And he was everywhere playing 46 minutes last night. I don't know what you want from a guy who's 6'6" going up against that guy. They're going to get dominated on the boards.
Yeah.
But to your point, could the Suns have matched the size a little bit more? Then you're going Mark Williams, Nick Richards, Oso Ighodaro, Kaman Malawach. Those are your big. Those are the only 4 big players you have.
Yep, that's it.
If you want to stay in the game, you can rebound. You still need to score.
Yeah. No, listen.
That's again one of the issues that they're facing with this group.
Totally. Of the issues of last night's game, the idea of Jordan not failing to leverage his big players to counter Utah's lineup is very low on my list, to be quite honest with you. And this also has to be said too. This team was down by 7 with 23 seconds left, and somehow miraculously forced overtime. Had they won that game, think about how different we might be talking this morning. Watershed moment for the never say die Phoenix Suns, down 19-2. And they rally down 7 with 23 seconds left, conjure up a miracle comeback, and then win. They didn't.
Big picture, though, would we have really talked that differently? Because it would have been both of their wins were dramatic from behind victories versus 2 of the worst teams in the West.
Do you remember the positive feel of the show after the opener?
It definitely felt better. Yeah.
Because they did play well in the second half. The other thing that we're not going to avoid for quite some time, and it might be it all year, is the comparison between this year's group and last year's group.
Good point.
I've been guilty of it too. Hey, does last year's group even come back from a 20-point deficit? Probably not. Does last year's group dig a 20-point hole in the first quarter? Probably not. I mean, we have to let all that stuff go and just focus on what the present is for the Suns.
Exactly. Contextualize what we're watching here. That's what you have to do. If you're expecting a deep playoff run, then you're looking at this team through the wrong lens. Mm-hmm. So that's step number 1. And I think an appropriate reaction to last night's game would be, okay, man, this defense that they're playing so far, this is not what they advertised. And they know it. But to me, one of the more important things was Dillon Brooks was gone, didn't play last night.
And he's been a catalyst defensively.
And the sense of fight didn't go out the door with him.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that something real is happening. Now, again, if you're really expecting this team to win 40-plus games, you need to check your expectations. That's what I would say, number one. But number two, I think that the idea of building something that's going to be here next year and the year after that and 5 years down the road, that's what's important.
Can
right?
that sustain the fan base for an entire season, though? 50, 60, 70 games in, when you're still playing hard but losing every game?
That's what it's impossible not to explore right now. Is, yeah, they're 1-3. Overall, I mean, 2 of the losses were not very competitive. But overall, I'm pretty happy with what I've seen so far on a couple of fronts, despite the challenges that they've had. But if the wins aren't there, how much can you hang on? And when the wins aren't there, normally you can take solace in the fact that you're going to get some help in the lottery, and that's not a reality.
That's the brutal thing.
And this draft class this year, somebody's going to get Cameron Boozer. Somebody's going to get A.J. Devantis. Somebody's going to get Darren Peterson. Those are 3 potential franchise-changing players, and there's just no ability to get a hold of one of them. That's what sucks.
That's a great point. That's a really great point, because if the season breaks bad in terms of wins and losses, not the try hard, not the compete, if it breaks bad in terms of wins and losses, there's going to come a time when people will know, okay, this is going to be a long, long year. You're right. That corollary, not having a reward for that, that's going to sting. That's going to sting bad. But this is the hand they're playing, and this is the way they're going to try to fight out of this.
Look, and they got 3 straight at home. They got Memphis, they got Utah, they got San Antonio. San Antonio's off to a great start. Memphis, good team on paper. I think it's going to be a tough game, and we'll see the same Utah Jazz team on this homestand as well. But coming back now, and when you have, we might see a change in the starting lineup just because of the health and availability of Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green coming home.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just play devil's advocate for a second.
All right.
They're not available tomorrow night against Memphis. Jordan not tweaking the lineup?
Ooh.
I believe he should.
I would. I certainly would.
And I would.
You know how I feel about this.
I think Ryan Dunn, although he's off to a rough start this year and he started every game, I think he's got the ability to be a spark plug off the bench. And change. We saw it last year in his rookie season.
Mm-hmm.
He can change the complexion of the game with the way that he plays. But right now, when you're digging these holes in the first quarter, I mean, that's not sustainable.
You can't sustain that.
No.
I'm quite with you on all of that.
So you guys would start Gillespie at the 1, Book at the 2, Grayson at the 3, Royce at the 4, and then Mark Williams at the 5.
I don't know about
Grayson at the 3.
I like the backcourt.
Yeah, I like the backcourt.
If you're putting Ryan Dunn on the bench, who's slotting in?
I think they might need to go more size.
So Oso at the 4, Mark Williams at the 5?
Something like that.
I mean, Oso hasn't played well either, but
no,
he gives you something that nobody else does, potentially.
I know.
If you want to stay up to date on all our contests at Arizona Sports, from tickets to the Cardinals, Suns, and Innings Festival, and more, just text the word contest to 620-620. We'll send you the latest on all of our giveaways. That's contest to 620-620. Coming up next, we'll talk some NFL. One of our favorite guests, Mike Sando from The Athletic. Straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
Rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and when you imagine retirement, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plans for the future, and that is where the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth can help you get across the goal line. They understand there's more to retirement than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle. They understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights that are in line with your risk tolerance. Now, when I met with Trajan Wealth, super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight talk. And at Trajan Wealth, that's where it all begins, with relationships. Customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call Trajan Wealth today at 480-360-7900. Find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke. Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After opening their season with a win, the Suns have lost their last 3 straight, including a wild one in overtime last night in Utah, 138-134. A crazy sequence of events led to a Mark Williams tip-in with less than 2 seconds left to force overtime, but Lauri Markkanen and his career-high 51 points were too much for Booker and the Suns, who will be back home on Wednesday night for the Memphis Grizzlies. As the Cardinals come off their bye, they'll get ready for the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football. And according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Kyler Murray is tracking to be ready for it. And last night, if you were able to make it through the Dodger-Blue Jay marathon, you witnessed one of the best World Series games ever. An 18th inning walk-off home run from Freddie Freeman back-ended a performance from Shohei Ohtani that was masterful. He was 4 for 4 with 2 home runs and 5 walks in 9 plate appearances, and the Dodgers got it done 6-5 and have a 2-1 series lead, and they're back tonight for Game 4 on ESPN 620. First pitch will be at 5, and this report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who should the Arizona Cardinals start at quarterback against the Dallas Cowboys? We'll ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Almost at the midway point of the 2025 NFL season. It's amazing how long the wait is for actual football when it gets here. It goes by so fast.
Oh, it doesn't it ever?
Cardinals back from the bye Monday night against Dallas, here to talk some NFL with us. He writes NFL for The Athletic, and he's joining us via video this morning. Mike Sando, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Mike, good morning to you. The framing on your video is perfect, man.
Oh, good. I got a big production crew here, just working behind the scenes feverishly to bring this to you, so appreciate it.
It's been an interesting year to this point so far in the NFL, and I think there's a very basic question, and you'd probably get like 10 different answers if you asked different people. So I'll ask you, going into Week 9, who in your mind is the best team in the NFL?
Oh, I think it's the Chiefs. I mean, unless the Chiefs are just really can't do anything offensively, it's just hard to come off of them. And I know the Eagles beat them in the Super Bowl last year, but I just think the constant is Mahomes. And now they've had 6 straight games of playing really, pretty quietly, but really good productive offense, including last night. So even with a couple hiccups, ball going off of Travis Kelce's hands, the corner making another great play on an interception on Mahomes, they still dominate the game. This would have been 40-7 or whatever if that didn't happen. So I have a hard time going against them, and they've gotten some players back for them too, which helps.
We've got an interesting thing going on in Arizona. As you know, the NFC West, 3 really good teams, and then there's the Cardinals floundering a bit, even though they've been in all of these games. Jacoby Brissett has made this offense look much different than it does when Kyler Murray is playing. Where do you think this thing is going from an outside perspective?
Well, is Kyler Murray healthy enough to play? Because I think if he is, he's probably going to be the quarterback just based on the pedigree and the money that he's making, and the knowledge too that Jacoby Brissett is probably a really good backup, but over a longer period of time may not be as good. Now, we know from watching Kyler Murray for 7 years that sometimes over a long period of time he's not as good either, and especially late in the year. But I think that it's unlikely that they would make that change away just because of the money. You don't see that too often unless there was the injury was still a factor, or you had a backup who you thought was really going to be something. No offense to Jacoby Brissett, but I think at this point he's clearly a short-term starter.
Mike Sando from The Athletic, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We've been discussing for the last, week or so, Mike, about where the Cardinals are, the reality of a 2-5 situation, and the fact that Jacoby Brissett really represented the only upgrade they made on the offensive side of the football in the offseason. They didn't address anything in the draft. They didn't really address anything in free agency or trade. They had confidence, yet this offense looks so different. They're unable to run the ball. I mean, when you kind of size it up, how big of a failure was that now in retrospect not to upgrade anything on the offensive side?
Yeah, but okay, I get it, but it made sense to me, and a couple other teams did this too. They had to get the defense better.
Sure.
2 years ago they're the worst in the league. Last year they're in the bottom, probably. I think they were 23rd by the rankings I use, and the disappointing part to me is that they're 21st right now. I think that if they were 8th on defense right now, then whatever's going on offense, they're middle of the pack offensively, statistically right now. And it's a little worse than it was last year. But if the defense, all those investments that they made, I think the first 5 picks they took were on defense. Obviously, they spent a lot of money. If they had a top 10 defense, I think, okay, that's what you signed up for. But instead, the defense is okay. It may be a little bit better, but that's the issue that I have is you make a bunch of investments there. You got to be really, really, really good on that side of the ball, especially surging into the second half of the year.
I'm curious on your thoughts on the Seahawks, because when Mike Macdonald took over there, a lot of people thought, this was a key component of that Baltimore coaching staff. And it seems like he's brought a lot to the table, and Sam Darnold continues to play really good football. Your thoughts on how good the Seahawks are this year?
Well, the one thing that Mike Macdonald did right away was he did get a top 10 defense. They had bottom 5 defense Pete Carroll's last 3 or 4 years, and he's immediately come in and made it good without using your top 5 picks on defense. So I give him a ton of credit there. They have a defensive mentality now, kind of a toughness to them. They've had some injuries. I think a lot of their secondary's been out, but they're going to get those guys back. I just like how he gets them playing on that side of the ball. So they have the anchor of a top 10 defense. And now from that, this year they got an identity on offense that they wanted. And they're not there in the run game yet, really. But, last year in the first year of Mike Macdonald, they had Ryan Grubb as their offensive coordinator from University of Washington, and he just wanted to throw from the shotgun every play. That's not how they want to play. They want to be a little bit Baltimore West with Mike Macdonald. And they're getting there. Sam Darnold's been a bit of a revelation, even compared to last year when he had a good year with Minnesota. He's been outstanding. He's been a couple notches above that. So, I guess you got to give them credit because they did the thing no one wants to do. They moved on from a pretty good quarterback, taking the risk that they may not be as good, but they actually got a lot better.
I mean, Dan mentioned the NFC West with the 3 5-win teams in the division, Rams, Seahawks, and 49ers. We know about the 49ers injury problems. Rams haven't been unscathed there either. And you just mentioned Seattle, but through 7 or 8 games for these teams, who do you like the most in the NFC West? Who do you think is the team to beat, Mike?
Yeah, so I think over the first half, I would probably lean towards the Rams until Seattle shows they can beat them, because the Rams have sort of had their number. But I do think Seattle has probably the most potential for growth over the second half of the year with a new offense, a new quarterback, getting some guys back on defense. I think they really could take a step in the second half, whereas I feel like the 49ers with those injuries are going to be treading water, and it's admirable how they play, but I don't see as much of a path for them to get a lot better in the second half. Certainly Purdy coming back will help, but and the Rams I think have been good, and I think they'll be pretty good. So Seattle is probably the team to watch in terms of their ceiling.
What'd you think of the NFL's virtual first down graphic last night, Mike?
I don't like it at all. I mean, look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but there's a lot of them around, right? And to me, when there's a delay, we don't know what they're doing. Are they building this graphic? Like, hey, let's make it 5 inches short. Nah, it looks more like 3. I don't think they're really doing that, but like they put this cheesy graphic up there that looked like something somebody could do in class for a project. I would much rather see like a laser light show where the camera comes in and it does a 3D wrap around the ball, and then you see it flash a couple times and they go 2.38 millimeters short, and you go, oh my, this is unbelievable.
Right.
Instead, they're putting like a card up there. It looks like they drew it.
I totally agree with you.
I felt the same way when they started using the Hawkeye technology in tennis, Mike. I was like, wait, we're delaying this to get a call, and it's a cartoon. It's basically a cartoon.
Yeah, so I think they could do a lot better job of like just explain how this works.
Yeah,
this is some black box that no one knows. What they could be in there like, hey, we need them to be short here because it's going to make the game more compelling in the end, and we're going to sell more to our sponsors. Do I think they're doing that? Probably not. Yeah. But show us that you're probably not doing it. At least with the chains,
right?
These guys are on the sideline. If somebody's paying them off, we would see it, right? If someone's like giving them $1,000, we would see it. You feel pretty good as a coach on the sideline. The whole game, these guys are there. Like, okay, they're there. I mean, they're doing their best job. Maybe they're not perfect, but how many times over the years have we really complained about the chains? It's more been the spot. We worry about the spot. Well, guess what? The spot is still being done the same way.
Mm-hmm.
So the spot is an estimate, and now they're telling us we're getting a super accurate portrayal of the estimate, but we still haven't changed where did the ball end up, right? As much.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
And that's the whole thing. It's not the measuring thing to me wasn't the problem. It's the spot.
Yeah. Very true. Mike Sando, our guest. Before we let you go, Mike, we were having the discussion earlier. You can't go a week without hearing some sort of controversy about the tush push and the Philadelphia Eagles. And last week against the Giants, the early whistle, forward progress was stopped. It looked like a fumble. If ever there was a play to me that doesn't warrant an early whistle, it's the tush push. Is that finally maybe the play that will eliminate this thing in this offseason, or is it going to be here to stay?
No, I think it could be. I think we're like one incident in the playoffs away. I think that's what it takes. It's just the high profile stuff gets the attention. And so if we all sort of look at something in the playoffs where, the Eagles ran 32 tush pushes or something, then I think we could see something change. But I think it's still probably on the edge right now with maybe a few more votes against. So yeah, I think it'll be close.
Mike, always great to have you on the show. Thanks so much for the insight. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike Sando, NFL writer for The Athletic, our guest here on the Bickley and Marotta Morning Show.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
Breaking news, and not good news if you're an Arizona State Sun Devil fan.
Oh,
no. Sam Levitt will not play Saturday for the Sun Devils in their road game against Iowa State.
Oof.
It's according to Chris Cartman.
Chris Cartman from Sun Devil Source. Yes, they broke the news. We'll react to that bit of bad news on the other side, unfortunately. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now O'Neal's going to inbound on the far side. He gets it to Booker. He'll shoot a three all alone and miss it off the back iron, and that'll do it. Jazz win it in overtime, 138-134, the final at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City. And the Suns end up winless on this three-game road trip.
We're talking about this Suns L today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today. We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those road shows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Luke. What can we realistically expect from ASU the rest of this season? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Well, Sam got retweaked there at the end. So I got tweaked at the beginning. We sent him in there, got some imaging. He wanted to go right back in, and I said, no, you're going to get imaging before you go back in. I don't care how you feel. And then he came back, and then at the end he tweaked himself again, so we held him out. And Jeff did a really nice job moving the ball down the field. Moved all the way down the field, scored a touchdown, 2-minute drill. And then there at the end, bang, bang play, great play by them to knock the ball out.
That's Kenny Dillingham, head coach of the Sun Devils, last Saturday night, explaining the in and out nature of Sam Levitt's availability in the Sun Devils' loss to Houston. It's going to be all out this week, not all in. The news breaking right before we took our last break. Allow myself to
introduce myself.
Chris Cartman from Sun Devil Source breaking the news. Sam Levitt listed as out already. It's only Tuesday.
Yeah.
He's out already for Saturday's game against Iowa State. I do agree with Kenny Dillingham. I thought Jeff Sims handled himself pretty well in a tough situation. Obviously, they couldn't get that last drive, scoring drive, untracked. But the throw he made to Mateer for the touchdown made it interesting. However, we have seen what this offense looks like without Sam Levitt. And even though with Sam Levitt and no Jordan Tyson, it was punchless last week. They didn't score for the first 3 quarters of that game. I don't give them much of a chance to win with Jeff Sims. No,
either do I.
And the other injuries piled on top of it.
And so you've got to ask yourself, how severe is this injury? Is this a multi-week injury? Will it affect Sam Levitt's draft status? If it does, is there a chance he might come back to college football next year? If that's a possibility, would he come back to ASU? Would a big-name program come in and sweep him up for, $12 million or whatever? There's a lot of stuff in the air when it comes to Sam Levitt. There have been a very, very marked increase in the amount of NFL scouts that have come to Sun Devils games this year. 20 of them at the 20 plus at the Texas Tech game, by the way. The Steelers have been hovering around Sam Levitt for quite some time. They're obviously a team that needs to get a successor to Aaron Rodgers. So there's a lot of stuff floating in the air with this. And I agree with you. Sam Levitt is such a dynamic player. It's hard to imagine ASU beating Iowa State without him. And credit to Jeff Sims. Like you said, I thought he was much better at the end of last week's game than he was in Salt Lake City on a night when really nobody was any good. But they're not winning much without Sam Levitt.
And just could wind up being a cursed season. Mm-hmm. In a season that had pretty much unlike any other ASU season.
Yep.
Expectations and excitement, bringing back all the talent that they did, and so much of that talent got hurt.
Look, this is, as I wrote about today, there are some benchmarks that the program has reached this year that speak to a real long-term revival, and that is 358 days without a conference loss. That's pretty impressive. 10 straight home wins. That's pretty impressive. Selling out all your tickets for a year. That's pretty impressive. The trick now is saving this season to the point where it doesn't feel like abject failure.
Like, where does it 8-4? Does 7-5 in play now?
Well, it's all dependent to Sam Levitt's injury.
Well, we haven't talked about the Jordan Tyson injury either.
Well, there's that too.
I mean, hamstrings, not necessarily a very quick healing injury. Mm-hmm. We see them linger in basketball. We see them linger in football. Mm-hmm. And we can't forget the fact, too, that Jordan Tyson injured that in the Texas Tech game. It was evident to anybody that was watching that game, and he finished the game. And that's the downside of it. He made plays to help them win that football game, and he did it on one leg. Mm-hmm. But did he do further damage?
And is he? And if he did, you're certainly not going to be willing to do further damage if you're expected to be the first wide receiver off the board at the NFL draft.
No, and we saw a game earlier with Sam Leavitt was not out. Jeff Sims was at quarterback. Jordan Tyson was available that night in Salt Lake City, and Utah had their way. Now, it wasn't a 32-point blowout because Sam Leavitt didn't play. The Sun Devils were going to get, everything else remaining the same. They were going to get beat that night.
Yep.
Utah was on a different level, and ASU's defense didn't show up to play. But again, the drop-off is pretty severe.
Yeah. So that's deflating news. So Kenny Dillingham is going to have to do a lot of instilling belief, and you're going to have to pull some rabbits out of some hats.
Oh, no doubt about it. Kenny Dillingham also talked yesterday when he had his weekly press conference. The news broke on Sunday night that Charlie Regal, the special teams coordinator, Kenny Dillingham's former coach in high school that gave Kenny Dillingham his start at Chaparral, taking a medical leave of absence. Kenny Dillingham talked about the impact of losing Charlie Regal from the coaching staff.
He did a lot. The hard part is not replacing the football. Football is football. The hard part is replacing the staff dynamics of who are people going to complain to now, right? It's the natural human nature, right? Not everybody likes everything we do. Like, who do they go to complain to? Who takes things off of my plate before they hit there? Who can, there's so many more layers to it than what the people see. Coach Regal was an instrumental part in taking a program that was on life support and bringing them to the highest it's been in decades. And sometimes people don't take that, into account, the things that he did to get us to that point.
Look, and there was a lot of speculation as well that the timing of this announcement of a medical leave of absence, and again, we all hope that Charlie Regal's health is in good order and he gets back to what he wants to do very shortly, but this came on the heels of two really bad special teams performances, one in a win against Texas Tech and one in a loss to Houston, and Kenny Dillingham was asked, hey, would this leave of absence have happened if the special teams performance had been better?
I know right now it's not the best thing for his health. And it's sad to say because he, like I said, he had so much more value than what people see on a Saturday night. There is a reason why, a program on life support got turned to have really high expectations, and that's what it should have. And he was an absolute vital piece to that, whether it was in the community, whether it was with our players, whether it was managing coaches that don't think we should tackle, think we should tackle, right? Have a different opinion, don't like our practice structure, like it. His ability to get everybody on the same page and prevent problems from escalating is, and staff morale is something that you can't put in words. And he was instrumental to be 5-3 right now, which a lot of teams would want to be, and to what we did last year. And it's weird coming in the office without him. I've never been a head coach without, him right there next to my office. So that is a little bit different, and I think it's going to be an adjustment for everybody.
Yeah, so lots of adjustments to be made this week for ASU football.
Yeah, listen, at this point, I think you're really just hanging on for survival. I mean, really. Your two best players are injured.
Well, three, they're depleted defensively, too.
Well, yeah, that is true.
Well, they didn't play without, they did play without Prince Dorba last week, and I think we saw the effects of that as well. It's
it's not ideal.
It's hard to recapture magic year to year.
It's impossible.
They had some magic last year. And
no doubt.
Even with the injuries, but man, they just seem to be piling up again. If you're just joining us, the breaking news this morning, Sam Leavitt ruled out already for Saturday's game against Iowa State. Not only that, they got to deal with that 9 o'clock body clock game. That's life in the Big 12.
Yeah, well, it's right.
Why not throw in a tornado, too? How about that?
Hey, it's Iowa.
Right,
Could happen.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to kick off the 9 o'clock hour and take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns' escape attempts out of deep holes continued in an overtime loss to the Jazz. Arizona State football is learning that sustained success requires heavy lifting, writes Dan Bickley. And the Cardinals released running back Michael Carter. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Southwest Gas supports the lifestyles of Arizonans and has been proud to do so for almost 100 years. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating the ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings, Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes. But natural gas is way more than just an essential ingredient in the kitchen. It helps support economic development and community growth. Like I said, for almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future in our community, please visit swgas.com.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options before you list your home. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvi's here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now, get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The late and improbable fourth quarter comeback for the Suns in Utah got the game to overtime where Lauri Markkanen hit a career-high 51 points en route to a 138-134 Jazz win, and the Suns fall to 1-3 to start the year, but will return home against the Grizzlies on Wednesday, and potentially we'll see the debut of Jalen Green sometime this week. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Kyler Murray is tracking to play Monday night in Dallas.
And it looks like Kyler Murray should be ready to come back from his foot injury. If all goes well this week, he's tracking to return.
In other Cardinals news, they released running back Michael Carter and cornerback Darren Hall yesterday. And last night, an instant classic in the Fall Classic, the Dodgers and Blue Jays went 18 innings, tied for the longest World Series game ever. And it was Freddie Freeman who hit a walk-off solo shot in the bottom of the 18th to win it 6-5 and give the Dodgers a 2-1 series lead. And they're right back at it tonight in LA. Game 4 will be over on ESPN 620. First pitch will be at 5, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour upon us on this Tuesday. Time to hit some social media activity here on Social Studies with Sammy.
Yes, good morning. We're going to jump right into. We've got 4 questions today, including one we talked a lot about yesterday. So if you want to find us, we're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. So let's jump in with the Phoenix Suns. What has impressed you the most through these first 4 games, and what has disappointed you the most in these first 4 games?
The fight has impressed me. I mean, it's not ideal to be down 20 points in an NBA game. It's not insurmountable, but it's not ideal. The fact that they have faced 20-point deficits in all 4 of those and come back in 2 of those occasions, that has impressed me so far. What's disappointed me, the starts, the first half defense has been pretty putrid so far, quite honestly.
Agreed. Yeah, for me, it'd be the defensive metrics. They are somewhere around 27th in the NBA.
That's not last.
No, it's not last.
It is last on Shaquille O'Neal.
That's funny. Now, that's funny. So that I was expecting something better, but you know what? I also have come to the realization that there's a belief that in basketball that defense is all about willpower and trying hard. There's more to it than that.
Absolutely. It's communication.
And just there's certain skills that go with being a really good defensive player.
I think what it did, Kellen, brought that up yesterday and saying that, like, people think that it's all about just effort. You try hard at a certain that could get you to a certain point.
Yeah.
But you do need to have talent, athleticism.
Length.
Yes.
Yeah. So even if this group of Suns try maximum effort every game, they don't have a lot of elite on-ball defenders. They just don't. So I think, and I've been guilty of falling to that cliche, that defense, it's just a matter of want to. That's only to a point.
Sure.
So the defense is what worries me, and like Vinny said, there is a fight to this team that is much better than last year. So I'm cool with that.
Yeah. I want to read Bruce's just because we talked a little bit about his disappointment. He said he's impressed with the effort. It's there. Unlike the last 2 years, he said he's disappointed is that the reality is that another team is likely to get a top 5 draft pick because they're going to see the Suns logo get pulled, and the Suns won't get that pick in the draft lottery. That's a reality in which we might have to live in. All right, so if again you're just joining us, Sam Levitt will not play on Saturday. So ASU fans, what does the team have to do now for this to be a successful season, or is it already too disappointing to save?
No. Listen, there have been a lot of disappointments. I won't dispute that, but I think right from this point, it all depends on how long Sam Levitt is gone. If he's gone an extended period of time, you got to find a way to get to 7 victories, and you've got to beat Arizona.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's an extended period of time, like I don't think Saturday looks very good, but the remaining schedule is
they're playing the dregs of the league.
Pretty manageable. I think they could still reach 8 wins, even with an injury. But again, we don't have any visual proof or experiential proof of Jeff Sims being able to lead this team to a victory. Now, he's been put in a couple of tough situations. we got to see that first, but I don't think 8 wins is out of the realm of possibility.
No, I don't either. SRW said, win out, maybe not the Iowa State game. Get some great recruits in the process, and he's worried that if you thought Scadaboo leaving left a void, just wait until Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson might be out the building. So he's worried that a disappointing rest of the year might affect the recruiting. I don't know. I think Kenny does a pretty good job in that regard. And then Arthur, our guy in the fantasy football league, he said,
"Oh no, the loser."
He said, kind of like my team that Sammy put on blast. It's too disappointing right now. Hey, the Sun Devils aren't 1-7. Okay, 2 more questions for us. We've talked about Shohei Ohtani and what he's been doing in the postseason. So Shohei Ohtani is the best blank. MLB player right now, MLB player of his generation, MLB player of all time, or athlete of all time?
Number 3 for me. MLB player of all time. Now, I never saw Babe Ruth play, but I can't imagine a baseball player being better than Shohei Ohtani.
Well, as somebody who saw Babe Ruth's whole career, I would agree. He's the best Major League Baseball player of all time. I wanted to clarify something because recently, it was during the National League Championship Series. I wasn't really part of the conversation, but I was around people that were having the conversation. And they were like, he's the best hitter of all time? He's the best pitcher of all time. And I went, I inserted myself into the conversation at that point, and I said, he's absolutely not the best pitcher of all time. No. He's really good at pitching.
Mm-hmm. He's not the best hitter or pitcher right now.
I mean, the hitting thing is debatable.
He's probably the best hitter.
He might be.
But he's not the best pitch. I mean, he's not a better hitter than Barry Bonds was.
No,
Barry Bonds hit 60 home runs and hit 350.
I thought you meant in the MLB
While
right now.
drug-fueled.
Well, that's true.
Mm-hmm. A couple of responses.
Listen, Aaron Judge's metrics as a hitter last year pretty much blew away everybody.
Right, exactly.
I want to read this and get your response on this. So Jared, he said, how can you call a pitcher DH the best, quote, athlete of all time? He's a phenomenal baseball player, but other sports need much more athletic ability to be top tier in their respective
Is it
sport.
not athletic to throw 100 miles an hour? Is it not athletic to hit the ball 500 feet?
I totally agree. I knew that would get a response out of you, Jared.
Is it not athletic to steal 50 bases?
Yep. I'm with you, man. I am with you. Okay, the last question, we posed it yesterday. We're going to get to it. What would you name the curse that we're living through in Phoenix sports, and why?
Okay.
Yeah, I saw some of the responses. I really like the cactus curse.
The cactus curse, yes. There were a couple of those. Vinny, did you get a chance to ponder?
I did not, but I got some response from my buddy Will yesterday.
What did Will say?
Who had a couple of them.
While he finds that, my favorite is from Kevin Jones, the curse of the coin flip.
That's what Will said.
I like
curse of
that.
the coin flip, and then he said the other one is pandering to Bick, the curse of the statue.
And so Kevin Jones typed in the curse of the coin flip. There were a couple other coin flip curses, but he said our curse stemmed from the coin flipped for Lou Alcindor, who's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That might be more specific to the Suns, but it was definitely the first of many bad fortunes to happen to AZ sports teams. Some other ones, the only alleged sports curse I know about is the Coyotes curse, but that's recently.
Speaking of that, have you noticed the Utah Mammoth are in first place with a 7-game winning streak?
Yes,
I did.
Jared gave
my
me the award
hardware yesterday.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well, I didn't do it on hardware. I did it on the.
Let's see him finish.
Oh, I did do it.
Let's see him finish.
They have the best record in the NHL. Fabulous stuff.
No, I think the Devils have the best record.
Well, they have the most points, tied for the most points as of yesterday.
All right.
The last one I'll read before we dip for break. Derek said the curse of the haboob, because it seems good and looks cool at the start. Then when it rolls in, it's gross, and you get trapped in whatever leaves, and it leaves a nasty taste after. It's not bad. So
the Mammoth also have the second most goals in hockey.
It's almost like they're a fun young hockey team.
They just saved up all those goals they didn't score for 28 years, and they're using them now.
So there you guys go. At Bickley _Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata elsewhere, in Arizona Sports on YouTube.
On the Coyotes thing, the Coyotes are still in Phoenix, right? Because I saw that the Hurricanes and the Avalanche just did a throwback where they wore the Nordiques
and the Whalers
jerseys.
Yeah.
Like the Mammoth couldn't do that, right, with the Coyotes, or could they?
No, and I don't think other teams should do that either.
Right.
It's like, hey, we stole your team. Now we're gonna steal your uniform.
Right.
That you both hold so dear.
Right.
It's
Exactly.
Lame. It is absolutely lame.
That'd be like the Thunder doing a Supersonics jersey.
Right.
Yeah, and could you imagine what would happen?
They would be, so mad.
I can't imagine, and I think there's still hockey fans in Quebec City, and I still think there's hockey fans in Hartford, Connecticut, that were probably pretty pissed. If it happened to the Seattle Supersonics, it would be very, very loud.
Yes.
And I don't even think Oklahoma City would have the gumption to even try something like that.
I don't either.
And nor should they. Thanks, Sammy.
Yeah.
Social studies every day at 9 o'clock. Tune into Arizona Sports at Night. Right after Burns and Gambo, Kellen and Mitch preview the Cardinals as they take on the Cowboys on Monday Night Football, plus the Suns as they host Ja Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow night. Listen, that's tonight, by the way. Arizona Sports at Night with Mitch and Kellen. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next. Where am I going?
This is a gambling thing.
Yeah.
Sure.
I thought there was a tease for that, Jared. Did you
I did it, and then it...
Did you delete it?
I deleted it, but... Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll explain off the air.
An interesting gambling story coming from the New York Times with some crazy facts that we'll share with you next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is it. When we talked about coming into this season, and this was going to be a pivotal year for Kyler Murray. And I think Kyler Murray would say that himself coming into this season.
He's a competitor.
He would acknowledge that. He's a competitor. Exactly right. Well, you know what? Here it is. The die is cast over the last 10 games of the season. They need excellent quarterback play to win 6 of them. They're going to need excellent quarterback play. Not just good, but excellent. And we'll see if he's got that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW. I believe in a couple of different things. Number one, nothing costs too much if it's worth it. Number two, few things are worse than the high price of mediocrity. You find that everywhere in the automotive world, where the average price that people are paying for a new car is $700 a month. It is now exceeded in terms of monthly payment. That is incredible. You will not find anything mediocre at Chapman BMW, a family-run, award-winning business for 58 years. Great vibe at Chapman BMW. Employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the automotive industry. Great reputation for elite service and handling. Great reputation for making luxury attainable. Now, I've had some people roll their eyes at that and say, come on, Bick, I can't afford a new BMW. It is not as far out of reach as you might think. Chapman BMW, something for everybody in terms of price range. Plus, you have got the hookup at Chapman BMW. Go take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He guarantees every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get a smoking hot deal, the best price you're going to find in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching.
This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy, and if Kyler Murray does return for the Cardinals this week, what do we expect to see against the Cowboys in Dallas? Join us starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
We roll on during the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. And a shout-out to our fine listeners out in the East Valley today. Our listeners in Gilbert, who according to Wikipedia, Bick, once known as the hay shipping capital of the world, in Gilbert, Arizona.
Hey!
Exactly.
That was 100 years.
Wow.
That was 100 years ago. But thanks to all of our listeners in Gilbert. I don't know if you saw the news. The NBA, Bick, sent a memo out to all 30 teams yesterday.
Uh-huh.
On
that should do it.
Reassessing its measures on legal sports betting, how it should be regulated, what types of bets should be allowed, and the best ways to protect players from the, quote, dire risks that gambling can impose upon their careers and livelihoods.
Imagine that.
Yeah. This in the wake of the arrests of Terry Rozier of the Miami Heat and Chauncey Billups, the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers, who were both indicted as part of a federal investigation into gambling schemes and betting involving sports betting and poker. Look, what's the saying? The horse is out of the barn.
Yeah, that's right. And the hay's been shipped out of Gilbert.
You alerted me to this article, which appears. It's an opinion piece by June Lee, and it's in the New York Times. And there's some eye-opening stuff in here.
Oh, there sure is.
Gambling is killing sports and consuming America is the name of the article by June Lee. And some of the stats that are shared really, really make you think. 37% of all American adults and 60% of avid fans say they have placed a bet on sports. Nearly half of men ages 18 to 49 report having an online sports betting account. 21%, a 2025 survey found that 21% of sports bettors say they've verbally abused an athlete in person or online.
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
And
That's a real high number for that kind of uncivility or lack of civility.
There's a quote from Lucas Giolito, now a pitcher for the Boston Red Sox, who says, quote, "We call ourselves zoo animals," and he says he's been threatened and told to kill himself by upset online gamblers. We've talked about that particular issue for quite some time, and even before legalized gambling, there was the fantasy football aspect to it. You cost me my fantasy league. Like, losing out on $200 gives you the right to talk to people that way. It's just terrible form, but it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Unless these athletes shield themselves from social media, which is the biggest and the simplest solution to all of this on their front. But why should they have to do that to avoid death threats and terrible language lobbed their way because they didn't do their job to your satisfaction? The whole thing is just gross.
Oh, well, listen. So the point of this piece, it acknowledges that legalized sports gaming may have saved the ratings business in sports, that in the early 2011s, 2012s, that every major sport was losing young viewers. who had other options, other things to watch, other forms of entertainment, and they convinced the sports leagues that, hey, if we legalize gambling, you're going to engage these young people and you're going to stop this drift, this ratings drift. And that did happen. That has happened. The ratings have spiked in almost all the sports, and with that has come lucrative television rights deals. So that part of it has worked. But the other part of it that the story really focuses on are these trouble markers that they've blown right through, that there are no guardrails, that the prop bets have made sort of insider trading, if you will, very, very easy for athletes to do, that it's changed the tone, that it's normalized gambling, which is different than legalizing gambling.
That's a very fair distinction.
Very much so.
Yeah.
And so they wonder, or this piece wonders, where this whole thing is going because of what we have seen in terms of the rising frequency of these scandals. And there haven't been a lot of them, but they are trending in the wrong direction, right? And he concludes this article by pointing out, when you take a look at these rising trends of scandals, quote, the public's fading trust points to an industry rotting from the inside, one that rewards corruption, punishes transparency, and treats addiction as a business model. The same institutions that claim to protect the integrity of the game have built an economy dependent on its erosion. And the deeper the rot goes, the more it misleads fans that gambling isn't just part of sports, but part of being an American. The leagues will say the soul of the game is intact, that nothing's changed, but anyone paying attention can see what's happening. If we lose sports, the last place we're allowed to scream, believe, lose, and still return, we don't just lose a game, we lose one of the last shared places where fairness still felt possible, the faith that effort, honesty, and hope could still decide the outcome. It's pretty powerful stuff.
It is.
Pretty heavy.
And I don't know if you saw the story. There was I don't have the story in front of me, but there's a mafia enforcer from one of the crime families who did an interview and said, hey, these players that got arrested, they might have been strong-armed by the mob. Hey, you got to participate or we're going to ruin your life.
Yeah.
There could have been that. There was, when the arrest came out last week, and a lot of people focused, well, the focus was on Rozier and Billups, obviously, because, and I think this part was underreported, but Billups was involved on both sides of it. The poker operation, which was just diabolical.
Yeah.
And also the manipulation of availability for players and sharing that information with those who didn't need to have that information before it was made public.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if you saw any of the research that people were doing on their own and uncovering Terry Rozier's on-court performance.
Oh.
In some games last year.
Yeah.
There was a game where Miami was playing Cleveland, and I watched this, and my jaw dropped just to see this cut-up of lowlights. It was a super cut of what not to do on a basketball court. It reminded me of the movie Blue Chips. Spoiler alert. Coming.
Yeah.
But you've had enough time to watch the movie if you haven't so far.
Right.
Have you seen Blue Chips, Sammy?
Haven't, but it's
All right,
okay.
I'm going to ruin it for you. It's still good. But there's the scene where they realize that Tony has been point shaving, and they put in the video from last season, and it's just this. In the movie, it's a supercut of bad passes and horrible shots that didn't have a chance. I felt like I was watching that, like Terry Rozier just throwing passes to nowhere.
Curious.
Look, this
Yeah.
curious to say the least. But very, very, we're at the tip of the iceberg on this whole investigation and what's going to come out of all this.
And the point is, and I've seen all sorts of social media, all sorts of people questioning all sorts of athletes. That's the point of this piece. When you start questioning what you're seeing to that level, what do we have here?
Well, that's the thing is we go through this, and it's not necessarily tied to gambling, although I guess it ultimately is. I've dealt with people for so long on social media because I do care about the outcomes of games, and I root for teams and outcomes. And when you care that much, you call it, well, what are you watching this for? It's fixed. Or do you watch it? Yes. Well, why are you watching what you think is a fixed operation? I'll never, ever get that. And I don't think I hope it's not that deep, but these types of stories and the experiences that people have, It'll open your eyes to it. And I'm pretty naive on this whole subject.
Okay.
I'll admit it.
And then when you talk societally, a study in Maryland found that about 20% of online sports bettors engaged in what they call disordered gambling, the kind of gambling where someone does it compulsively and it damages their life in the process, with another 31% at risk, which means half of all online sports bettors are either dysfunctional or in danger of dysfunction. Gambling addictions also has the highest rate of suicide among all addictions, and if that weren't bad enough, another study showed a substantial increase in average bankruptcy rates, debts sent to collections, use of debt consolidation loans, and auto loan delinquencies in states after the legalization of online sports betting.
Yeah, man, gambling is the best.
No, listen, I'm not judging. You do whatever you want. I'm just putting this out there that these are risks that people no longer think about because it's been so normalized.
It's just like anything else. It's like alcohol.
Well,
I'm sure there's plenty of stats on alcohol's impact.
I'm certain, yeah.
I'll raise my glass to that, Jared.
Yeah, cheers, Jarrett.
Jarrett standing up for gambling. Again. I like it.
Well, no, I'm just saying that it's too late.
It is.
They're already making money from it. They're not going to get rid of it.
No, but and that's the thesis statement of all of this is they made this decision to go down this road, and the horse is out of the barn, and it's not getting back in.
No.
Coming up next, we'll lighten the mood a little bit, and you can bet on that.
Oh, my goodness.
A round of mustache, not a mustache. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now O'Neal's going to inbound on the far side. He gets it to Booker. He'll shoot a three all alone and miss it off the back iron, and that'll do it. Jazz win it in overtime, 138-134, the final at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City. And the Suns end up winless on this three-game road trip.
We're talking about this Suns L today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Spinato's Pizzeria has been a Valley favorite for more than half a century. Hey, it's Vince Murata. One of the reasons why is Spinato's catering menu. It is absolutely legendary. So during football season, if you're having the gang over at your place, don't fumble the food responsibilities. Head to Spinato's. They've got you covered. We're talking Chicago-style pizzas, mouth-watering pastas, monster wings, meatballs, fresh salads, desserts, even a bunch of gluten-free options to keep everybody in your game day crew happy without missing a play. And it is easy as well. Just hit up the catering menu at spinatospizzeria.com. Place your order, and you'll be the MVP regardless of how many people you are feeding. You got a couple days left, too, till the end of October to experience a Spinato's favorite, a fan favorite, which they brought back. It's called the Wizard of Za, a spicy chipotle peach pizza. It is overflowing with sweet heat, and they are pairing it with hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. It is bold, it's different, and just like everything else on the pizza menu at Spinato's, it works. Spinato's has got you covered, whether it's game day, pizza night, or if you're just hungry for something awesome, with 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Tempe, Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, and Gilbert. Spinato's also the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury, so you can enjoy the great taste on game day as well. Take care of all of your game day catering needs and order online at spinatospizzeria.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After opening their season with a win, the Suns have now lost 3 straight, including a wild one in overtime last night in Utah, 138-134, and they'll be back home on Wednesday night for the Memphis Grizzlies. Some tough news for ASU fans. Quarterback Sam Leavitt is expected to miss Saturday's game against Iowa State due to injury. As the Cardinals come off their bye week, they'll get ready for the Dallas Cowboys on Monday night, and according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Kyler Murray is tracking to be ready for it tonight. And tonight, after an 18-inning roller coaster of a game, the Blue Jays and Dodgers will play Game 4 in LA right here on ESPN. 6:20, and first pitch will be at 5, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is which player will be more important to the Suns this season, Jalen Green or Mark Williams?
Ooh, let's see.
I'll defer to you, Mr. Suns PA guy.
Oh, yeah. Back in the saddle.
Back in the saddle
Tomorrow.
Wednesday night.
Oh, yeah.
Season
Tomorrow
debut.
Night. Yeah. I can't forego the nap tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go.
You can make cases for both, but I just think the absence of Jalen Green has kind of exposed that a little bit.
They're deeper at Mark Williams' position.
They are, and I'm gonna give the edge to Jalen Green.
Yeah, that's where I would go to. 54% of the vote to Jalen Green, 46% to Mark Williams, and that's today's Arizona Sports Poll Question.
Yeah, vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
The mustache. What? You don't like it? It's disgusting.
I don't care what you think about this. This is not for you.
Who's it for? The 83 Yankees bullpen?
Oh, baby! That time of week, that time of day for America's fastest-growing facial-related quiz sensation, Mustache. We'll be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley Murata with the guess whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. First 1 to 10 points wins. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. And today's topic, we haven't really talked about it this week, but we are only a few days away from Halloween. Ooh, it's so spooky. So, Today's topic are all things spooky.
I'm scared.
I know. I hope you're okay. Dan, would you like to go?
By the way, how did you win both of the weeks I was gone? Oh no, I wasn't here the last 2 Tuesdays.
Yeah. We didn't. I don't think we played.
We did. We played.
Yeah.
I think Dan won because I think Tim Ring was especially. I think both Tim and Kellen were both very bad. Yes. I'm now remembering that they were both particularly terrible. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Dan, would you like to go first or second?
I'll go first.
Would you like to go first?
Sure.
Well, if you'd like to go
Never
first, then
happened
perhaps
before.
you'd like this one.
Echoed voices in the night. She's a restless spirit on an endless flight. Ooh, witchy woman, see how high she flies.
All right, that's the Eagles, and if that's Don Henley, it's not a mustache.
I was of an era, I believe, where they all had mustaches, beards, at least from the live performance that I did in my research.
Okay.
You could check me on that.
I'll check it out.
You could check it out.
I'll check it out.
A witch, though. Ooh, a witch is so scary. All right. Vince Marotta.
Jared Carlin.
Little old lady got mutilated late last night. Werewolves of London again. Werewolves of London.
Coyotes goal by number 17, Radim Verbata. That is Warren Zevon mustache.
That is Warren Zevon without a mustache. That era. So
really?
we are yes, absolutely. Now, they played that at Coyotes games?
That was the Coyotes goal music.
Do you
for a
ever
long
leave
time.
your home?
No, it's a setup for why? Obviously, that's werewolves. It's not coyotes. That doesn't make
There
sense.
was no song called Coyotes
I know,
of
but
Phoenix.
Right. It's just the ow part.
I get you. All right.
Yeah.
Dan Bickley.
You think Jarrett worked in sport or something?
Here we go. Well, I was just setting it up. I was saying it that way to prove a point.
Okay.
As a duly designated representative of the city, county, and state of New York, I order you to cease any and all supernatural activity and return forthwith to your place of origin or to the nearest convenient parallel dimension.
Are you a god?
No.
Dan Aykroyd from Ghostbusters, not a mustache.
That is correct. Okay. Good.
That ought to do it, Ray.
Yeah, that's right. That's my next line. That's
All right, Vince.
Yep.
How's it hanging? I'm David Pumpkins, and I'm gonna scare the hell out of you.
I watched part of that sketch. It's so stupid.
Yeah,
it
it
makes
is.
me laugh. I love it so much. Tom Hanks from Saturday Night Live, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right.
All right, so I need to throw a challenge flag first
Go.
of all. So this is
Go for it.
this is Don Henley, the year he wrote "Witchy Woman," and you'll see eventually here.
Apparently, we have dial-up internet now. In
Those-
the
everybody-
on, man.
If you're watching live on video on YouTube at Arizona Sports, you could see
Hold on.
multi-screen Dan Bickley here trying to prove me wrong.
I'm giving you
That's
the
all right. Yeah, we're gonna. It's all right. You don't. Well, we're gonna put Sammy on it to make the final call, but I see what you're.
Okay.
Wow, it is coming up like a.
Yeah, it is.
It's a leg. Stay
All right.
tuned. Okay.
Go ahead, Sammy. Do some research.
Who's
Okay.
this? What's his name?
There's a band called Eagles.
Don Henley. And the
yeah.
song I think was written when?
Witch A Woman. I don't know. In the
Witch-
70s. All right.
Witch-
Okay.
Witch-
all right.
Which A? Are you
Which
from
A woman?
Tempe, Jared?
Witch A Woman. All right.
All right.
Dan, we got to hurry up here.
All
Here
right,
we go.
go ahead.
Dan.
Yeah. Is that Alice Cooper, Jared? Not a mustache.
That is correct. Be my Frankenstein. Ooh, scary.
Picks up 5-3.
All right, Vince.
Yeah.
Tomorrow you will stand at the beamer and pray. But tonight, let's gaze at the moon and bathe. Werewolf for mitzvah, spooky, scary. Wolves becoming men, men becoming wolves.
That is
Talk about stupid.
Tracy Morgan as Tracy Jordan on 30 Rock.
Wow.
And I don't
What a
believe
flex.
he had a mustache.
That's correct. All right.
Well done, Vinny.
Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
And so it looks you right between the eyes.
That's Michael Jackson, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. This is a spooky edition of Mustache, Not a Mustache. Oh, my God. Oh, Vince.
Yeah.
There's something strange in your neighborhood. Who you gonna call?
Ray Parker Jr. Mustache.
That is correct. All right, last 2 clues.
All right.
In the spooky edition
We're tied
of
at 7.
Halloween.
All of times have come. Here, but now they're gone. Seasons don't feel the reaper.
More cowbell. That's Blue Oyster Cult. I believe their singer's name is Eric Bloom. Don't quote me on that. And I'm going to guess not a mustache.
They have a mustache, which means Vince can win it with this clue. Vinny.
You're gonna wish you died. Ooh, ah, ow, ooh, ooh, ah, ah, ah.
What the heck?
Anything there? Anything's tingling in your brain?
I can't. I think I know who it is. I don't know where it's from, but I think I know who it is.
Okay.
And I know once I say it, and if I'm right, you're going to tell me what it's from, and I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
I think it's Paul Rubens.
That is correct.
Not a mustache.
Wow.
That is incorrect.
Okay,
It is Paul Rubens. He has a goatee.
Now, what about my challenge?
I have a ruling. We are ruling Don Henley mustache.
Oh, my goodness. So what does that mean? Are we tied?
Yeah, we're tied.
We're tied, which means we'll go to a tiebreaker right after this. It was from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the movie.
Right, that's
Mustache.
Not a mustache.
I hope no listeners were frightened during that segment.
I know I was.
So cheeseball.
He is scared. We'll determine a winner of this garbage next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Only got a mustache.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle. Heads for the end zone. Touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Fall's arrived in the valley, the time of year we live for in Arizona, the time we love to be outside with the family enjoying incredible weather, which means it's also a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Great time for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted if you're a golfer. Great time to install artificial turf. Turf Monsters can give you and your dog and your family a beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassles and the mess of installing real sod, and you save a ton of time and money with artificial turf where you don't have to hire landscapers or pick weeds on the weekend. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas to pickleball courts, Turf Monsters can create a backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out their work. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing loving it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Man, I thought this was going to be upbeat.
I've got some big news. The bank finally came through. And
You know this song, right, Vic?
Oh, yeah, Viddy.
Who is this,
I've
Sammy?
got this on.
I don't know. I need
Have you
more.
been outside?
It sounds like
Sure is a nice night.
Everybody else?
Yeah. How
no,
about
it sounds like Eric Church.
It's not Eric Church. It's Brad Paisley.
Ah, yes.
This is, of course, Mud on the Tires, #1 country song back in 2004.
I like 20 cigarettes better.
You know why I'm playing Brad Paisley?
No.
He's part of World Series history now.
Oh.
There's been 2 18-inning games in the history of the World Series. Game 3 of the 2017 World Series, won by the Dodgers over the Red Sox, 3-2 on a Max Muncy home run in the 18th inning. And last night's affair, won by Freddie Freeman, Dodgers over the Blue Jays. Brad Paisley has played the national anthem at both of those
That's
games.
amazing.
That's so cool.
That's a great stat.
So next time, again, we're all about advice for gamblers here.
Yeah. I'll keep
an
my
eye,
finger on
yeah.
that.
After that 9:15 segment.
Yeah, that little segment made you two a little bit squeamish. I know, we noticed.
But next time you see
Sammy ran out of the room and you got real defensive
Brad
at the end.
Paisley.
Hey, wait, what's you and your beer, Bickley? Shut up.
No, I was just.
Gamble responsibly, folks.
Next time Brad Paisley's doing the anthem, maybe pluck down a couple shekels on an 18-inning game. Mud on the tires.
They love saying the word
Today's
shekels.
Song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
The entire valley waiting with bated breath
Oh,
to determine
no doubt.
this week's winner of Mustache, Not a Mustache, after a controversial ruling.
The edge of their car seats. And so today's tie-breaking question is, Halloween's on the horizon, and people will dress up. The sporting figures that dress up are known as the mascots. All right, so the first mascot, his name was Handsome Dave. What year did Handsome Dave start the mascot trend? So when did mascots originate?
I feel like we need more background on this.
All right,
It must have been college sports.
It was college sports at Yale University.
Oh, okay, that's helpful.
That's very helpful.
All right. I'm gonna
Handsome Dave.
I'm gonna submit my
Handsome
guess
Dan.
via messenger
Handsome
to
Dan.
Sammy.
Handsome Dan. Is that?
Vinny.
All right.
All right,
My
I'll
guess
just,
is in.
Yeah, I'll just guess 1918.
Close, but Vinny very much closer. Vinny guessed
Wow.
1879. The correct answer was 1889.
Ooh.
Wow.
Well done, Vinny.
Handsome Dan, the bulldog.
I think you got screwed on the Don Henley thing.
I think I did too, but it's okay.
I did some research.
Okay, yeah. Listen, you're the arbiter. I have to
First you
accept your ruling.
We're 5 years into this game, and that's kind of one of the problems with it. Is I'm sure Don Henley sang "Which Hey Woman"
Right, which hey, woman.
with and without a mustache.
Right, many times. I know he did the research.
Probably right here in Tempe.
Tempe. Which
Sammy did the research first. He Googled who is Don Henley. Who are the Eagles?
Yeah, right. You deserve that win, though, Vinny. You had tougher questions. You're good. We're all good.
All right.
Enjoy your triumph.
Oh my God, the parade around town with the trophy is going to be amazing. So tonight, the Dodgers and Blue Jays Game 4 of the World Series. Baseball world still buzzing over last night's 18-inning affair. Tonight we get a double treat because it's Shohei Ohtani is going to be on the mound. Shohei Ohtani, who reached base 9 times.
9 times.
In last night's game, will be the starting pitcher. I thought it would be an interesting exercise now to try to project his stat line, both on the mound and at the plate tonight for Shohei Ohtani. Bick, we'll start with you.
Okay, I think this guy is so clutch, and I think he is going to do something spectacular again tonight. I'm going to go 2 more home runs, 8 innings pitched, 8 or more strikeouts.
2 home runs.
2 homers, 8 innings pitched, 8 or more strikeouts.
8 plus Ks. I'm going to go 1 for 4 at the plate with a single. No, you know what? I'm taking it to the extreme. Because I said this to you off the air, Bick.
right.
I think he's going to go 0 for 0 because he's going to walk 4 times intentionally.
Ooh.
And he's going to go 6 2/3, 9 strikeouts.
That's a good call.
I think he comes down to earth.
That's like betting 0 on the Showcase show.
Right. I think he comes down. I think he comes back down to earth for this one game. I think he only is mediocre. I think he goes 1 for 4, and I think he only pitches 5 innings, gives up 4 runs.
Wow.
For all
5 strikeouts.
Hater.
I hope I'm wrong because
4 earned runs.
4 earned runs. I love Shohei Ohtani. I love watching unparalleled greatness. I hate the Dodgers, but I do like him.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Sammy, what do you see?
I'm in the camp where I would love to see the dominance continue, but at some point he's a human being.
Is he though?
Right.
You're right. I'll go.
He's never been tested for humanity.
No, you're right. It's a good point.
18 innings is a lot of innings. I'm going to go 1 for 4 as well with a double. And then I think 4 innings.
4 innings?
4 innings, 6 Ks.
4 innings ain't happening after last night's
We'll
game.
see.
Even if he's struggling, he's going at least 5.
Yeah, they're going to throw Shohei to the Wolves. You're going to take one for the team, Shohei.
4 innings, 6 Ks, 3 earned. Dodgers win, though. Wow, we're all over the place.
So I was not the George Springer injury huge.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen an update on his status for tonight's game. But I was more paying attention to the Suns game last night.
Mm-hmm.
And at the beginning of the series, I said, hey, getting Bo Bichette back is huge for Toronto. And he was hitting in the cleanup spot, and he got 4 at-bats. They pinch ran for Bo Bichette last night. I mean, nobody could foresee the game going to 18 innings. But
that's it. That's one of those things where, as a manager, you look pretty stupid. Right?
when it works out the way that it
right,
did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you get past 18 innings, you should get to bring players back into the game because it's like you played an entire another game, and now you get to.
That would be a good rule amendment.
I mean, it's so rare that you ever get that far.
But the fact that Dave Roberts was about to give the ball to a position player in a World Series game, had Yoshinobu Yamamoto not raised his hand and said, "Skip, I'll do it. I'll take one for the team." That would have been incredible.
Yeah, baseball and soccer. I think the only two sports where once you're subbed out, you can't go back in.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
It's true.
Is that wrong?
I don't know the cricket rules, but yeah.
Cricket, you're probably allowed back in because those matches last 4 days.
Yeah, they do.
Uh-huh.
By the way, Brad Paisley, between 1999 and 2011, 18 number one country songs.
Wow.
I could not name one of them.
You and me both.
Mud on the Tires. He's got one called Whiskey Lullaby.
Good song.
That's going to do it for us on this Tuesday. Thanks to Mike Sando for joining us. We are back tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6. Wolf and Luke up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Paul Calvese here. Let's talk estate planning because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The late and improbable fourth quarter comeback for the Suns in Utah got the game to overtime, where Lauri Markkanen hit a career-high 51 points en route to a 138-134 Jazz win, and the Suns fall to 1-3 to start the season, but will return home against the Grizzlies on Wednesday, and potentially we'll see the debut of Jalen Green sometime this week. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Kyler Murray is tracking to play Monday night in Dallas.
And it looks like Kyler Murray should be ready to come back from his foot injury. If all goes well this week, he's tracking to return.
In other Cardinals news, they released running back Michael Carter and cornerback Darren Hall yesterday. Some tough news for ASU fans. Quarterback Sam Leavitt is expected to miss Saturday's game against Iowa State due to injury. And last night, an instant classic in the Fall Classic. The Dodgers and Blue Jays went 18 innings, tied for the longest World Series game in history. It was Freddie Freeman who hit a walk-off solo shot in the bottom of the 18th to win it 6-5 and give the Dodgers a 2-1 series lead. They're back at it tonight over on ESPN 620. First pitch from LA will be at 5. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, man? You all jacked up and ready to go broadcasting on a Tuesday, of course.
Doing great. We got more good news. So, no, wait, we don't.
Man, Monday was tough, Basinonians, was it not, for all of us? I mean, if you are a local Basinonian, as I like to call them, of course, and if you are a sports fan, it was a rough weekend. There's no doubt about it. It was a rough weekend. And all the sports, all 4 sports are rolling right now, which is really, really kind of cool as well. When we had all 4 sports, that was cool.
Yeah.
Until Utah ripped us off.
Currently the best of our 4 sports teams plays in Utah.
Yes.
Which, what a turnaround that is, that they're as good as they are now. Great baseball game last night.
Oh,
that might be the understatement of the century. We'll get into that in a little bit. We got a lot of Cardinals news, certainly. The Suns. Great rally. They end up coming up short, but, they fought back. But we have to start with ASU and the fact that Sam Leavitt is now officially out for Saturday's game against Iowa State.
This has just been a theme, has it not, Masonians? Yep. It has been a theme for ASU right now, and it's awful. There's nothing you can say about it. Injuries happen to every team that is out there. It's just who specifically gets injured that may be the determinant as to what kind of season you're going to have. And this has been a very disappointing season right now, knowing that Sam Leavitt has been ruled out for the Iowa State game.
Yeah, it's just, I realized today the most frustrating thing, trying to explain this to people that maybe aren't here or don't follow ASU, and I'm getting, texts from people being like, so was last year just kind of a fluke, or what's going on with ASU? Like, none of their players are playing. They're all hurt. I think, maybe it's harder for me to pull emotion out of this.
Well,
but
you can't say that. Don't use hyperbole to make your
most
point.
of their players aren't playing.
Yes, a lot of their players.
It's not
are
just
out, including their best players.
It's not just Leavitt and Tyson. Those ones grabbed the headlines, but you don't have Xavier Alford. You didn't have Prince Dorba. You don't have the guy that was supposed to be your number 1 running back. Now, I know guys step up in some of these situations.
You don't have Ben Coleman.
You don't have Ben Coleman. Like, you pretty clearly don't have like 8 of your starters. And so...
Well, why would that matter? 8 of your starters. There's only 22 of them.
It's going to matter. And that's the most frustrating part of it to me, because you don't want to see anything decided this
definitively by injury. I mean, you're right. Every team has injuries. It's kind of shed a light on the fact that ASU was pretty fortunate last year to avoid the injuries. I mean, they didn't have Levitt for a game. They lost it. They didn't have Tyson for a couple games at the end of the year. They overcame it. But for the most part, ASU wasn't running their second team out there for games last year, their whole second team, and that's kind of where we're heading now.
Yeah, there are two things you really can't sustain, ladies and gentlemen, as a football team and typically do well and overcome injuries, and that is when it happens in one specific room where you get decimated. Like the Arizona Cardinals defensive line room. Yeah. You remember that, how unbelievable that was, just decimated by injury, and that really matters. That plays in. I don't care if you're strong in the defensive line room or you were weak in the defensive line room. If you suffer a rash of concentrated injuries in one position room, offensively or defensively, you're in trouble. Mm-hmm. And the other one is your starting quarterback. And if he's banged up, it's tough to win games with those two types of injuries.
There are teams where your drop off from your starter to your backup, and this isn't like a commentary on Jeff Simmons, but I'm just saying, like we saw Texas Tech a couple weeks ago. Will Hammond, a lot of them believe he's their better quarterback. So it's a drop off from your starter to your backup. But if the backup is supposed to be the better one, or at least even, it's still tough, but you can sort of navigate it. But Levitt is one of ASU's 2 or 3 best players. What's their record without him now? They're 0-2 any game he doesn't play. I told you before the show, I can't remember the last time they won a game he didn't play, because when you go back before he got here, they weren't ever winning. So,
hey, Sammy, you know what, Sammy? One more year, Sammy. I'm just saying.
I mean, I wouldn't hate that.
How about that, Sam? One more year. One more go.
I don't think this news today
I wonder if Kenny's
shocking.
talking to him about that. I mean, honestly, I wonder if are they not? Hey, Sam, it's just, you've been all banged up. The NFL awaits, of course, and it will still be there. You're making money right now, thank you to the NIL. He's even giving it away to his teammates. I was going to say he's giving it all back to the NIL. I mean, would it shock you if that happened? It wouldn't shock me.
It wouldn't shock me either. I think what's going to come into play there is what sort of information he gets after the season. I mean, if he is considered a first-round pick still, and that has changed so much. I mean, I was looking at a mock draft here. I'm pulling one up on ESPN right now. The number 1 overall projected pick is Fernando Mendoza of Indiana. He wasn't even projected to go in the draft before the start of the season. You know what I mean? Things have changed.
And they will.
Yeah, and they will continue to change. That's a great point. And for Levitt, it's just a matter of, I mean, he's had 2 of his better games this season, but he's also been banged up a lot. He's missing games. He's going to miss now his second game. He was in and out of the game the other day. I don't know. What's the ripple effect of this? I mean, as we go forward.
I love the fact that you're saying that. What is the ripple effect? There's a ripple effect, of course, on the field, in between the white lines, and then in terms of support for ASU here in the Basin. I wonder where. We should do this maybe. We should open up. How about this? I mean, this was not in prehab, ladies and gentlemen. This was not in our meeting before we started. But what if we just went ahead and opened up the phones and said, where are you right now in regard to ASU and their football program? I seriously wonder, does this damage any of the support that this team has been building? Does it damage any of it?
It goes back to, in a weird way, my original point of, if you're not watching the team closely, you just see 5-3. And there's a real good chance without Levitt and Tyson and a billion other guys, they may very well be 5-4 heading into the bye. They haven't lost Saturday's game yet, coming up against Iowa State.
I still think they can find a way to win that game.
I think they can as well. But
I don't think it's likely.
There's at least a 50-50 chance now they lose it. And then you're 5-4. And I think people that are watching the games and seeing it closely, the injuries don't have to be an excuse. But as you always say, just be aware if they're a factor. Yeah.
Honestly, it's a situation where, okay, let's just say Sam Levitt, he's done. He's done for the next 4 games.
Or you don't, I don't think you're going to rush him back, certainly.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying, hypothetically, would that matter as to the type of record and how you finished? Of course it would. Of course it would. He's a difference maker, especially at the college level.
Yeah. And especially with all the injuries on defense, you kind of need guys that can take over a game like Levitt and Tyson to overcome injuries, and you don't have your guys that overcome injuries either. So This is why every game in college football does still matter in terms of just building your program, because I don't expect a random high school recruit in Texas or Florida or whatever to be watching every ASU game and thinking, well, yeah, okay, but they're losing because they don't have half their starters. You know what I mean? Even if that's the reality.
That's right.
And then as far as support, I think people that are watching closely understand what's going on, but at the same time, your record is your record at the end of the year. And so if they come out of this season 7-5 or something, there are going to be people that point and say, oh, yeah, they couldn't sustain it. It's tough. You'd rather just not be able to sustain it. You'd rather just not be good.
Brutal. It's just brutal. It really is to go through the kind of season that they had, of course, last year, the magical kind of season they had last year. And it was so important. They laid the foundation to build on that foundation this year. And injuries have derailed the season. And they are reasons why you lose games because of injuries. It's just the truth. When you suffer the kind of injuries ASU had.
How many times has Kenny said nobody's going to feel sorry for them, and least of all Iowa
That's right.
State.
That's
Iowa
right.
State's probably like, good, here we go. We get our revenge. Join the excitement at the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup at 12 p.m. featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on the court. Text PICKLE 620-620 to register your team now. Again, that's PICKLE to 620-620 to secure your spot. When we come back, Cardinals released one of their main ball carriers yesterday. So what exactly does that mean? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
No, it's not too soon to start holiday shopping. Ulta Beauty's early Black Friday event is happening now through November 22nd. Shop $10 beauty minis from brands like MAC and Too Faced. Take 30% off Lancome and Touchland fragrances and body mists. With new offers dropping every week, our associates can help you find the perfect gifts. Head into Ulta Beauty today to shop our early Black Friday event. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite, the F-150 truck XLT EcoBoost, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details, offers, and 110325.
At
Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Right now, 2-pound packs of Kroger brand 93% lean ground beef are on sale for only $4.99 a pound with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Sam Leavitt will miss Arizona State's visit to Iowa State. ASU football is learning that sustained success requires heavy lifting, writes Dan Bickley. And the Suns' escape attempts out of deep holes continued in an overtime loss to the Jazz. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Thanks to the listeners in Maryvale. I want to shout them out right now, Wolf.
Maryvale.
You know, Maryvale, home to one of my favorite spring training stadiums. It's like the most
Oh, is that
under the
right?
radar, but you go in there and it's just like, it is what spring training is meant to be.
Never been there.
Most people haven't.
Yeah.
But I'm not even joking. It's it's where the Brewers play. It's fantastic.
Beautiful.
So shout out to everybody in Maryvale. And before we get into this Cardinals conversation, did you see that Big Dom brought Cam Scadaboo cheesesteaks and pizza in
I
the
did see that,
hospital?
man. That was so cool. Class act, Big Dom.
Yeah, I mean, did you ever think you'd see Big Dom helping out a Giants player?
Not really.
No, that's what Cam Scadaboo has done.
Exactly what Cam Scadaboo he did. He tore down the walls. He tore down the walls. He tore down the walls of uniform and the uniform code in regard to who you're going to root for as a football player, because everybody watching him run the ball admired him greatly for how he ran the ball.
We're talking
it's
about
just
Philly.
Unbelievable.
This
I know.
This is not like, well, finally Jacksonville and Indianapolis put their differences aside. Like, yeah, okay.
Well, then again, Philly's got a bunch of dudes who think they're tough guys.
Well, yeah,
I could run it like Cam Scadaboo. That's my spirit player.
It's
right
still
there.
Philly. I'm not saying
I'm
it's
just
not
saying,
Philly.
yeah, they're acting like I could go out there and, yeah, you could. Why don't you come over that wall, tough guy?
But they gave him a standing ovation, and Big Dom visited him in the
I
hospital.
may have had a flashback right there, ladies and gentlemen.
You don't say.
I had some bad experiences at the vet.
I feel like most players have. You got me in this rare moment where I was trying to say something good about Philly.
That's
You're
right.
like, no. All right, Wolf. Interesting news yesterday after our show. The Cardinals, who don't have a lot of running backs, let Michael Carter go.
Yeah.
Now, he may end up back. This might just be like a formality and move, but you don't just do it just for the sake of doing it. So what does this mean?
Yeah, what does it mean? They have 2 running backs right now on the roster, and that is Amari DiMercato, of course, and Bam Knight.
Kind of an important position.
Yes, those 2 guys right there. So you would imagine at some point in time, they have 2 running backs on the practice squad, Dearness Johnson and Jameer Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
Those 2 guys, maybe one of them gets called up. I think Johnson would be the most likely to be called up if he hasn't been already.
Yeah, for a team that wants, and it's become very obvious again this season in the absence of their running game, wants to really build their offense around their running game, and they're down to essentially 3 running backs, and then they let one of them go. I mean, like I said, it might just pull him back up and put him on the practice squad, but it raises eyebrows because Trey Benson can't come back this week. For the people who are like, oh, well, just bring Trey Benson. This means he's coming back. He's not eligible to come back this week.
He's got to miss what? One more?
I think it's one more game. Yeah, because his last game was the 25th against Seattle. So, what is it, 4 weeks? 4 games? Yeah, okay. I mean, they had the bye week in there too, so that kind of throws it off a little bit. But yeah, he has to miss one more game. But this game coming up might be your most winnable on the schedule, or certainly one of them, when you consider the Cowboys' defense. And also, just setting that aside, you badly need a win, so you wouldn't just abandon the running game. So this, I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, I don't either, but I doubt, this is just me based on things, there's no way you're going to go into the game with only 2 running backs on your roster.
No, trade deadline is coming up. I don't know.
Yeah, trade deadline is coming up, no doubt, but you're not going to go into this game, I don't think. You're going to go into this game against the Dallas Cowboys with 2 running backs on your roster. You're going to do something. You're going to address it. You have to go into a game with at least 3 running backs on your roster. I would imagine. We'll have to wait and see, but it is, once again, at a position that the Arizona Cardinals were, I felt, really, really deep at coming into this season.
Yeah.
Running back. Oh, my goodness, the running back position. You didn't worry about what was going to happen with the running back position. And now, the way that James Conner, of course, is out, and Trey Benson has been on injured reserve, of course, it's just a disaster. There are many things that have impacted the Arizona Cardinals, and I think that injury to James Conner, maybe more so than anything else that has transpired so far this season, had a bigger impact on this team than I think we care to really admit.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, because right now, in addition to how he runs the football and how he plays the game, they need James Conner for leadership, I don't know, emotional direction. I mean, it's gotten so weird where you lose 5 straight 1-score games. You need your strongest leaders available in addition to what he can do for the team on the ground.
Just think about it. You go ahead and project yourself. You're a player for the Arizona Cardinals. You're on the sideline. And James Conner comes up to you and says, "Let's go! Let's go!" Right in your face. "Let's go!" What are you going to do about it? You think you might pick it up a little bit? Intensity matters. And James Conner is one of these guys who walks around the sideline with that kind of intensity. This coming from Paul Calvisi, ladies and gentlemen, who is maybe the best sideline guy ever in the history of the National Football League.
Wow.
He says that James Conner walks around all the time and is in the face.
Did you just compliment Paulie?
Yeah, but Paulie's not listening.
That's probably true.
When he's listening, then I'm going to rip him.
How much time does he take off for the bye week?
Man, I don't know. He's
got to be back now, doesn't he?
I would imagine he's
hope.
got to. He did go dark, though. He did go silent over the bye weekend. Interesting.
He was like,
I'm
I'm
going
out
to
of
text
here.
him right now and try to kick him in the cradle.
Yeah, you should. You got to even this up. The universe is waiting for some balance. You can't be complimenting Paulie. While you're doing that, here's AQ Shipley on with Bickley and Murata. He talked about how imperative it is that the Cardinals get this running game going.
Yeah, 1,000%. I think the biggest thing that they need to do is figure out what worked last year, get back to doing that. And I know there's some things that have been done differently on defense this year amongst the league that have kept rushing yards down a little bit, but we still got to find a way to get to that 100-yard threshold. We have to find a way to get the running game going, because that will open everything else up. If you look at the Indianapolis Colts, Jonathan Taylor, maybe the last couple of years hasn't been the Jonathan Taylor we're seeing now. All of a sudden, he's back to Jonathan Taylor. And guess what else? It makes Daniel Jones' job a heck of a lot easier.
The leading single-game rusher for the Cardinals this season, Wolf, does not have 100 yards. It's Amari DiMercato with 81, and we know that game. 71 of those yards were painful.
No, you have to bring it up again.
Well, so I'm going to set that one aside for a second. The next biggest game from a running back by the Cardinals this season is Trey Benson in week 1, 69 yards. But isn't that the game where 52 of them came on one play?
Yes.
I mean, otherwise, your highest rushing performance is Bam Knight against Green Bay, 57 yards. it has not been an option for them. I also want to throw this into the segment real quick, too, just in case people missed it. Adam Schefter on NFL Live. It's not the running game, but it affects their offense. He said there's pretty good chance that Kyler Murray is your quarterback on Monday.
It'll be the Arizona Cardinals in Jerry's world, and it looks like Kyler Murray should be ready to come back from his foot injury. If all goes well this week, he's tracking to return. Jacoby Brissett stepped in the interim. But again, some quarterback questions about Monday Night Football next week.
Right now, your backfield is Kyler Murray coming back from injury, Bam Knight, and Amari DiMercato.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, it's going to be really important that Kyler Murray, I think, actually gets practice reps this week. I wonder if the Arizona Cardinals, honestly, if hypothetically, if Kyler Murray could not get practice reps, I wonder if that would make the decision right there. So much of the time you'll have a situation, especially in the middle of the season, where a quarterback, okay, he's going to miss some practices, but he's still going to start. We're still going to start him. I wonder if that would be the case. And again, hypothetically, we don't know all the details, how severe this injury was. We don't know. But to me, again, is there a possibility that might happen?
You're saying if he couldn't practice at all
week? If he couldn't
week?
Practice at all week, would you still start him?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, that to me is reserved for like, hey, this is a huge game and we've got Mahomes, but he couldn't practice all week. The difference, whatever side of this debate you're on right now between Kyler and Jacoby Brissett, how they've played this season, it's not a big enough drop-off one way or the other. If Kyler Murray couldn't practice all week, I'm just going with the backup at that point. But if he can, we talked about this yesterday, this is the game to get him in there because this is a good get-right game for your offense.
Yes, it is.
I mean, you have to actually get right, but it's a good chance to do that. All right, we come back. How about some baseball? Because we may have watched the greatest baseball game ever last night. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now O'Neal's going to inbound on the far side. He gets it to Booker. He'll shoot a three all alone and miss it off the back iron, and that'll do it. Jazz win it in overtime, 138-134, the final at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City. And the Suns end up winless on this three-game road trip.
We're talking about this Suns L today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and is every step a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from a life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. This is not science fiction. This is your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Our Damon Allred confirms that Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt will miss Saturday's game against Iowa State. Leavitt was injured in the Sun Devils' 24-16 loss to Houston. Devin Booker had 34 points and 10 assists, but the Phoenix Suns lost 138-134 to the Utah Jazz in overtime last night in Salt Lake City. The Suns return to action tomorrow at home against the Memphis Grizzlies. Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 18th inning to lift the Los Angeles Dodgers to a 6-5 win over the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the World Series last night. The 6-hour, 39-minute game was the second longest in the history of the Fall Classic. The Blue Jays will attempt to even the series at 2 games apiece tonight. Pre-game coverage starts at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Hey, it's Gambo. What did we learn from the 4th Suns game of the season, and how soon until Jalen Green makes his debut? It's the Burns and Gambo show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Well, that was quite the game last night.
Just absolutely incredible, Basinonians. We witnessed one of the greatest baseball games ever played.
Now, it raises a hypothetical question right off the bat. Can it be one of the greatest baseball games ever if the Dodgers ended up winning it at the end?
Yes. Yes.
It was.
It's just absolutely outrageous what we saw. And, you know, once again, I think I was talking about this in the not-so-beautiful part of the program, I think we use legendary way too often. I think we've watered down the term legendary because we overuse it. Well, last night's Game 3 of the World Series was legendary to me.
I mean, you're talking about, 19 pitchers between the two teams. 19 people threw pitches.
Look, it was a 6-hour and 39-minute game.
6 hours and 39 minutes that was always close. The game was always close.
Oh.
And, you know, it's just the entire season on the line. I mean, you would never see this during the regular season, but it's not like it was a regular season game. It's not even like it's a playoff game, but one team's up, 3-0 in the series and something in the second round. This is the World Series, a hotly contested World Series. We were talking about yesterday. I think it's going 7. I didn't realize they were going to play all 7 games last night, but I thought that it would go 7 after those first 2 games. I still kind of think it will, although now it all kind of rides on Shohei today, because couldn't you see him just going out there and throwing a complete game?
Yes.
And saving their bullpen at least. Just craziness. You're right. The sort of baseball game, because of when it took place in the season and just the ridiculousness of a 6-hour, 39-minute game where there's drama on every pitch, that baseball people will be talking about forever.
And honestly, too, and there's no getting around this, I am not a Dodgers fan by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, Major League Baseball has got to do something. This was the payroll series, by the way. The Toronto Blue Jays, I believe, are number 5 in terms of payroll.
That was surprising
in
to me.
Major League Baseball. Yeah. And, of course, the Dodgers, well, we all know about the Dodgers. And, this is something that I do wonder about this. It is something that we've talked about in the past. It's kind of like minor league baseball. There's a bunch of players that are there to play for the prospects that are on their way to the big leagues.
Yeah.
And Major League Baseball is starting to feel like there are a bunch of teams that are out there so that the LA Dodgers can play in the World Series once again, or the New York Mets can play in the World Series, or the Yankees can play in the World Series.
Well, not the Mets because they keep messing it up, but I hear what you're saying.
Yes, of course. For me, legendary last night because of some of the players that did what they did.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And because we got, I don't know, it was like 5 hours into the game, and I'm watching these great plays in the 15th inning, and I'm just like, I had this thought, Wolf, and I had to catch myself, but I was like, I don't hate watching the Dodgers. And then I was like, oh, it's because they're an all-star team. I'm watching an all-star baseball team. Okay, so I'm going to see some just insane things. I'm going to see Shohei on base 9 times in a game. Or I'm
9 times.
9 times.
9 times.
I'm going to see these just insane things you don't normally see. And I was like, I must just not like it because it's the Dodgers. But it's more what you just said. I don't like it because it's not supposed to happen. Can you imagine if an NFL team was allowed to be like, okay, well, let's see, we want Mahomes, and then we want Jonathan Taylor, and then we want Jamar Chase, and we want Justin Jefferson, and then, give us Micah Parsons. Like, if you could just build this ridiculous team, yeah, it's really entertaining, but it shouldn't exist. But last night, just leaving last night almost separate from everything else, payroll and all that, what a game.
What a game.
Just what a game.
Just incredible. The fact that, once again, such a pivotal game as well. Game 3 of the World Series. And for this thing to go 18 innings, a contested game like that, where you had Shohei Ohtani absolutely going off. Rick and I were talking about this. I think you were there in prehab. We were talking about, I don't know if we truly understand what it is we're witnessing.
He's going to start today. He's the starting pitcher.
Say that again. What do you mean?
He's
Shohei Ohtani is
starting pitcher.
He's going to be their starting pitcher.
After 9 plate appearances last night in which he reached base every single time.
Yes.
He had a couple home runs. Just throw those home runs in there too, and 4 hits and 3 RBIs and 3 runs scored. And the crazy part about a game like that is, as a manager, you're like, man, I got to use all these pitchers. We got a game in like 15 hours. Well, the Dodgers can just run their designated hitter out there to pitch tonight.
I remember being a small boy and talking to a gentleman that had actually seen Babe Ruth.
Really?
Watched Babe Ruth live, had actually seen him. I remember, I think I was 7 or 8 years old, somewhere in that vicinity. He had actually seen Babe Ruth play, and he was the greatest player ever to play, Babe Ruth.
Because he was 2 players.
He was 2 players. He did it all. Power hitter, of course, and a pitcher. He did it all. And in this day and age of specialization and just how hard it is to be able to train to not only be a pitcher, but also be an everyday baseball player. It is contrary to modern thought that it was even possible to do this. And Shohei Ohtani is doing it at the highest level in spades. And it's right in front of our eyes. I know he was with the Angels before, and we get all that. He was doing it before. We understand that. But now he's literally doing it at the highest level in baseball. And it's right in front of our eyes. Do we truly understand what it is that we're looking at? Are we going to be one of these guys, if we don't nuke each other into oblivion, ladies and gentlemen, are we going to be one of these guys that are going to be like, I saw Shohei Ohtani. I saw him play.
I think, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, set aside the Dodger thing for a second, because I know, you know, a lot of people don't like the Dodgers. I get that. But set that aside for a second. What we are seeing, and to your point now on the biggest stage the last couple of years, once he got out of Anaheim, I'll never understand how that team couldn't make the playoffs with him and Trout, but whatever. You know, I hate that, like I said, that they all go to the same 3 or 4 teams right now. It's not a Dodgers thing or a Yankees thing to me. It's baseball's rules. I hate it. I don't really blame the teams for taking advantage of it, but I hate that they don't manage it as a league. But set all that aside, everything you just said about Shohei, everything he did last night, and it's like, okay, he's going to pitch today. Well, what did he do his last start? Well, he struck out 10, didn't give up any runs, and also hit 3 home runs.
Oh my!
I mean, his last start as a pitcher against the Brewers in the last round was the greatest single game performance in baseball history. And I hesitate to say stuff like that because, like you said, everything's the greatest now. Oh, did you see this? The greatest. No, it actually was the greatest.
It was the greatest. I just, you know, again, there was a lot of people out there, I hate Shohei Ohtani.
That's fine. It was still the greatest.
I still on it. You're right. It's just a situation where you have to look at it and you have to say, are we ever going to see anything like this again?
Are you ever going to see
in our lifetime?
If you know you're never going to see it again, it was the greatest.
You know, again, unicorn. I'm just going to throw that out there. Everyone, you know, oh, he's a unicorn. Oh, he's one of one. You know what, this guy is the unicorn.
I was going to say, this is like whatever unicorns call something that's one of one. That's what Shohei is. Because, I mean, it's absurd what he's doing.
Absurd.
And yet the Blue Jays could still win the World Series. It's very much on the table right now.
Yeah. Game 4 always decides.
I think
Game 4 is the big one.
If Shohei goes out there and throws like 6 shutout innings and they win, that's it.
Look, it's either going to be 2 of 2. Of course, 2-2 in the series, all tied up, and this thing's probably going to go 7, or it's going to be 3-1.
I hope it goes 18 innings again tonight. Join us next Monday at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 to 2, your pregame for Cardinals versus Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for complete details. All right, we come back. Wild basketball game last night, too. We're going to talk to Phoenix Suns guru Kellen Olson to get his thoughts on the new-look Suns through their first 4 games. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Even if he goes out and does it, I'm not sold on Kyler Murray.
Oh, no.
You're supposed to do it against this defense.
100%.
You are supposed to do it against Dallas's defense.
1,000%. If he comes out and dominates against Dallas, it doesn't mean, hey, we're fine. We're good. Everything's okay. No. It just means that one box checked. He came back. He did what he was supposed to do against Dallas. I'm worried about the opposite. If he doesn't do it against Dallas, what if it's a struggle? What if it's more of the same?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona Sports. Our Suns mega mind, Kellen Olson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns now.
All right, Kellen Olson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line after a thriller of a game last night. Phoenix Suns rallying late, but ultimately losing in overtime and losing to Utah, who really shouldn't be very good this season. We'll see, but there's some good and some bad from that game. So Kellen's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Kellen?
What's up, guys?
What do you make of a game like that? And, you know, factoring that it is Utah, but the Suns did fight back. We've seen that now twice early in this season, but they also gave up 138 points, which is not the best defense.
Yeah, this year is all about building up their structure, their foundation, right? And you can't build anything if you keep getting down by 20 in the first half of ball games, and they're 4 for 4 now on doing that to some extent. So I think it ultimately starts and ends there. Even if they would have won this game, that still would have been my primary takeaway. Like, that is your number. It sounds like silly and like I'm being a bit obtuse, if you will, but like your number one goal tomorrow, don't get down by 20 in the first half. Have a half-decent start to the basketball game, because we're 4 for 4 now on these types of starts. And I think that also comes with what we're expecting out of this team and what they need to be, because they need to be a hair-on-fire effort type of team with the talent deficiencies that they're dealing with. And they're playing harder than last year, but again, that's a very low bar to me, and they need to be higher than what they're playing at right now.
Killer, why did the Suns get killed on the glass the way that they did, especially the offensive end?
Yeah, well, if it starts with the size advantage, obviously, that Utah has, but it also comes with an attention to detail on every single possession that was not there. Their big that was out there on the floor, I think, did not do a good job of eliminating their big on a possession-to-possession basis, and then everyone wasn't crashing. And it's one of those things where if you watch the best teams in the league, one of my favorite clips from last year was when Houston was playing Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma City was without Chet Holmgren. They were without Isaiah Hartenstein. They didn't have a center. It was one of those weird stretches that they had. And Steven Adams was out there doing the thing where it was like, how many third graders could you beat in a fight for an adult? And he was just bullying all these 6'4", 6'5" guys. But when you watch the rebounding possessions, Wolf, every single blue jersey was in there trying to rebound. Yeah. And, like, that's the type of thing that great teams do, and this team is not doing right now. Look, Utah still would have had about 15 offensive rebounds in that game, even if the Suns were rebounding like madmen, and they had a lot of good possessions where they were deflecting the ball out and things like that, but it wasn't nearly good enough on a possession-to-possession basis, and that's the thing, consistency with their effort. Their effort is there in spurts in terms of the high end that we were promised, but we're not seeing it nearly consistently enough, and if we don't, they're going to be at the bottom of this conference.
Talking to Kellen Olson, Kellen, I know Jordan Ott's just starting off his head coaching career, so his primary concern isn't necessarily getting rookies minutes as he's trying to win games right out of the gate. But when you look specifically at Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malwatch, there's a lot of minutes last night. Neither one of them played at all. Which one of them do you think has a quicker path to minutes this season?
Fleming, for sure. This is something we're going to be talking about all year, and I knew was going to be a talking point some point early in the year because there's two sides of this. They are trying to win basketball games right now. They are going to try their best to win basketball games right now. And then on the other side of it is you are in a rebuilding situation. You have a lot of young talent that you need to develop. And the Suns know this far better than me in terms of the developmental plan for guys like Rasheer Fleming, guys like Kaman Malawach, and they can still get what they want to get done without them playing in the first 5, 10, 15 games of the year or whatever. But with that being said, you went down 19-2 in Utah, and your team clearly needs energy. The young guys can bring that energy. You're clearly getting absolutely worked by Lauri Markkanen, who you have no matchup for at all. Rasheer Fleming, 6'9", 7'5". We've gone through the measurables 15 times. On our air throughout my time on your show over the last couple of months, I'm sure. So everyone knows the deal with his athleticism. You could at least try that type of body out on him. But again, like, they are going to take it slow with their young guys. I think Fleming has the easier path toward minutes. Kaman does have one, even with the options that they have at center. But with that being said, I guess Rasheer has to do a lot more in terms of earning trust with his IQ and where to be and knowing things that rookies tend to struggle with to get on the floor, because that was a telltale sort of game for him to get in there. Nigel Hayes-Davis was out of the rotation. Isaiah Livers was in, and yet it was still not Fleming out there. Like, it needs to start being him out there. This team has to realize what it is at a certain point.
Royce O'Neal is just a guy that looked like he was the Suns' best player overall watching him. He actually got more minutes than anyone else on the roster. Talk about Royce O'Neal and the fit he is with Jordan Ott and this coaching staff.
Yeah, that's the guy that's going to fill in gaps, Wolf, and he's going to be able to hit threes off the ball. He's going to be able to make plays like we talked about rebounding and all that. Royce was getting in there pretty consistently. Like, he was never a dynamic athlete coming into the league, even in his younger days playing for the Utah Jazz, but especially at this point in his career now, like, he's not a guy that's going to set the world on fire with his athleticism or his ability to go get loose balls with his verticality, but he was in there still rebounding, and he was in there getting loose balls. He had 5 steals in this game. Like, that's the type of thing where having him be involved from a mental standpoint, but also his physical standpoint as well, with the limitations that he has, shows again, like, this does not come down to tools per se. So I thought that he was really good in this game, and him playing that amount of minutes again is the type of balancing act that this team is going to have to deal with. Royce O'Neal gave them the best chance to win last night. Ryan Dunn, I think, played 17 minutes. I would not like to see Ryan Dunn play 17 minutes anymore, no matter the circumstances of a ball game this year. It's not of my interest particularly.
We're talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, 4 different Suns had double-doubles last night. Mark Williams among them, 25 and 11, had the big putback at the end of the regulation. 31 minutes, that's, it's early in the season, but that is obviously a season high for him so far. What have you seen from Mark Williams, and how optimistic are you that they're going to be able to keep him on the floor for more than half the games this year?
There you go, Luke. You're setting me up for a positive answer, only to twist it in the end, knowing the path I'll go down. So when everyone thinks I'm being a negative Nancy, remember, blame Luke Lipinski, not me. That's the golden question, right? Because unfortunately, my brain, the way it is trained with how many games that he has missed and how we have watched players in his position over the course of just watching the NBA is like, are they playing him too many minutes? Is he going to play Wednesday now? Like, that's where my brain sort of went. And what you hope is that this minutes restriction, this target number, whatever they want to call it, is a more loose number that they can work with depending on the ball game, because like you said, he was incredibly impactful in the minutes that he had, and he needed to be out there for overtime. Again, in terms of what we're talking about, not only their best chance to win, but giving him a chance to be out there when the game is on the line is one of their younger development pieces as well. He was really good in this game, and I thought the best thing that the Suns did in this game was finding him the ball. It was a great adjustment from the start of the year, and the start of the year was like 6 days ago, but they're already getting better at finding him the ball. Colin Gillespie did a good job of running a two-man game with him. They're already starting to be more aware of finding him the ball and looking for the pockets where he can get it, because if you get him the ball within 5 feet, he's going to finish.
So, Killer, 4 games in, do you have any concerns? I know it's so early right now, but are you connecting dots at all? And if so, what are they?
Yeah, I have concerns for sure, Wolf, and it is early, and I reserve the right to hold it back because it is early. But With that being said, we can still analyze the 4 games that we have in front of us, and it starts with the effort thing. Again, like this, the way this roster was designed and the types of players that it targeted, you need 110% effort 100% of the time, and we're just not getting that effort from this team. I would like to see Devin Booker step up his game defensively. I thought that he was bad on that end last night, and I think that he's in a great position offensively to really take on the weight of that, and I understand like him not being able to push it on defense sometimes. But with that being said, I've seen him at a certain level defensively, and that was not it last night. There were a couple of shots where he was the closeout defender, and he didn't even put a hand up. Like, that's just one-on-one stuff that he knows far better to do. And it's things like that across the board. It starts with him, and it goes across with a lot of the other guys. Like, if they're just going to be one of the better effort teams in the league, or like an average effort team, which is what they look like through 4 games, then they are going to really, really, really struggle this year. The way that this team works and the way that it outperforms its expectations is if they indeed play as hard as we were told they were going to, and that's just not what we're getting through 4 games. Again, we compare it to last year. We compare it to last year all the time. Last year's over, guys. It's this year now. It's time to start talking about this year's team.
Kellen Olson, great stuff as always, man.
Thank you, Killer.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. That's Kellen Olson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And when we come back, Wolf, let's go Cardinals. Let's get some injury updates, maybe an update on the mindset of the team right now, because Jonathan Gannon just spoke. So we'll get you what he had to say next. Cool. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Whether you want a total makeover, maybe that's what you want, and want to build a luxury resort like pool in your backyard, or you want a pool that doesn't break the bank, Presidential Pools, Basinonians, has got you covered. That's right, they got a 5-year warranty. They've got you literally covered with a 5-year warranty. They can build your pool, of course, in 60 days. And let's not forget the value that this will add to your house, like being able to hang out by the pool with the kids, get the family out there. It's one of the best things. We at the Wu Fang Clan, we absolutely love it. It's not just about the money. It's about the memories, too, that you're going to build with your family in that backyard. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
No, it's not too soon to start holiday shopping. Ulta Beauty's early Black Friday event is happening now through November 22nd. Shop $10 beauty minis from brands like MAC and Too Faced. Take 30% off Lancome and Touchland fragrances and body mists. With new offers dropping every week, our associates can help you find the perfect gifts. Head into Ulta Beauty today to shop our early Black Friday event. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report.
No big, just a loose gas cap.
And gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model, like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite, the F-150 truck XLT EcoBoost, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details, offers, and 110325.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, the team has opened up the 21-day practice windows for linebacker B.J. Ojulari and cornerback Garrett Williams. Our Damon Allred confirms that Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt will miss Saturday's game against Iowa State. Leavitt was injured in the Sun Devils' 24-16 loss to Houston over the weekend. Devin Booker had 34 points and 10 assists, but the Phoenix Suns lost 138-134 to the Utah Jazz in overtime last night in Salt Lake City. The Suns return to action tomorrow at home against the Memphis Grizzlies. Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 18th inning to lift the Los Angeles Dodgers to a 6-5 win over the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the World Series last night. The 6-hour, 39-minute game was the second longest in the history of the Fall Classic. The Blue Jays will attempt to tie the series at 2 games apiece tonight. Pre-game coverage starts at 4, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing, Arizona's largest roofer? A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and if Kyler Murray does return for the Cardinals this week, what do we expect to see against the Cowboys in Dallas? Join us starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. Well, it's funny that Dave Birds would bring that up because we may have a bit of an update on Kyler Murray.
What's up, David Charles?
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. And Jonathan Gannon spoke about an hour or so ago, and this is what he said when asked about Kyler Murray.
Update on Kyler. He's doing better. He'll be out there today.
Okay. That is not super definitive, other than that he'll be out there today. That's something.
Yeah. Will he be practicing out there today? Did somebody follow up with that? JG, when you said he'll be out there today, will he be practicing, man?
I mean, I'll be honest.
We're talking about practice, man.
I'm looking at these JG cuts right now, and they are all between 1 and 4 seconds long.
Wow. Okay.
But just to follow up on the Kyler thing, we did have this cut earlier. This isn't JG, obviously, but this is Adam Schefter from NFL Live.
It'll be the Arizona Cardinals in Jerry's world, and it looks like Kyler Murray should be ready to come back from his foot injury. If all goes well this week, he's tracking to return. Jacoby Brissett stepped in the interim. But again, some quarterback questions about Monday Night Football next week.
So Schefter a little more open with the Kyler Murray update right there.
Yes. And, once again, for me at least, it is not a surprise. Kyler Murray has been the starting quarterback. We all know how well Jacoby Brissett has played. The Arizona Cardinals also, you have to look at it. This is a contract situation as well, looking at Kyler Murray and whether or not Kyler Murray is going to be your quarterback going forward. This is a huge year. It was a make-or-break season for Kyler. We've been talking about it ad nauseum coming into this season, and right now it has not gone well, so it's not a surprise. Kyler Murray, I think, is going to get the opportunity once again to prove that he's not your guy.
This, I would say, is pretty significant news right here. Okay, I have an email from the Cardinals in the last 3 minutes. There's a lot of roster moves on here. It's this is the official email saying that Michael Carter and Darren Hall have been released from the active roster. Let's see, Bryson Green, Dearness Johnson, and tight end Nick Muse have been released from the practice squad. So that's another running back right there. But the big part of this is the first paragraph. Cardinals have designated cornerback Garrett Williams to return from the injured reserve list.
Oh.
He can begin practicing, and the team can activate him from the 53-man roster at any time during the next 21 days. So that is substantial.
Yeah,
I thought Garrett Williams was going to be out, till December.
Yeah. Was there any news whatsoever with Walter Nolan? Was there anyone say Walt?
I mean, I was celebrating the Garrett Williams. I was enjoying the Garrett Williams. Somebody say that.
News. Okay, yeah, no, the Garrett Williams, honestly, that is a huge, huge deal because of the impact that he has. Not only the tangible impact of going out and making plays, but also the impact of getting everyone else lined up.
I would say the injuries they've suffered this season in terms of biggest impact, they've had a lot, so maybe I'm forgetting somebody, but I would go James Conner, Garrett Williams as the top two. I think Garrett Williams, just his impact on the defense is more subtle if you're just watching the games, but I feel like to his team, it's right up there. Maybe not quite James Conner because, you brought this up earlier, everything James Conner does.
Man.
But getting Garrett Williams back would be huge. You asked for a Walter Nolan update. I mean, I can give you this.
How's Walter doing? He's doing well. He'll be out there today.
Yeah, he's doing well.
He's going to be out there, too. He's going to be out there today. Coach, is he going to practice out there?
It's a nice day out. I think most people would like to be outside today.
It's just interesting. I don't know. Maybe these people know. Well, we'll see if he's going to practice. Maybe that's why they're not following him.
I juxtapose this with that John Harbaugh quote that we're not going to have time to get to today. I was going to play for you, but where the Ravens had to talk about retroactively altering their practice report last week.
Yeah.
And it was a long quote from John Harbaugh, but at one point in there, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but not much. He's like, look, there's no competitive advantage to the other team not knowing if Lamar Jackson's going to play or not.
Oh, come on.
Like, really?
Man. Come on.
Listen to every NFL coach. They just asked how Walter Nolan's doing, and JG said he's doing well.
Yeah, you're right.
He had a good breakfast today.
You know what, Coach? Lamar Jackson is everyone's got a Lamar Jackson on their team.
Yeah,
of course, you're right about
everybody
that.
Has an MVP winner at quarterback,
Are you kidding me?
But anyway, you put that with the. I mean, and I'm not. This isn't just JG. This is every NFL head coach. You ask them about a player, and you give them any sort of out, and JG basically answered that like, "Oh, he's enjoying the weather. Like it's fantastic.
He's going to be out there today.
He's doing well. He's
As
got
a matter
good
of fact,
friends.
he's inside the building.
Yeah."
He's in the building right now. Is he actually in a meeting room? Is he in the meeting room, or is he still working with the trainer on the side.
So somebody did follow that one up with, hey, could Walter maybe play this week? Okay.
Oh.
So here's that.
Take it day by day.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Okay.
So
JG's not going to. He's just not going to give you anything, and it's the prudent thing to do if you're a head coach in the NFL.
So here's the update on Walter Nolan. He's doing well.
Yeah.
And he's going to be outside today.
Wow.
He enjoys, I guess, this wonderful weather we're having.
Okay, that's great.
And he's going to take it day by day.
Man, you know what, Walter Nolan, I cannot wait to see this. I know we all can. We're all really, really curious as to what kind of impact this guy could have. The Darius Robinson thing has got me really concerned. I am really, really concerned about Darius Robinson and whether or not he's just going to be one of these guys. And Darius, if you're listening right now, man, brother, I am with you 100% on this. And I hope that this is not going to be the case for you, because no man wants this, Basin Audience. No man wants to get to the highest level and just get a check when you're not doing your job, when you're not being able to go out and compete and do your job. No man wants to do that. I know we all think, oh, yeah, Wolf, you know what, really? Not getting banged up and getting a check and how happy he must be. I can tell you right now, Basin Audience, if that's the kind of guy you got inside that locker room, yeah, you're not going to win any games. They vetted this kid. This kid is one of the better kids, one of the better human beings on the face of the planet, as far as I'm concerned. I know him personally, and to see him struggle with this, it's the worst thing in the world. Somebody who cannot stay healthy. Has nothing to do with your toughness. He just cannot stay healthy. And I've seen guys like this.
It's uncanny when you consider, so you're talking about Darius Robinson, but if I'm not, if you get distracted for a second, you might think Wolf's talking about Walter Nolan, or he's talking about B.J. Ojolari. I mean, these guys that they have taken with defensive players they've taken with high picks, B.J. Ojolari basically hasn't played. Darius Robinson's played a very little bit. Walter Nolan, we didn't even get to see him at camp. And I'm pulling up their college
and we're
stats.
Talking about super talented players.
Guys. It's not like they had a history of missing games in college either. I mean, you can only, So here, real quick, before we hit the break, I pulled these up. Walter Nolan, his 3 years in college, he played 10, 12, and 13 games. So he's basically playing every game, okay? Yeah. Let's see, Darius Robinson from 2021 on at Missouri played 11, 13, and 12 games. It's not an injury history. B.J. Ojolari at LSU, 20, 21, and 22, he played 10, 13, and 11 games.
Oh, my goodness.
It's not like these guys were missing 2 years. And, yes, some injuries in there, but but most players you draft have been banged up at some points.
Why don't you just kick me in the face? I mean, every now and then, Basin Audience, Luke comes up with some stat, some bomb, drops it on me right before we go to break.
But I thought that
we don't take breaks.
That Garrett Williams news, that's, with the way things have gone around here lately, that's like cause for celebration right there, that Garrett Williams could come back in the next 3 weeks. I'm not even being sarcastic. Like, I thought he was out.
I'll be excited when it's the next 2 hours.
All right, when we come back.
Garrett Williams is coming back in 2 hours. He's going to be out on the practice field. Well, is he going to be practicing, Coach, or just out on the field?
He'll be out there. He's doing well.
Okay.
Who should the Cardinals start at quarterback Monday night against the Dallas Cowboys? We're going to ask Wolf. We're going to ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson. He's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now O'Neal's going to inbound on the far side. He gets to Booker. He'll shoot a three all alone and miss it off the back iron, and that'll do it. Jazz win it in overtime, 138-134 the final at Delta Center in Salt Lake City. And the Suns end up winless on this 3-game road trip.
We're talking about this Suns L today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it.
But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Arizona Sports. Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick 6.
That's why we drafted him. Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5. He dives. He's in. Touchdown, Cardinals win.
The no-fly zone.
All right, welcome back to the show. I want to thank our listeners in Levine right now, Wolf. Thanks, everybody listening in and around Levine.
Yeah, what's up, Levine? How you doing this morning?
I mean, all throughout the valley, but specifically right now, Levine. And I want to thank Patrick Peterson because he's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Patrick, what's going on?
What's happening, guys?
How you doing, Pat P? Yeah, I've got to ask you this right off the top, big guy. And I think I've asked you this before. Were you one of these guys that loved the bye? Did you love the bye, Pat?
100%. I hated the early buys. I loved the buys when they came like around week 8, week 12. I felt like that was the perfect time, especially if the season was going good, to kind of regroup. You know, get a nice little trip in somewhere if you can, and get back to the grind.
Patrick, if the season's not going well, it's been frustrating for the Cardinals so far with 5 straight one-score losses, and the last 2 to the Colts and Packers, who might be the 2 best teams in the league right now. How important is that bye? Like, how do you navigate it? How do you think this team's going to navigate it coming out of the bye now?
So now that was a different situation, with going into the bye being 2-5, and losing the game in the fashion that they was losing them. You want to do a lot of self-assessment, self-scouting, and understanding what can you do better, as a team to be able to win and close out those games. Because, like you said, Luke, the Cardinals had opportunities to win, all 5 of those games that they lost by, a score, or even, 2 or less points. You know what I mean? So going into this bye, I feel like Coach Gannon definitely gathered his team together and did a self-scouting report on themselves and seeing the areas that they can get better in.
Pat P., how important do you think it is the next 10 games for Kyler Murray and his career here as an Arizona Cardinal?
I mean, everybody always get their panties in a bunch when I talk about Kyler Murray, but this is big, you know what I mean? Just because of he's in year 7, and he's pretty much the cornerstone of this team, and everybody pretty much follows him. So he has to find a way to get this team out of a slump. I know that's hard to just put on one person, but at the same time, he is, the quarterback of this team, and he pretty much have the power to get this team out of the funk that they are in. So this is a very, very big 10-game stretch for him, because at the end of the day as well, this is no secret. Towards this part of the season, this is where he typically don't play his best football. So now he has an opportunity to change that narrative, going into, November, December football, to play his best football, to put the team back, in positions and back in the position to make the playoff, because at the end of the day, they're still right there. You know what I mean? They still have an opportunity to play every team in their division. They just have to, do what they need to do to finish out game and win games.
Talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, you may have kind of answered what I was going to ask here next, but I think a lot of us look and we're like, okay, well, for Kyler, that means the Cardinals have to make the playoffs. Now, to your point, one guy can't completely control that, and they're in a hole right now. They got some ground to make up in this division. So if he is stepping up and he's raising his game, what in your mind does that look like here over these next 10 games?
Honestly, to me, it starts with body language. I feel like, as a quarterback, a lot of people look, well, not a lot of people, a lot of guys on the team look to see how you carry yourself. Because Coach Rapone used to always tell me this: the speed of the leader is the speed of the pack. And again, he's the quarterback, and he may not. It just comes that comes with that title. That job as a quarterback, the CEO of the team, the captain of the team, because he do have a C on his chest. So therefore, the speed of the leader is always going to be the speed of the pack. So therefore, if he's continuing to not have good energy and cheering his teammates up, the team is going to continue to look the way that it's looking. You know what I mean? I'm sorry to say that. I know fans hate to hear me talk about Kyler Murray, but this is the things that we need to see in order for the team to turn around, and it starts with him.
Yeah, it does. Pappy, where do you think this defense needs to get better specifically? Where do they need to improve?
I'll probably say getting to the quarterback more often. I believe first, early on in the game, they make a lot of noise. Sweat and the guys, they're getting to the quarterback. But throughout the game, I feel like that kind of dwindles. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's halftime adjustments, but, it all starts with the guys up front. I don't care how you cut it, because the guys have to start to run up front. And in order for the quarterback to have a bad game, you have to get to him and get him off his spots and things like that. So getting to the quarterback is number one, in my opinion. It's always been like that. And I feel like if you can find a way to marriage your rushing coverage, then that's when you'll start to see, more turnovers, more 3-and-outs, and a much more defense that's playing together, playing on a string. And I believe if they are able to do that, especially going into this game against this high-power Dallas offense. I know they wasn't as high-power last week, but if you saw that game, that's what, that's, honestly what helped the Denver Broncos make the Dallas offense look so, elementary, because they was able to get to Dak, force him in some ill-advised throws, and taking the ball away from him. So if the Cardinals are able to get to the quarterback, in these last 10 games, the defense can see a lot more turnovers happening.
Talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, when you have a run like this where, they could easily have won any of these 5 games. So there's some good there that they're playing some really good teams that closely, but it's also, it's a gut punch every week, it seems like, going into the bye week. As a team, how difficult is that to maintain collective confidence and motivation? Does that come from leadership or coaches, or, what kind of fuels that now going into the second half of the season?
The bye week for one, you know what I mean? And also I'll probably say the leaders, the guys that's in the locker room, the guys, that have an opportunity to look each other in the face each and every day, being each other's brothers keepers, because at the end of the day, that's who is gonna turn this thing around, the players, not the coaches, because the coaches are not out there, snapping the ball to Kyler. They're not out there making tackles. They're not out there making the catches. They're putting guys in position to be successful. So at the end of the day, it's going to fall back on the players to go out there to get themselves out of the hole, and also, count on one another. That may even come. I remember when I was there, we used to watch film on Fridays. You know what I mean? Just to make sure, as a defense, make sure that everyone understood the game plan. Everyone understood where the next guy was going to be. I wanted to hear the linebackers communicating to the defensive line, because those are some of the things that we were going to do. So that may be something that they need to do as well. Just get some extra film study time in and watching film together to make sure that they're all on the same page.
Pat P, Garrett Williams' 21-day practice window has opened up. What do you think he's going to bring to the Cardinals defense?
Oh, man, Garrett's going to bring that energy. He's going to bring that passion, and he's a guy that definitely that we was missing on the defensive side of the ball, So getting him back into the lineup, getting a player like him, adding him, back with Buddha, and Calais in the game, is just going to make that defense that much better. So, he's a guy that's always in the backfield, that's always around the ball. And, you're always, his presence is always missed. So to get him back in the lineup, I believe the defense is going to be that much better and that much faster.
Patrick, it's always great talking to you, man. We appreciate
this.
Thank
you, Pat
you.
All right, guys. See you next week. Actually, I'm coming to the game Monday, too, so I might see you guys Monday night.
Oh, nice. Awesome. All right.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you, Patrick. That's Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Good stuff there from him, as always. We'll react to that in just a little bit as well. When we come back, how do you view that Suns loss to the Jazz last night? There was some good, and there was some not so good. We'll dive into all of it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think special teams has been a disaster for them. I think if they didn't have the problems on special teams, they wouldn't be in the situation they're in right now. I don't blame not having Scadaboo. I don't blame the offensive line. I don't blame the defense. I really blame it on special teams. You can't have these possessions starting inside your 10 all the time because you're constantly having penalties on a punt return or a kickoff return. You can't have that. I kind of think that one thing is wearing them down.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away. You didn't have to wait around to sell your old place first. You didn't get caught up in all that. Sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Don't overthink it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to do any showings or waiting around or planning your life based on a bunch of strangers' schedules. You don't have to do any of that. Orchard cuts those hassles right out of the process for you, and then their experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. That way you can attract the right buyers, and Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home this way. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first. Sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
price.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-691-6641. That's 602-691-6641. 602-691-6641.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have opened up the 21-day practice window for quarterback Garrett Williams. The team has also released running back Michael Carter and cornerback Darren Hall from the active roster, but both players have been re-signed to the practice squad. Our Damon Allred confirms that Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt will miss Saturday's game against Iowa State. Leavitt was injured in the Sun Devils' 24-16 loss to Houston. Devin Booker had 34 points and 10 assists, but the Phoenix Suns lost 138-134 to the Utah Jazz in overtime last night in Salt Lake City. The Suns return to action tomorrow at home against the Memphis Grizzlies. Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 18th inning to lift the Los Angeles Dodgers to a 6-5 win over the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the World Series. The 6-hour, 39-minute game was the second longest in the history of the Fall Classic. The Blue Jays will attempt to tie the series at 2 games apiece tonight. Pre-game coverage starts at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. How will the Sun Devils get by without Sam Leavitt at quarterback against Iowa State? That and a lot more starting Wednesday morning at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, well, a lot of movement today. People just tuning in right now. Sam Leavitt's out Saturday against Iowa State. Practice window open for Garrett Williams on the Cardinals. That could potentially be helpful. I mean, the season may be out of their hands by that point, but still, it's a lot earlier than I thought that we would even hear Garrett Williams' name. And according to Adam Schefter, Kyler Murray is trending towards playing on Monday night in Dallas. For the Suns, Wolf, we got to talk to Kellen about this a little bit earlier, but you and I haven't got to talk about it yet because there's just so much going on right now. The loss last night to Utah, 138-134 in overtime. You had elements that we've already seen from the first few games, the Suns falling way too far behind again, but then coming all the way back like they did against Sacramento, sending it to overtime, ultimately losing in overtime. What did you make of that?
Yeah, oh my goodness, this sucked buttermilk, didn't it?
I don't like losing to Utah.
It really did. Even though Utah, basically, they're one offensive rebound away from actually being 3-0 on the season right now. They lost to the Sacramento Kings. Very, very close game, 105-104. But this just, honestly, it really bothered me. The Suns are 1-3 on the season right now. And some stats that I ripped from last night's game pretty much says it all. Utah scored 25 points off of the 14 turnovers the Suns committed. Yeah. Utah actually had 19 turnovers in the game, okay? But the 14 turnovers that the Suns committed, they scored 25 points off of those. And then when you talk about if you had to pull one stat, and I know you'd say this as well, Luke, 28 offensive rebounds for the Jazz.
Yeah.
28. That is, man, I can't remember the last time I saw 28 offensive boards.
That's not good. And, maybe Utah isn't as bad as we all assumed they were going to be, but they're not good. You know what I mean? Like,
you're going to have to prove that.
Maybe they're not the worst team in the Western Conference, but they're not. I would be stunned if Utah is anywhere near the play-in conversation in the Western Conference this year even. It brings up, I saw your question that you had in your email of have the first 4 games changed your preseason win total projection for this team at all? And I think it's a good question because mine was like 33, 34 in that range, above what people were projecting, but not quite as good as last year. Honestly, probably a little bit, partially because of what Kellen, he kind of articulated it, I would say, better in the first hour. They're supposed to be the team that outworks everybody.
Yeah.
If they're just better at hustle than they were last year, it's not going to work because they don't have the talent. They don't have anywhere near the talent they had last year. So if they went from like, hey, the Suns get worked out 90% of the time last year, to hey, the Suns only get outworked 50% of the time, that's not going to be enough. They have to outwork everybody if they're going to win games this year.
I am really, really disappointed based on what I've seen through 4 games. I know that everyone else and guys that I really love and respect, I know they're talking about, hey, it's so early in the season.
It is.
I agree with that, and I understand it. But, man, in all 4 games, I have seen some of the worst defense we've seen around here in a long time. I'm talking about stunning numbers. In the way they started as well this game, it was 19-2.
Yeah.
19-2.
How
the way
are you
they
supposed to come back?
How do you come back from that thing? It is just brutal what I'm seeing right now. I even in the win, they didn't play great defense. Even in the win, they gave up, I believe, 42 points in the second quarter. They gave up 39 to start last
39
night's
points
game.
in the first quarter.
In the first quarter, they scored 27 themselves, and they're down by 12. Just brutal on the defensive end of the floor.
I hold out hope that will get better as these guys get to play together. And you didn't have Dylan Brooks last night, but you're talking about all 4 games, not just last night.
Yes.
I understand they don't have Jalen Green. I think Jalen Green will help their scoring, obviously.
Yes.
And it's not like I think he has to be a defensive liability. I think he's still evolving as a player, too. But if you're looking at Jalen Green and saying, well, he's going to make their defense better, I don't know about that. That's not why he's on the team. He's not a defensive stopper. The Suns are second worst in the NBA in terms of points allowed per game so far. Now, again,
it's bad.
You knew they were making sacrifices, trading Kevin Durant away in terms of just being able to have, like in a game last night, they win that game with KD. He just goes out there and drops 40. You know that. But it doesn't. It was intentionally done that you have to move on. It's time to turn the page. It's time to, new chapter, new era for the Suns. I think we all, to a certain extent, got on board with that just because it almost seemed inevitable. But the trade-off was supposed to be that you're at least significantly better defensively. Second to only Brooklyn as the worst defensive teams in the league right now is not good defensively.
Yeah, for me, it's how. It's the how, basically. The Suns are losing that is bumming me out. Defense has been a consistent fail. That much I know through 4 games.
Yeah.
Turnovers are a plague. But, boxing out. How about just blocking out on the defensive end of the floor, man? 28 offensive rebounds. They have not played intense, effort-laden basketball as far as I'm concerned. And honestly, that is all we heard. That's all we heard all offseason. And frankly, I'm disappointed.
They don't quit.
I haven't seen it.
I mean, they've come back. Look, if you told me they were going to be 1-3 to start the season, no, that wouldn't have shocked me at all. It's just I thought the defense would be a little bit better. They're going to lose a lot of games this year.
I thought the defense was going to be a lot better.
As far as a bright side, Mark Williams was really good last night. Here's Jordan Ott talking about that.
Yeah, Mark was unreal. I think every second he was on the floor, he impacted the game, both sides. And again, it's great to see his fight, his work pays off. And can't tell you how many days he was in there in this summer without, even doing the court stuff. So we're going to continue to need it. He set the standard. So now we got to hold him to that standard to continue to play this at this level. No possessions off, no nights off. He was fantastic.
Mark Williams, 31 minutes last night, 25 points, including the putback at the very end to tie it and send it to overtime. 11 rebounds, a couple steals in the game,
that
too. That
play was made by Royce O'Neal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were good parts of the game, too. I don't want this to get to a point where the Suns are at the very bottom of the league. I'm not saying they're going to be there after 4 games, but again, we all knew the risks when you're trading away Kevin Durant for peripheral pieces. Because if they get down there and it's like, oh, the Suns are, they're going to have one of the top 3 picks, they don't have the pick. We don't need another slap in the face where the Suns win the lottery and the pick goes to, I don't even remember who it goes to, Washington, or it's not even Washington now. I don't know who it goes to, but they don't have the pick. So, you don't want them to be anywhere near the bottom.
For me, again, defense is about effort. Sorry, I know it's about communication as well, but for the most part, defense is about effort. The effort has not been there. Turnovers, of course, about your concentration level, the intensity level in which you're playing. That has not been there for the Phoenix Suns. And last night, boxing out is about caring for the most part. Turn around, grab somebody, put your body on somebody else, and suddenly you give up 28 offensive boards. I'm really disappointed in the effort.
I do think that's going to get better. I think the effort and the communication are going to get better. It's just the talent discrepancy.
At some point, though, you got to show that, Luke.
Well, that's true.
At some point, you got to do it.
And, I said this yesterday, the Utah games against those kind of teams are the ones that, if you're looking at their win total this year, if you're saying, hey, I think this team can win 30 games or 35, whatever, you got to beat Utah. Because I don't see the Suns beating Oklahoma City. You know what I mean? You want to stay up to date on all of our contests on Arizona Sports, from tickets to the Cardinals, Suns, Innings Festival, and more. Just text contest to 620-620, and we'll send you the latest on all of our giveaways. That's contest to 620-620. We come back. We just talked to Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson about a half hour ago. We'll react to some of the good stuff he had to say next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Dental implants, man, it's going to improve your health. It's one of the most important things you can do for your health, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned. They're proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility as well. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team at Aria Dental Implant Center, they deliver results that you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might actually see out there, bait and switch pricing, fake, limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, Basinonians. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 30th at Dirty Blonde in Chandler, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday night football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What's the update on Kyler Murray's playing status? We'll discuss the Arizona Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
What up, YouTube?
What up, YouTube, indeed. Patrick Peterson just joined us last segment. Wolf is waving to YouTube.
Oh, shocker, bro.
Actually, I guess to be fair, he joined us 2 segments ago because last segment we were raging about the Suns, which is not even where I intended for that conversation to go. I was going to talk about how cool it was to see them come back and that Mark Williams tip in at the end. But, yeah, would like to beat Utah. I get him again later this week. Patrick Peterson did join us about a half hour ago, and we talked about the bye week and what that can do for a team that lost 5 straight going into a bye. By a total of 13 points. I'm guessing Patrick Peterson never played on a team that lost 5 straight, especially 5 straight, by a total of 13 points going into the bye week. But you get the point. It's a weird spot. There's a lot of negativity around the team heading into the bye, and this is your one chance mid-season to hit the refresh button and hopefully come out of it rejuvenated.
So now that was a different situation, with going into the bye being 2-5. And losing the game in the fashion that they was losing them, you want to do a lot of self-assessment. You know what I mean? Self-scouting and understanding what can you do better, as a team to be able to win and close out those games. Because like you said, Luke, the Cardinals had opportunities to win, all 5 of those games that they lost by, a score, or even, 2 or less points. You know what I mean? So going into this bye, I feel like Coach Gannon definitely gathered his team together and did a self-scouting report on themselves and seeing the areas that they can get better in.
That really is a good point because, I really do care about what goes on inside that locker room, what goes on inside individual players' heads, and what is going on collectively inside. That is a good point. I don't think you can stress it enough. The Arizona Cardinals know they've been in every game.
Mm-hmm.
Every game. 2 of them they won, 5 of them they lost. They've been in every game. And that does matter going forward, coming out. I'm very interested to see the kind of effort that we're going to see from the Arizona Cardinals coming out, especially in this game.
Yeah, you wonder when being that close to something and it just keeps slipping out of your hands, like at a certain point that can break somebody, you know what I mean? But at the same time, that shouldn't be the case 7 weeks into the season. It shouldn't break a whole team. And, the flip side is what you said. Indianapolis has 1 loss. The Cardinals could have beat them.
Yes.
If Trey McBride doesn't get held in the end zone, there's a good chance they win that game.
The Green Bay Packers have 1 loss.
Yeah, and the Cardinals could have beat them too, if not for Micah Parsons just playing out of his mind in the fourth quarter.
They have a tie, and you got hosed on the
tie.
Got to throw that in there
make
as
sure
well.
everybody has that tie.
Just honestly, collectively, they can look at it and say, let's go. Let's go. Let's try to do something special. I think it's going to be an uphill climb, brothers. I think it's just in the end, matriculation matters at some point in time, and losing all of those games by 1 possession, it's going to catch up to you at some point in time. I just really am interested to see who it is that separates himself from everybody else on the team. Who is it that comes out of the bye and says, this is not going to pass?
Yeah.
This is not. Who plays to the wall?
You hope that that's Kyler Murray. And we brought up Kyler with Patrick Peterson, too, how important these next 10 games are for Kyler specifically. And when before I play this cut, Wolf, when you say who comes out and says, we're not losing anymore, or, we're not losing all these close games, or we're not struggling to finish
this week.
The one position on the field that can affect that more than anybody is obviously the quarterback. That's not a Cardinals thing. That is football at any level, any team. So we asked Patrick Peterson how important these next 10 games are for Kyler specifically.
This is big, you know what I mean? Just because of he's in year 7, and he's pretty much the cornerstone of this team, and everybody pretty much follows him. So he has to find a way to get this team out of a slump. I know that's hard to just put on one person, but at the same time, he is, the quarterback of this team, and he pretty much have the power to get this team out of the funk that they are in. So this is a very, very big 10-game stretch for him, because at the end of the day as well, this is no secret. Towards this part of the season, this is where he typically don't play his best football. So now he has an opportunity to change that narrative. Going into November, December football, to play his best football, to put the team back in positions and back in the position to make the playoff, because at the end of the day, they're still right there. You know what I mean? They still have an opportunity to play every team in their division. They just have to, do what they need to do to finish out game and win games.
Yeah, win games, finish games, and win games. Heavy is the crown. Heavy is the crown. And that typically is what an established quarterback wears. He wears the crown. And Kyler Murray, heavy is the crown. It is up to Kyler to rally this team and bring them back. It is up to the leadership in this team to rally the rest of the team on the roster and play well going forward. It is up to your best players to stand up right now and say, the season is not over and we're taking names. Man, that is something that, once again, that is something that I would be all for in terms of a players only standing up and saying, just so everybody knows, we're taking names and we're taking numbers. We're not going to talk about the coaches, not going to talk about them. We're going to talk about players that are in this room right now, and the rest of the way, take names and numbers.
Well, I mean, the reality in front of you is you still have 10 games, regardless of how you play. So why wouldn't you go out there and be looking to win them? I mean, I think this game...
And it doesn't mean, Luke, you're going to go out and you're going to play great every time. It doesn't mean that as a player. But what I can expect from you, my teammate, you're going to give it all.
I feel like that is one thing we've seen from the Cardinals through the first 7 games. Not that they've played perfect football by any means. They've lost 5 straight games. But I don't feel like guys have quit yet, at least not to the point where where it's noticeable. I don't feel like we're looking and saying,
Agreed.
They lost to Green Bay because they quit. Like, no, I mean, they fought Green Bay tooth and nail to the very end of the game. They nearly won that game. But I do think this game on Monday is huge in the sense of, like, I try to look forward to what it would sound like the next day if we were talking about this. If they go out there and they beat Dallas, I'm looking at the other NFC West games. Seattle plays Washington. I don't know. Washington doesn't look great. San Francisco's playing the Giants. The Rams are playing the Saints. But if the Cardinals go out there and win on Monday and Kyler plays well, okay, you're 3-5. And it's just perception, right? Then it's like, and all 5 of those losses were by 13 points. If you go out there and lose, I think you're starting to head down a potentially really dark path because you still have 9 more games. You can't just check out and be like, well, we can't make the playoffs. You still got to play them, and they're tough. Like Patrick Peterson, something he said in there that is really important, they still have 4 games left against the division. So if you could figure this out, you could make up a lot of ground. But the flip side is the schedule gets really tough after Monday. So if you can't go out there and beat Dallas, it's going to get ugly.
Man, yeah, just the way you said that, too. Think about it. I'm big on this, but say it out loud. 2-6, 3-5.
2-6 is not.
2-6 and 3-5.
2-6 is
the difference is felt. Is it not?
3-5 is like, oh, okay, you can kind of talk yourself back into it. Like, oh, you almost beat 4 really good teams. I still can never forgive the Tennessee loss, but the other 4. But you won. You just beat Dallas. You went on the road. It's Monday Night Football. Okay, you're in this. You're on the outside looking in, but you're still in it. 2-6 is like what mock drafts are out there.
Yeah,
I mean that's what 2-6 is.
Yeah,
you're not coming back from 2-6. You're probably not coming back from 2-5 because of the division you're in, but it's not impossible. 2-6, and then you got to play Seattle in Seattle on a short week. Like, no, better win this game against Dallas, man. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Listen, the original Bronktober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it's going on right now. I've been telling you about this all month long. It's still going on. Yes, it's October 28th, Basinonians, but this sale is going on right now. How about this? Lease deals, $299 per month on a Bronco Sport. Oh, man, that is a good deal right there. $299 a month on the Bronco Sport. Maybe you're into the big Bronco. That's what you prefer. I know I am. $399 a month on the big Bronco right there. And during the original Bronktober sales event, there's all kinds of other incredible lease offers on the entire Ford lineup, man. Whether you're into the Ford F-150, maybe it's the Ford Expedition, you love what the Warrior Queen loves, whatever it may be, that's for you. And for all these lease deals, not everyone qualifies. 36-month lease terms. See Santan Ford for details. Some fees apply. All offers expire 10/31/25.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons. KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have opened up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams. The team has also released running back Michael Carter and cornerback Darren Hall from the active roster, but both players have been re-signed to the practice squad. Our Damon Allred confirms that Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt will miss Saturday's game against Iowa State. Leavitt was injured in the Sun Devils' 24-16 loss to Houston. Devin Booker had 34 points and 10 assists, but the Phoenix Suns lost 138-134 to the Utah Jazz in overtime last night in Salt Lake City. The Suns return to action tomorrow at home against the Memphis Grizzlies. Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 18th inning to lift the Los Angeles Dodgers to a 6-5 win over the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the World Series. The 6-hour, 39-minute game was the second longest in the history of the Fall Classic. The Blue Jays will attempt to even the series at 2 games apiece tonight. Pre-game coverage starts at 4, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM.
And I'm hungry like the wolf. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Tuesday. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and it's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick, what's up?
What's up, guys? So, some bad news today.
Good. Just start off with that. What bad news here?
Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt will miss Saturday's game against Iowa State due to his injury from the Houston game over the weekend. Is Saturday an automatic loss for the Sun Devils?
No. I don't think it's an automatic loss, but it's going to be a tough game to win now. I mean, I think anybody that follows this team is getting frustrated, and I'm sure they're more frustrated than anybody because you feel like, again, this is a game you would win if you were at relatively full strength. Iowa State's solid, but Iowa State has lost 3 in a row. But you're going into their stadium. You know they want revenge for the Big 12 championship. You don't have Sam. You don't have a number of other players, and then a number of other players are also, questionable, so it's going to be tough.
You always have a chance. You always have a shot. Never forget that, my young Crunk brothers. No matter how dire it might look, if you've got 11 guys in the game of football that you can actually line up on the field, go do your job. Take care of what you can control, and you can find a way to beat anybody. I believe that. Having said that, this is very, very difficult because Sam Leavitt is one of those guys, once again, that impacts the tangible, impacts how you're going to play the game. I'm talking about successful plays or non-successful plays. He's got an awful lot to do with that and impacts that, as every quarterback does. Sam Leavitt, the tangible, and Sam Leavitt, the intangible. The guy that is leader, the guy that inspires everybody else. Yeah, this is the definition of an uphill climb for ASU.
The Arizona Cardinals opened the 21-day practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams earlier today. Here's Patrick Peterson from our show just about 45 minutes ago on what Garrett Williams will bring to the team when he's back.
Oh, man, Garrett's going to bring that energy. He's going to bring that passion, and he's a guy that definitely that we was missing on the defensive side of the ball, so getting him back into the lineup, getting a player like him at him, back with Buddha, and Calais in the game, is just going to make that defense that much better. So, he's a guy that's always in the backfield, that's always around the ball, and you're always, his presence is always missed. So to get him back in the lineup, I believe the defense is going to be that much better and that much faster.
How big would it be for the Cardinals to get Williams back soon?
Yeah, it'd be huge. I mean, that is one of those pieces on defense that is, I think, a difference maker. I mean, it's not like he's going to go out there and get 7 interceptions. I understand that. But everything gets a lot better with your defense when he's out there because he'll just take a player away on the offense. And, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Wolf, I didn't think Garrett Williams would even be in the conversation in October. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. All of a sudden, not that the first 2 games were amazing for the Cardinals, but they haven't won a game since Garrett Williams and James Conner went down. I don't think that's a coincidence.
I would agree with that. Can I also say this, Mason Reams? I think Garrett Williams is going to play against the Dallas Cowboys. I think he's going to be activated. I think he's going to play.
That would be fast.
How about that for a bold guess?
I didn't even think this would be a conversation today.
The reason why I'm saying that is because he's such a cerebral player. He totally understands defensive football. He gets it. He's one of those guys that helps other guys get it as well. This is a guy that's going to be up to speed quickly, mentally. And not only that, if he's up to speed, he's also going to be green-lighted because they know how big this game is. So if he can do it mentally, he can also do it physically, or otherwise he wouldn't be practicing.
That was honestly, this has been a season of frustrating moments. When he got hurt against Carolina, I feel like the whole season, I'm not saying it's just because of this, but it clearly turned. And that was maybe the most frustrating moment to me because the defense had been out there for the entire fourth quarter. There was no reason for them to be playing every single snap. The offensive drive to close out the game was like 34 seconds, and they didn't get the onside kick. And it's like, when you leave your defense out there for an entire game, your good players start to get hurt.
The Phoenix Suns lost 138-134 to the Utah Jazz last night, but the Suns did come back from 20 points down to force overtime. Here's Suns head coach Jordan Ott after the game.
We just talked about it, just our competitive fight down to the full 48, and then into overtime. But, the group's resilient, competitive, high character, tough. That's who we are, scrappy. Again, showed it again.
What stands out to you guys more, the comeback or the loss?
I mean, in the moment, it was fun seeing them come back, I'm still trying to figure out where the bar needs to be for this team this season because, and you know how hesitant I was at the end of last season to be like, okay, we're going to trade all of our scorers away and start to rebuild this. I can get on board, but I do think you need to be able to beat Utah.
Man, honestly, I just, when I think of 28 offensive rebounds for the Utah Jazz, 28. Oh my goodness. To try to compliment anybody that was out on the floor when you give up 28 offensive rebounds, it's really hard to do.
It's indefensible.
It is.
But literally, I guess, for them.
It's difficult for me to do. I'm just going to leave it there.
Sticking with the Suns, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at arizonasports.com. And it deals with some guys with some injury concerns. Which player will be more important to the Suns this season? Jalen Green, who has yet to play due to his hamstring injury, or Mark Williams, who has a history of injury?
I think big picture, the answer is pretty clearly Jalen Green, because I've said this before. I'm not like breaking news here. I don't know where they find a scorer behind Devin Booker, big picture, if it's not Jalen Green. I'm not saying for this year, but like you're not going to be able to draft one. So big picture, it's Jalen Green, who, by the way, has missed 4 games already, 4 out of 4 for the Suns. He missed 6 total the last 3 years, so that's just kind of a sign of where we are. But I think Mark Williams is actually the answer for this year because they don't have a lot of players like him. And if he can stay on the floor, you kind of saw elements of what he could do last night. Now, he's part of giving up all those offensive rebounds, too. I get that. But, double-double and a big putback there at the end and 25 points.
Yeah, I'm going to go Jalen Green.
Okay.
I'm going to go
reason?
Jalen Green. Yeah, once again, I just think his impact on Devin Booker as well is going to be significant. I think Jalen Green and Devin Booker going forward, we've talked about it all offseason. How's it going to look? How's this going to work? I'm fascinated by that. And when it comes to a pure talent perspective, I think Jalen Green is that guy.
Yeah, for me, it's Jalen Green just because he kind of goes into why I think they're going to still make the play-in and then make the playoffs out of that. Jalen Green, 55%, Mark Williams, 45%. So pretty close. All right, last one for you guys. Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 18th inning to lift the Los Angeles Dodgers to a 6-5 win over the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the World Series. It was the second longest World Series game of all time at 6 hours, 39 minutes. Was it the best baseball game you guys have ever watched?
I don't know about that, but it's got to be in the conversation. Because that depends. I mean, that depends how you define best game you ever watched. The only reason I'm hesitating on it, Wolf, is because you and I were having the conversation earlier about, okay, is Shohei the best player? It was his game against Milwaukee the last time he started, the best game you've ever seen, like individual performance. And we were talking about how, everybody says the thing they saw in the last 12 hours is the best thing ever. I don't have that reaction to that game last night the way I do to Shohei striking out 10 as a pitcher and throwing 6 shutout innings while also hitting 3 home runs in an NLCS game was the best performance I've ever seen. I don't know that last night was the single greatest baseball game I've ever seen, but it's got to be on the short list.
Yeah, I'm going to throw up Gonzo up there. I'm going to say that Gonzo base hit.
Yeah,
Diamondbacks win the World Series.
Any World Series walk-offs, I think.
Honestly,
World Series
I'm going to put that
walk-offs.
one up there as number 1. But watching this, there was something legendary about what we were watching. And to see Freddie Freeman, who is one of the best hitters the game has ever seen, to see him do what he did in the top, or the bottom, I should say, of the 18th, leading it off, home run right over the 395, right over it. Go back and look at it. Straight away, dead center, right over the sign. And then Shohei Ohtani as well, going 4 for 4, on base 9 times. 9 times. It just legend. was on display last night.
Baseball, more than any other sport, has those moments. Like you're saying with Freddie Freeman, he hits the walk-off home run, it goes right over the sign on
395.
Baseball has more of those moments than any other sport where, like, as you're watching, you're like, I can already see the documentary being made, you know? Like, this feels like a movie in real time. All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Tune into Arizona Sports at night. Right after Burns and Gambo, Cal and Mitch are going to preview the Cardinals taking on the Cowboys for Monday Night Football, plus the Suns as they take on Ja Morant and the Grizzlies. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, how long are we going to have to hear about every college football opening being a potential landing spot for Kenny Dillingham, and how long is he going to have to answer the questions? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
In the midst of this 5-game losing streak, you've had 3 games with Kyler Murray at quarterback where they've lost, but they've been in position to win.
Mm-hmm.
That's the similarity in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Is Jacoby Brissett had them into position to win as well. They're close, but all signs point to Kyler Murray returning.
And again, part of me thinks that given where the record is, maybe this is what we need to see. Maybe we need to see this right here and now. Whether or not this offense can look just like it did with Kyler, as it did with Jacoby Brissett.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. It's starting to cool down. Oh, yes, it is. How beautiful it is. All Pro Shade is heating things up, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, when you buy any roll-down patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. That's right, Basinonians. Each customer can receive up to 3 patio heaters, 1 per shade purchased. These shades aren't just for the summer. Oh, no. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com. They came over to the Wolfley compound, and man, we're glad that we used All Pro Shade because they were the best. Go to allproshade.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Sports sports fans. It's showtime at Talking Stick Resort. Rock out to ZZ Top, the global symbol of rock and roll. Laugh out loud with multi-platinum comedian Bill Engvall or viral sensation Matt Matthews. And get your country music fix with chart-topping artist Jody Messina, or celebrate the holidays with two-time Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes and her greatest hits Christmas concert. Talking Stick Resort is your go-to spot for incredible entertainment. Grab your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
Are you ready for a smile makeover? Have you dreamed about a beautiful new smile that you can be proud of? If the answer is yes, then let's get you in for a free consultation with ProSmile Dental, where they specialize in no prep or minimal prep cosmetic veneers. Have Arizona's top cosmetic dentists customize your smile with the Valley's only on-site cosmetic dental lab, where they custom create your designer smile with the exact color, shape, and size that you want. ProSmile has locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Don't you open up that window. Don't you let
Hey, it's Gambo. What did we learn from the fourth Suns game of the season, and how soon until Jalen Green makes his debut? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
I thank all our listeners in Deer Valley right now. Everybody listening on the radio or the app or on our YouTube channel. Watching, I guess, on YouTube in Deer Valley. Thanks everybody everywhere, but especially Deer Valley. Well, if I want to throw this stat at you that maybe you've heard, okay, but maybe you haven't. So you realize there have been 2 World Series games that have gone 18 innings?
No.
Okay, both involving the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know the other stat with this?
No.
That Brad Paisley performed the national anthem at both of them?
Stop it. No! I did not know that. Oh, my goodness. The legend continues of what we saw last night.
The 2 longest games in World Series history, 2 18-inning games. Brad Paisley performed the national anthem before both of them.
Seems like a random national anthem performer for Los Angeles.
But I guess he's a big Dodgers fan. I agree. Wow. Kind of random, but I guess he's a big Dodgers fan.
He's also from the great state of West Virginia.
Oh my goodness.
West Virginia.
That is stunning. No, I'm not even going to do it on that because I'm not a big Brad guy.
He also performed the national anthem before an 11-inning World Series game in 2017 and a 10-inning game in 2024.
Okay, that's enough out of you, Brad.
So the thought is, if Brad Paisley's singing the national anthem, it's going extra innings. But 18 innings is crazy twice.
That's absolutely unthinkable. That is crazy and part of the legend of what we saw once again.
Mm-hmm. We got into this conversation a little bit yesterday, but it's worth circling back to, because now every time they show anything on TV about college football, like they did about 20 minutes ago during the show, Wolf, and it was Pete Thamel's most likely new head coach for each of the big vacancies out there in college football. So now you have to look and make sure he doesn't have Kenny Dillingham up there, right? All of the lists come out. It's like, oh, Florida needs a head coach, and then you get the odds-on favorites, and it's Lane Kiffin for all of them, and then Kenny Dillingham's in not all of them, but he's in some of them. Yeah. I saw one yesterday where it was UCLA's next coach, and like third on the list was Kenny Dillingham. I understand that we may
First of all, I'm shocked it was 3.
I understand we may get 5-10 years down the line, whatever. Who knows? And if Kenny Dillingham continues on the path he's on, I think, like I said, a bunch of things would have to happen for him to actually consider leaving. I think ASU would have to be consistently struggling. I think fan support would have to be waning.
Yes.
And then I think some school would have to come along and offer just some absurd amount of money. And it couldn't be some school. It would have to be like Alabama or something. You know what I mean? He's not going to UCLA. Come on. Really?
Yeah, no, I don't see that either if you're from the East Coast. Can I just say that once again, we all know that ASU wants Kenny Dillingham to be here and will do whatever they possibly are capable of doing.
They already did that last year.
To keep him, to keep him here. There's no denying that. Yet at the same time, this is always going to be the case. And it's going to be the case because Kenny is young. He's up and coming. He is coveted in terms of recruiting. And not only that, heading up and rallying a base, whatever fan base you have, Kenny's going to make it better. He is. And that is something that's administrators need to consider today in today's college football landscape is this guy going to be able to generate excitement? Because you know what excitement does? It generates NIL and money that we can actually raise to pay these guys. It's not just recruiting anymore. It isn't. Mm-mm. As a matter of fact, I would say the NIL perspective, the NIL element to it all is even more important than recruiting.
Yeah, no, it's what he say. What Kenny said, it was it's all about retaining even more than recruiting now, and that was before the season. It's just it's going to keep coming up, I guess, on some level. It is a compliment. Kenny was asked if he sees it as a compliment yesterday.
I find it nothing, to be honest. It's useless. Like in this, I told our guys today, we live, I've said it before, in a reality show where everybody in here is the main character or not the character, right? And it's last year, okay, we're the sleeping person and it's a great story. Wow, what a great twist to the show. Right, awesome. This year, it's put him on a pedestal, and we're gonna make somebody fall, and somebody's got to fail. Everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's trying to win, right? Not everybody can win. That's why college football is chaotic and crazy, because everybody expects everybody to go undefeated. Everybody expects everybody to win their conference. It's impossible. It's a math problem that can't possibly be done. So I tell our guys, if you get lost and people making you the reality show, this thing is going to be miserable for you as a player.
Did you get called from somebody in Louisiana, Kenny? Did you?
It's such a broken system. Like, you just don't see this in any other sport. Can you imagine in the NFL? So the Titans fired their coach earlier this season. Could you imagine it was like the Titans would like to interview Sean McVay and Matt LaFleur and Mike Tomlin? Like, that's not how it works. Those guys are under contract. In college football, it's just accepted. None of these lists of the odds-on favorite to be the next coach in LSU or Florida or Penn State, those lists barely include anybody that is not currently coaching somewhere else, because there's just no rules in college football.
We were talking a little bit about this yesterday. If LSU and Penn State and Florida came after you, what did you say yesterday? Would it be the school that you would prefer?
Probably LSU, but with the caveat that in the SEC, you're going to get fired in 3 years.
Okay.
You're going to get fired in 3 years unless you're in the national championship or you are at least in the Final Four every other year. You're going to get fired. We're seeing it in the SEC.
Yeah.
Brian Kelly deserved to be fired, but I'm just saying in general, like every week somebody's on the hot seat in the SEC.
Yeah, here's the one thing that I think is going to cool down. It's going to cool down a lot of the Kenny Dillingham talk. It's definitely this year. It's definitely this season. Because if they would have followed it up, as we all know, with another Big 12 championship, 2 Big 12 championships, man, that would have been really terrifying.
Yeah, think how bad that is.
That would have been bad.
That's how backwards college football
It
is.
is.
Well, you guys went out and you have sustained success, so you better be worried. Like, what?
Yeah. No.
Why is that?
I mean, you agree with that, right? I mean, Kenny would have been every job that came open.
I still don't think he's leaving for any time soon, but yes, I agree.
Oh,
And that just speaks to college football more than anything else.
This
Rick,
is going to cool it down a little bit in regard to Kenny.
I do want to throw this out there, Rick. I'm looking at one of these sheets of who the odds-on next coach for each school is, and for Virginia Tech, they have John Gruden as the favorite.
That's not going to happen.
I don't know. That's what it says. All right, when we come back, 10 games left for the Arizona Cardinals. Is that enough time for Kyler Murray to win over the fan base, to solidify his role with this team beyond this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about right there. Oh, we of the Wu Fang Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. and you can feel the autumn wind. It is blowing right now, and that was the case this morning, of course, at the compound, and that means football is here and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. And when I say everything, I'm talking about adjustable frames, mattresses, sheets, pillows. Everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and is every step a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from a life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you, because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. This is not science fiction. This is your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Mitch Vareldes here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Balón, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have opened up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams. The team has also released running back Michael Carter and cornerback Darren Hall from the active roster, but both players have been re-signed to the practice squad. Our Damon Allred confirms that Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt will miss Saturday's game against Iowa State. Leavitt was injured in the Sun Devils' 24-16 loss to Houston. Devin Booker had 34 points and 10 assists, but the Phoenix Suns lost 138-134 to the Utah Jazz in overtime last night in Salt Lake City. The Suns return to action tomorrow at home against the Memphis Grizzlies. Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 18th inning to lift the Los Angeles Dodgers to a 6-5 win over the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the World Series. The 6-hour, 39-minute game was the second longest in the history of the Fall Classic. The Blue Jays will attempt to tie the series at 2 games apiece tonight. Pre-game coverage starts at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What's the update on Kyler Murray's playing status? We'll discuss the Arizona Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, I'm looking at a TV in here where the quote from John Harbaugh on Lamar Jackson is, expect him to be out there Thursday.
Okay.
So take that for what it's worth.
Is he going to practice, Coach?
I don't know. Don't they play on Thursday, don't they? I think they, yeah.
Yeah. Well, again, is he going to play?
Is he going to retroactively change that and be like, it doesn't matter who plays quarterback in the NFL? For the Cardinals, Adam Schefter is saying Kyler Murray is trending in the right direction for next Monday's game in Dallas.
It'll be the Arizona Cardinals in Jerry's world, and it looks like Kyler Murray should be ready to come back from his foot injury. If all goes well this week, he's tracking to return. Jacoby Brissett stepped in the interim. But again, some quarterback questions about Monday Night Football next week.
Boy. Okay, Monday Night Football. Coming out of a bye, isn't that weird, too? Think about that.
Yeah.
You're coming out of this bye. You've had a week off, and now you're not going to play on Sunday. You're going to play on Monday. I would have hated that as a player.
You would have
hated that.
After 5 straight last-second losses, you have to wait through the next 2 Sundays before you play your next game. I mean, everything else aside, the Cardinals should be they should be like a wounded animal in that game against Dallas. Like, the Cowboys should not be ready for whatever the Cardinals are bringing. I'm not saying the Cardinals are going to go on some crazy run and make the playoffs. I'm not saying any of that. I'm not saying any of these problems go away. But at least for that game, they should be ready to run through a wall after having to wait around for 2 weeks, basically, and hear about, but also just live in the fact that they've lost 5 straight games.
It's just amazing when you look at the Dallas Cowboys offense and compare it to the Dallas Cowboys defense. As bad as the Dallas Cowboys defense has been, their offense is that good.
Yeah. No, Dallas is going to score.
Number two in points per game, 30.8 points per game. Are you kidding me?
They haven't had CeeDee Lamb for most of these games.
The Dallas Cowboys are scoring almost 31 points a game, and they give up 31.3. Can you imagine that? I mean, honestly, we all get it, how bad that is. You score 30. I'm just saying, if that was the case every week, you score 30 points. Oh, my goodness, the offense was great, and the defense gives up 31.
You know what you shouldn't do is you shouldn't trade Micah Parsons away. That might be, if your defense is kind of lacking, maybe don't trade away one of the best defensive players in the world.
Yeah, when you think about it, the Dallas Cowboys cannot stop the run, and they cannot stop you from throwing the ball. They are really, really bad. They're last in the league.
That seems like a lot on defense.
They're last in the league in terms of first downs allowed, and they're also last in the league in terms of third down defense, which makes an awful lot of sense, but it's not always the case. This is the case with the Dallas Cowboys. Bad is bad. That's why it's going to be really interesting to see how this offense comes out for the Arizona Cardinals.
So if you're on that path of these 10 games left, these are the ones where Kyler wins everybody over. The start of it, the on-ramp where you're going to Dallas and facing that defense.
Yeah.
If Kyler is good to go and healthy and able to play in that game, that's a pretty good way to start it. I don't know what it looks like over the rest of these 10 games. And we were talking to Patrick Peterson about this earlier. Do they have to make the playoffs for him to be the guy? Nobody can answer that other than Monty, obviously. And I think you have to see the next 10 games.
Yes.
But that was certainly the thought coming into this season. I don't think it can be. I don't think it can be you got 10 games left and you go 5-5 in those games and Kyler throws for 193 yards a game. I've said this already. If you're cool with that, if you're just going to accept that, then you're going to accept that for the next however many you're going to accept winning 8 games and missing the playoffs every year. If he goes out there and plays out of his mind and they still miss the playoffs by a game or 2 or something, I think there's some nuance to this.
Yes.
I just think everything's on the table now.
No, I think you're right about this. I really do believe this, Luke. I believe these next 10 games are going to determine the future of Kyler Murray as an Arizona Cardinal.
I agree.
And I think he's going to get the opportunity to go out and do that. I don't think you're going to give that opportunity to Jacoby Brissett unless Kyler gets banged up once again. That's why I'm fascinated in regard to watching how the Arizona Cardinals respond. And it's not just Kyler Murray that I'm talking about, Basin on it's also his teammates, everybody around him, and how they play.
I'll go one step further. Not only do I think the next 10 games determine his future with the Cardinals, I think they should determine his future with the Cardinals because agreed. Now I was on board with it's only a year and a half or whatever in this offense, but if they get through the season and don't make the playoffs, however you want to spin it, he's played 7 seasons and been in 1 playoff game. So I think these next 10 games determine a lot about not just his direction. I mean, we're just talking about Kyler because he's the quarterback. But depending how this goes, this could affect a lot of people over the next 10 games. He's going to get the chance. He should. I hope this sparks something and he goes out there and plays out of his mind, really. I mean, you hear some people that are just like, well, he shouldn't have to compete for his job. They signed him. It's like, okay. As long as Kyler's not thinking that way, I don't really care if random people are thinking that way. You don't get handed an NFL job forever at the quarterback position. Look around the rest of the league. I think we're going to see something different from Kyler against Dallas.
You know, I'm really hopeful that we're going to see the Arizona Cardinals come out and play their best game that we've seen so far. I know that coming out of a bye, sometimes it's a bit of a wild card. It truly is. Yeah. Some coaches know how to prepare their teams coming out of a bye. They play really, really well. And some coaches, for whatever reason, seem to struggle coming out of a bye. I think this is going to be really important that the Arizona Cardinals come out, and it starts with one. They come out and they play really, really well. You don't have to play it, Rick. Okay, but it does.
But it does start with one.
It's so important in all 3 phases. They go out and play differently than what we have seen so far. And what we have seen so far, Basinonians, is a team that is having a hard time finishing games. It's not going to be good enough to just play well through 3 quarters. And then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, you can't get the job done against the Dallas Cowboys in the 4th quarter in Dallas. You have to play well through all 4 quarters and win the game. That would actually make a statement going forward.
Yeah, and we're all going to overreact on Tuesday either way. Let me be clear. I think Kyler's going to go out there and have his best game of the year against the Cowboys. That doesn't guarantee anything beyond that, though. You know what I mean? That's not me saying it, and he's going to go on an MVP-like run, and he's going to answer all the questions. I just think the starting spot for these final 10 games is a good one for him. When you consider Dallas's defense, when you consider how he has had to sit around for 3 weeks and hear about his backup is a better quarterback than him, when you consider how great he has historically performed in that stadium as a high schooler, a college athlete, and as an NFL player, I just think it's a good starting spot for him.
Yeah, for me, I would say more than stats, more than numbers, I want to see Kyler Murray make a difference in the 4th quarter and lead his team back to win a game. That's what I'd love to see.
That's his stat.
More than anything else.
His stat there is that he's 9-0. It's his personal stats in some of these games aren't amazing at the NFL level against the Cowboys, but he wins there. Join us next Monday at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 a.m. to 2, your pregame for Cardinals against Cowboys on Monday Night Football. And stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for complete details. When we come back, just how valuable could Mark Williams be for the Phoenix Suns, assuming he can stay healthy this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think you need to see the kind of play out of Marvin Harrison Jr. that justifies him being the 4th pick in the draft. Whoever's throwing him the ball. Kyler or Jacoby. Show me why we picked you 4th overall. Show us that guy. Where's that guy?
So he is projected to have, 58 catches, 962 yards.
Fewer catches, but more yards.
Yeah, I would expect like a top receiver to go over 1,000.
No matter, honestly,
and not 50 or 60 receptions.
Not totally dependent on who the quarterback is either.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. When you do, you can check out all of their 5-star reviews from people just like you. That's right. Moving Team 6. What can you, Basinonians, expect when you hire Moving Team 6 for your move? Pretty much perfection, man. They believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust, brothers. That's why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And the reason why I know that is because it is built on the backs of the Lee family. That's right, Tim Lee. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. This is a family-run business right here in Phoenix, and you can trust them. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for. From smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. How will the Sun Devils get by without Sam Levitt at quarterback against Iowa State? That and a lot more starting Wednesday morning at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It feels like every conversation about any team in this city over the last calendar year, Wolf, has been, hey, how can this team do this without this? How can this team do this without their best player? How can the Diamondbacks win without Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck? How can ASU win without Sam Levitt and maybe Jordan Tyson? Like, here's the irony of all this. Mark Williams is healthy and playing. The one guy that you couldn't keep on the floor if you were Charlotte.
Yes.
Mark Williams is like, hey, this is how you do it. You just go out there and play 31 and put up 25 and have a double-double and tip in a game-tying shot at the very end. This guy, you see what he could potentially do for Devin Booker and the Suns at large as long as they can keep him on the floor. Like, there are moments, I know it's early, but you understand why they were so intent on trading 2 first-round picks to get him.
Yeah. No, this guy is wildly talented. He's still so young. I mean, 23 years old. It's truly amazing to think of Mark Williams and how young he is. And you know what also, too, you can see it, can't you, based on is the raw athleticism. He's also very, very smooth and athletic to me. 25 and 11, of course, as you said already last night. This is a guy, if he can just stay on the court, he is a difference maker. And you can see why the Lakers went after him.
Yeah.
You can see why they did. They targeted him and went after him, and he failed the physical. This guy is wildly talented, especially on the offensive end.
I'm still hesitant about giving up a couple first-round picks for him, but at the same time, they were late first-rounders. You have to find some of these guys. It's like the Jalen Green conversation. You have to find some of these guys that can be difference makers for your franchise beyond just this season, because you're not going to have the ability to really draft them anytime soon. So like Jalen Green has to be that guy that can give you 25 points a night and, evolve his game defensively and fit alongside Devin Booker. Mark Williams, is it a little bit of a lottery ticket? Yeah, just because he's played 3 seasons and the most games he's played in a season is 44, but they've been pretty intentional since they got him about trying to make sure they managed his workload in the preseason to make it so he can play more in the regular season. He didn't play the second half of the back-to-back against Denver the other day. So it's very early, but he definitely showed something last night. Here's Jordan Ott.
Yeah, Mark was unreal. I think every second he was on the floor, he impacted the game, both sides. And, again, it's great to see his fight, his work pays off. And can't tell you how many days he was in there in this summer without, even doing the court stuff. So we're going to continue to need it. He set the standard. So now we got to hold him to that standard to continue to play this at this level. No possessions off, no nights off. He was fantastic.
So efficient as well in his 31 minutes, 9 of 14 from the floor. Really did a nice job in that regard. A lot of in the paint stuff, of course, for Mark Williams. But I also thought, too, 31 minutes, those are starter minutes right there, even though he's coming off the bench, of course. And I thought the same thing for Colin Gillespie as well. 32 minutes coming off. Man, this young guy is developing before our very eyes as well. I think we're seeing an NBA player who's going to be a doggone good player.
There's a lot of ways you could look at Colin Gillespie and say he is almost like the embodiment of what they want this team to be, where I don't know that a whole lot of people around the league were thinking of Colin Gillespie as like this surefire impact NBA player. Maybe he's an end of the bench guy, and then he gets in last year because the Suns needed that jolt of energy. We talked to him at Media Day, remember? He's like, I forget who he said it was. I think it was him and Oso. They would talk about it. Maybe Ryan Dunn was in this too. I think it was him and Oso, though. He said they would talk about it on the bench watching their team basically get out-energized. And they were like, when we get out there, we have to be the energy. We have to bring it, and hopefully guys follow. And obviously with Colin Gillespie, you could see that last year when he got out there. But early on this season, 32 minutes last night, like you said, 15 points, 13 assists. Like, this is a guy who is in a good position to make a name for himself.
Yeah.
And credit to him, I think he's doing it.
Yeah, honestly, do you expect him to continue to develop? Because I look at this kid, and I see somebody who's getting better. Yeah. I think, a lot of times, too, this is something that I've experienced, culture change as well.
Yeah.
Culture change. And I think this culture really fits Colin Gillespie a lot better than what was here before. I think Jordan Ott and this culture, what they're trying to build here, really fits Colin Gillespie.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing him because I think he realizes as well. He's confident. This culture was made for me and my skill set, and I can do well with this team. I think he really believes that.
I think he does, too.
Confidence is starting to ooze.
Because, I also, some of it is about opportunity. And, you wish the Suns were, you wish the whole Big Three thing would have just worked out the way it was supposed to, and the Suns were in the title.
That'd be nice.
But, I don't know how much, if I'm Colin Gillespie, I don't know how much playing time I ever would have gotten. I don't know how much opportunity I would have gotten. If Colin Gillespie was on Oklahoma City right now, how much of an opportunity would he be getting if he was still an unknown? Would he be getting that opportunity in Houston right now? He is in the right spot for a player that is taking an unconventional path to NBA minutes. He's undrafted. He's in the right spot where there's an opportunity. He created some of it last year by any time he got thrown out there, even with a different coaching staff and a different environment, was like, no, I'm going to bring energy. But yeah, right now on a team like this, how many times do we talk about this in the offseason? There's opportunity on this team if you're a young player. And Plus, he's a Villanova guy. Those Villanova guys, when they get to the NBA, they just seem to stick for whatever reason.
How would you feel okay if your point guard had a 4.25 assist to turnover ratio? Would you feel really good about that?
Just having a point guard. Let me wrap my head around that.
Yeah, no, I thought he played fantastic. Mark Williams and Colin Gillespie.
Yeah, I think you're looking for guys on this team this year that you anticipate being on the Suns when they make the playoffs in whenever that is, 2, 3, hopefully only 2 or 3 years. I guess it could be longer. I don't know, but hopefully only 2 or 3 years. Like, who are some of the building blocks beyond just Devin Booker? And Colin Gillespie has an opportunity, and he's doing something with it. Going back to Mark Williams for a second, he spoke after the game yesterday and just talked about the offseason work he put in and the payoff he's starting to see now.
I feel like I've done a lot of good things. Staff's had a plan since I got here, so, credit to them. But I've bought in since I've been here, and, I feel like tonight was a little bit of showing what I was able to do. So it felt good. I wish the result was a little bit different, but, yeah.
I think this is some of the stuff you really have to dig deep on if you're a Suns fan this season, because if you're just holding your breath hoping for 41 wins, don't hold your breath that long.
Yeah.
I would be – I just don't think that's in the cards this year, unless Jalen Green comes back and is just an amazing scorer and everything just clicks.
Here's the one thing about it. I just wonder how this is going to work with Mark Williams. I know that you've got a governor on him right now. I know that you're like, okay, we're gonna manage his minutes. That's what we're gonna do. And yet at the same time, you want to win games, and you know how good he is. It's going to be really, really difficult for the organization. I'm not just saying Jordan Ott, because Jordan Ott is talking to the organization as well. And we all know who I'm talking about in regard to the organization. And it's also about winning games. And yet, are you going to have the discipline? Are you going to have the wherewithal to look at a guy who makes you better and still try to manage his minutes as opposed to going out and winning games?
Yeah, I mean, he played 31 minutes last night, but he was one of the guys giving you a better chance to win.
No doubt.
I don't think 31 minutes is, I would hope if you traded those picks for him, your goal someday is to just be able to play 31 minutes without worrying about it. But I don't know how much we're going to see him in back-to-backs early this season. Do you?
No.
They don't have another back-to-back until November 12th and 13th. So what is the next 7 games are all just basically day on, day off.
So what I'm saying right now is we know he's healthy. Mm-hmm. Mark Williams is healthy right now.
But you're trying to keep him healthy, right?
Yeah. But how long is this 31-minute thing going to last?
It's like managing a starting pitcher now. That's kind of what this is. And that opens a whole different question of, like, can you have a guy that you're building around if you –
Yeah.
I want to be careful how I say this.
Out loud.
Well, he's been available every time the Suns have called on him so far.
Yes.
So I don't want to say he can't become that guy that's available, but if he were the guy in Charlotte still where you just can't play him more than half the games, then I don't think you can really build around him.
Yeah, again, I think part of this is saying, okay, we're going to manage his minutes, not because he's hurt, but because we don't want him to get hurt.
Yeah. And that's where it's like
the body breaks down with more work that you give it.
Yeah.
That's what I think the modern NBA believes.
And that's what I think every pitching coach in Major League Baseball believes at this point, too. All right, when we come back, the trade deadline in the NFL is a week from today. It's possible the Cardinals may have to trade a big name away in the next week. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play. Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Maybe you got some back issues. Maybe you got a spine. Well, if you do, you've got to go see DISC, Basinonians. People from all over the world, they come right here to the Basin because of DISC. I went to see Dr. Chris at DISC when I had some back issues. It's one of the reasons why I love recommending them to you. Discs, they treat a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated discs, bulging discs, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease as well. Disc offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. Man, you can get back to living. That's right, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com or pick up the phone and give Disc a call at 602-944-2900. 602-944-2900 for Disc.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have opened up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams. The team has also released running back Michael Carter and cornerback Darren Hall from the active roster, but both players have been re-signed to the practice squad. Our Damon Allred confirms that Arizona State quarterback Sam Levitt will miss Saturday's game against Iowa State. Levitt was injured in the Sun Devils' 24-16 loss to Houston. And Game 4 of the World Series is tonight between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage begins at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Gambo. What did we learn from the fourth Suns game of the season and how soon until Jalen Green makes his debut? It's the Burns and Gambo show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. The NFL trade deadline is a week from today. Wolf.
Ooh, what up, YouTube? What up?
There's a name being floated around out there that I don't love hearing this name floated around.
Okay.
So it's not as crazy. football is not the same as baseball, where it's like you either have to be a buyer or a seller, and if you're not buying, then you're selling off all your big names for a bunch of prospects. We talked about this last week. There's no minor league system in the NFL. Like, you don't do that. But you're not probably going to go out and be adding a rental player if you lose against Dallas and you're 2-6. The flip side, though, Pro Football Focus put together a list of some of the bigger names that could be traded, and Calais Campbell's name is on the list.
Yeah, I hate that. Like, no way. No way is that going to happen, right? Right? Money? Right? There's no way that's going to happen. Listen, at least it wouldn't happen in the Wolfley compound, okay? And the reason
You've been trying to bring him back for 5 years.
Yeah, the reason why I say that is, what are you going to get for Calais Campbell at this point? A 6th-round pick, maybe? Something?
Yeah.
To finish. He's not talking about playing next year.
Yeah.
What would you get, a 7th-round pick for Calais at this point in time? I think he's got more value. Way more value mentoring Walter Nolan and Darius Robinson.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Those two guys specifically.
Yeah. But, we've been talking so much about how much winning these games still means for ASU, even if they're not going to make the Big 12 championship. Sam Levitt's not going to play. Does it still matter? Like, obviously it matters, but, like, how much does it matter that they beat Iowa State if they can't make the Big 12 championship realistically anyway? To me, still winning, even if you're not going to reach your ultimate goal in college, probably matters more when you're getting away from the seasons, because you're looking and saying, well, yeah, but they were still a 9-win team, even though here's 11 wins, here's 9 wins. You're building something. Whereas if the Cardinals don't make the playoffs, I don't know how much it really affects their ability to do what they're trying to do if they win 8 games as opposed to 6. Like once you get away from the season. But I think what you just said is really the bigger deal. Calais Campbell is the perfect mentor for these two guys that haven't been able to really play yet.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, like, this could get really ugly if they start to spiral and don't have leaders like James Conner, who they already don't have, and Calais Campbell, who they currently have and probably should not let him leave the facility.
That is such a great point by you. One we just can't gloss over. Luke just made a point based on means that you've got to listen to.
I can't repeat it.
I don't say that very often.
You don't. This actually might be the first time ever.
He did. That was really, really good. But, it is amazing when you can point to one guy like Calais Campbell, and you can say, Walter, look at Calais. Do what he does. You bring up a point. Yeah. I don't think it's a very good point.
See, that's what I usually get from you right there.
Do what he does, say what he says, act like he acts, and you're going to be great. You're going to be great around here. If you do what he does, say what he says, and acts like he acts.
Yeah.
And act like he acts, I guess. There we go.
This is Calais from all the way back in June, just talking about how surreal it is to be back in Arizona with the Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, it's surreal. It's incredible. I mean, this is when you're a rookie and you're hoping to hear your name called in the draft, you feel like it's a dream come true. And this is a team that believed in me, and believed that I had something to offer to this game, and that's always a big deal. And then to play 9 years here, had some success, had some failures, and everything in between. This place has been, this is what football is all about. That's why I learned how to be an NFL football player. And, you leave and you come back, you have a chance to come back. It's been incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's such a huge impact on a rookie. So many rookies are out there and they're looking for guys that are willing to take them under their wing. You don't want to act that way. You don't want to act like, I need you to help me. Would you help me out here a little bit and mentor me? You don't really want to be like that.
Definitely
you
not
want
with
to
that
walk around
voice.
like, what? Hey, I'll take you. You want to go? What? Are you looking at me? I'm just saying it
feels like there's a happy medium. I just can't figure out where it is.
It is. You walk around this hyper-aggressive alpha male paradigm known as an NFL locker room, man. You want guys that are willing to take you under their wing, and Calais is one of those guys, one of those rare dudes who don't look at a guy and say, you know what, you're trying to take my job.
Yeah.
Calais is a guy who's confident, supremely confident.
He's going to go out on his
himself.
terms. I mean, that's
going to go out on
been
his,
more than established.
But I mean, even earlier in his career,
I agree.
He was like that.
And I would also say, I mean, your examples of Walter Nolan and Darius Robinson are perfect because he's the perfect mentor for them. But we've seen it and we've heard it from talking to other players on this team. It's not just defensive linemen that look up to Calais Campbell. Right. And you know how it is in football. Like, a lot of times it's kind of like, defensive players are going to look up to a defensive guy. And often, I mean, there's some separation a lot of times on a football team. Calais is like universal in that locker room.
Yeah, I actually saw him standing next to the kicker. As a matter of fact, Chad Ryland.
Was he giving him pointers?
Chad Ryland was talking to him. You know what I mean?
Everybody talks to Calais.
The kicker, man. So if the kicker's doing it, basically, means anybody.
This is one of the few good stories right now with this team. I don't want to trade that away. I'm tired of trading away our good players in this city.
Yeah, once again, I'm thinking of what you would get for Calais Campbell, and it's no reflection on him whatsoever. It's on really how long this team would get him for. You talk about a rental. You're talking about a guy just for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
If it happens at the trade deadline. And again, what are you going to get, a sixth pick?
That is important.
Sixth-round pick?
If some team's like, hey, we're desperate for a pass rush, we'll give you a second rounder, which you're not going to get. Then, okay, my statement of I'm tired of trading away our good players, set that aside for a second.
How much more of an impact is he going to have on a guy like Walter Nolan, where he can just tell him, dude, don't do that. Hey, Rook, don't do that. Don't act like that.
And those guys are like, him playing this year has covered up for the fact that they haven't had Walter Nolan and for a good chunk of this Darius Robinson. Calais isn't going to play forever. I mean, you do also need to look big picture.
Well, he said this is his last year. He said that earlier in the season.
Remember when we had him on in June and you were like trying to get him to commit to a 19th year before the 18th year even started? And he's like, I'm not going to do that, Wolf.
Calais, 20 years. Can you imagine 20, man? If you could get to 20, how legendary that would be as a defensive lineman, a defensive tackle. Are you kidding me? 20 years? Unbelievable.
It is one of those weird circumstances,
legendary,
though, where normally you would look and say, okay, the Cardinals need to think about their future. So if Calais isn't going to be here and somebody's offering you something, you need to move him for a piece for the future. I actually agree with what you're saying, Wolf, of you've already drafted those guys at that position. You've already drafted Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan. Keeping Calais gives you a better chance to develop those guys. Doesn't really help you keep them on the field, but assuming they're going to be on the field, keeping Calais gives you a better chance to get a return on the investments you've already made the last 2 years. Because, like I said, unless they start winning games in a hurry, you got to look at next year too. And you've got a lot of first-year guys that haven't really made the jump in year two like they normally do.
Jim Marshall. Google it, my young crux.
Are you calling me Jim Marshall, or what's happening over there?
Jim Marshall played 20 seasons with the Minnesota Vikings. Think about
they were
Jim.
All with the same team?
Well, that's where he built his reputation.
Okay. Wow.
I don't know if they were all with the same team, but Jim Marshall played 20 seasons. Oh, my goodness. He's the guy that ran the wrong way with the football. Picked the fumble, up and ran the wrong
like 80
way.
yards the other direction.
Jim Marshall.
He got the last laugh if he played 20 seasons.
Man, that is unbelievable. Can you imagine in this day and age, if somebody were able to do that again? That's pure legend.
You're going to have to call Calais and be like, hey, you're not going to let Jim Marshall beat you, are you? Join the excitement at the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes in the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds are going to benefit Operation Santa Claus, so it's for a good cause as well. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup at noon, featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on the court. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. Again, that's PICKLE to 620-620. Secure your spot. When we come back, doesn't sound like the Sun Devils are going to have Sam Levitt on Saturday morning in Ames. So just how disappointing and frustrating is this ASU season getting now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Even if he goes out and does it, I'm not sold on Kyler Murray.
Oh, no.
You're supposed to do it against this defense.
100%.
You are supposed to do it against Dallas's defense.
1,000%. If he comes out and dominates against Dallas, it doesn't mean, hey, we're fine, we're good, everything's okay. No. It just means that one box checked. He came back, he did what he was supposed to do against Dallas. I'm worried about the opposite. If he doesn't do it against Dallas, what if it's a struggle? What if it's more of the same?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. I thought I had things in good shape, brothers. Until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look, it turns out there were some big opportunities I was indeed missing on. Now I've got a clearer path to retirement and a little bit more peace of mind. They're fiduciaries, Basinonians, which means they'll put your needs first. I trust them with my future, of course, and you can as well. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. That was really, really big to me. I left that meeting feeling empowered. They're fiduciaries, as I said, so their advice is built around what's best for you. I'm a client, I should say now, because of the difference, ladies and gentlemen. Pick up the phone and call 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC, Registered Investment Advisor, Client Paid Advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs, but did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
People always tell you to stop and smell the roses, but I couldn't bend over to smell the roses. Now I can.
Chronic pain and stiff joints place limitations on life, but QC Kinetics gives patients amazing relief to finally live their best lives, like Andrea Southard.
It's amazing the freedom that these injections have given me. I'll be 49 in June, and I am too young to be in that much pain and that debilitated.
Extreme pain from osteoarthritis is no match for QC Kinetics. These are sophisticated, all-natural biologic solutions that directly target pain, restoring and repairing damaged tissue in your knees, back, hip, or shoulders. No surgery, downtime, or steroids.
I got my life back. I got my smile back. And I guess best of all, I got my laugh back.
Ready to shed the pain and get your life back? Call QC Kinetics.
602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. QC Kinetics. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 30th at Dirty Blonde in Chandler, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
everybody, it's Burnsy, and if Kyler Murray does return for the Cardinals this week, what do we expect to see against the Cowboys in Dallas? Join us starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, I want to thank the listeners in Surprise right now. Surprise, Arizona.
Surprise.
Everybody out there in Surprise. Or as Wolf calls it, surprise!
Yeah, honestly, when you say Surprise, Arizona, it sounds so right, doesn't it? I mean, think about it. Surprise. Arizona, you think of Arizona as the wild, wild west.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Yeah.
At least I did when I was growing up, of course, when somebody said, oh, I'm from Arizona. Oh, Arizona.
Wow. Do you live
wild,
in a cactus?
Tombstone, and you're thinking, man, that must be wild out there. And surprise, Arizona.
And then you
makes
move out
think
here,
of
and it's
wild.
just old people in golf.
I don't think it's just old people in golf.
Okay, Rick.
That hasn't been my
We're
experience
going to have
at
a
all.
post-show meeting.
That was a joke.
Too late. You got the meeting.
That's right. We're going to have the post-hab. Okay?
Post-hab. Wolf's like going off about how great it is. Think about Arizona. It's the wild, wild west. If people live on the East Coast, that's
Right.
kind of what you think. Hey, there's a town called Surprise. It's probably like old school. And how great Arizona is. And Rick's like, just old people in golf.
No,
Yes.
I'm just saying, like when you move out here, there's so many people with the idea that Arizona's like tumbleweeds and cowboys and stuff, and then you move out here and it's a lot of golf and a lot of old people.
Yeah,
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to thank all the golfers and old people that are listening too. I appreciate it.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Yeah, of course not, Rick. Of course you're not saying that. 63 and Savage is not old, basically.
Save it all for the meeting, the post-hab.
Post-hab. We're going to have a post-hab.
I might just hang out and just kind of watch
Yeah.
the meeting and see how it plays out. All right, this is all us trying to avoid the inevitable here, but Sam Levitt not playing on Saturday.
Sam, can I talk to you?
Yeah.
Can I talk to you over here, Sammy? I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, okay, when I do this to your foot, where are you pain-wise?
You know what?
10 being the worst, of course, the worst pain. 1 being no pain. Where are you? When I do this to you, Sammy?
He's going to tell you no on all of them. He's going to tell you it's a 0.
I think he probably would.
This.
Except I'd know where to push. Exactly where to push on his foot.
This is, I think this is example number 1, Exhibit A. Like, this is the personification of when Kenny Dillingham says we have to protect people from people. I think the face he has in his head is Sam Levitt, because they've already essentially ruled him out, and it's Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
I mean, he was playing on Saturday.
Yep.
Now, I don't think this is like shocking that he's not going to play against Iowa State, because he exited the game twice against Saturday. But the fact that they have ruled him out, when again this is college football, most coaches lie to you right up until the ball's in the air on kickoff and be like, "Oh yeah, he's actually not playing." The fact that they're being that straightforward, I feel like, is almost them also telling Sam, "Hey, you're not playing on Saturday because you can't."
This makes me think, you know what it makes me think of immediately, okay? It's just the situation where what happened with Sam Levitt? What were the circumstances that came into his departure, based on it, from the game, the first time that he actually left the game?
On Saturday against Houston.
On Saturday against Houston.
That guy landing on his ankle probably didn't help.
Okay, well, landing more on his foot, I would say. That foot or ankle, whatever you want to try, that didn't look good. That didn't help. And where did he go after that? Oh, he went to the blue tent, didn't he? Went into the blue tent. I think that shoe came off, basically, and I think they cut that ankle wrap off as well, because you get taped up, your ankles, of course. Cut that off, took a look at it and said, does that feel bad when I do that to you? When I push right here, does that hurt? Ah!
No, it feels great.
Well, Sammy, if we went back into the locker room and you shot that thing up with blue juice, how do you think you'd feel? Okay, and that's what I think they may have done, or took him back in terms of imaging. That's what everyone likes to say, imaging.
Imaging
Imaging sometimes.
Like you're getting your senior photos taken?
Imaging is sometimes code for Blue juice.
Well, how many things in the Wolf dictionary are code for blue juice?
Yeah, I just, that is the one thing I need to ask more when we have like Kenny. This is what you can ask Kenny.
I'm not asking about the blue juice.
No,
it's already going to be tense enough.
Why'd you say it to him?
That is your
just
question.
Say Wolf wants to know, like, do players, is it up to them to get shot up
I'll
for
ask
a game?
him that off the air.
Of course. Of course. Ask him that off the air.
To be fair, the way you set that up is this is the kind of question we should be asking next time we have guys on the show.
No, because, once again, it's just players don't like talking about it. They'll take it. They just don't like talking about it.
I think with Levitt, you have to basically sit him down and say, dude, you can't play in this game. You were already beat up. You've been playing through injury. And this is sort of my fear now for this season, Wolf. Before this news came out today, I think we were all kind of wondering this, right? You're 5-3. Your quarterback is legitimately hurt. He might be hurt in more ways than just one at this point, because that play we're talking about looked like it could have just been its own injury, honestly. Yeah. People just assumed it was re-aggravating the old one. And then he comes back and he has to leave again, and maybe he would have come back at the end if they didn't call the penalty and basically end the game. I don't know. I mean, you never rush a guy back when he's not healthy,
right?
But there's some wiggle room of like, hey, we are 8-1, and if we win this, we're probably going to the Big 12 championship. If you're on the fence and you're willing to play, and Sam always is, let's gut this out. Whereas 5-3. We want to win, but we're not going to risk anything now. I wonder if we're going to head down that path.
Yeah, for Sam Levitt, I cannot think of Sam Levitt without thinking about the National Football League Basonians and what awaits Sam Levitt. Yeah. Seriously. Mm-hmm. And what are the prospects of him possibly coming back to ASU once again?
I'm on board with that. You brought that up earlier.
Yeah, I just, honestly, this is a different cat. We need to understand that. He is a completely different cat. This is a guy that gives his NIL to players around him, shares it with them, Basonians. That's just, you don't see a lot of that going on. He is not
a typical,
He's not the typical guy. And because of that, you know what, Sammy? This year just didn't go our way.
Oh,
didn't go our way.
That would be the one.
Would you think it was out of the realm of possibility that Sam Levitt might say, you know what, I want to come back, coach?
I don't think it's impossible because this season has been so disjointed and just so, broken essentially. And I don't know. I mean, if he's hearing from reputable people when the season ends, hey, you're going to be a first-round pick now. And there's so much quarterback shuffling going on around college football right now. But if he's going to be a first-round pick, then I don't think he's coming back. But yeah, if he might be a second rounder or even a third rounder, just because he hasn't got to play much this year, that would be the one silver lining to how frustrating this season has been. Is if ASU got to have Sam Levitt around for another year.
Rick, how do you feel about that? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I personally have the opinion that
I thought you were going to say old people in golf carts. No. That would have been awesome. That would have been so funny.
Not that funny.
Wolf doesn't think it's funny because
would have been funny.
He's approaching old age.
Okay, just answer the same Levitt
Rick,
question.
you want to go? I mean, I'm just saying.
Just answer the Levitt question.
No, my opinion is that they should shut Sam down for the rest of the season, and then they should run it back with him next year. That's my opinion.
Wolf, when you brought this up earlier, I kind of was like, yeah, no way. And then I thought about it. I was like, I think it's possible. I really do. Like Jordan Tyson.
I do because of Sam Levitt.
Yeah. There's no way Jordan Tyson's coming back.
Cat,
Jordan Tyson's going to be the first receiver off the board. There's no conversation there.
Right.
But for Levitt, he is. You're so right. He's a different cat. And I don't just mean like from other quarterbacks or other football players. I mean just like from people, to be at that age and to be taking your NIL money and reinvesting it in your team. If there's any sort of conversation of like, hey, you actually could probably help your draft prospects by sticking around or at least not hurt them, right? With Tyson, it would be like, you're going to be the first receiver off the board. There's nowhere higher to go. But with Levitt, he's not going to be the first quarterback off the board. He might not be the third, fourth, or fifth just because he's been hurt too much this season. So I would love it if he was back for another year. It'd be the only payoff from this frustrating season. All right, when we come back, did we watch the greatest baseball game ever last night, even though the Dodgers won? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now O'Neal's going to inbound on the far side. He gets it to Booker. He'll shoot a three all alone and miss it off the back iron, and that'll do it. Jazz win it in overtime, 138-134, the final at Delta Center in Salt Lake City. And the Suns end up winless on this three-game road trip.
We're talking about this Suns L today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If it feels like everything's going on right now, that's because everything is going on right now. Football all around you. College and pros, whoever your favorite team is, watch them at Twin Peaks. You can follow along with your fantasy football teams as well, assuming your fantasy football teams are still in the running for a playoff spot. Plus, baseball, we're down to 2 teams. We're going to have a winner here in the next couple days. Twin Peaks is a great place to watch baseball. Get into it with the crowd. Basketball's here. Hockey's here. Call some friends. Grab a table. Order up some food and drinks. You're good to go. With all the TVs at Twin Peaks, you won't miss 1 second of the action. And that's the best part. You can be watching baseball, but also watch basketball and hockey. Or if it's the weekends, you can throw football in there too. You can watch it all at the same time. And while you're there, enjoy their outstanding food selection. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs: burgers, wings, loaded fries, flatbreads, and nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks, 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. So, whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 different valley locations now. Never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
We'll always keep you watertight.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model, like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite, the F-150 truck XLT EcoBoost, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details, offers, and 110325.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have opened up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams. The team has also released running back Michael Carter and cornerback Darren Hall from the active roster, but both players have been re-signed to the practice squad. Our Damon Allred confirms that Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt will miss Saturday's game against Iowa State. Leavitt was injured in the Sun Devils' 24-16 loss to Houston. Devin Booker had 34 points and 10 assists, but the Phoenix Suns lost 138-134 to the Utah Jazz in overtime last night in Salt Lake City. The Suns return to action tomorrow at home against the Memphis Grizzlies. Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 18th inning to lift the Los Angeles Dodgers to a 6-5 win over the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the World Series. The 6-hour, 39-minute game was the second longest in the history of the Fall Classic. The Blue Jays will attempt to tie the series at 2 games apiece tonight. Pre-game coverage starts at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Easier not to be watched. Measure these things by your brain.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy, and if Kyler Murray does return for the Cardinals this week, what do we expect to see against the Cowboys in Dallas? Join us starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
This is exactly what everyone was singing when Freddie Freeman walked up to the dish in the bottom of the 18th to lead off the 18th inning. Oh.
This has been a pretty good World Series so far.
And then it was $3.95. Straight away, $3.95. Freddie Freeman walks it off with a leadoff solo shot. Game over. And the Dodgers win it 6-5 in 18 innings. Game 3 of the World Series. Did you see it, brothers? Man.
We should get Wolf to do some baseball play-by-play. No, like that would be good.
Oh no!
Like just do color for a few. You know, okay, the Diamondbacks would pull you in to do it.
Yes.
You know, you don't think, or at least like ASU or something. Like somebody would.
Sold.
Okay.
Yeah, let's start at the ASU level.
Okay.
Maybe actually let's go high school. Let me start there. You know. I mean, Horizon's got a good program.
Well, there you go.
Maybe I could start there.
The only difference with baseball is like everybody in the stadium would be able to hear you calling the game from the booth. Right. There's no soundproof in front of the glass. Baseball's a little quieter than football. That was a good game last night.
Man,
18 innings. Oh. I'm trying to set aside the Dodger component of it. Just what a battle. That's the sort of game that sucks you in, even if you're not a baseball fan and you're walking through the living room and people that are baseball fans are watching it. And you're like, wait, this game's still going?
Yeah. Yeah, stop and think about it. And Rick had it in his update. It took 6 hours and 39 minutes to play this game, Game 3 of the World Series in 2025. 6 hours and 39 minutes. It matched the longest by innings game, postseason game in history in baseball. And every time you say that, that's 150 years, brothers.
You also know every time you say 18-inning World Series game, that means Brad Paisley played the national anthem beforehand. We learned that. We learned that today.
That is
2 for 2.
And you know what, too? There were some legendary dudes. We talked about this earlier. Legendary players. I think Freddie Freeman, to me, Freddie Freeman's on his way to being a legendary player.
Wow,
He is one of the best players, one of the best hitters right now.
They've got 3 surefire first ballot Hall of Famers that they can bat 1, 2, 3 every night.
But when we talk about legendary, it's Shohei.
Well, here's Freddie Freeman talking about Shohei, actually, after the game.
It's weird how the game works sometimes, right? Shohei's game, I hope we don't lose sight of getting on. Our starting pitcher tomorrow got on base 9 times tonight. Just incredible. It's just kind of how when you're that hot and you're hitting balls right center, left center, like Shohei was tonight, you just knew he was feeling good. So, that's the right move. You don't want Shohei to beat you and let other guys try and beat you after his first 4 at-bats. And it took a lot longer, but we finally did it.
So, at what point in time do you just not pitch to Shohei?
Well, I think Toronto got there last night. They were like, we're not doing this anymore. Here's
intentional.
Yeah.
Walk, thank you.
Here's John Schneider after the game on that topic.
We're trying to pitch around him, you know what I mean? And you trust Sir Anthony to make pitches to do that. And sometimes for pitchers, it's hard to do that, when you're kind of trying to throw a ball and didn't put it where you want to put it. But He had a great game. He's a great player. But I think, after that, you just kind of take the bat out of his hands.
They walked him 5 times, and he still had 4 hits and 2 home runs.
9 times. Went 4 for 4. 2 home runs, 2 doubles.
And this is dumb. This isn't even real.
It isn't real, and that's why, once again, do we really appreciate what we're looking at and what we're seeing with Shohei Ohtani?
I'm trying to really lean in and appreciate it, setting aside, hey, it's the Dodgers. And
I know.
I'm just trying to set all that aside and just because of what you said earlier, actually, I wasn't – you articulated it, I think, perfectly. 50 years from now, we're all going to be telling everybody that never saw Shohei play or whatever, however many years from now that we saw him play because it's not believable. What he's doing isn't going to be done again unless we have some massive revolution in the sport of baseball, and that's going to take decades. And we get to a point where you only make a major league team if you can pitch and hit. And then even then, you still have to be elite on both sides of that.
Yes. Yeah. What is really cool about this, we haven't seen this since, really, to this degree, Babe Ruth. We were talking about that earlier as well. And I remember talking to a gentleman when I was 7 years old that actually watched Babe Ruth play. He was old, of course.
Yeah, how crazy is that?
64, I think he was at that point. He was old. He wasn't 63 in Savage. He was 64.
Did not know how old he
was.
was.
Savage. Yet at the same time, again, can you imagine? He was telling me what it was like to watch Babe Ruth play the game of baseball in this day and age. With social media and everything being digitized.
Yeah.
Everything. AI and all of it.
Maybe this is all AI.
You just look at Shohei Ohtani and what you're seeing right now. Do we truly understand? You may never see a player like him again.
You shouldn't see another player like him again.
And yet, that's what they said about Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence Taylor, you may never see another Lawrence Taylor again because he changed. Well, there have been guys that I would say are close to LT, but that's what they were saying about Lawrence Taylor. You're never going to see another player like him. And yet what happened is kids started growing up and wanting to be like Lawrence Taylor. And some of them had the same kind of talent and then started working and saying, I could be Lawrence Taylor. It's been done before. Anytime you can say it's been done before, especially in this modern era of specialization, this modern era where you've got to specialize in something to be rewarded as such. Man, I just wonder if this is going to open up that door where, hey, it's possible. Shohei Ohtani did it. Why can't I pitch and hit as well? Why can't I do it?
I guess you can never say never. But where I think we're just not going to see this again is the fact that he's 2 players. That's, you could have somebody, and I don't think Shohei's the best hitter in baseball. He's not the best hitter I've ever seen, but actually he might be the best hitter in baseball. But it's not like he's the best hitter I've ever seen, but he's up there.
Did he hit 55
home
runs?
I mean, you get numb to it at a certain point. He's got 8 already in the postseason, doesn't he? I think he already has 8.
Honestly, don't know.
The numbers don't even seem real, but you're right. There could be some kid out there like I can hit like that, and that's their whole. But then it's like, can you pitch? I
know.
This is like if he was Josh Allen and he was Micah Parsons.
I knew some really good baseball players that were pitchers in high school that could also hit. Okay, but for the most part. Think of how many years in the game of baseball you said you can't do that. You can't. You have to pick. You have to determine if you're going to be a pitcher or you're going to be a player. You have to make that determination because there's way too much specialization. Once again, we've got to train you this way if you're a pitcher, and we're going to train you completely differently if you're not a pitcher.
Yeah.
So, somebody had to break that mold. And it was Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah. But even breaking the mold, like I'm just thinking about what you said earlier, if we're going to see it again, there's all these obstacles you would have to overcome it would be so difficult just to be a major league pitcher who hits every day he's not pitching. Not impossible. I'm not saying it can't happen in like 20 years, but then you have to be one of the 2 or 3 best on both sides of the ball. And now you have to deliver in the postseason too, the way he's delivering.
Yes. I just want to say this, Basinonians. We could, all of us, we could be watching the greatest baseball player that has ever lived. Let that hang.
This is where somebody pushes back. I don't know what the argument against it is right now. I'd love to hear it. Honestly, I would love to hear like what the argument is. I'm not saying like, oh, go ahead and make your argument. I'm going to laugh at you. I tend to believe I'm not watching the greatest football player or the greatest baseball player or the greatest basketball player. It's hard to argue against Shohei. And I'm not anti-Shohei, but I'm not like a Shohei fan. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm not a fan of Shohei.
But it's just,
even though it's like, hey, Show, what up?
We're going to break. When we come back, we're going to...
Did you get it?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
That's why we're going to break.
Way to go.
And we're going to hear from John. Hey, Show. We're going to hear from Jonathan Gannon on how he feels about his
the
team.
Show, that'd be his nickname. Come on now.
How good their mental makeup is coming out of the bye week. That's next. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. The Basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, maybe you're into that, and hardscape solutions as well. If you're like me, your outdoor space, man, it's everything. And right now, thanks to my friends at Legacy Green Solutions, our backyard of the Wolfley compound is a true oasis, man. They came out to our place and completely transformed it. The artificial grass, it looks incredible. It feels great as well. And our dog, that's right, Baron, absolutely loves it. It's clean, it's cool, and it's built to last. What a difference, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are simply the best. Visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com or text GREEN to 620-620. That's green to 620-620 today and save 15%. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Come elevate your game with the 2026 Bunker to Bunker Club membership. You get an official USGA handicap, invitations to Bunker's two-person scramble golf events, and exclusive rewards throughout the year. Get in now on early registration and save $5 off the membership, and you're automatically entered to win tickets and a shot at walking inside the ropes with pros at the Charles Schwab Cup Championship as an honorary observer with full VIP hospitality. For more information, go to bunkergolf.com.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What's the update on Kyler Murray's playing status? We'll discuss the Arizona Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, final segment of the show here on this Tuesday. Wolf, we got some JG audio from earlier today. I do want to circle back to this bit of good news that we got today in regards to the Cardinals. The window opening on Garrett Williams, and I haven't seen an official email on it potentially opening for B.J. Ojulari, but it's
opening on Thursday.
Okay, so that report is out there, and JG was asked about not just Garrett Williams, but B.J. Ojulari as well.
Couple roster updates. We'll open up Garrett's window, and we'll open up B.J.'s window. I think everybody else will be out there today, and kind of a bonus day today, so it'll be a highly enthusiastic, competitive practice today.
Wow. That's calling shots.
How about that? Getting some players back, players that could be difference makers. And when I talk about a difference maker, Garrett Williams is the guy that I think of first. This is a really, really cerebral, a very smart football player that diagnoses plays and has an innate ability to do so, and then can do something about it once he does smell the play out. It's really incredible to watch him play. You can see the intellect. And I don't say that about a lot of players.
I mean, we saw last year they could move him around enough where it helped them free up Buddha more in the game because of Garrett Williams. And Garrett Williams last year was in year 2, and he had been hurt a lot in year 1. We got to take our small victories right now in the city. And I only say small because it's not like he's like back today, but like playing this weekend for sure. But it's a big deal if Garrett Williams is the practice window's open, so that gives you 3 weeks to I assumed it was going to be very late in the season when we would see him again.
Okay, yeah. For me, this is really, really encouraging. If they're opening up his practice window now, I think he's healthy. I think that's the expectation. Now, we're going to go and we're going to run him out there and we're going to see how it goes. He could experience a setback. But for the most part, you're not going to run a guy out there and practice him if there's any pain or discomfort or any type of issue whatsoever. You're not going to do it, Luke.
No. And you know he's in shape. I mean, you're going to have to take a little bit of time to get back into NFL shape. I get that, but it's not
and there
like
is football shape as well, playing it. But, man, he's one of these guys that, Luke, I fully believe this. Garrett Williams, when he tells me, okay, open up my practice window because I'm healthy now, I'll be able to play Garrett Williams a week later. and he'll be good to go.
This is why you're just trying to survive every game, regardless of how easy or tough the schedule looks. And again, I won't. Let's see. I won't point out the Tennessee game. I'll just say if they could have just won one more game out of those first 7, and you're 3-4, and let's say you go beat Dallas, that's not inconceivable. And you're 4-4, you're still not in a great spot because of the division you're in, but you're surviving. And your starting quarterback seems like he's about to come back. And Garrett Williams now seems like he's not too far off. And B.J. Ojulari, who, I mean, the number of injured young players in their defensive front that they just haven't had is mind-boggling. Here's more from JG on what they missed when Garrett Williams has been out.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good football player, so obviously we've missed that. But other guys have stepped up and assumed those roles. So we'll see how he does this week and see how it fits together and do the best thing for the team.
I also talked about the players' attitudes coming out of the bye week.
Rejuvenated and ready to go. You know, they're ready to get on the grass, I think. I know. So it'll be good. They're ready to go. They know the challenge that's ahead.
And here's one. I haven't heard this yet because these are all from during our show, but here's one, Wolf. And this is actually a long answer. He was asked about getting after the quarterback better on defense.
I think we can affect the quarterback better. I really do. But that's not just the guys rushing. That's not just Sweaty and Calais and Dalvin and Barry. You know, that's the back end. That's our looks pre-snap, our disguises, our alignments. You know, again, if we're in certain coverage structures that you want to look at the quarterback and close windows, we got to do that better. If you're in coverage structures that put a body on body with leverage and help, you got to do that better too. So it takes all 11 to affect the quarterback, and I think you can do it pre-snap and post-snap. We got a few adjustments / tweaks / let's coach these things a little bit better to help out our guys. / let's make sure we're putting this guy here, not there, you know, because he's been more productive in this, you know, spot or this role. So there'll be, you know, to the naked eye, not a ton of change, but hopefully we have some more production.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see that, because there are 3 ways actually, that you can actually get pressure on an opposing quarterback. And one is just be better than, which is the best way to do it. You line up with 4 guys and you're just better than the dudes that are trying to block you. And because of that, you get pressure on them. And then they're scheming it up. You can go ahead and scheme it up, ladies and gentlemen, where you're going to go ahead and create these complex blitz and pressure packages and bring those against an opposing offense and their protection schemes. And then, of course, it's going out and combining both. And a lot of that means coverage as well. Coverage on the back end. If you've got good coverage, you got a chance to get to the queue.
I think it's an interesting cut by Gannon right there, because of what you just said. You know, this is something we talked about last year. We got later in the season, there was a bunch of injuries, and you said, you know, you can also scheme stuff up. And Nick Rallis did, and they were pretty good at it, especially considering how depleted they were last year. There have been moments in these games where you're like, okay, maybe they could scheme up something different. And the fact that I'm looking at all these cuts from JG that are, you know, 3, 4, 5 second answers, there's a couple 10s, 11, that's a minute long. So he's obviously feels strongly about it. Yeah. And that's obviously something they've talked about. And I think it's something that they could be really good at, because Nick Rallis was really good at it last year, you know? So that could be something to keep an eye on here coming out of the bye week. Them maybe blitzing more, or at least looking like they're going to blitz more, and just, as he said, getting after the opposing quarterback more. All right, that's it. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is a reminder again at how difficult what ASU is attempting to do is to actually achieve in college athletics. They need now to focus on beating Iowa State in Ames. They need to focus on being a 9-win team. You win 9 games, you don't get to the college football playoff, but it's still a number that shows you're hovering around the elite. They've got to stay grinding. It's just the sad reality of what they're trying to do. It is very difficult to be a winning program in the Big 12 every single week.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley, a time to get outdoors, a time to love your backyard, and it's a great time to call Turf Monsters, the one-stop shop that can create the backyard of your dreams. They're the Valley's leading installer of award-winning artificial turf, which means they can help you make game days better with a lush, low-maintenance lawn for the kids, for the dog, for watching football outdoors with your friends. You can keep your short game sharp with a custom putting green, and there's so good at creating putting greens, Turf Monsters was hired to create the putting course at Dobson Ranch. Let them bring the course to you. And they do more than turf. Their range is incredible. Talking about barbecue pits, fire pits, pergolas, pavers. They're even in the pickleball business, which means they can build you a pickleball court for your backyard. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have opened up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams. The team has also released running back Michael Carter and cornerback Darren Hall from the active roster, but both players have been re-signed to the practice squad. Our Damon Allred confirms that Arizona State quarterback Sam Levitt will miss Saturday's game against Iowa State. Levitt was injured in the Sun Devils' 24-16 loss to Houston. Devin Booker had 34 points and 10 assists, but the Phoenix Suns lost 138-134 to the Utah Jazz in overtime last night in Salt Lake City. The Suns return to action tomorrow at home against the Memphis Grizzlies. Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 18th inning to lift the Los Angeles Dodgers to a 6-5 win over the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the World Series. The 6-hour, 39-minute game was the second longest in the history of the Fall Classic. The Blue Jays will attempt to tie the series at 2 games apiece tonight. Pre-game coverage starts at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
I'm looking at an empty chair here in the studio. It was on YouTube for just a second, but now I got the picture of you and the roof over your head.
I was probably one more inning away from calling in sick today if that thing would have went to the 20th. I might have been like, that's it, I'm done.
First of all,
I'm done.
You are so, I know, you've got a lot of pull around here. You're not allowed to call in sick because you stayed up late to watch a World Series game. I mean, come on, I'm not here to tell you what to do, but I got to think that's a violation, right?
Especially given all the times he's not called in sick.
That's true.
I've never called in. I've called in sick once in 20
all the times
years.
You've gotten us sick because you came in sick, and you're going to call in sick because you stayed up to watch a baseball game?
I don't know, man. There's a certain point when you start watching a baseball game after midnight, it's like, I don't know if I want to go to work the next day. My kid was up. I'm like, you could take today off from school if you want.
Well, see,
I don't care.
See, now here, I was going to give you credit for staying up and watch that game, but now that I hear you're going to call in sick, I fell asleep. I'm like, I'm done.
I knew you were asleep.
Oh, yeah,
I
totally.
Knew.
Yeah, I woke
totally
up and I saw 8 billion tweets from you this morning, and when you saw none from me, there's a reason. I was asleep. I didn't make it. I didn't make it past the 12th. I was done.
Just what a game. What a freaking game.
It was a crazy
it sucks.
game.
The ending sucked.
Yeah.
And you're bracing for that. Like, I'm wasting all this time, but just one of the most craziest games you'll ever. I was mesmerized. Like, it could have. They'd still be playing now. I'd still be watching. I would not have been able to turn off the TV.
Yeah.
I could not. There came a point to where you're so invested, like you're like playing cards. Like, you're so invested, you can't leave. Like, you just can't leave.
I gave myself to the 12th. And I'm like, if this thing isn't resolved after 12 innings, I'm going to bed. And I went to bed.
Oh, yeah.
And
I wouldn't be able to go to bed not knowing what happened.
Yeah, no, I slept like a baby. Mostly because I just don't care that much about these two teams or the outcome of this World Series. But I get it. No, I really, no, I actually, I don't applaud you for thinking about calling in sick. But I do applaud you for staying up and watching that game, because I simply refused. It got to be about 9:50, 10 o'clock. I'm like, yeah, that's it. I'm cooked. I'm done.
So
I'm
Quentin usually goes to bed around 10 because he gets to get up for like 6 for school. So mom's a stickler to going to bed at 10. She comes in at like 11. We're sitting in here watching the game. What are you doing? We're watching the game. It's like the 15th inning. Like, it was like 11. She's like way past his bedtime, right? But the time she wants him to go to sleep. I'm like, listen, I mean, the memory of this game will last forever. Like, you could go to sleep every day of your life. Every day of your life you could go to sleep. There's not one day in your life you can't go to sleep. How many days can you watch a baseball game that's playing the 18 innings,
This is
a World Series game.
A twisted, weird logic to that, and yet I was still very happy to go to sleep. I was very, very happy to go to sleep. I love my
outside.
Gambo, I love my sleep. I mean, I do. Sleep is very important to me. I want my 7 hours. I'm not happy if I don't get it.
I walked outside for one break, and the coyotes were in my backyard. They're just howling like crazy.
Well, even they were telling you to go to bed. They're like, go to bed. We're out. You should be asleep. Go to bed.
Our time. Go to sleep.
We'll talk more about the game coming up in a little bit. In the meantime, let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Sam is out.
Hey, Sam's going to be out for the game.
Yep, Sam's going to be out for the game. So how does Kenny Dillingham feel about Jeff Sims and his game going into Iowa State?
I mean, he's got a ton of game experience. So our guys like him. Our guys got a lot of confidence in him. So we got to go play our best football game. This is a really good team. I mean, this is a team that's playing winning football. Here or there's a few things that are happening in games which is why they haven't won. But this is a really good football team with one of the best coaches in the league, one of the best staff. So it's a big good challenge.
You said it in your email, and you're not wrong. Season on the brink time for ASU, and Jeff Sims is going to be the quarterback in Ames, Iowa this week, which nothing against him, but it doesn't exactly inspire confidence. If we're just being
no, but then you get the bye week, you get a bye, and then you come back and you play a terrible West Virginia team that you should be able to beat with anybody at quarterback. So, this is a big game to keep the slim hopes alive. This is a big game. Sam's going to be out. They got a lot of guys that are going to be out in this game. Just a lot of key players are going to be out. So you're up against it. You lose this one. That's the nail in the coffin. You're going to play in a bowl game, but it's not going to be a relevant bowl game if you lose this. Happen to find a way to go win because they're not a great team. I have not thought that they were a great team. You get the bye. You got an extra week. Then you get West Virginia, and by that time, Sam could be back by that time, and the rest of the reinforcements could come back. And then after that, you got U of A. So. There's a chance you could win 3 games here. I'm not saying it's not out of the realm of possibility that you got Colorado in between. So there's a chance you could win all 4. But you got to win at Iowa State. You're going to have to win at Colorado. Colorado's not a good team. They're really not a good team. So this is the toughest remaining game on their schedule, but you're going to have to do it without your quarterback.
Yeah, and you'll have to forgive me if I just don't I'm not trying to be a pessimist here, if I don't share your optimism.
I get it.
Just given the fact that we're talking about a quarterback. And again, this is nothing against Jeff Sims, but it's going to sound like I'm very anti-Jeff Sims, who just, 2 starts hasn't been all that impressive. The most impressive thing I feel like Jeff Sims has done in a Sun Devils uniform was that touchdown drive he had in the fourth quarter last week at home against Houston, where you're like, oh, okay, maybe something's cooking here. Cincinnati, no. Utah, definitely not. And I agree with you about Iowa State. It's taken me a little bit longer than you to come around to the idea that they're not that good, but I still think they're good enough that I don't know if you can beat them with your backup quarterback, who you just have not had a lot of success with. And then on top of that, Kenny Dillingham on Jordan Tyson.
Still holding out. I mean, we'll reassess him probably on Thursday or Friday. So I would say questionable, but still not practicing.
You've hinted around the notion that he might not be available this week, so now you're talking about beating Iowa State with a backup quarterback, without your top wide receiver.
Sure.
There might be other injuries that we're waiting to find out on, and then the whole thing just, one of our favorite phrases around here kind of has that whole knife to a gunfight feel to it, where you're just not going to have enough. And I mean, immediately – my brain, not knowing, because Kenny kind of.
I know. Let's talk about this. I know where your brain went.
My brain went to wondering, especially when Kenny said that this might be a multi-week thing for Sam. He didn't rule it out. Let's put it that way. He didn't rule out that this could be a multi-week thing for Sam.
Right.
Are we experiencing Sam Levitt's last year at ASU? Or because this year went the way it did, is there a chance he could be back next year? That's where my brain went when I saw today's news.
Here's what I'll say about this. He loves ASU. That doesn't mean he wouldn't leave. It's a new world, man. We're in a new world. This is not like what it was 5 years ago. Nobody has any idea what he's going to do. I think over the next 3 months, you see what happens. If somebody says, hey, you're a second-round pick, he might decide to go to the NFL. If some team comes in and says, hey, ASU's losing a lot of players, they're not going to be very competitive next year, maybe he goes to the transfer portal. I mean, you can't rule that out. I mean, a lot of key players have left programs. He's been very well taken care of. He's got a great NIL deal.
Indeed.
He's got Adidas and Powerade. He's got a cold beer and cheeseburgers. He's got a commercial. But a lot of the team is leaving. A lot of the team. Jordan Tyson, Ben Coleman, a lot of those guys are leaving. Could somebody entice him to leave via the portal? I don't know. But it's not like I can't be shocked at anything now because of just, again, it's a new world order in college football. If Sam's not going to be a second-round pick and he wants to play in college, maybe, he loves Kenny, he loves it here, and maybe he stays here. Or maybe somebody entices him with an offer where he can go somewhere and have a chance to win a national championship. We just don't know.
No, we don't. And we don't know how much money it would take to keep him in NIL and how much more people would have to pony up for him to be able to stay here. The last time we checked, and when I say checked, I'm loosely using that term, we had a story that we talked about a week and a half ago which in the moment had projected Sam to be an early day 3 draft pick, which would mean early 4th round, roughly where Cam Scadaboo went. Now, has that changed? Is that accurate? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what's like. There's 3 scenarios with Sam. He stays and he comes back to ASU next year. He hops in the transfer portal, gets paid somewhere, and goes somewhere that's got better chances, or he goes in the NFL. At this point, I don't have the first foggiest idea what might be happening with Sam Leavitt next year. Just not a clue, right? Like
I think there's 3 options. I think number 1 is he loves ASU, he loves Kenny, he decides to stay here, and no matter what it's going to look like. Number 2 is he comes back, he plays well. Somebody moves him up, and he could be a second-round draft pick, and he decides, I'm gonna go that route. And number 3 is he's enticed by somebody in the transfer portal, because that's what happens. And somebody says, "Hey, come here, we'll pay you more money, and we've got a loaded roster. We're just a quarterback away from winning a national championship," and he does that. So there's 3 options. Nobody knows. It's way too early. The next 3 months will determine it. Now, transfer portal, that's January. So you got all of November, all of December. Transfer portal's January. So if that is an option for him, and I'm not saying it is, I'm just laying out, here's your 3 options. Of course. Come back to ASU, go to the transfer portal, go to the NFL. That's your 3 options. The portal one wouldn't happen until January.
But it does. I mean, there is okay. So that's my imagination running wild. You knew my brain was going to go there. There is sort of a one step at a time, one day at a time thing here. And before we start looking at the big picture, let's see if they can beat Iowa State this week with Jeff Sims and keep their slim hopes alive of getting into a Big 12 title game. Because that's really the first thing on our minds right now. It's just, your imagination starts running wild with you when you just assume you're going to lose this game. But we'll see. We'll see what happens this week. Do want to remind you can join Wolf and Luke next Monday. They'll be at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's your pregame for Cardinals Cowboys on Monday night. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets as well. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. The Suns do what the Suns do. They made it a game last night, but it wasn't enough. We'll talk Suns basketball next on Burns and Gambo.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th. Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 30th at Dirty Blonde in Chandler, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season. So give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Hey, it's Mitch Vareldis for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce bolones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that keep the crew coming back. 4 Arizona locations, this is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos, Más Tacos, Más Wings.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball action, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. A lost Cardinals season could result in a massive NFL trade deadline casualty. The Cardinals are opening the practice windows for B.J. Ojulari and Garrett Williams this week. And Sam Levitt will miss Arizona State's visit to Iowa State while Jordan Tyson is questionable. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Thanks as always for hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Thanks to those out in Goodyear who are listening and watching today on YouTube. Hello, Goodyear. What did you all think of the Phoenix Suns last night?
He looked to make it. He missed it, though. It's tipped up. O'Neal gets it. He puts the tip up. Williams tips it in. Royce O'Neal missed the tip, but Mark Williams finished it, and it's tied with 1.9 seconds to go. My goodness, you didn't think they had a chance, but they did. The Suns came from down 20 early. They come from down 10 late, and with 1.9 seconds left, we're tied at 124.
Wow. John Bloom and Tim Kempton with the call.
Crazy. Just crazy.
7 with 24 seconds to go, and they came back to tie that game last night. It was
Booker
nuts.
hits that 3 trying to get the foul where he just threw it up. I don't think he thought it was going to go in. I don't think he thought it was going to go in. He just, let me throw it up and see if I can get a foul, and he didn't get fouled, but the ball went in, 122-118. Markkanen hits 2 free throws. They're back up by 6. Booker hits a 3 with 10 seconds left. They're down 3. Then you get the offensive foul by Royce. It gets overturned, goes to a jump ball. Royce wins it over Markkanen. Grayson Allen chases it down. Timeout. Booker gets fouled. He hits the first one. I think he was trying to make the second one. I don't think he was trying to miss it on purpose.
I thought he was trying to miss the second one.
Did you?
Yeah, the shot had enough arc on it. I thought he was trying to miss the second one.
But then he did a really bad job because it almost went in.
I know.
Because I was like, there's like 5 seconds left. The problem, am I thinking, okay, could they foul right away and then okay, now it's 4 seconds and then you inbound it. Like, yeah, I mean, it would make sense to miss it there, but sometimes with 5-6 seconds it's close, and coaches decide to make it. But he misses it, and then Royce gets it, and then he the rebound, and they finally grabbed an offensive rebound, right? And then Royce misses it, and Williams tips it in. We're in overtime. It's like, oh my God, oh my goodness. But they fought. I mean, they did fight, and I know it's a loss. And it's a game they probably should have won, but they didn't have 2 starters. And their third starter's coming off the bench. But no Jalen Green, no Dylan Brooks. And Utah's not a good basketball team. They'll be back in the lottery again this year. That's guaranteed.
Yeah.
But it was they were down 20. This is becoming a habit now. And then they fight their way back, and they fight and they claw, and they get it to overtime, and they lost the game in overtime. But they've got a little resolve in them. They do.
I live I'm about a 30-minute drive from the station to my house, and that game was 19-2 before I even got out of the car.
Oh my goodness!
And it was just like, what in the hell are we talking about here? I haven't even gotten out of my car, and it's 19-2 already. And this is one of those like good news, bad news kind of things. The good news is, yes, the Suns through 4 games this season have shown various levels of fight throughout the course of the season, whether against Sacramento in the opener, whether it was against Denver in Game 3, where they fought back a couple times in the second half to almost make it a game. Last night, they were down 10 with 8.5 to go. They were down 11 with 3 minutes to go. They were down 7 with 24 seconds to go. And even in overtime, they were down 5 in the blink of an eye. And they just keep coming back. The bad news is, Gambo, they keep putting themselves in these positions where they've got to just work so damn hard just to get back in it. It's exhausting watching it sometimes. Like, come on. I mean, like, not every game needs to be crisis management where you're down 20 and you're fighting to get back in the game. And yet so far for the Suns, that's exactly what every game has been this season.
I couldn't believe it either. I got home and I immediately turned it on, and Keontae George hits 2 3-pointers. Markkanen hits a 3-pointer at 16-2. The Suns call a timeout. Immediately after the timeout, that the Suns lose the ball and Markkanen hits a three-pointer and it's 19-2. They didn't get their second basket until there was 7 minutes and 13 seconds left in the quarter, and that was a Grayson Allen three. So you're down 19-2, but then you go back and you look at it, and Royce O'Neal just caught fire.
He did. Yeah,
and Royce O'Neal in that second quarter with the back-to-back three-pointers, and then Book hits a three, and Dunn hits a three, and then, boy, Nick Richards with all those block shots. And next thing you know, it's tied at 57. You're like, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Tied at 57, tied at 59, tied at 61. Like, you're down 19-2, and they battled back, and all of a sudden, and it wasn't even they had to wait the whole game. They were tied in the second quarter.
But that's a frustrating game last night because that's not a good basketball team that you lost to. It's a unique basketball team you lost to. That front line is like the Monstars from Space Jam. I mean, they're just it's crazy how across the board, Filipowski, Kessler, and Markkanen, it's like what, 7 foot, 6'11", 7 foot, right? And they played and so it made the Suns look small, and we're kind of going to talk about this a little bit later, but the Suns kind of are small. But I still like I was more discouraged by last night than encouraged. And I know it's easy to say that because they lost, and that's kind of a no dirt statement. But when you lose to one of the worst teams in the Western Conference, and I know you're shorthanded, but when you're just always fighting back against the worst team in the Western Conference.
Takes a lot of energy.
It takes a lot of energy, and it makes me feel like this team has a long, long, long way to go to being competitive in this conference if that's the kind of showing they're going to give you. Well, no offense against the Utah Jazz. We're not exactly talking about the Denver Nuggets here. It's the Utah Jazz, you know?
Yeah, I get it. And the Jazz are not a good basketball team. Like I said, they're destined for the lottery again. Jalen Green, I'm optimistic he plays tomorrow, and that will be a big help. We should know later today or tomorrow morning, but I'm optimistic. It's not a definite, but he's very, very close. And then, but you're playing without Dylan Brooks. You're playing without Jalen Green. Mark Williams is still coming off the bench, and he's going to start for them eventually. So you are a little shorthanded for sure. So I do think like it's going to get better, but we're going to talk about this later, and you're exactly right. It's like there are a lot of issues that they've got to resolve to get better. A lot of issues.
A lot.
Right now, the only thing that you take out of this team through 4 games is they fight hard. Doesn't mean they're not good enough. They haven't been good enough. They're 1-3. I mean, if they would have just won that game last night, they'd be 2-2, and you'd be like, okay, wins over Sacramento and Utah. They beat some of the bad teams, they lost to 2 good teams.
That's the problem with last night, right? Is you look at the schedule and you understand, and we've talked about this a lot the last couple of days. You look at the schedule and you understand that talent-wise, on a lot of nights, you're going to be at a deficit. Even when you're healthy, you're not going to be the most talented team out there. And so on the nights where you feel like you're playing a similar talented team to you, those are the ones you have to win, right? Those are the ones, because you have no incentive to lose. We've covered this many, many times. You don't have a draft pick waiting for you at the end of this. There's no reason to count ping pong balls or anything like that. So certainly you want to beat the teams you feel like you can. And I felt like last night was one that they could have. And maybe things change a little bit when Jalen Green comes back, and certainly not having Dylan Brooks out there. They fight hard. Sometimes they just don't fight well. You know what I mean? Like they're just so many things that they still have to work on, and they still have to get better with. And roster construction still isn't where I would want it to be, or I don't think you would want it to be. They got a long way to go. Long way to go. And I think that was pretty clear after last night.
Yeah, it was. And now you get ready for Memphis, who unfortunately have the Suns draft pick, I think, this year. I think it's Memphis that has their draft pick. So, that's the first rounder that they don't have.
Yep.
But again, I'm looking for signs. I'm looking for signs to not be discouraged early. But there are a lot of bad signs. The good sign is they fight hard and they play hard.
Are you discouraged?
I don't know.
Are you discouraged?
No, not yet, but
okay.
I could get there.
Okay.
I could get there.
No, the way you said that was, I'm looking for signs to not get discouraged. And look, I'm not trying to do like a gotcha moment or paint you in a corner or anything. I know you were more optimistic about this team than I was, obviously.
I'm not discouraged yet.
I'm just curious if you've reached that point of, on second thought, man, this is going to be harder than I thought.
No, Jalen Green hasn't played yet.
Okay.
I mean, we got to see what happens when he plays. He'll take some of the pressure off a Book. Here's what I do like. I really like what I've seen out of Colin Gillespie. I really like what I've seen out of him.
I do too.
Now, but I'm a big believer. Like, if he's got to play 25 minutes or more a game, that's not good. Like, that's not a good thing. Like, I like him a lot. But if he's got to play 25 to 30 minutes, that's not a good thing. That means you don't have anybody better.
Yeah.
So I like him, but I like him for 15 to 20 minutes a game coming off the bench and providing a spark. If he's got to play at major minutes, that means you're not as talented. Now, Green's out. That will change when he comes back. And I really, really like what I've seen out of Mark Williams. I really do.
I do too.
So I like Gillespie. I like Mark Williams. We haven't had a chance to see the rookies play. Defensively is a major problem. They're just not good defensively right now. They're actually really poor defensively. And I thought with Dunn and Brooks that some of that would be relieved a little bit. And then I thought that Mark Williams could help there and Malawash, but Malawash hasn't really played very much, and that's okay too. So I think there are things that I'm really encouraged by, and then there are other things that I'm really discouraged by. If that makes any sense.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what will the Cardinals roster look like come Monday night against the Cowboys, and will a certain veteran be on it the day after Monday night against the Cowboys? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
In the midst of this 5-game losing streak, you've had 3 games with Kyler Murray at quarterback where they've lost, but they've been in position to win.
Mm-hmm.
That's the similarity in the situation, is Jacoby Brissett had them into position to win as well. They're close, but all signs point to Kyler Murray returning.
And again, part of me thinks that given where the record is, maybe this is what we need to see. Maybe we need to see this right here and now. Whether or not this offense can look just like it did with Kyler as it did with Jacoby Brissett.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hey, Vince Morata here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals opened up the practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams today. Cards are also expected to open the practice window for linebacker BJ Ojulari. Ojulari has not played yet this season while on the physically unable to perform list. Cardinals' first official practice will be on Thursday. From Arizona State practice, Sam Levitt will miss this Saturday's game against Iowa State. The quarterback was seen wearing a boot on his right foot in practice today. Jeff Sims is expected to start for the second time this season. And Game 4 of the World Series is tonight following the 18-inning epic that took place last night. Dodgers, now up 2-1 on the Blue Jays, look to take stranglehold of the series with a victory tonight. First pitch is at 5. Pregame coverage starts at 4. You can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. How will the Sun Devils get by without Sam Levitt at quarterback against Iowa State? That and a lot more starting Wednesday morning at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Couple roster updates. We'll open up Garrett's window, and we'll open up BJ's window. I think everybody else will be out there today, and kind of a bonus day today, so it'll be a highly enthusiastic competitive practice today.
Highly enthusiastic competitive practice for Jonathan Gannon's Arizona Cardinals as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. Guys, starting to come back. I hope it's not too little too late, but we know the mountain that's in front of the Cardinals and what they have to do to climb it, right? But some very potentially talented players who are coming back. And oh, by the way, the news that came down yesterday with Michael Carter and Darren Hall being cut, they were both re-signed to the practice squad. So they're both still with the organization. Carter potentially could be a game day elevation like he has been in the past. So technically, he really hasn't gone anywhere. And while there's been no official announcement, the speculation is still pretty steady, and no confirmation from Jonathan Gannon today, by the way. The speculation is still pretty steady that Walter Nolan and Garrett Williams could be activated this week, and that's why they needed those two roster spots with Darren Hall and Michael Carter. But no confirmation about that yet, Gambo.
That Nolan and Williams will be activated?
Yes, that Nolan and Williams could be activated this week. Again, it's just the speculation, but no one's confirmed it.
You know, the interesting one to me was BJ Ojulari because he's been so out of sight, out of mind. It has been like that was August of last year, 2024, that he had that knee injury. And so that's, August, September, October, that's 15 months. That's 15 months. So that's a long time that he has been out. So he's got the window open. That's the 21-day window. So that'll be interesting. Garrett Williams, you're a big fan of his, and he's a terrific player. So getting him back is going to be a big deal. And I'm really looking forward to seeing Walter Nolan. Like, I really am. I mean, this was the guy that they really liked him going into the draft. He was in my Gambo 5. He's one of the guys that they really liked, and they got him. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to play, and he got hurt, and he didn't even have a padded practice, but they opened up his window, was it last week? So, now 2 weeks ago? It was 2 weeks ago?
It was 2 weeks ago, I think. 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, so now you got to feel like, okay, is this, has he had enough time? Is 2 weeks enough to get him ready to play what would probably be a limited amount of snaps?
I would think, especially on the defensive line where they rotate guys anyway, and they kind of, closely monitor how much these guys play to keep them fresh. I would imagine that if he does play and if he is active, he's going to be on a little bit of a snap count this week. But I'm with you on both of those topics, actually. And I'm excited. Yes, I'm a big Garrett Williams fan. I think he brings a lot to the defense. He brings a lot of versatility to the defense, and he might, honestly, if we're talking about a defense that needs a reason to blitz more, having a Garrett Williams back there, I think, gives you a good reason to blitz more because you feel even better about your back end coverage to maybe risk a little bit more on the front end. But that being aside for a second, we all need to see Walter Nolan playing. We don't want a repeat of last year with Darius Robinson. We've said it many, many times. You've got to, I don't know if it's going to help you win anything this year, but you got to feel like this year wasn't a wasted one for Walter Nolan in terms of his development. Last year was a wasted year for Darius Robinson, and I know some of it was out of his control, and of course Obviously, with his mom, it's a terrible situation. But you felt like this year was kind of his rookie year. And you don't want to do that with 10 games left. I think you can avoid that with Walter Nolan if it's productive and if he plays and if he has success. You can feel like you didn't just give this one back. I think that's very important for everybody to not feel like you're giving one back for Walter Nolan.
I don't know if any unit needs more help than the defensive line.
Oh, brother. Brother, you ain't lying,
Like,
brother.
I don't know if there's a unit out there like, okay, like, you just in the nick of time. Like, like it's, he's been rehabbing, and he wasn't able to play against Green Bay, and we didn't expect him to because he needs, more time. But, I mean, this guy was Ole Miss defensive lineman, picked at number 16. They really liked him. He just, unfortunately, he got hurt, and he did show up with a lot of hype. We know he can wreck games. He's been that type of player. But the defensive line, I mean, my goodness, do they need the help? So, from the time he was on the PUP list and training camp and the calf injury and, all the work that he's done, we just can't wait to see him. And again, I'm not expecting he's going to go out there and play all the snaps because no defensive lineman really does. But if they could activate him and he could play a certain amount and then just work that up over the next couple of weeks, that'll be a good thing.
Outside of Calais Campbell, they've gotten virtually no production out of their defensive line, hardly any of which to speak. The pressure rates for everybody across the defensive line, it's been, Dalvin Tomlinson has not been an impactful free agent signing from this offseason, I think, the way we all thought. Darius Robinson obviously has been hurt a little bit, but hasn't had a super impactful year. Dante Stills has had moments, but hasn't played great. LJ Collier's been hurt, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They could use him. The other one is B.J. Ojulari, and here's Jonathan Gannon today on how he kept B.J.'s spirits up while he was hurt.
He's dealt with some injuries, and he's a positive guy. You know what I mean? And you hate to go through it, and you hate to see your players go through it, but, it's part of the game. But, he's smart. He'll get caught up. I know he's, been itching to get out there, but understood this was his journey to get back on a practice field, and once he gets back on a practice field, it's not going to be linear either. It never really is with anybody. So it's just one day at a time, control what you can control. And when he's healthy enough to play, hopefully he'll play.
I got to imagine with him, 3 weeks before they have to make a decision? This is a guess. I'm guessing they're going to take every single day before they make a decision on his availability. I'm sure he's trending towards being available, but I think given how much time he's missed, I wouldn't be surprised if this one is kind of a slow cook versus a week and he's ready to go, or 2 weeks and he's ready to go.
Yeah.
Just a guess. I don't know, but that would just be my guess.
There were some signs that rookie year, right? Like he played in all 17 and he had the 4 sacks, and then
he came on in the second half of the season, if I remember right. From week 9 on, he was kind of productive and was starting to flash some things that got you a little bit excited. Yeah, I remember. Kind of remember it like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he tore that ACL, and I think it was like late July or early August. I think it was early August. Tore that ACL. Like, okay, but a year later, when he wasn't back for training camp, like, okay, no August, then no September, and basically no October. We said that's a long time. I mean, that must have been a bad knee injury. Must have been a really bad knee injury because it's been 15 months.
Yeah, 15 months. As far as Kyler goes, there has been no official announcement about his availability. There was a report from Adam Schefter that he tweeted out yesterday, and then he spoke on it today about Kyler expecting to be back. Because the Cardinals are on a Monday night football schedule, they don't have to release an injury report today or give an update on anything today. Jonathan Gannon did not give an update. I can tell you from practice today during the portion that was open.
Yeah, he was throwing.
He was throwing, and he was throwing to the main guys. He wasn't throwing to the practice squad guys. He was throwing to the main guys in the part that the reporters there were allowed to document. And I will say this, and this is a quote that I got from Josh Weinfuss's Twitter account. He covers the Cardinals for ESPN. Jonathan Gannon said that Kyler Murray is doing better after missing the last 2 games before the bye with a foot injury. During its deep dive and self-scout during the bye week, the Cardinals staff, and I quote, looked at a couple of things that might help him out, that he feels maybe a little more comfortable with some things that we've been doing, but he'll be his normal self when he gets out there, close quote. And I read that quote. I'll say it again. looked at a couple of things that might help him out, that he feels maybe a little more comfortable with some of the things that we've been doing, but he'll be his normal self when he gets out there. And I heard that, and I wonder how much of that is, hey, this is what Jacoby Brissett did when you're gone. How do we fold some of that into your game? You know?
Yeah.
How do we incorporate some of that into what you're doing? Maybe make him a little more comfortable with some things that we've been doing. But then he went on to say he'll be his normal self when he gets out there. So I expect he's going to play this week. Nobody said it for sure, but it sounds like he's going to be back.
Yeah, I hope it was a mild. It was a foot sprain. He had a foot sprain, so that's what sidelined him the last couple of games. So, Kyler is a mobile guy. He moves around the pocket. He likes to take off and run every now and then. So, he needs his feet to be right if he's gonna do those things. But I agree with that 100%. That's one of the things I look at. It's like, okay, we're going back to Kyler, but there were a lot of things that we liked that Jacoby did, especially with the downfield passing game. And I look at Zay Jones, and I look at Michael Wilson, I look at the way they were able to get those guys involved. I'm like, okay, how can we do that with Kyler? Can we get those guys more involved? Because everybody's like, oh, Marvin Harrison Jr., he's got to be more of an impact player. He was the number 4 pick, and I get that. But it's also nice to spread the ball around and get it to a bunch of different guys. And it's nice to go down the field and not always have these checkdowns and these passes, either behind the line of scrimmage or from 0 to 10 yards. It's nice to go 10 yards and beyond.
No doubt. Tune in to Arizona Sports at night. Right after our show, Burns and Gambo, Kellen and Mitch preview the Cardinals as they take on the Cowboys on Monday Night Football, plus the Suns as they take on Ja Morant and the Grizzlies. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. It was an instant classic last night in Los Angeles. Gambo will tell you all about it because I fell asleep in the 13th inning. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now O'Neal's going to inbound on the far side. He gets it to Booker. He'll shoot a 3 all alone and miss it off the back iron, and that'll do it. Jazz win it in overtime, 138-134 the final at Delta Center in Salt Lake City. And the Suns end up winless on this 3-game road trip.
We're talking about this Suns L today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice practice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love. That includes college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, thanks everybody hanging out with us on this Tuesday. If you're listening to us on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, or if you're watching us on the Arizona Sports app or our Arizona Sports YouTube channel, you will notice Gambo is working from home today. Be back in studio tomorrow, but he's still with us here on the air. There's Lauren. She got the poll question today. No idea what it is today. Not a clue.
World Series related.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. It could have done World Series, but it felt like, do we need more Dodgers
Did you
in our
stay up
lives?
and watch that whole game?
Yes.
Lauren did. She told me before the show, Gambo, she thought about texting the two of us as a little bit of a test to see which one of us was awake and which one of us was asleep.
Oh,
but she knew the answer to the question. She knew who was awake. She knew who was asleep.
I was awake.
I was out, man. I was out.
I knew you were out.
Totally. Yeah, it's like, I gave it to the 12th inning, and it's like, nighty-night.
I think if it was the Diamondbacks going to past 12, Burns, you would have been like, I'll see you tomorrow.
No. It took a very special set of circumstances in a World Series that I have very little interest in for me to go, I'm going to sleep. What is the poll question today? I don't know what it is.
The poll question today is about the Suns, and we're asking, when healthy, which player will be more important to the Suns this season? Mark Williams or Jalen Green?
Okay, good question.
Ooh, that is a good question.
That's a good question. I'm going to go Jalen Green.
Mark Williams. But it's close. It's a really good question. I like Mark Williams a lot. I really do. I like the fact that they played him 31 minutes last night. Game 4, and we're just taking the restrictor plates right off, and we're just playing them. I thought that was really good.
Yeah, had a chance to win.
Yeah, they left him out there because of it. What's our audience say on this one?
61% of our audience is going with Jalen Green.
Okay.
On this one, 39% going with Mark Williams.
Okay, that's the poll question. After last night's Suns loss to the Utah Jazz, you can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page.
Furman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the clock strikes midnight. Freddie Freeman has ended it. It's a repeat hero with the last word on a Game 3 classic.
Hit a walk-off in the World Series last year. Hit a walk-off in the World Series this year. Freddie Freeman doing Freddie Freeman things.
One of the most incredible games I've ever watched in my life. Just absolutely 7 hours of baseball, 18 innings. Just incredible. 19 different pitchers, 25 different position players, 609 pitches thrown, 153 separate trips to the plate. It was remarkable. Some incredible defensive plays, too. Just incredible defensive plays that were made, throughout that game. Kershaw coming in to get a big out on a dribbler was incredible.
I stayed up for that. I saw that.
You saw
part.
that? Kershaw comes in?
I saw Clayton Kershaw come into that game. Yeah, I was awake for that.
Yeah. That was, the second baseman, what's his name?
Edmund? Tommy Edmund?
Tommy Edmund. Man, he threw a guy out at third base on an incredible play. Just an incredible play. Threw a guy out at third base. And then he had the other one where he scooped it with his glove and he flipped it to Freeman to get it out there. So he made two incredible plays. Both teams were kicking themselves because they had so many opportunities. I loved the Blue Jays approach. Shohei Ohtani, first base. First base. First base. First base. We're not pitching to you.
Yeah.
We're not pitching to you. I don't care if the bases loaded. No, you can't do it with the bases loaded. But, like, if there's runners on first and second, they were going to walk him. Like, they were just not going to let him because he tied the game with this mammoth freaking home run at 5. His second. He's just right now. You can't pitch to him.
And I know I fell asleep. And here's John Schneider after the game. And then I do want to say something about this World Series. But here's John Schneider on. We weren't going to let Shohei Ohtani beat us.
We're trying to pitch around him. You know what I mean? And you trust Sir Anthony to make pitches to do that. And sometimes for pitchers, it's hard to do that. You know, when you're kind of trying to throw a ball and didn't put it where he wanted to put it, but. He had a great game. He's a great player. But I think, after that, you just kind of take the bat out of his hands.
I will say this, and we're joking about you stayed up for it, I did, and I fell asleep. I'll tell you right now, I think the one compelling reason to watch this World Series is him. It's Shohei Ohtani. It's the fact that we live in an era where we get to watch this. I know a lot of us hate the Dodgers, and I know we want to all see them lose, or some of us want to see them lose. His greatness is so transcendent. He's the reason to watch when you hate the Dodgers. He's the reason to watch this series, I think, if you hate the Dodgers, is because he was on base 9 times last night. He's their starting pitcher tonight.
Right.
Freddie Freeman said that after the game. Freddie Freeman said, our starting pitcher tonight got on base 9 times last night. And he was talking about the same guy. Like, it's remarkable the things that he can do on a baseball field. And I guess on some level, no matter how much hate I have for them and no matter how much disinterest I have in this series, man, I feel lucky that I get to watch Shohei Ohtani do baseball things, because it really is like some generational brilliance we're talking about here.
What I really do hate about today's baseball, and readily admitting that the most famous game, the favorite game I ever watched was Jack Morris against John Smoltz, 1-0 shutout, Twins over the Braves, World Series, 1991. I remember it like it was yesterday, just a classic. It's amazing to me, like, you have to go through all these pitchers, and one of the reasons why is, like, Max Scherzer's pitching really well. Like, Glasnow's pitching well. Like, Scherzer was pitching really good, and he puts a guy on base, and they're like, okay, we've got Ohtani coming up. Okay, so Ohtani's coming up. So you're going to take him out of the game. You're going to take Scherzer out of the game to put in a 21-year-old rookie to go face Ohtani, or 24 years old, whatever he is.
Whatever it was.
Flaherty, the guy's a rookie. He's 20, but like, really? You're gonna take Max Scherzer, Cy Young Award, one of the most experienced. You're gonna take him out to put a rookie in to go face Ohtani. It didn't go very well for the rookie.
No, it did not. No, it did not.
It did not go very well. And they're like, and that, to me, that's where they kind of took control of the game. Ohtani doubles, run scores, Freeman singles, tie game. So now you've got your both starting pitchers out before the 5th inning. And and somebody said to me last night, this is why they should have the ghost runner in the playoffs. I'm like, no way. No, can't do it.
No, can't do it. No, can't do it.
No way.
I got into an argument with a coworker here about the ghost runner thing. I love the ghost runner during the regular season. I really, really do. I think it's the Manfred Man, as they call him, which I think is also a very clever nickname for that free base runner everybody gets at second base. You cannot do it during the postseason. You cannot. And I know both of these teams are screwed, and both of these teams have exhausted their pitching staff, and they're just going to have to suck it up and deal with it. They're both. I saw Dave Roberts. His plan was he was going to throw a position player after Will Klein, or at least he was thinking about throwing it. I know he had Yamamoto.
He was going to throw a position player
down there to warm up, but he was going to go a position player if it went much longer than that after Will Klein and what he was able to do. You cannot do the Manfred Man thing, ghost runner thing in extras in the postseason. You just can't. You have to play it out and let it be.
You can't. That guy that came in was the hero of the game, and they all celebrated with him. Klein came into the game in the 15th inning. He was the last available bullpen guy they had in the 15. He threw 72 pitches. That's double his previous high.
Here's what he said.
He only gave up 1 hit in 4 innings. He threw 4 innings. He never throws that many innings. He never throws that many pitches.
Here's what he said after the game.
I was sitting at home in Arizona like the last month, like, this is crazy just to get to go to Toronto and then be at it and then get to pitch even that first game. I never thought this would happen, so, it's just stayed in it mentally and, good things happen.
Sandy Koufax. I'll give Sandy Koufax credit. That dude's 90 years old. He stayed up for that game. He went into that clubhouse to congratulate Will Klein on the work that he did. How awful do I feel that Sandy Koufax can stay up for that and I can't?
Spent most of the season in the minors. He was a little-known trade acquisition that they got.
Yeah.
Hadn't been on any of the postseason rosters. They throw him into the game in the 15th inning, and he goes 72 pitches, and he throws 4 scoreless innings. I mean, I'm not a Dodger fan, but what a hero that guy was.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, one more I want to play. This is Shohei after the game with Tom Verducci and the translator.
For the starting pitcher in the next game. We saw Dave Roberts, your manager, check on you in the 11th inning. How do you feel, and how will you feel tomorrow?
今日の試合の展開っていうところもあって、明日の状態、投げることに関してどう思いますか？もう早く帰って寝て明日に備えたいです。I want to go to sleep as soon as possible so I can get ready.
Rest well. Thank you so much, Shohei.
Thank you.
Can I be done with this? I want to go to bed.
I know.
I'm exhausted.
I know you have to interview him. I know you have to. But those guys, that's a devastating loss for Toronto. A devastating loss.
John Schneider's going to have to work very hard to convince his team they just didn't lose the World Series last night because it was just one game. But he's going to have to work very hard to convince his team they just didn't lose the whole thing last night because that's a devastating loss for them.
Yeah, Klein was a hero. I thought Edmonds defensively was a hero. Obviously, Freddie Freeman, who I can't stand, always seems to come up with these big hits. Freddie Freeman was the hero. Toronto had so many chances. They just couldn't. And their pitching was great, too. And the Toronto pitching was fantastic. It just, in the end, you figured it was one home run was going to win that game one way or another.
When we come back, as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, are we closer to seeing more of the Suns' rookie class on the floor? That's next here on 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit, he's sacked, it's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
The mistake my wife and I made when we got T-boned by another driver in Gilbert many, many years ago was thinking that because the accident wasn't our fault, that we would be okay. And I don't mean okay physically. I just meant okay like everything would be easy. In dealing with insurance companies would be easy, and dealing with the other driver's insurance company and medical and getting the car fixed would be easy. None of it was easy, and the accident was not our fault at all, and it was all so hard. And in retrospect, we made a mistake in not contacting Berg Simpson. We needed somebody to fight for us. We needed the best to fight for us. And we didn't have that. And because of that, man, everything was just a battle. Please don't make the same mistake we made, because it was a mistake. If you're ever in need, they're the best team. Let Berg Simpson represent you. You do your homework, your research, you'll quickly find they are the best team that can represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Right now, you can save on large avocados. They're perfect in so many dishes and are just 99 cents each with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you're on the job day in and day out, you know living with pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulders is miserable. The good news, QC Kinetics gets it. They understand guys like you.
They don't have the luxury of taking time off. They want to keep working. We are built for those guys that want to keep working and want to stay active. So the vast majority of who we see are the blue-collar guys like me and you.
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies, just like pro athletes have used for years, to get you lasting pain relief with no surgery.
I want you to continue working. I want you to continue exercising. The joints are made to be moved.
The treatments at QC Kinetics are fast and non-invasive.
It's not a lot of time commitment on your part. There is no downtime or recovery time. You don't need short-term disability with what we do. We want to keep you active.
Call QC Kinetics now to set up your free no-obligation consultation. Learn how you can get real pain relief.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals opened up the practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams today. Cards are also expected to open the practice window for linebacker B.J. Ojulari. Ojulari has not yet played this season while on the physically unable to perform list. The Cardinals' first official practice will be on Thursday. From Arizona State practice, Sam Levitt will miss this Saturday's game against Iowa State. The quarterback was seen wearing a boot on his right foot in practice today. Jeff Sims is expected to start for the second time this season. And Game 4 of the World Series is tonight following the 18-inning epic that took place last night. The Dodgers, now up 2-1 on the Blue Jays, look to take a stranglehold of the series with a win tonight. First pitch is at 5. Pre-game coverage starts at 4. You can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What's the update on Kyler Murray's playing status? We'll discuss the Arizona Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Tuesday to one and all. Thanks for hanging out with us. You know, we appreciate it, whether you're listening or if you're watching on our YouTube channel. Today on The Ringer, they had their, I think it was 15 overreactions from the first week of the NBA. And I saw this note, and I just took a quick screenshot of it because I think we all saw it last night. One of their overreactions from week 1 of the NBA. Utah's big 3 is the future of basketball.
Oh, man.
Consider me all in on Lauri Markkanen, Walker Kessler, and Kyle Filipowski, 3-headed monster that's taking the NBA by storm. Even if the Jazz lose 75% of their games this season, any team that can fit that much size, skill, and mobility on the court at once is doing something right. That was a big basketball team the Suns played last night.
It was.
But it also revealed something that we both noticed last night. We both had it in our emails to each other. Mm-hmm. The Suns are a small basketball team.
For now.
A small basketball team.
Yeah, first of all, what just a credit to Lauri Markkanen, the Finn from U of A. I mean, 50 points. The last time a Jazz player had 50 points in a game was Karl Malone in 1998. Think about that. Karl Malone, 1998, 56 points in a game. So he had 51 for the Jazz, but that's the first 50-point game in a long time. But the Suns, for now, with no Malawach and with no Fleming, they're small. You got Dunn and Rice on the perimeter. They're not that big, You got small guards like Gillespie played a lot. That's a smaller guard. They need additional size. These teams are bigger than them. So that's what it is. So it's just, to me, it's a size thing. Now, Jalen Green will come in, and that will take some of the minutes away from Gillespie, I believe. And I like Gillespie, good scrappy player. But until Fleming and Malawatch start playing somewhat regularly, they're not going to be big. The things that you liked about what they added with those two guys is size.
Yeah.
Those two guys are big.
Yeah.
And they're long, and that's going to help them. But they're not rushing those guys in. They're taking their time. They're making them earn it. They're doing it, the way they feel is the right way to build them. But in the meantime, you're throwing out there a pretty freaking small lineup, and you're getting killed.
Yeah, I looked at it. I did the deep dive with the math, and I want to talk about Rasheer Fleming here in just a minute. But I did a deep dive with the math on this, so I apologize in advance to everybody listening or watching for the numbers. I'll try to keep it as simple as I can. There were 10 players who played for the Phoenix Suns last night. A total of 264 minutes, including regulation and overtime. So 264 minutes. 59 of the 264 came from players who were 6'11 or taller.
Only 59.
Only 59.
Only 59.
59 minutes of the 264 came from players who were 6'11 or taller. 185 of the 264 minutes came from players that are 6'6 or shorter.
Yeah.
Booker, Gillespie, O'Neal, Allen, and Livers were the five. And that's where, to me, I don't agree with lumping Fleming and Malawatch into the same category. I feel like they're separate. Fleming has played a few more years of college basketball. He's got a little more experience. He's got skills that I think translate almost right away and is not as raw as I totally get Malawatch. Yeah,
Malawatch is 19 years old.
No, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. I totally agree with Malawatch.
But not Fleming.
Fleming, I think, needs to play.
Yeah.
And Fleming, I think, needed to be out there last night. Okay, not Isaiah Livers. I think Rasheer Fleming needed to be out there last night, and I wasn't the only one. I saw that reaction on social media from a couple of people whom I respect in particular, who were like, "Man, he just you can't be this small. You just can't. You're gonna get killed in areas where the Suns are getting killed in these moments." Yep. And I agree with bringing Malawatch along slowly. I think Fleming needs to start getting some minutes in these games. I really do.
And he will. The young guys are going to play more and more during the year, but they're going to, they're asking him to earn it and do it the right way. And that's, that's going to take a little time. It's a long season. These guys have never played this many games, coming from college. Now go play 82 games. So if you could take 10 games off the schedule or 15 games off where they don't play a whole lot, I don't know what the number is going to be. But Fleming's 6'9" and long, and Malawatch is 7'1". And they're not as, the Utah guys got thickness to them, right? These two Suns guys are rangy. They're not thick like the Utah. Walker Kessler's thick. Nurkic is thick. Like, they're thick and strong. So they're going to be stronger than these guys. So, but it is size and length that you don't have. And, again, I'm looking at the perimeter last night, and there's Royce and there's Dunn. I'm like, you small there. And then Gillespie's on the court for a lot of minutes because Brooks is out, and, and Green's out. And, like, okay, you're small there. They fought. They're scrappy, and they fight. But there's a distinct size advantage that they have, and this is why it's leading to all these offensive rebounds by these other teams and second-hand chance points and all these other things that are just killing the Suns on the stat sheet.
Even when Dylan Brooks and I'm like Ryan Dunn's your power forward. He's 6'7". Dylan Brooks is your shooting guard. He's 6'7". So do you not agree that Fleming should be in a different category than Malawatch?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
I don't disagree.
Okay.
I think that Malawatch needs to be brought along very carefully.
You and I are 100% on the same. I'm looking at Rasheer Fleming's college resume right now. He's played in 101 college basketball games. He started in 88 college basketball games. Now, I'm not saying that earns him the right for 25 minutes right out of the chute and that he's not a kid, and that certainly he's going to make his share of mistakes out there. Offensively, I don't know if he can hang. But, Ryan Dunn was a minus 29 last night in that game. He was just ill-equipped to deal with UT. He didn't play very much. Oso Ighodaro was like a minus 16.
No, Dunn and
I
Oso
think.
were big negatives.
They were
big negatives.
terrible last night. They brought virtually nothing to the table, and I know not every night's going to be their matchup. For me, the clock is ticking on Rasheer Fleming, and I think sooner rather than later, it's going to be time to take the training wheels off of him because this roster is just going to demand that a 6'9" player with, I believe, a 7'4" wingspan with crazy athleticism needs to be out there more. And if he shoots himself off the floor, he shoots himself off the floor. You know what I mean? Like if he's such an offensive liability, you can't play him. Okay, fine, but at least go find that out, Don't just assume that he can't help. Let's see if he can help. And if he shoots himself off the floor, then so be it.
The thing with Fleming is that he can guard a lot of different guys, right?
Yes.
He can guard guards. Like he can guard forwards, he could guard guards, he can rebound the basketball, he can block shots, he can come up with steals. He really moves well without the ball. He's like a guy that you expect is going to be a double-double guy for you. He's going to be a guy 10 points and 10 rebounds, 12 points and 10 rebounds, that type of guy. He was a role player in high school. He had a big leap. I think it was his junior year he had that big leap, and the Suns did everything they could to go up and get him. But again, only 21 years old. Making them. I'm telling you how they're doing it. They are making these guys work for it. Earn it, work hard, play for it.
And I'm just telling you I disagree with it. I'm just telling you I disagree with half of it. Okay, the other half I agree with it. I'm just telling you I disagree with half of it. The Rasheer Fleming part of it I disagree with.
Yeah, I think Fleming can, we've only seen him in very, very limited minutes. But yeah, because there's no greater need than what Fleming brings to the table.
Oh yeah.
He's inches taller than Dunn and Brooks and all of those guys that are playing that spot. He's much taller, and his length is much bigger too. His reach and everything, standing reach, and so I don't disagree. And I think he's 21 years old, but I think that there's a role now. You'd probably agree with this too. The role isn't for him to play 30 minutes a game, but if he can come in for 15, can he help you a little bit because of his sheer size?
This was the thing, and you know this because we talked about this a lot. This was the thing more than anything I think that I was worried the most about with this roster and the way it was constructed. Just a lot of 6'6" guys. A lot of 6'6" guys, and I just too many. And not enough balance across the board where, you've got size at the center position, but unless you're going to play two of them at the same time, you're only going to have one of those guys out there at a time, and the rest of the time you're going to have a court full of 6'6" dudes. And while they might be the most skilled 6'6" dudes in the world, they're still just 6'6", and there's just going to be some matchups that are going to be exploited when you're going that small out there. So the sooner Rasheer Fleming passes whatever tests he needs to pass, the better. Because again, I'm not trying to make him out to be the savior because he's not. But I would really like to see how he would help in moments like this.
And I think he can. I think he can. Just limited minutes, I think he can help.
Want to stay up to date on all of our contests here on Arizona Sports? From tickets to the Cardinals, to the Suns, to Innings Festival, and more. Text the word contest to 620-620, and then we'll just send you the latest on all of our giveaways. Text the word contest to 620-620. The Cowboys say they're changing things. Do they have enough time to change them in time for the game on Monday night against the Cardinals? That's next on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Kyson Brown not playing. Xavier Alford, the heart and soul of their defense, hasn't played since the Mississippi State game. You mentioned Ben Coleman not playing. Prince Dorba, one of their best defensive players and pass rushers. Zyrus Fiaseu, all of these guys not playing in that game. It wasn't just Jordan Tyson who also didn't play. Then you have Sam Levitt in and out of the lineup. Part of the reason I thought ASU would get back to the Big 12 championship this year, Wolf, was because they had, so much of the same team from last year back.
Yes.
They're all hurt. None of them are playing now. That goes out the window. It's not the same team.
You just can't lose Sam Levitt and expect to be the same team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team, where they are ready to help you right now with all of your mortgage needs. I was looking at a tremendous 5-star review that was left by the Lund Mortgage team the other day, and just to go over it, this couple had an adjustable rate mortgage, and they didn't know it was going to go up so quickly, and their mortgage payment was really putting a lot of pressure, financial pressure on them as a family. They went to another company, and that company wanted to say, hey, we'll help you $20,000 to refinance. They're like, okay, this is great. We don't have $20,000. They went to the Lund Mortgage team, and I spoke with Matt Oliver at the Lund Mortgage team, and he gave them a plan how to just, you're going to have to refinance a couple of times. You're going to have to pay off debt a little bit, going to get that payment down, and then eventually he locked them in. He gave them the call. He said, hey, we're in a good spot right now. Let's do it. They locked in the rate. They got a great rate. They're saving money. It's an affordable mortgage now. And they said they only had to pay a couple $1,000s. And so they said, we feel confident that you can trust the Lund Mortgage team, as we have joyfully recommended them. Because somebody wanted to charge them $20,000, and the Lund Mortgage team worked with them to get their rate down for just a couple $1,000s. And they're very happy. Call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Luke. How much can Garrett Williams improve the Arizona Cardinals defense whenever he returns from injury? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here on Burns and Gambo, a hello to Mesa. Everybody out there listening in Mesa or watching on the YouTube.
Hello, Mesa.
Hello, Mesa.
Hello, Mesa.
Thank you for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Adam Schefter on NFL Live yesterday.
It'll be the Arizona Cardinals in Jerry's world, and it looks like Kyler Murray should be ready to come back from his foot injury if all goes well this week. He's tracking to return. Jacoby Brissett stepped in the interim, but again, some quarterback questions about Monday Night Football next week.
Well, it's a good time, I guess, in that regard, if you're Kyler to come back. Number one, you're playing in a building, assuming he does play Gambo. You're playing in a building you've never lost in, high school, college, or the pros. You're going up against a defense that is just getting trashed by just about everybody who's playing it right now. And you've got a head coach in Brian Schottenheimer who is promising changes to the Cowboys defense, but even has admitted that some of the planned changes likely won't be installed until after their bye week, which is after the Monday night game against the Arizona Cardinals. So even he's saying, yeah, we're going to change some things. We might not have enough time to change some things before Arizona, but we're going to change some things because it is bad in Dallas defense. Like, worst defense in the NFL. He's one of the worst defenses in the NFL.
I think he's got that song blaring through the facility right now. Turn and face the strange. Changes are coming.
Is that the song?
It could be. I mean, because they are. They said there's going to be personnel changes. There's going to be scheme changes. A lot of these things are going to hurt. You got a terrific tight end in Jake Ferguson, right? 5th in the league in catches. He doesn't have 0. He had 0 catches last week. 0. Dak Prescott was under so much pressure, and they never figured out how to protect him. He got hit 8 times. He got sacked twice. He had his head spinning trying to figure out that all the pressure was coming from. It's a bad football team defensively. They're a really bad team. What changes they could make? We've speculated here that, the same thing. Like the Cardinals are 2-5. They keep losing. They have a 5-game losing streak. Like, we've talked about changes and what has to happen. Is it personnel? Is it scheme? Are they going to blitz more? Are they going to keep more tight ends in? Like, what are they going to do? How could they get the running game going? Like, how could they stop collapsing in the fourth quarter? How do they improve their fourth quarter defense? So we talked a lot about that. But right now, this is a defense that's allowed the second most points and yards in the NFL. Now, their offense is really good. They average 6 yards per play, 3rd in the NFL. They've got 3,073 yards, 2nd in the NFL. But their defense is one of the bottom 2 defenses in just about every major statistical category.
It is so bad, Gambo, that right now the Dallas Cowboys defense is giving up 405 yards per game of offense and 31 points per game. As you mentioned just a moment ago, that's second to last in both of those categories. The Cardinals' best offensive performance this season falls below both of those thresholds. The Cardinals' best offensive performance this year was the 400 yards and the 27 points they had against the Indianapolis Colts in Week 6. 400 yards is less than the 405 Dallas is giving up. 27 points is less than the 31 points that Dallas is giving up per game. So even at their best this season, the Cowboys defense is giving up worse numbers than the Cardinals have even gotten to. So you can understand why. I know the dude's missed a couple of games in Kyler Murray. You can understand why we're setting a pretty high bar for him in his return to do some things that make us sit up and take notice, right? That make us sit up and go, ooh, wow, look at Kyler this week, not only because of where the game's at and the venue and the success that he's had there, but, man, if you can't take it to the Dallas defense, then it speaks to even larger problems that you have. Everything about this week screams a get-right moment for Kyler Murray in that offense with him in charge. Everything about it. And so it's got to happen. I mean, it has to happen this week.
I know that Dallas has games coming up against the Eagles, who really lit it up, last week. The Chiefs, who really lit it up last night. They couldn't. Every time I got the ball, it seemed like they were scoring a touchdown. I needed field goals, and I didn't get any. It was all touchdowns. The Lions, a good offensive team. So they got some big – there was a story in the Dallas paper, like they got to trade George Pickens. I'm like, Pickens has been great for them. I'm like –
You sent that. I'm like, hey, George Pickens has been a hell of a find. Now it's time to trade him. I'm like, oh, my God, what are we talking about?
3rd in the NFL in receiving yards, 1st in yards after the catch. Like, got to trade the guy. I'm like, okay, so I read this story. Like, why? Because their defense sucks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you can't pay the guy. Like, Dak has a $74 million salary cap number. Lamb's got a $38.6 million figure. If you want to keep Javonte Williams, you got to add a lot more money. Like, it's like all your money's tied up there. I know you got some draft picks coming up, but like their whole talk there is trade Pickens. They need defensive help because as good as the offense is, you're not going anywhere with a defense that can't get a stop, and their defense just cannot get stops.
Yeah, it's another one of those moments, whether it's Micah Parsons personally destroying the Arizona Cardinals or whether it's the Dallas Cowboys defense imploding without him. It's one of those moments where it's like, God, did we actually have a story a couple of weeks ago that asked the question if Dallas won the Micah Parsons trade? It's like, in retrospect, it's almost like I'm almost ashamed that we even brought that. Not that we thought that, but it was just like, hey, we found this article. Isn't this interesting? Somebody thinks Dallas might have won the Micah Parsons. And looking back, and I was like, who the hell would have had that thought in their brain?
He had 2.5 sacks. He was disruptive. He was really good, but he only had the 2.5 sacks. So people were like, oh, he's not got the.
Yeah.
And then the Cardinals came along.
He destroyed the Cardinals, and he was disruptive against the Steelers. And Dallas's defense has been so hideously bad without him.
But it brings up a point. Like, a great player like that is going to feast when he has the opportunity, and he feasted against the Cardinals. Who is going to feast against the Cowboys? Who's going to feast against them? Offensively.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So who's like Bo Nix had 250 yards passing and 4 touchdowns.
Is it Marvin Harrison Jr.? Is it James St. Jones? Yeah. Is it Bam Knight? Is it Kyler Murray?
Is it Trey McBride?
Is it Trey McBride? Like, who's going to feast against them? Because their defense. I mean, week in and week out, they're giving up incredible numbers. I mean, people are having their best offensive games of the season against them.
Gambo's working from home today, but Mitch and I just gave each other the Trey McBride look. Trey McBride, I think, is going to feast this week because Kyler's back. He loves throwing to Trey McBride. I don't know if there's a soul on Dallas that can stop Trey McBride, and I think I want it to be Marvin. I think in some ways we need it to be Marvin, but if I'm betting on one guy and the overs this week, put me down for Trey McBride and the overs on catches and yards and touchdowns and all.
And it might be a few guys.
It could be, yeah.
Like it might be a few different guys that just feast because. There was an example where Denver was backed up 1st and 20, and they no problem. They go all the way down the field and score. It doesn't matter. Like there hasn't been a down or distance that their defense has been able to stop.
When we come back, it feels like we've had this conversation before, probably because we have, but it feels a little different now, or does it not feel different at all? Kenny Dillingham, he wouldn't leave ASU for greener pastures, would he? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Arizona has the hardest water in the nation, and your home feels it every day. A new water softener makes the water so soft you can actually feel the difference on your skin, your hair, and your laundry. And right now, when you purchase a water softener, we'll give you a free reverse osmosis system, an $1,800 value. Pure, clean drinking water straight from the tap. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-765-PIPE.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now, get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals opened up the practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams today. Cards are also expected to open the practice window for linebacker B.J. Ojulari. Ojulari has not played yet this season while on the physically unable to perform list. Cardinals' first official practice will be this Thursday. From Arizona State, Sam Levitt will miss this Saturday's game against Iowa State. The quarterback was seen wearing a boot on his right foot in practice today. Jeff Sims is expected to start for the second time this season. And Game 4 of the World Series is tonight following that 18-inning epic last night. Dodgers are now up 2-1 on the Blue Jays, and they're looking to take a stranglehold of the series with a win tonight. First pitch is at 5, and pregame coverage will start at 4. You can listen to it all over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. How will the Sun Devils get by without Sam Levitt at quarterback against Iowa State? That and a lot more starting Wednesday morning at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm trying to win as many games as I can here. That is my number one focus, is our players, our football team, everything about us. That's simple. Like, I am so singularly focused on us to win football games, to become a better football team, this season. Like, that's my singular focus.
I kind of knew it was inevitable we were going to have this conversation at some point.
Yeah, with all the firings in college football, big name programs and crazy buyouts, and sure.
Kind of surprised we haven't had it yet, to be honest with you. Given,
I don't like to have it. I think it's fair to bring it up, and you do speculate on this, but I know where you're going to go. Look, Kenny Dillingham seems very happy at ASU. He's done a great job, but is it inevitable that his name comes up? Yeah, that's what we're going to talk about. We're not going to talk about Kenny Dillingham. Oh, is he going to lead? But is his name going to come up? And it should. Like, Kenny Dillingham's name, it should come up for these jobs. The LSU job, the Penn State job, all these top name jobs. He's a good coach. So this isn't oh my God, Kenny Dillingham's going to leave. I mean, I don't. There's no indication that he's going to leave.
None whatsoever.
But I would not be surprised if these programs had interest and gave a call. And at that point, you never know what's going to happen. But he's earned that ability to be on those lists of coaches that could be the next guy.
Yeah, and the only reason why, and again, we always like to cite the sources for our inspiration. And in this regard, it was an article written by our colleague Doug Haller over at The Athletic. And the headline of the story kind of says it all. Kenny Dillingham's Arizona State roots go deep. But this coaching cycle may test that. And I think it's those 6 words that caught my attention. This coaching cycle may test that because it's Penn State, because it's Florida,
LSU.
because it's LSU, because you're talking about some of the big boys with some of the big toys and the big dollars. And I'm not going to sit here and I don't think he's going. I think it's a very unique situation to Kenny and this job. He's well compensated. He, Doug's done as usual. He's done his homework in his story and points out that he's the 25th highest paid coach among public institutions. Obviously, there's more to be made out there, but he's doing very, very well. He's making like $7.5 million this year.
Look at him.
I know, right? 25th highest paid head coach among the public institutions. That doesn't count the private schools who don't have to release their information. $7.5 million. It's just what I'm trying to figure out, A, is there a program that would tempt Kenny? And B, who is that program? And I don't know. I don't know the answer quite to either of those questions. I think the answer to A is probably there's a program that would tempt him, but I don't know which one it is.
Yeah.
What do you think? I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. What do you think?
I think you have to listen to any one of them that calls. There's a there was a story by Connor O'Gara. He's a senior national columnist for Saturday Down South. He's a member of the Football Writers Association of America, and he had done a story recently on here's my top 5 candidates to replace to be the next head coach of LSU. And number 5 was Jeff Brom from Louisville. Number 4 was Joe Brady, the Bills OC. Number 3 was John Sumrall from Tulane. Number 2 was Kenny Dillingham. And what he said about Kenny Dillingham, he goes, and this was interesting to me because I just wanted to read it.
Okay.
He talked about, he's only in year 3 as an FBS head coach, and he's already established himself as one of the top up-and-coming coaches in the sport. Okay, we know that. Unlike the 64-year-old Kelly, Dillingham would be a strong pivot as a 35-year-old coach who seems to have the pulse of this new generation of players.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it one step further. Mm-hmm. It also matters that while Arizona State is his alma mater, Dillingham has held assistant jobs at Memphis, Auburn, and Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
He understands the South and the type of recruiting that takes place at the high school level, so he wouldn't be considered a geographical outsider.
Uh-huh.
That's what...
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
So,
I didn't. I knew the Auburn one, and I knew the Florida State one. I had forgotten about the Memphis one. But if you didn't bring it up, I was gonna bring it up. It's not like the South is some foreign country to Kenny Dillingham, right? He's been which makes me think of another one too. And I'm just gonna ask for apologies now from my boss a couple doors down the hallway here for bringing this up. But if Dan Lanning ever left Oregon, Kenny's got ties there too. He used to coach in Oregon, and that might be another one where at least he would be comfortable with kind of the expectations and the setup and how things work there. Again, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know.
Well,
but the fact that he's got Southern connections, yeah, that's going to help because you're not hiring a complete outsider down there.
Yeah. Could he be the next Lute Olson though? Could he be the guy that that's the
Of
like
course.
there was a
Of course he could.
There was another story that I kind of bookmarked these because I knew you wanted to talk about this. It's an LSU story. It's called Tiger Egg, the Bible of LSU sports. Who will be LSU's next head coach? And I looked at the picture, and the picture's got Kenny Dillingham on there. I'm like, okay, Lane Kiffin, Sumrall, Dan Lanning. So they mentioned Dan Lanning, and that's where a lot of the lateral moves could come in, right? I mean, all of a sudden, if Lanning goes, then that job opens up. It mentions Eli Drinkwitz with Missouri and Kenny Dillingham. So they mentioned his charismatic energy and could be the missing piece to the puzzle for a struggling program and things like that. So, overall record 19-15, 12-11 in the that's not going to blow anybody away though, right? I mean, 3-9 his first year, then last year 11-2, and we'll see what happens this year. But and he hasn't been a coach for a long time. But if you are looking for that, if you're tired of the 65-year-old guy, the 60-year-old guy,
no doubt,
and you want to go with the younger coach. Drinkwitz with Missouri is 42 years old. That makes a lot of sense. Lanning's not very old either.
No, he's not. I think he's in his early 40s, I'm going to guess. I don't think he's an older guy at all.
The Tulane guy, Sumrall's 43.
Okay.
So, you're looking at a group of coaches. Lane Kiffin's 50. So, they're not, if you're looking for guys like the 35 to 45 range, there's a number of good coaches out there if you wanted to go younger.
Yeah, no, and I think more than obviously you can't be in this conversation if you're not having success at ASU. But I think Kenny Dillingham's youth and enthusiasm towards the job is what makes him such an appealing candidate, right? Like he he is very much raised on this idea of college coaching is a 24/7, 365 deal where you have to approach it with boundless, endless energy in order for you to be successful at it. Kenny was the guy who was doing a press conference a couple of weeks ago after Texas Tech. Phone rings. He pulls 2 phones out, looks to see which one is ringing, right? Pulls 2 phones out, looks to see which one is ringing. Hey, if this is a recruit, I'm going to take it. He looks at it and says, oh, it's not a recruit. I don't need to take it. Later, we found out it was you that was calling him, so that's why he let it go to voicemail. That's the kind of stuff that, okay, Brian Kelly ain't bringing that kind of energy. Nothing against Brian Kelly, but he's obviously had been a very successful head coach. He ain't bringing that kind of youthful go all the time energy. I'm not, like, I worry about a lot of stuff. I'm not worried about Kenny Dillingham leaving ASU anytime soon, but there is, and he'll never say it, and maybe it doesn't exist, but I got to imagine there is a program or 2 or 3 that you just can't say no to. You know, you just can't. If they come asking with all that money and all that power and all those resources, I don't know how you're supposed to say no to at least probably a half dozen jobs out there in college football that you just can't turn down.
Sure.
I mean, just can't.
Yeah, you have to listen, right? It doesn't mean you're actively searching for a job, but if somebody
and I'm
calls,
not accusing
you're like,
Kenny of doing that, and I want to make sure I'm stopping. Well, I'm not accusing Kenny of doing any of that stuff because I believe his heart is here. I just wonder what those programs are, what those magical programs are for him that, you know, even in the back of his mind, he thought, boy, if they ever called, I wonder how that would go. I wonder what those programs are.
It would hurt really, really bad if he ever left.
Yeah, it would.
It would hurt really bad.
It would be one of the worst we've ever had. Yeah.
It would, but it also goes to my look, you've done a show with me for a long time. I'm next year is going to be my 30th year of doing 30 years of doing radio here. I've always said this. I said, I cannot wait for the time when ASU has a coach that's so good that somebody else gets him, because every coach that I've ever been around in every sport has always been fired because they're not good enough.
Yeah.
Fired. They're all fired.
You still feel that way about Kenny?
Well, I feel that way about ASU because it would mean that ASU accomplished something truly dramatic, truly remarkable, and that would be, I would be devastated if Kenny. Look, Bruce Feldman, the CBS guy, he put Dillingham on the LSU
he did,
list.
but I would have thought, knowing you as well as I do, and knowing that has been your standard kind of go-to line when it comes to ASU coaching for a while, I would have thought Kenny would have transcended that feeling for you. I would have thought Kenny would have gone to a different place where you would have said, I've always been the guy who says, man, I hope the guy leaves ASU because it means he's had success and it means he's been able to
fired.
But I would have thought Kenny, given his deep, deep, deep ties to this program, would be the one guy where you'd say, man, I hope he doesn't go. I don't want to see him go.
I don't want to of course I don't. Like I just said, it'll be devastating. It'll be extremely after building up and activating the Valley and doing what he's done and hanging a banner with a Big 12 championship and going to a college football playoff, when he took over the job, nobody would have expected it. What do you want out of the program in 5 years? It was coming off of a disaster with Herm Edwards, an absolute disaster. The cupboard was bare. They had no players. It was like, God, I hope that in 5 years they could be playing in a bowl game. And then all of a sudden they're winning a conference title and in the playoffs. Like, nobody expected that.
Yeah.
So, but to my point, I've always believed that if somebody hires away one of your coaches because they did a great job, that's actually a good thing. It's a lot better than you keep firing a coach because they did a crappy job.
It's better that they don't have to fire a coach, but I still don't know if I would call it a good thing, Kenny Dillingham leaving ASU.
No,
that's where I stopped short. That's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing.
It's a good thing you didn't have to fire a coach and that you hired the right guy, but it's not a good thing if Kenny were to ever leave.
It just means, the only thing I've always said, it just means that they actually had some success.
Yeah, no, I understand the point. When we come back, watching the World Series, watching the MLB playoffs as a whole, we've gotten a closer look at a former D-back, and no, we're not talking about Max Scherzer. We'll tell you who next from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
This is a reminder again at how difficult what ASU is attempting to do is to actually achieve in college athletics. They need now to focus on beating Iowa State in Ames. They need to focus on being a 9-win team. You win 9 games, you don't get to the college football playoff, but it's still a number that shows you're hovering around the elite. They've got to stay grinding. It's just the sad reality of what they're trying to do. It is very difficult to be a winning program in the Big 12 every single week.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's the final days at Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale for you to take advantage of some incredible lease deals. Now, a lot of people out there prefer leasing over purchasing. You don't have to come up with a lot of money out of pocket. You don't have to pay a car off for 5 years. You trade it in after 3 years. You get something new. About that time, it needs new tires, so you don't have to put new tires on the car and spend that money. People like leasing. The warranty's always intact. They take care of everything for you. Sanderson Ford right now has 2 amazing lease deals I want to tell you about. One is leasing a brand new 2025 Bronco Big Ben for just $399 a month for 36 months. And the other is leasing a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for just $299 a month for 36 months. So you're saying, okay, well, how much down? Not a lot. The Bronco requires $1,810 down. The Bronco Sport, just $1,920 down. Those are great deals. They're going on right now at Sanderson Ford. So if you're looking to get into a great lease deal, you got to take advantage of this before the end of the month. You've only got 3 more days left. So go online at sandersonford.com or go visit them on 51st Avenue in Glendale.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Luke. Are we going to see a more consistent effort from the Phoenix Suns against the Memphis Grizzlies? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
We were quick to judge because Gabby Moreno looked like a franchise pillar behind the dish. I mean, controlling that staff, Arizona, through the World Series, and then Lourdes Gurriel, he signs a deal and gets off to, I think he hit 5 homers before anyone woke up on opening day. So it looked like a coup. I think what Ross Atkins was trying to do, he wanted to bring in, like Ruben was saying, defense and some left-handed bat. That's why Kiermaier was brought in. That's why Brandon Belt was brought in last year.
It is a small offshoot of this World Series that's going on right now. That was Mark DeRosa from the MLB Network, and that was back on May 14th of last year, 2024. On how maybe all of us were a little quick to judge the Gabriel Moreno, Dalton Varsho, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. trade. Like, in the immediate aftermath, we're like, oh, yeah, winner, right? Like, Diamondbacks won, Blue Jays lost. That's that. I loved the link that you sent to me to the story today that kind of said this might be the closest trade in baseball history to being a tie that we've ever seen in our lives. Like just tie, everybody wins, nobody loses, everybody got what they wanted out of it, and isn't it awesome that everybody made this deal, right? Like it's crazy to think of that, but it's probably pretty accurate.
Yeah, I mean, Dalton Varsho's batting .263 in the playoffs through the Yankees and Seattle and the Dodgers. He's got 3 home runs. He's got 10 RBIs. He had a good year statistically this year. Doesn't hit for a great average. He never has. But he gives you some pop, left-handed pop. 3 times in his career, he's hit over 20 home runs, 27, 20, and 20. He's a 55 to 75 RBI type of guy, and he plays great defense. He plays really good defense. He's got an incredible he ran down a couple balls last night that was just like, wow. Now the Diamondbacks had a plethora of outfielders at that time, and they had to move one. They didn't have a catcher, so it's like, okay, what are they going to do? And so they went out and they made the trade, and they traded Varsho, and they got Gabby Moreno, and they got Lourdes Gurriel. And at the time, it looked like it was a little one-sided, I believe, with Gabby Moreno being so good. But Dalton Varsho's been terrific for them. He's been a terrific player for Toronto. They love him over there, and they're set. So I think overall, like him. In Toronto, they like the trade, and in Arizona, I think we like the trade. So I think that's the way you look at it.
Yeah, I mean, it does. When you. The one thing about it from Arizona's perspective was knowing they were going to trade one of their outfielders that year. It is a little painful when you see Dalton Varsho have the success that he's having and wonder, could you still have made that trade and gotten rid of Alek Thomas? Could you have made that trade and got rid of Jake McCarthy? I mean, those two are just fine players in their own right. But you know what I mean? Like Dalton Varsho has gone
better than those two.
Has gone to that next level, right? And I think we kind of looked at those 3 as, well, they've all got their pluses, they've all got their minuses, but they're all about the same. They're all, you can deal one and you'll be okay. And I think now in retrospect, we've come to realize that they weren't all the same. The Dalton Varsho was here, and the other 2 guys were down here a little bit. And you just wonder if you could have made that deal and not give up the best of the 3 outfielders and still gotten what you wanted in Gabriel Moreno and Lourdes Gurriel. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But
I think Toronto just felt like that they were really stacked at catcher. Like that Alejandro Kirk is a good player.
Yeah, he had a big home run last night, so
he's just a good player. Like, he's a good player. So I think that they felt like, okay, they're pretty stacked at catcher. Like, they don't need, like, another catch. So they could trade one of their catchers. The other guy they got is Heineman. He's a veteran guy. But they feel like, okay, we got some good. We can move Gabby Moreno. We just need left-handed bat, and we need a really good defensive outfielder. When Varsho first came up, I thought he was going to be a catcher. I did. Because he's got the frame of a catcher. I thought he was going to be a catcher, and he was a catcher. And I always thought, like, well, he's going to be a catcher. But he's just so good defensively in the outfield. You're right, but I give credit to Toronto, right? I mean, I'm sure Mike Hazen was like, you can't have Corbin Carroll, but we'll give you one of our other outfielders. They didn't take McCarthy. They didn't take Alek Thomas. They took Varsho. Varsho's better than those guys. Yeah, he's better than them.
They took the right one.
Yeah, so they picked the right one. So give them credit. And then Hazen was able to get himself a bona fide, number one catcher who had some issues last year, but he still looked at as a bona fide number one catcher, and he got himself an outfielder that's been really good. Like he got Lourdes Gurriel was a good, pleasant surprise.
I wouldn't say really good. I think he's been good. He got the second contract. They re-signed him. He's a good player. I think that's a very upgradable spot on their roster, though. I think given the pop that you come to expect from a left fielder, I think sometimes Lourdes Gurriel, he's good. I think he leaves you longing for a little bit more at times. Speaking of baseball, when the World Series is done, then we'll get to free agency and the hot stove, and then we can kind of start to circle back to what the Diamondbacks are going to do. Jim Bowden, former big league executive who now writes for The Athletic, ranked his 50 best free agents who are available this year. And as you would expect, there were all sorts of Diamondback mentions in here, just all over the place. He listed Zach Gallen as the 11th best free agent available, predicted that he would get a 5-year, $135 million contract. And in his best team fits, the Diamondbacks were not listed by. Now, it's just one guy. Take it for what it's worth. But they had the Orioles, Red Sox, Tigers, Astros, Padres, Giants, Braves, Mets, Cardinals, Cubs. Basically, half of baseball listed except for the Arizona Diamondbacks. 5 years, 135. Okay, then he goes down to number 20 on his list, and that's Merrill Kelly. Contract prediction, 2 years, $30 million.
I'll do it right now.
Best team fits, Diamondbacks, Rangers, Orioles, and Mets.
I'll do it right now.
2
years, $30 million. I'll do it right now.
If that's the price, when he writes, don't be surprised if he re-signs with the Diamondbacks to finish his career with them. Mm-hmm. I believe that, especially
I'll
at
sell
that
I'll
price.
sell that rookie Duke Schneider card from Ken Kendrick and the Pee Wee Reese, and we'll get that deal done.
Here's another one that you're going to agree with. Paul Goldschmidt is the 49th best free agent available. Best team fits. There's only one team listed. It's the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Because they like him.
Prediction, 1 year, $10 million.
Yep.
That's what they're predicting.
Yep, that's exactly what we said.
Yeah.
I think we said somewhere.
But there's nobody else listed. There's no other team listed. Like it's just Diamondbacks. Right. That's it.
Because he's a platoon player. He's not going to play every day. He's only going to play against left-handed pitching, which is less than right-handed pitching. So he's a pinch hitter off the bench, and he's a platoon first baseman at this point in his career, only facing lefties. He does very well against lefty. He rakes lefties, but he doesn't hit righties very well. And the Diamondbacks like him. It's just not just a nostalgic thing. Is that they don't have a first.
No.
Like they tried for Tyler Locklear. He might end up being good, but we don't know. So they can go get Paul Goldschmidt and just punt for a year on who their first baseman in the future is going to be.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we hit the reset button halfway home on this Tuesday. Lauren's here to get you caught up on everything going on in sports, and that is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now O'Neal's going to inbound on the far side. He gets it to Booker. He'll shoot a three all alone and miss it off the back iron, and that'll do it. Jazz win it in overtime, 138-134, the final at Delta Center in Salt Lake City. And the Suns end up winless on this three-game road trip.
We're talking about this Suns L today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Pro Smile Dental because I know there's a lot of people out there. I had a buddy of mine in New York that would never smile. My buddy Craig, he just never smiled because his teeth were no good. And he finally eventually got his teeth done, and now he's smiling everywhere. Every photo he's in, every video he's in. But it was tough. It was a tough go for him. And I know we talked about it for many, many years because his teeth, he just got older and his teeth declined, and he just wouldn't smile. Every single photo he just had to take, and he just had to kind of grin almost and wouldn't smile. That's why I tell you about Pro Smile every day, because nobody does it better than Pro Smile. They're all-on-4 implants. You can get a free consult right now. The all-on-4 implants are incredible. They are the Pro Smile difference is really amazing because they use oral surgeons, not general dentists, to do the surgery. They're the only implant center where the lab, the mill, the technicians, the anesthesiologists, and oral surgeons are all on site. Nobody else does that. Your entire smile is designed on site, not shipped out and farmed out to 4 different places where mistakes can happen. You get a custom designed temporary smile to try out. Once you approve the color, the shape, the size, you come in, and then, boom, you're done. If you want cosmetic veneers, they can have your new smile done in 2 weeks. And the all-on-4 implant, you could walk away with a new temporary smile the same day. The same day. So if you're not happy with your smile, text PRO to 620-620. I'll get you all the financing information. They got great financing offers. Text PRO to 620-620.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
No, it's not too soon to start holiday shopping. Ulta Beauty's early Black Friday event is happening now through November 22nd. Shop $10 beauty minis from brands like MAC and Too Faced. Take 30% off Lancome and Touchland fragrances and body mists. With new offers dropping every week, our associates can help you find the perfect gifts. Head into Ulta Beauty today to shop our early Black Friday event. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Mitch Vareldas here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Balón, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldas with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals opened up the practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams today. The Cards are also expected to open the practice window for linebacker B.J. Ojulari. Ojulari has not played yet this season while on the physically unable to perform list. Cardinals' first official practice will be this Thursday. From Arizona State, quarterback Sam Levitt will miss this Saturday's game against Iowa State. Levitt was seen wearing a boot on his right foot in practice today. Jeff Sims is expected to start for the second time this season. And Game 4 of the World Series is tonight following that 18-inning epic that took place yesterday. Dodgers are now up 2-1 on the Blue Jays, and they look now to take a stranglehold of the series if they can get a win tonight. First pitch is at 5. Pre-game coverage is happening right now over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Lauren is here to get us caught up on everything going on in sports. Lauren, the 4 o'clock reset is all yours. Take it away.
Alrighty.
49ers made a trade today, I think, right?
Did they? I didn't even see that, did they?
Thought they did for a corner.
That was the Rams. I know the Rams made a trade for a corner. Are you saying the 49ers, or are you confusing your NFC West teams? Are you trying to hijack the 4 o'clock reset? What are you doing over there, Gambo? What are you doing?
I thought it was Keon White.
Maybe you're right. I don't know.
49ers. All right. I'll let Lauren take it away. Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
I don't think you could even call it interrupting because I don't think we actually got it underway.
We haven't even started yet.
No.
He's already trying to take it.
Let's just start over.
All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the 4 o'clock reset. We're going to start with Kenny Dillingham because he announced today that Sam Leavitt is out for the game versus Iowa State this Saturday. That means Jeff Sims is the expected starter. Here is Kenny Dillingham on how long Sam Leavitt could be out for.
I don't want to say that yet. It's definitely something that's been lingering all year. So it's definitely something that could definitely turn into that for sure, just because it hasn't progressed like we hoped. I mean, he's been dealing with this for pretty much the whole year. He hasn't been at full speed. So, we'll definitely reassess it during the bye and make a decision from there.
What's it, the Speedway right there?
I was going to say.
The motorcycle.
Sometimes you can hear the planes landing on the runway. Sometimes you can hear the drag racers on the street behind them. You never know what you're going to get with the ASU soundbite. If it's more than 1 week, then you start to, and Gambo talked about this, I think, on Monday, where do you get to the point where there's no point in bringing him back? Or, and I don't know if we're there yet. I have no idea when we'll get there, but there's not a ton of season left. And if this is going to be a multi-week thing for him, I don't know. I don't know when to expect him back at this point, but it's certainly frustrating to hear that it might be more than just one game.
You've got a bye coming up, and then after that, after this game, the schedule's favorable. Bad West Virginia team, bad Colorado team, average U of A team. So the schedule's favorable. But I don't know. What are you playing for now? You playing to get to a decent bowl game? You playing to have a good season? I mean, you could still have. Listen, because only a certain amount of teams go to the playoffs, right? Only a certain amount of teams can win only one team can win each conference champion. It doesn't mean that there's still not things to play for. So it's not like, oh my God, the season's over. Stop watching ASU football. They can still have a good year and go to a good bowl game.
No doubt about it.
And from one Arizona quarterback, we go to another.
What's the progress update on Kyler?
He's doing better. He'll be out there today.
Kyler Murray was out there today taking first team reps, slinging the ball around, so that's a good sign.
Not to practice squad wide receivers, but to wide receivers that were out there. Gannon also spoke vaguely of, doing a couple of things differently. Might help him out a little bit, incorporating some of the things they had done without him, but that he'll mostly be the same when he's out there. It's the Dallas defense is one of the worst in the NFL in a building that he's never lost in. I don't know if there's ever been a better recipe for Kyler Murray to have success than the recipe that's in front of us this weekend.
I think in some ways it's a bad thing.
How
so? Because if you were playing like a good football team and he comes back and he's average, nothing less than a great performance against the Cowboys is acceptable.
That's what I thought you were going to say,
nothing less.
And I agree with you. We're not setting the bar low for Kyler in his first game back. We're setting it pretty damn high, and maybe it'd be better for him if we were setting it low, so we would be kind of, he was pretty good this weekend. No, Gambo's right. We're expecting him to be really, really good this weekend because of the matchup and how bad that defense is.
And Jonathan Gannon went on to provide an update on some of those roster moves we've seen happen this week.
Couple roster updates. We'll open up Garrett's window, and we'll open up BJ's window. I think everybody else will be out there today, and kind of a bonus day today, so it'll be a highly enthusiastic, competitive practice today.
Also, after releasing Darren Hall and Michael Carter yesterday, both of them are back with the practice squad today, and per our very own Tyler Drake, Michael Carter was taking the majority of those snaps as RB1.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's interesting that he was taking the majority of those snaps. Yeah, so they're clearing 2 roster spots for somebody. we'll see who they are. But both of the guys they lost, they're back. So
makes sense that it's Nolan, and it makes sense that it's Garrett Williams. Like no trades, right? The Rams have made a trade. The 49ers have made a trade. They haven't made any trades yet, so you would think it has to be their own guys.
You would think so, yeah.
And in a not exciting Monday Night Football game at all, but I thought I'd throw an update in at least. The Chiefs absolutely handled the Commanders and Marcus Mariota 28-7.
Chiefs. I mean, just
I know. Just when I thought that's it, this is the year they're going to take a step back. It's like predicting Seattle in some ways that they're going to struggle. It's just, they were really good. They were really good, and Zach Ertz ripped into Washington after the game last night because they were just so poor, and they just didn't play well. They didn't play well at all. And the Chiefs were able to move the ball up and down the field and no problem up and down the field. I thought early there was a turnover by Kansas City. There was a turnover by Washington. It was very sloppy early in the game, no scoring. And once Kansas City got rolling, there was no stopping them.
No, not at all. And Tyler Lockett, he's found a new home. He is headed to Vegas to reunite with his old head coach, Pete Carroll.
What an odd choice that is, right?
Right.
I mean,
odd. Yep, totally.
You're probably a somewhat sought after wide receiver in this.
Why do you go there?
Go there.
The hopes that they're trading Jacoby Myers and then you move up on the wide receiver depth chart?
Maybe, but I guess it just goes to show that sometimes it is about fit and it's not necessarily about where can I go to win, because you're just not going to win much if you go there. So he must really like playing for Pete Carroll and feel like he's got a good bond with Pete Carroll, because I don't know what other choices he had. It just seems like that's not a real good fit
Tennessee
when it comes to winning football games. That's all.
Yeah. And the New Orleans Saints, they've made a change at quarterback. They are benching Spencer Rattler in favor of Tyler Shuck. The Saints have the Rams this Sunday in LA.
Time. I mean, it's time. I mean, I think that, they didn't want to throw him out there for a full 17 games, and they gave Rattler an opportunity. He's got some experience, and Rattler did eventually get his first win, though, because he had never had a win before. So congrats to the local kid. He got his first win in the NFL. It's a good story, but their future is Tyler Shuck. At least that's what they believe. So, this is a good point after 7 games or so to get him in there, and let's see what he can do.
Yep, it was inevitable that they gave him a look, and so from one local kid to another, let's see how the other local kid does now that he's the quarterback in the Saints.
And the Phoenix Suns forced overtime versus the Jazz last night, but could not close it out. They lost to the Jazz 138-134. The Suns have officially ended their road trip, and now they're headed back home to face off against the Memphis Grizzlies, who do have their first-round pick this year. When confirmed that they'll face
it is right. Yeah, Memphis has their pick.
Yep.
Memphis has their pick.
Memphis ends up with the Suns' pick.
It's such a hard way to watch the Suns this year, and we better all get used to it because it's going to be like this for a while. There's just no benefit to them being bad. None. I mean, it serves no purpose, and that's just a very weird way to watch what's probably a bad basketball team. You just don't get the payoff for it.
Think about 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. You got 6 more drafts where they don't control their own first-round pick. That doesn't mean they can't get first-round pick, but they don't control their own first-round pick.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah, we'll find out later tonight or tomorrow on Jalen Green. I've heard that there is some optimism that he'll be able to play without reporting that he is playing.
Okay.
There are some people that are somewhat optimistic that he might be able to go tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, we'll end this 4 o'clock reset on that optimistic note there.
Yeah, because we want to be positive here on the Burns and Gambo Show. So there you go. Jalen Green. Maybe. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, Devin Booker's performance last night. Offensively, it was terrific. How do we judge how he did? That's next from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
May apply.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and is every step a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from a life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. This is not science fiction. This is your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Kellen with Arizona Sports at Night. Once again, there was plenty to like from the Suns' fight, but they once again put themselves in a position for it to be necessary. We'll talk about it at 6 on Arizona Sports at Night, here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
We'll keep up the Suns conversation here on the Burns and Gambo Show as we shout out Anthem for joining us in this 4 o'clock hour. They're on the 17, on the way up to the northern part of the state. Anthem, hello. Thank you for listening. We appreciate it. The Suns lose last night to the Utah Jazz. Gambo to fall to 1-3 on the season. Maybe the first truly surprising result of the season so far, I guess, in a way, just given the low expectations for Utah. This is a game you kind of think you're going to win. If you're the Phoenix Suns, they didn't. They lose in overtime 1-3. Like the other ones, you're going to tell me they win at home against Sacramento? I would have bought it.
Sure.
Tell me they're going to lose on the road. Yeah, especially without
Murray and Sabonis.
Sabonis, right.
Sure.
You tell me they're going to lose a back-to-back on the road against the Clippers and the Nuggets. Okay, I would have bought that too, right? Like, this is the first one where I kind of feel like we went off script a little bit. And even though they didn't have Jalen Green and even though they didn't have Dylan Brooks, I still would have thought they would have beat the Utah Jazz. And so for the first time, I feel like we're dealing with a little bit of a surprise out of the Phoenix Suns
not whole.
this year.
They're not whole. So, you could look at it and there's a lot of issues and there's a lot of problems. But, without Jalen Green, who was the leading scorer on the Rockets team that was the second best team in the West last year. You haven't had him, and you were missing Dylan Brooks, who, the two guys you got for Kevin Durant, basically, they didn't play. So it is what it is. Like they've gotten down big in these games. They've lost 3 in a row now after that win against Sacramento. I said it after the first, and I knew it because I was genuinely excited after the first game about the way they played because they showed that ability to fight and come back. Mm-hmm. And people were like, well, I said, listen, they're going to get drubbed. I know it. Like, I know they're going to get drubbed in games. Trust me. I know it's going to happen. I'm not predicting this team's going to the playoffs. I'm not even predicting they're going to the play-in. I just think they'll be a little bit better than they were last year. Now, it's 1-3 start. Who knows? But the way they're going to play is not the way they're playing. Eventually, Mark Williams will start at center. Eventually, Jalen Green will start besides Devin Booker. Eventually, the younger players like Malawash and Fleming will become more of the regulars in the lineup to give them more size. So there are a lot of things that are going to change that we haven't seen in the first 4 games of the season.
Yeah, and then through 4 games, and again, knowing it's early and knowing how beloved he is here among the fan base, Devin Booker and the start that he's had so far this year, if you were to just pick up a piece of paper, or even if you watched last night's game to a certain extent, and you saw him hit the big threes at the end, and you saw him hit the big shots and things like that, you would say Devin Booker had a good night. He had 34 points. He was 11 of 26 from the floor. He only had 2 turnovers. He had 11 assists. He had 5 rebounds. But despite all of that, they were still a -5 when he was on the floor. And if there's one thing about this team that we have noticed through 4 games is that defensively, they're not what was advertised. They're not as special as we thought they were going to be defensively. I thought Devin Booker's defense last night was awful on the floor. On the floor. And so it's a loaded, did he have a good night? That's a loaded question for Devin Booker last night because defensively he was atrocious last night, I thought.
Yeah, and he's never been a really great defensive player, but there were times when he was salvageable, like he was decent. Like,
yes.
He wasn't an eyesore defensively. And I think that's when Devin Booker's at his best, is when you can look at him and say, yeah, he wasn't nobody's expecting him to be this defensive stalwart that's, second team all NBA defense.
Not at all.
And coming up with all the steals and the block shots. But there's been times in his career when you've been like, okay, he's serviceable. Like, he's a serviceable guy. He's not terrible. He's struggled defensively so far this year. Look, I still go down with look, do I think that he should be a point guard? No. It's not his greatness. His greatness is scoring. And there were times that I really liked, when Gillespie was bringing it up the court, or even Grayson Allen was bringing the ball up the court, and then Book doesn't have that pressure on him. And I think Jalen Green will alleviate some of that pressure too. But you didn't have Brooks last night, and you were playing a team that had a lot of size. But still, you want to stop the point of attack. Keontae George had a good game. You want to stop that point of attack so those big guys aren't as influential as they were, and they weren't able to do that, and Booker probably could have helped a lot more with that.
Yeah, he did. I think the word that comes to mind when I hear you talking about his defensive struggles is engaged. Under Monty Williams, there was a couple of years there where Devin Booker, I thought, was engaged defensively. When he plays with Team USA, I think Devin Booker is engaged defensively. I didn't see that last night. I haven't seen much of that this year, and I think it does matter. I think it matters in this regard, with Jordan Ott trying to establish a new culture and a new style and a new way, especially on the defensive end, given this team was awful defensively last year and everybody knew it, I thought buy-in defensively from Devin Booker was essential. Again, not that he's going to be one of the best, not even that he's going to be one of the best on the team, but that he's going to be a willing and engaged defender because that will help kind of sell the vision to everybody else. It's 4 games. It's too early to judge whether that's a success or a failure or anywhere in between. But I do think it certainly has left me wanting more. I mean, watching his performance last night in that regard, it was not the level of, I'll keep using that word, engagement that I would have expected from Devin Booker for a new coach who is touting this new style and this new, defensively. I thought for sure there was a minute there when it was 19-2. I thought you were bringing in pizza for everybody on Thursday because you had said yesterday if the Utah Jazz score 70 or more in the first half, pizza is on me on Thursday.
Right.
And when it was 19-2, like 2 minutes in, I thought, well, I guess we're eating pizza on Thursday on Gambo. The level of defensive intensity is not what was promised as of yet. I mean, they play hard. Yeah, they're a scrappy bunch. They're not defending the way we were told they're going to defend so far. Not with these easy baskets they're giving up. They're just not doing it yet, and that's got to change, Gambo, fast.
Yeah, I was looking at the Spurs, who were off to this incredible start through 4 games, right?
Yes.
Just incredible start. Like, the Spurs are like the talk of the town in the NBA. And they're only giving up 104 points per game. They have the best defense in the NBA, and Wemby's a big reason why. But 104 points per game. And then you look at the Phoenix Suns giving up 129 per game.
Oh, God.
The
I didn't
Phoenix
even know
Suns
what the
are giving
number
up.
was. Oh, my God, that's horrible.
Yeah, there's only one team in the league giving up more points per game than the Suns. That's the Brooklyn Nets, who are god-awful. They're just a terrible basketball team. But so, like, the difference between the Spurs at 104 and the Suns at 120, 25 points a game more than that. And you can look at, like, if you look at some defenses, sometimes I take a look at the defensive categories. Steals are an important part of a defense. You got to come up with steals, right? Suns are third to last, only averaging, I think they only have like 11. So, like, they're like third to last when it comes to steals. You can look at rebounding and say, like, where are the Suns rebounding? Well, they're not as good rebounding. The Spurs are number 1 in rebounding. The Suns are like in the bottom third of rebounding. So you look at the defensive stats and you try to figure out, where they are and what's going wrong. And look, we talked about it earlier. Size is a problem. Size was a problem against Utah. I don't think that youth and athleticism is going to be a problem for them, but size was a problem last night. Their on-the-ball defense is not good. They're not stopping the point of attack. They certainly didn't last night, and in the Clipper game, they didn't stop that point of attack either. It'll be interesting to see what happens when they're whole, when you've got Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks, who play together, and there's some continuity and chemistry there, and you're hoping that's going to help a little bit as well. But, right now they're just not a complete product, and they're taking their lumps because of it.
Yeah, and I think there is some validity to the Jalen Green thing. Not that he's an elite defender or anything, but just that he'll help take some of the load off of Devin Booker, and maybe that frees him up to be a little more engaged defensively. Because I'm sure right now Devin Booker, and now I'm going to defend him, probably feels like he has to do just about everything offensively for this basketball team, especially on a night like last night when Dillon Brooks isn't going to play. So I to be fair to Devin, I think right now he probably feels like he's shouldering most of the load when it's up to them to score, and he probably feels like it's all on him with that roster they're trotting out there. Hopefully when Jalen Green plays, hopefully it's as soon as tomorrow against Memphis, then that can free Devin Booker up to be a little bit more well-rounded. Again, we're not talking about defensive player of the year type stuff, just a little more engaged in that regard. And maybe that will help him in that regard. But go ahead.
I think the Suns are a better team than the Jazz. Like, I do. I think the Suns are probably
I do too. That's why
probably
last night
little bit better than not a lot. I mean, it's Jazz are destined for the lottery, and so are the Suns. I think Phoenix will end up winning more games than the Jazz do this year. I do. I think they'll end up winning more games. Last night was just they need more size. To me, it was just really simple. They just needed more size. But the defensive problems have become the slow starts. Was it 19-2 last night? They called a timeout when it was 16-2. They come out of the timeout and Markkanen hits a 3, and it's 19-2. And it's like, some of that stuff you got to, it's like we talk about with Jonathan Gannon and the Cardinals. Like, you got to clean up some of that stuff. Like, that's fixable. You got to clean it up. You can't get down by 20 every single game. They've been down by 20 in every single game they've played this year.
Yes, they have.
Every single game they've been down by at least 20. Like, that's a recipe for disaster. So they've got to do a better job defensively early.
Join the excitement. It's the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. It's presented by Sanderson Ford. It's happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes, the legendary Golden Paddle, and all the proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup at high noon featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on a pickleball court. Text the word pickle to 620-620 to register your team now. That's Pickle to 620-620 and secure your spot. How patient should we be with the Arizona Cardinals? How patient are the Cardinals going to be with the Cardinals? We'll talk about that coming up on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
In the midst of this 5-game losing streak, you've had 3 games with Kyler Murray at quarterback where they've lost, but they've been in position to win. That's the similarity in the situation. Is Jacoby Brissett had them into position to win as well. They're close, but all signs point to Kyler Murray returning.
And again, part of me thinks that given where the record is, maybe this is what we need to see. Maybe we need to see this right here and now. Whether or not this offense can look just like it did with Kyler as it did with Jacoby Brissett.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
50 years in business right here in Arizona, Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. And they've decided that they're going to make $50 worth something again. You, as a homeowner, can get an AC, heating, plumbing, or electrical safety inspection for $50. Just $50 for peace of mind to have Christian Brothers come out and check everything for you. They're not making any money on you, trust me. They're just earning your business and making sure you're safe. $50 for an AC, heating, plumbing, or electrical safety inspection from Christian Brothers as they celebrate 50 years in business. It's the only company I use for my plumbing needs, my AC needs, and I even recently used them for an electrical issue I had at my house, and they did a great job for me. So if you want to get your house checked out, if you got an older house and you just want to have the electrical checked out, or you want to have the plumbing checked out because something just doesn't seem right, you could have a complete inspection for $50 when you call this number, 602-222-3535. Just say, hey, I heard Gambo say I can get a complete inspection for $50. I'm in. 602-222-3535. It's Christian Brothers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. And Mike, you've got a great special going on if people sign up for the turf maintenance program.
Turf maintenance and cleaning is very essential to the longevity of your turf. Give us a call. We're giving up to $250 off on all cleanings, depending on size of project. We offer a 3-step process like none of our competitors in the business.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Degas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving, and we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals opened up the practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams today. The Cardinals are also expected to open the practice window for linebacker B.J. Ojulari. Ojulari has not played yet this season while on the physically unable to perform list. Cardinals' first official practice will be this Thursday. From Arizona State football, Sam Leavitt will miss this Saturday's game against Iowa State. The quarterback was seen wearing a boot on his right foot in practice today. Jeff Sims is expected to start for the second time this season. And Game 4 of the World Series is tonight following that 18-inning epic that took place yesterday. The Dodgers are now up 2-1 on the Blue Jays, and they're looking to take a stranglehold of that series with a win tonight. First pitch is at 5. We got pregame coverage happening right now over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Text PRO to 620-620 to book your free consultation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What's the update on Kyler Murray's playing status? We'll discuss the Arizona Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
No, I think we're going to, we looked at a couple things that might help him out, but that he feels maybe a little more comfortable with some things that we've been doing, but he'll be his normal self when he gets out there.
It was Jonathan Gannon today, while not confirming that Kyler Murray will in fact be the starting quarterback when the Cards play the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. That was his answer if they're going to change anything with Kyler after going through the bye week. And he kind of alluded to, a couple of the things that they had done well when he wasn't out there, but that mostly he was going to be the same Kyler Murray when he was there. And this is obviously a big, big game for him coming up. A big game because of the success that he's had there, and a big game against a really, really bad defense, one of the worst defenses in the NFL. It's also, and Gambo and I, we have been crystal clear about this, Gambo. I feel you and I have been crystal. Am I clear?
Crystal.
We have been clear that at 2-5, we don't believe the Arizona Cardinals are going to make the playoffs. Okay, we've been clear about that. It's
well, we think the Baltimore Ravens might. I think the Ravens might. They got the same record.
we have been clear that it's the odds are stacked too much against them.
The NFC is just too good.
The NFC is too good. It's gonna take 10 wins, and if you believe it's gonna take 10 wins, then they got to go 8-2 in their last 10. I mean, that's what we're talking about here.
Right.
And so now that being said, okay, if you're gonna do it, all right, we're just speaking hypothetically here. If you're gonna do it, obviously Monday night's huge. Let's start there. And if you're gonna do it, you're gonna look ahead to your schedule a little bit and look at teams that maybe aren't as good as you thought, that a couple weeks ago you would have looked at and said, ooh, they're dangerous, and now they're not so much. There was a story on NFL.com about patience and about teams that deserve patience and about teams that are wearing thin a little bit when it comes to trust and patience.
And two Cardinal opponents were on each of those lists.
And two Cardinal opponents are on each list. The two teams that you are having a hard time trusting right now are the Atlanta Falcons and the Dallas Cowboys. Two teams the Cardinals will see in the next month and a half or so.
Yeah, now they lost to the Miami Dolphins. That was a brutal loss, but no Penix Jr., no Drake London, and out one. But that was a terrible loss for them. So they're a little beat up right now. But there's a lot of feeling like, hey, they're just with Robinson, with Bijan Robinson and Drake London, it's just very one-dimensional a little bit. Kirk Cousins came in, and he was terrible. So that's one of the teams that they're going to play. And the other one's the Cowboys. Coming off that shellacking by the Denver Broncos, they don't have a win against a team that is currently above 500, so they're not a good football team. They're 3-4-1. They probably feel like they've got to go win at least 7 games from now on to get themselves in a position. So those are the two teams that, we're now trust. A few weeks ago, we looked at the Atlanta Falcons, and we were like, oh, okay, they're going to be much better. They had a big win over somebody. Can't remember who it was. We were like, okay, watch out for the Falcons. They could actually be pretty good. But they've kind of fallen back to earth a little bit. They've had some injuries, and they just, they look like their typical normal self.
Yeah, they do. And so those are two games that maybe
it was Washington. They They had beat Washington and Buffalo back-to-back, and
Yes.
they were 3-2.
Yeah.
And after the Buffalo game, then they lost to the 49ers and lost to the Dolphins. They've scored 20 points combined in those two games.
It was the Buffalo game. I remember where we looked at him and thought, "Ooh, boy,
Yeah,
that turned
Penix
into
had
a
a
really
great
tough
game.
game.
London had a great game, yeah.
Then there are a couple of teams that are coming up for the Cardinals as well that, in their opinion, deserve a little bit of grace when looking at some of their struggles recently. The Houston Texans are one. The Cardinals play them in December. The San Francisco 49ers are another, and the Cardinals play them, in 3 weeks? 2 weeks after the Dallas game, they host San Francisco at home. And even at 5-3 with the injuries, there's some belief that hey, they're actually still pretty good in there, and you got to give them a little bit of grace.
The Texans were somewhat like the Cardinals. They got off to a rough start, 0-3, but all of the losses were by one score. They lost to the Rams by 5. They lost to the Buccaneers by 1. They lost to Jacksonville by 7. So they were just not winning those close games. And then they shut out Tennessee. They got that punch bag opponent. That's what the Cardinals were not able to do. The Cardinals were not able to use that punching bag in the Titans and win, but the Texans did, and it kind of turned their season around. They followed that up with a big win over Baltimore, and then last week they had a win over San Francisco after they had lost to Seattle. So they've won 3 out of their last 4, and the feeling is that C.J. Stroud is starting to hit his stride now. He had 318 yards passing against San Francisco in that game. That was a good win for them. They've got the Broncos coming up this week, though, so good luck against that defense.
Yeah, the Broncos have such good defense. And then the 49ers. The 49ers are going to 49er, right? Like, I know last week was a struggle. Mac Jones really, really struggled against that Houston Texans defense. He even apologized to his own defense for being so quick offensively. Like, man, I feel really bad. Our defense had to be on the field as much as they were in that game against the Texans. That's a game that I feel like San Francisco's going to be the Niners, but I feel like with their defensive losses, that could be a game the Cardinals get, especially at home, because I think they have so many holes defensively with those two guys being gone now.
So the benefit for San Francisco is really their schedule. They get a beat-up Giants team this week. Then they get, eventually, they've got the Cardinals on their schedule. They've got Carolina at home. They've got a game against Cleveland. They've got a home against Tennessee. They've got a game home against Chicago. So you're looking at the Bears, and they've got the 49ers. They got 5 wins, and you're saying, I think I could find 5 more wins. Say they beat the Giants, they beat Carolina, they beat Cleveland, they beat Tennessee. They only need 1 more win, and that gets them to 10. So the thing for the 49ers to me is just, man, they got a pretty easy schedule down the road.
Yeah, and we mentioned this yesterday briefly. The one thing that benefited the Cardinals to a certain extent this past weekend was, as Gambo had predicted, the NFC got their brains beat in over the weekend. And so if you're, again, we're not, at least I know I'm not, I'm pretty sure you're not either. If you're into the holding out hope thing that the Cardinals can make a push and get back into this, that's what you need. You know, you need the Panthers losing and the Cowboys losing and the Falcons losing and the Vikings losing and the Commanders losing last night. Like you need as many NFC teams so you can kind of turn the NFC into the AFC, basically, right? In the AFC, if you're 2-5, you kind of still have a little bit of a chance because you might be able to get in with 9 wins and make it. We don't think you can do that in the NFC unless everybody in the NFC starts losing, like we saw this last week, and it opens up an opportunity for you to make up some ground if you're the Cardinals. But that's the big if here.
My feeling will be, and I will say this, I'll say it now. I might as well, instead of waiting until Friday. There is a chance that this division is too far gone by the time we get in here after Monday's game. So, if the Cardinals do go on the road and lose to Dallas, the NFC West has favorable matchup this week. The Rams are home to the Saints, starting a rookie quarterback. Okay? The 49ers are on the road against the Giants team that's lost their number 1 wide receiver, their number 1 running back, and they're just too many injuries, for them. And then Seattle is going to play a Washington team that just can't get out of their own way right now. They're not playing good football either. So, Washington on the short week is going to get a good Seattle team with a good defense. I mean, so there's a chance that if the Cardinals don't take care of business against Dallas, this division could really just be, pass them by now.
Yeah, and then the rest of the conference, we'll see how they do. But if you're into slivers of hope, there's your sliver of hope. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Gambo's going to tell you about how he stayed up late for last night's World Series Game 3. I'm going to tell you about that crazy dream I had in about the 16th inning or so, because I was out like a light. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is it. When we talked about coming into this season, and this was going to be a pivotal year for Kyler Murray. And I think Kyler Murray would say that himself coming into this season.
He's a competitor.
He would acknowledge that. He's a competitor. Exactly right. Well, you know what? Here it is. The die is cast over the last 10 games of the season. They need excellent quarterback play to win 6 of them. They're going to need excellent quarterback play. Not just good, but excellent. And we'll see if he's got that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite, the F-150 truck XLT EcoBoost, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details, offers, and 110325.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 602-691-6641. That's 602-691-6641. 602-691-6641.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Let's get an update on our poll question. A good one. One that you have to put a little thought into. Lauren is here. Not sure who's responsible for this one, but it is a good one.
Me.
You.
Me, actually.
Came from the brilliant mind of Lauren Koval?
Today, yes, it was
Okay.
the brilliant mind of me. But I forgot about this until I was just reminded by myself, who left a reminder for me.
Boy, it's a lot of.
That sounds like what an old person does.
Seriously,
I'm going to remind myself by leaving a reminder for me. That's what old people do.
This is very self-referential here, but okay, go ahead, take it away. What do you got?
Here it is.
That's my bold prediction is the Jazz will not go for 70 tonight.
If they do, it's going to be kind of like if Kyler and the Cardinals offense don't torch the Dallas defense.
Pizza on me for Friday if they do.
So close.
So close. After that first quarter, you probably thought you had it. I probably thought it was in the bag.
I'm going to be honest with you, and I already revealed this to Burnsy earlier today. I watched the final 2 minutes of regulation and overtime. That was it.
That was it?
That's it?
That's it.
Oh, man.
That's it.
Go ahead, Gambo. Go ahead.
See, I think it's a little bit of a sickness. But I can give you the play-by-play at any point in the game. What do you want? I got it all right here.
I can hear it. I can hear the pages rattling.
I got it all. I got the whole play-by-play.
Yeah, that is.
It's a little bit of a sickness and illness, and
yeah, it's you being.
Well, you want to know when the Royce 3-pointer 46-42, 15-2 run, another 3-pointer 18-2 run.
Because I didn't even watch the majority of the game, I couldn't even tell you what I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, exactly. I couldn't even a part of the game that you're looking for there. No, couldn't do it. No pizza for us. They did not give up 70 in the first half.
Disappoint.
We'll just have to
in
find
more than one way.
Another reason to get pizza at some point, and I'm sure that will be hard for us
We still
to
got
do.
a couple more days before Friday, so you guys come up with something.
see if
come up with something. I'll be glad to buy. What do
Gambo
you got?
says the same thing tomorrow against the Memphis Grizzlies. Meantime, what is our poll question?
Our poll question today is also about the Phoenix Suns,
Yes.
and it has to do with, when healthy, which player will be more important to the Suns this season? Is it Mark Williams or Jalen Green?
Yeah, it's a good one. I got Jalen Green. I think we disagreed on this one. You got Mark Williams?
I got Mark Williams just because of the size that he brings, and that was maybe my number one takeaway from last night's game was just how small the Suns are. And Mark Williams played 31 minutes. I like him a lot. And I think I'm going to like Jalen Green too. But Mark Williams, I think, is a borderline top 10 center when he's available. He's really good. He's a really good player. And he brings a lot of energy and a lot of fight. I like him. So I'm going to say Mark Williams. But Jalen Green is winning, right?
Jalen Green is still winning with 63% of the vote, 37% going with Mark Williams.
All right.
I think Mark Williams is going to benefit a lot from Jalen Green because Jalen's, like I said, Jalen likes to go, he likes to go downhill. He likes to take the ball to the basket. That's going to free Mark Williams up a little bit when his man leaves to go help on Jalen Green.
Yeah. That's poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. Here's Freddie Freeman.
It's weird how the game works sometimes, right? Shohei's game, I hope we don't lose sight of getting on. Our starting pitcher tomorrow got on base 9 times tonight. Just incredible. It's just kind of how when you're that hot and you're hitting balls right center, left center, like Shohei was tonight, you just knew he was feeling good. So, that's the right move. You don't want Shohei to beat you and let other guys try and beat you after his first 4 at-bats, and it took a lot longer, but we finally did it.
So let me ask you a question before we talk about Shohei for a minute here.
Okay.
You stayed up to watch the whole 18-inning Game 3 of the World Series.
Every single pitch.
I fell asleep. I couldn't make it past the 12th. The 12th, I knew I was done. Knowing how much you hate the Dodgers, are you glad you stayed up for that?
Yeah,
the
history.
I know,
I said this to my son as my wife was mad at me because he was we were watching the game together. He goes to bed around 10. My wife's kind of a little bit of a stickler for like, hey, got to go because school and everything, right?
Sure.
And he was, and I think she got a little mad that he was up watching the game with me.
Notice how, Gambo's working it from home today. You could tell because I think she's a little bit mad at me, like she's standing right behind you or something.
I don't want to say it too loud.
Yeah, exactly, because she's there. I think my wife is mad at me. You know what I mean.
We're in the game. She was sleeping and she woke up. She comes in. What are you guys doing? I'm at the game. It's a 15th inning. Like we're watching a game and I said to I think I said to him, I go, look, you could every day of your life you could sleep. How many days can you watch a World Series game that's in extra innings like this? Like very rare.
Well, the only reason I ask is because I think one of your tweets that I saw, because I have this Twitter,
okay.
I have this not just you, but I have this Twitter list of like Arizona sports people, and I was just kind of scrolling back through it. And I think one of the tweets I saw, you had said, man, if I stay up this late and it's just for a Dodgers win, I'm going to be really pissed.
I was
curious if you were really pissed because you stayed up till midnight to watch a Dodgers win, right?
I said I hated Freddie Freeman right after which, because I hate Freddie Freeman. He's a good player and everything, but I hate the Dodgers, and he always comes up with these big hits, so it's easy to hate him.
Yeah.
Sports hate, not regular hate, just sports hate. But yeah.
I like the distinction.
Yeah, there's two different hates. There's regular hate and sports hate. That's a sports hate thing.
Fantastic distinction. I love it. Sports hate. That's not real hate, people. That's just sports hate.
Yeah, it's sports hate.
There's a hate. Okay, that's something else.
I don't wish any ill will on him. It's just I hate him I hate a sports hate because he plays for the team that I hate, and he always comes and he's good. That's a good thing because he always comes up with these big hits. It was a remarkable baseball game. I'm glad I stayed up and watched it. It was history. It's something that you'll remember for a long time. And I think the other thing is. And I watched the game in which Shohei Ohtani got on base 9 times.
Wow.
And the way I'll explain it is this. When I was a kid growing up, I remember, growing up in New York, people, you never saw Joe DiMaggio play? No, I never saw. You didn't see Lou Gehrig? No, I didn't see Lou Gehrig. You're 70. I'm 15. Like, I didn't see Lou Gehrig play. Like, I remember those conversations with older people. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you didn't see them. Like, I watched Bobby Mercer play, but they didn't care about that. So, like, I always remember those conversations when older people would be like, oh my God, you missed with the best era in baseball. Someday, all of these people that are watching Shohei Ohtani are going to be able to explain to another generation what they're witnessing because it is so freaking special.
Yes.
It is so out of the norm of what a great baseball player is. It's on a different planet of what a great baseball player is.
That's exactly what I was going to say. And that is, I'm happy I went to sleep. I like my sleep. I like getting a good night's sleep.
But you get up at 5:30 in the morning.
Well, yeah, but I do. And I feel like sleep is very important for my mental well-being. So I really prioritize it in my life. I'll just share that with everybody right now. That being said, Shohei Ohtani's last 2 games at Dodger Stadium. Last night, 12 total bases, 2 home runs, 2 doubles, all of those intentional walks. The game before that at Dodger Stadium, he struck out 10 and hit 3 home runs and had 12 total bases.
It's so special, it's hard to explain it.
And I missed both of those games, and that is the thing I'm pissed about. I'm not pissed. I'm not, and I am. I'm admitting it to you. That's the thing where I'm happy that I went to bed. I'm happy that I got my sleep, but at the same time, because I hate the Dodgers, but man, is he such a special cat to watch.
So special.
It really is. It's like this generational thing. And as much as I don't want to celebrate anything Dodgers,
right?
How can you not celebrate this guy and these things that he's doing that we might never see again, right? Like for 200 years, you might not see this.
I watched Reggie Jackson hit 3 home runs in a World Series game. I watched that.
I watched it. But this is different.
And this is different.
This is different.
But I'm just saying, I'm giving an example. Like that's something that I can explain to my kid and to others that I watched that was special. Can you imagine being explaining to somebody in 30 years who has never watched Shohei Ohtani play? Yeah, Shohei Ohtani once hit 3 home runs and struck out 10 guys in the same game. That never happens.
Yeah, he had 12 total bases. He had 2 home runs, 2 doubles. He was intentionally walked the rest of the game, and he was tomorrow's starting pitcher. He's tonight's starting pitcher now in the World Series. It's incredible.
And you'd be like, this guy was so good. How good was he? He was so good that every time in extra innings, every time he came to the plate, they just intentionally walked him. They put him on first base. They wouldn't pitch to him. Like that level of greatness is something that, even though you hate a team, you appreciate the greatness. You do. You appreciate the greatness. And again, it's something that everybody that watched that game someday is going to explain to somebody who didn't watch that game how special this freaking guy is.
Sam Levitt is guaranteed out for this Saturday. Is there a chance he's out for even longer than that? That is what we're talking about next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here to tell you about Global Credit Union, why I do my banking with Global Credit Union, why I think you should explore the benefits of becoming a member at Global Credit Union. Because, look, everybody's got to do the banking thing, right? Checking accounts, savings accounts, and loans. Why not do it the best way you possibly can? Why not do it with an organization that is putting your benefits out in front and truly wants you to be able to save your money so that you can get the things that you need, that you want? Global Credit Union, the commitment is real when it comes to their commitment to low to no fees. And between that and the better interest rates than you can get in a bank, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a real difference where you're banking. Has for me, which is why I think you should explore becoming a member today. Explore all of the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers. The #1 wiper blades in America.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals opened up the practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams today. The Cards are also expected to open the practice window for linebacker B.J. Ojulari. Ojulari has not yet played this season while on the physically unable to perform list. Cardinals' first official practice will be this Thursday. From Arizona State football, Sam Leavitt will miss this Saturday's game against Iowa State. The quarterback was seen wearing a boot on his right foot in practice today. Jeff Sims is expected to start for the second time this season. And Game 4 of the World Series just moments away following that 18-inning epic that took place last night. The Dodgers up 2-1 on the Blue Jays. They look to take a stranglehold of this series with a win tonight. First pitch, like I said, moments from now. You can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. Grab your crew, enjoy daily specials, cold beer, and the best sports ambiance in the Valley. Take my word for it. 4 Arizona locations, Ojos Locos Sports Cantina.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. How will the Sun Devils get by without Sam Leavitt at quarterback against Iowa State? That and a lot more starting Wednesday morning at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Camp's cleared, so he's having a good, he's working his way back. Got cleared a couple weeks ago or last week, so yeah.
So he'd be QB2 behind Jeff?
Yeah, as of now, yes.
Cam is Cam Dyer. Cam Dyer has been cleared, and he will back up Jeff Sims, who will be QB1 for ASU this week against Iowa State. Cam will be QB2, because you just heard Mitch mention in What's Trending Now, Sam Leavitt, unfortunately, is what's trending now. He's out for this week. He is out. And Kenny Gambo, even, without saying anything specific, certainly dropped enough of a reference to suggest that this might be more than a 1 week thing for Sam. And I think anybody who, we were both at the game on Saturday night. You were in the press box. I was in the stands. I think anybody who saw him leave the first time in the first quarter and then come back in and then leave the second time in whatever it was, the late third, early fourth, and certainly watching him walk around with that limp, I don't think anybody who watched that game on Saturday night can be surprised at all that Sam Leavitt's not playing this weekend against Iowa State. I don't have the sources you do. I fully expected that Sam Leavitt was not going to be available this week, just watching him battle his way through that game on Saturday. And I kind of was wondering the same thing, like as I was watching him leave the field. Not that I was watching him for the last time. I don't think that's the case. But I did wonder how long he was going to be out. Like watching him walk off the field, I thought, I wonder when's the next time we're going to see Sam Leavitt suit up for ASU football this year, because I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, well, there's you've got the Iowa State game, you've got a bye week coming up, you've got West Virginia, you've got Colorado, you've got U of A. There's plenty of time to get healthy and get back on the field and help this team. The question is, what will you be playing for at that point? Because for all this time that especially after the Texas Tech win, the huge win over Texas Tech, it was playing for a chance to go back to the Big 12 championship game, have a chance to repeat as Big 12 champions, hang a banner, maybe get to the playoffs. That loss to Houston put a big damper on that.
Yep.
And then, one more loss probably buries them, even without one more loss. I mean, it's just the cards are just so stacked against them because Houston doesn't play anybody and BYU hasn't lost yet. And, Texas Tech is really good. And it's just it's going to be a hard trek for ASU, and especially without Sam. We don't know when he's going to be back. That's the answer. We don't know. We know he's going to miss this game, and Sims is going to play. We know that the remaining schedule is pretty favorable after this game on the road against Iowa State. If he comes back in place, they could win all of them, but we just don't know when he's going to come back and play.
No, and I hate to be that guy who assumes a loss this week because of Jeff Sims, but it's in the brief amount of time that we've got to see Jeff Sims, it's certainly left us wanting more, and I think that's just being very polite in the way I'm saying it.
He did pretty good at the end against Houston when he came in.
That one drive. That's the one drive. That's the one. I had to go back and watch that Cincinnati game from a year ago, which was mostly lost because of the kicking situation. That was the one where Kenny, after the game's like, hey, email me if you're a kicker at ASU, and we're having open auditions, open tryouts. I'm being real serious. That game was less about Jeff Sims and more about their kicking issues, as I seem to remember.
Ian Hershey missed the 2 field goals, and he was all upset, and he said, we're going to have kicking tryouts on Monday, and I'm dead serious. And
yeah.
At that point, ASU ranked 97th in the NCAA for field goal percentage. Sims, I'm just trying to remember Sims from that game. He struggled. I mean, he was 5 for 9 in the opening half for 56 yards. He had a big sack. He had a little more success in the second half. He did lead an 8-play, 74-yard drive for a score. Overall, he was 12 for 22, 155 yards, ran for 53. And they got, Cincinnati outgained the Sun Devils in the game. But he was just okay. Like, he was just okay. And Scatterbo, and the different problem is that they held Scatterbo in check. Scatterbo had 25 rushing yards at halftime.
Yeah.
Because, with no Sam Levitt, like, they were able to just gear up and just try to stop Scatterbo.
Yeah.
So they really stopped him in that game.
And that's kind of how I don't have the notes in front of me, but that's kind of how I remember it. Like, Jeff Sims wasn't great, and he certainly wasn't great in the Utah game, but in both of those games, there were other things that happened. In the Cincinnati game, it was the kicking game, and it was Cam Scatterbo. In the Utah game, this past year, a couple weeks ago, it was that dreadful defense and the fact that Utah was just absolutely manhandling ASU at the point of attack defensively. So I don't want to say it's all Jeff Sims' fault that we don't have a lot of confidence in him. There are other mitigating factors, but we don't have a lot of faith in Jeff Sims. I mean, I think it's just, there really hasn't been a lot of faith earned in Jeff Sims based off of how he's played. And so go ahead. And
the other thing about that game is that it was the trend of always falling into the holes, and I think we've had the same trend a lot this year too. In the 3 road games, they were down 21-7 to Texas State. They had to rally back to win. Texas Tech, they were down 14-0. They came up short, but they had to rally. The Cincinnati game was the Bearcats put 24 points on the board in the first half. So that was the other story to that game last year against Cincinnati, was just the trend of always falling into these slow starts.
I think there are 2 things to consider with Sam Levitt. Number one, you touched on a second ago. When is he going to come back, and what downshifting of our expectations do we have when he does come back? Like, what are we know that they can't lose one more game in the Big 12 and hope to play in the Big 12 title game, and we know that even if they win out, they might not be able to play in the Big 12 title game. So when he does come back, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about the Sun Bowl? Are we talking about the Vegas Bowl? Are we talking about something better? Are we talking about something a little worse? I mean, that's number one. And I think number 2 is the question that we're still months away from answering. But what is Sam Levitt's future at ASU? And I know that's maybe not even the appropriate question today, but that is the place my brain went to the minute I saw that he was out for this game. I thought, not that we've seen the last of him at ASU. He'll probably be back at some point this season and he'll play. But is he going to the draft? Is he coming back? Is some transfer portal school going to come knocking on his door and offer him a really, really big check to go play there, knowing that he's losing Jordan Tyson? Like the future, it feels like it just got real murky for Sam Levitt now, knowing he's not going to play in this game. Like, I can't read the future for him at all.
No, and neither can he. He doesn't know. ASU doesn't know. Nobody knows. It's a new world order that we're in. Nobody has any idea. There's 3 options. One, he comes back to ASU. He said he loves ASU. He loves Kenny. If he's happy here, he's got a great NIL deal. He's got an Adidas deal, a Powerade deal, a cold beer and cheeseburgers deal. He's got a commercial. Like he's very well paid in NIL. So number 1 is he stays. He's happy he stays. Number 2 is, for some reason he comes back, he plays well, he skyrockets in the draft, and somebody says, I'll take you in the second round, and he goes to the NFL draft. And number 3 is the portal. I mean, you can't hold it against the kids. Again, it's so different right now than it was 5 years ago. I mean, the transfer portal, like if you look at ASU, they're losing a lot of guys. What if some program says, we're a quarterback away, we've got a team that can win it all, and they make a play for him? I mean, it could happen. Like, it could happen. Remy Martin left ASU and won a championship at Kansas, right? Like in basketball. So it does happen. I don't know. We don't know if it's going to happen, but we knew that bridge won't be crossed till January. You can't put yourself in the portal until January around the playoffs. But that's the 3 options. He comes back because he loves it here. He goes to the NFL in the draft, or he goes somewhere else in the portal. And we don't know which one's going to happen.
No, we don't. But I think now we're forced to think about it in a way in an unexpected way. I don't know. I don't know if we were. I think we all just assumed that Sam was going to come back, have a great year. They were going to have a great year, and he was probably going to go to the NFL and be a first or second round pick. Now all of that is in kind of chaos to a certain extent, and we've entered this era of uncertainty with Sam that we now have no idea what to expect at all, and that's just where I found myself when I saw the news that he was out for this game. Tune in to Arizona Sports at Night right after our show. Kellen and Mitch preview the Cardinals as they take on the Cowboys on Monday night. They'll talk about the Suns as they take on Ja Morant and the Grizzlies as well. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns clearly have a lot of work to do. We should kind of expected that, right? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
May apply. Asset preservation, wealth, and tax is never a bad time to start thinking about your financial future. Never. I recommend a local fiduciary who's worked with me for many years to put my plan together, my financial plan, my retirement plan, my estate plan, my tax plan, to make sure I've got all my ducks in a row. A lot of times when you're younger, it's the best time to start is when you're younger. But a lot of times when you're 20s and your 30s, you've got kids running around, you got sports to go to, you got Little League, you got basketball practice, you got volleyball practice. You don't think about it so much. And all of a sudden you turn around one day and you're 50, you're like, man, I wish I would have put a little bit more time and effort into this when I was younger. But that's what Stuart Willis is for. Call him today. Set up a free portfolio review. You could be like, yeah, but I don't even have a portfolio. You probably do. You probably have some investments, a 401k, and some other things. That's a portfolio. Meet with Stuart. I'd be glad to meet with you, go over what you have, and put together a plan that can help you through every phase of your life, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, into retirement. Call them at 602-877-PLAN and ask for that free portfolio review. You have nothing to lose. There's no obligation, but you got a lot to gain, especially knowledge. That's 602-877-PLAN, 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
1-877 for kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Navy vet Phil Briggs, here for Navy Federal Credit Union. I always love Veterans Day because it's when I see my buddies posting up pictures of us when we were younger and built for speed. Navy Federal Credit Union also celebrates veterans of all branches and their families every day of the year. As a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. So become a member today at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Luke. Are we going to see a more consistent effort from the Phoenix Suns against the Memphis Grizzlies? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here on Burns and Gambo, shout out to our audience in Buckeye, joining us here on this Tuesday afternoon edition of Burns and Gambo. Thank you.
Hello, Buckeye.
Hello, Buckeye. And Buckeye reacting to the Suns' loss last night to the Utah Jazz, maybe in the same way that Jordan Ott reacted to last night's loss. We can't keep having these bad starts.
We got to figure that part out. That was part of the talk there in the locker room. Can't put us in a hole like that. This is the NBA, and I know teams go on runs, but that is a big hole to overcome, especially right off the bat. Again, we'll stick to a process, like how good were our shots, how good were theirs, did we have enough possessions in those early minutes? But yeah, we got to be better there.
19-2. That game started at about 6:10 last night. You and I got off the air about 5:30. I wasn't even home yet from work, and they were down 19-2 to the Utah Jazz.
Now Deontay George hit 2 3-pointers. Markkanen hit a 3. Ott calls a timeout at 16-2. They come out of the timeout, lose the ball. Markkanen hits another 3. It's 19-2. You're like, oh my God.
Now they came back, and it was a tied ball game halfway
Tied
through
at
the
57.
second quarter, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's so they survived it, and they found themselves down 8 here, and they came back, and 10 there, and they came back, and even
but then they took the lead.
Yeah, they took the lead briefly, but even at the end, they're down 7 with 24 seconds to go, and they forced overtime. But they just, every single game, they have put themselves in this giant hole, like almost right away, like very early in the game, where it's just you look up and, oh, my God, they're chasing 20 already. And the game, it feels like it just started. And so I would imagine for Jordan Ott, that is a big concern for it, maybe the biggest concern for him to try to figure out 4 games into his tenure
slow
here.
starts have to be, you have to stop starting so slow, because it takes so much energy to come back from these big deficits. They've been down by at least 20 in every single game they've played, at least 20. And you've got to do better at that. You can't dig yourself that big of a hole, because the amount of effort that it takes to come back in these games is just so hard. And they did it last night. To their credit, they were able to come back and eventually take the lead. And I think they had like a 5-point lead at some point. But it does exert a lot of energy coming back. They got to fix that up. The other issues, I mean, the second chance points, the offensive rebounds, a lot of the little stuff has to be cleaned up as well. The intangibles. We used to, do a thing with the intangibles. Can the Suns win the intangible battle? And that was something that they were struggling with last year. And it seems to be that they're also struggling with it again this year.
Utah had 25 points off turnovers last night. They had 31 second chance points. They had 28 offensive rebounds last night, in no small measure because of how large they are. They've got a front line that across the board is 6'11", 7'7", and they still have Yusuf Nurkic coming off the bench, and he adds a lot of size as well. So I to a certain extent, you can kind of understand that. But yeah, in the margins, and I guess that's where, like, and I'm going to ask you a question, because I know our expectation levels for this team were obviously in very different places when we started the season. We have a whole bet based off of where our expectations were for this team this season. Has at 1-3 on the season, and with the way they've played, I would say the Suns are slightly below my already low expectations for them this year with how they've played. How would you categorize where they are relative to your expectations that you had for them going into the season?
Yeah, same thing. I think slightly below. I didn't,
Slightly below your
slightly
higher
below what I
expectations
thought
than
that they
mine.
would be.
Even though your expectations were higher than mine. Okay.
The way they've played, but there's also like an incomplete part of it. Jalen Green, like he hasn't played. Like Mark Williams isn't playing. Like he's coming off the bench. Like Dylan Brooks missed the game. It is what it is. You can't change anything like that. Like I think those things will all get better when these guys are whole. And if they don't get whole, then it'll never get better, because they don't have the margin for error that other teams have, because the talent-wise, they don't match up talent-wise. I knew this. They don't match up talent-wise with most teams. What I want to see them match up with is heart and passion and fight and the will and determination and all those things that are going to help them battle back and win some games like they did against Sacramento. And look, they battled. They were down 7 points with 22 seconds left and came back and forced overtime last night. So the heart was there. The fight was there. The talent level is not. And when you're not starting Brooks and you're not starting Jalen Green and Mark Williams is still, he played more minutes last night, but he's still coming off the bench. You know he's going to be the starter. You don't have a lot of margin for error because you're shorthanded.
No, I get what you're saying. I just, when I look at these first 4 games for the Phoenix Suns, I don't see it. To me, it's not defined by injuries. To me, it's not defined by who they don't have. That's not, to me, it's defined by a defense that has just been dreadful to start the season. Dreadful. And that's really, that to me is where I start. I think you're starting with the injuries and the guys they don't have. And I'm not going to sit here and be so stubborn to my point of view to not acknowledge that, yes, that clearly has something to do with what we're seeing. But when you're a team built on effort and grit and hustle, and we have seen that, I'm not going to say we haven't, I think you're expecting a much better effort defensively because the defense is a lot of grit and effort and want to and desire. And when you're seeing teams just run roughshod all over you offensively and you putting up very little resistance, that's why, to me, it is lower than my already low expectations for them. I didn't think that much of the Phoenix Suns this year. I didn't think they were destined for that good of a year this year. And I would say so far through 4 games, it's even lower than what I thought because defensively they've been awful.
They're the second worst defensive team in the NBA right now to the Nets.
And if you're Jordan Ott, that's the part when you're flying home from Salt Lake City where you go, okay, I got to fix that, right? Like I got to dig into these guys and figure out how to get a better defensive effort on a nightly basis because you're not getting that. You're not getting that at all in these games.
No, and that's look, I thought that would be something that would be much improved because you were going to be younger, more athletic, and more size, but we haven't seen the younger athletic guys play. Because you have Dylan Brooks and Dunn, and I thought that you would have more stock. I thought another year of Dunn would help, and then I thought bringing in Brooks would help a whole lot. We haven't seen the impact of that yet through 4 games.
No,
but I did expect that defensively. Look, there were a lot of times last year where you just felt like, oh my God, they're just totally given up, and Durant's not coming back and helping on defense, and he doesn't want to get involved in the play, and. So I thought that they would be better, and they're not yet. They're definitely not. So that's a little bit of a disappointment.
It is a small, and is as I'm not going to sit here and say I'm so disappointed in the Phoenix Suns this year. No, like I said, this is.
I'm not buying you lunch just yet.
No. I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even talking about that. But we're a long.
Burns, he just wanted his lunch.
We're a long ways away from that. They're a notch or two below my low expectations for them. It's a very small sample size. It's very early on in the season. We'll see how they do when they start to get guys back. Last year's team, here's one thing I'll say about them that I think is positive. Last year's team, most of the time, looked like they just didn't give a crap. This year's team, they give a crap. You can see it. You can tell they do. They care. It just doesn't. Talent wise, I think on most nights it's gonna be like this. On most nights, I think talent wise, they're gonna end up on the short end of the stick. I just didn't expect that against the Utah Jazz. Even on a night where you don't have Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks, I didn't expect that talent wise you were gonna be that shy against a team that we all expect to be the worst team in the NBA, or at least one of the 3 worst teams in the NBA. That's the part I didn't expect.
Considering the last time the Jazz had a 50-point scorer, Karl Malone was playing for the Jazz in 1998, and they had one last night. Yeah, not good.
Yeah, not good.
Not good. When was the last time the Jazz had a 50-point score? Karl Malone, Stockton to Malone, 1998.
Yeah,
Bernsey, you were a young man.
1998.
Were you in your 20s in 98?
I was the father of a 1-year-old.
How old were you in 1998?
I would have been 27.
You were 27 years old the last time that they had a 50-point scorer. And then Laurie Markkinen goes for 51 last night. First time. I think there's some crazy things that are going to happen.
I'm laughing because you're working from home. Mitch just flashed up 2 fingers, so he was 2.
He was
in
2.
1998. And Lauren held up a 0 because I guess it depends on when that game was in 1998.
Yes, what was
to know
the date?
whether Lauren was even with us or not back then.
I don't know if I have the date of it. I just know it was 1998. Let me see if I put it in my notes. I'm a good note taker. First 50-point game for Jazz since Karl Malone's 56 in 1998. Don't have the date. So I can't tell you.
Okay.
So you were either whatever or what.
I was either not born or months old.
We'll work on that and see if we
I
can
was
figure it out.
32.
Oh, you were 30. Okay, yeah.
I was 32.
You had your whole life in front of you at 32.
I had my whole life in front of me. I was young. I was 32.
Tune in to Arizona Sports at Night right after Burns and Gambo, Kellen and Mitch previewing the Cardinals and talking about the Suns as they take on John Morant and the Grizzlies tomorrow. When we come back, do the Arizona Cardinals have a trade candidate on their roster, and will he get moved by Tuesday's deadline? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals opened up the practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams today. The Cards are also expected to open the practice window for linebacker B.J. Ojulari. Ojulari has not yet played this season while on the physically unable to perform list. The Cardinals' first official practice will be this Thursday. From Arizona State, Sam Leavitt will miss this Saturday's game against Iowa State. The quarterback was seen wearing a boot on his right foot in practice today. Jeff Sims is expected to start for the second time this season. And Game 4 of the World Series is live from Los Angeles. The Dodgers, now up 2-1 on the Blue Jays, look to take stranglehold with a win tonight. They could go up 3-1 with that win. Right now, it's in the early stages. We're in the top of the second, and there is no score currently. I guess we shouldn't be surprised given that it took them 18 innings to score 11 runs last night, so maybe they're a little bit tired, but we'll see. Shohei Ohtani on the mound and leading off in this one. He's so far an inning and a third, 1 strikeout on the mound, and then he is 0 for 0 with a walk in his first plate appearance. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What's the update on Kyler Murray's playing status? We'll discuss the Arizona Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Did that just come down a second ago? Mitch just told me in my headphones a moment ago that Jalen Green has been upgraded to questionable for tomorrow's Suns matchup.
Yep. Optimistic is what I said earlier, is what I'm hearing. Yep. Optimistic.
And Dylan Brooks remains out for tomorrow's game. He will not
play.
Yeah,
Brooks is going to be out.
So
but
no
Jalen Green, optimistic that he could play tomorrow.
Yep. So the injuries, at least with Brooks, will continue, and Jalen Green will see if he makes his Suns debut tomorrow or not. That's the latest as they take on the Memphis Grizzlies. You heard Mitch in the What's Trending Now just a second ago talk about all the roster moves with the Cardinals and all the injuries, and we'll react to that in a moment. But before we do, Gambo, you were correct during the 4 o'clock reset. 49ers did swing a trade today. They acquired Keon White, a defensive end from the New England Patriots. The Niners will send out a 6th-round pick to New England for White. They'll get White and a 7th for a 6.
For a 6.
New England, certainly not a seller by any stretch of the imagination. They must have a plethora of players at the position, but certainly the Niners, needing bodies, are making an ad. We saw the L.A. Rams make an ad yesterday in the division, dealing for Titans corner Roger McCreary. The Titans traded McCreary and a 6 to L.A. for a 5th. Trade deadline is a week from today week from today in the NFL. I'm not bringing this up to suggest the Cardinals buy, quite the opposite. I'm bringing this up wondering if Calais Campbell, who was listed by Pro Football Focus as one of the top 20 players who get moved at the deadline, I wonder if Calais Campbell, if that's a conversation they even have, if that's a direction they even go, or are they too thin at the position to even consider such a thing at this point?
I think that if somebody calls and asks about Calais Campbell, you have to be like, hey, I want to talk to him first. Like somebody says, hey, listen, I'll give you a draft pick for Calais Campbell. I even saw a story. The Ravens could chase Calais Campbell. The Ravens.
It's crazy.
So yeah, because they're a team, again, their spot getting Lamar back in that division, and their defense is so bad. His name has come up a few times in some stories that I've read about, trades that the Ravens must make and things like that. I don't think you trade him if he wants to retire a Cardinal and he committed to come here and he wants if he came here. But I think you have a talk with him. Is like, if you lose this game to Dallas, I wouldn't do it until then. If you win this game against Dallas, you're 3-5. Then you got to go win one more. The Seattle game, and if you win that, now all of a sudden you're 4-5, and home game against San Francisco, you get to 500. So I'm not throwing in the towel yet. If I'm Monty or Jonathan Gannon, they think differently than we do and the fans do, but they can't be talking about that yet. But I do think if they lose this game to Dallas, and people have called on Calais, you say, what do you want to do? Do you want to finish here, or would you want to go somewhere where there's a contender? Are there 2 or 3 teams that if they call for you, you'd be interested in going? Just let me know. But I think you honor him. He decided to come back here and sign with you, and he's playing hard. If he wants to stay here and finish it out, you let him stay here and finish it out.
Yeah, the story on Pro Football Focus listed 20 possible trade candidates. Calais was one of the 20. We have seen other similar stories that have not listed Calais Campbell, and they're not reporting that they know anything. They're just kind of saying, hey, here's 20 guys who kind of make sense. McCreary, the cornerback who just got traded to the LA Rams, was on one of those lists last week, if I remember right. And if I remember right, the Cardinals were even listed as a possible destination for McCreary, which kind of doesn't make a whole lot of sense now in retrospect. So these lists are, it's just kind of you look around and you look at teams that might be sellers, or you look at teams that might have too much of one thing and might be looking to move a guy, or teams that are out of it or whatever. So, and I understand why, from the outside looking in, somebody might look at Calais Campbell and go, yeah, sure, he could help a contender. But you're right. It's going to be about what he wants to do. I also think the Cardinals, we hope they get Walter Nolan back soon. We hope that Darius Robinson is able to provide what you kind of expected when you drafted him with a first-round pick. Dante Stills, you like Dalvin, they've got bodies at the position. Nobody's played very well outside of Calais Campbell.
Yeah.
And I wonder if for that reason alone, they would want to hold on to Calais, just because if they dealt him, yeah, they'd have bodies, but God, it would feel like they're awfully thin at the position if they moved Calais. Like they'd really, what are we going to do? Who are we going to play
if you get Nolan back, I think you could swing it. What the Cardinals need is, if they lose this game against Dallas, I think it's a foregone conclusion. What they need is assets. They need draft assets. They need more lottery tickets. They need more chances in the 5th round, the 6th round, 7th round, whatever they can get. That's what they need. So it's holding on to a player who's not going to be on your team next year, especially if he's open to going. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It would make sense to me if he's like, listen, I signed here because I want to finish here. And if he says that, then okay, great. We're going to honor that. We're definitely going to honor that.
Yeah, the Cardinals today, as we mentioned, it was a busy day in terms of news from the Arizona Cardinals. There were the practice window for cornerback Garrett Williams opened. The practice window for B.J. Ojulari will officially open tomorrow. Garrett Williams was back on the practice field today. Michael Carter, the running back, and Darren Hall, the corner, who were both released, were re-signed to the practice squad, so both could be available for a game day elevation if need be. And then the practice window for B.J. Ojulari opened up. So between, Walter Nolan, so you've got 2 roster spots that are open with Carter and Hall getting cut. We've been speculating for the last 24 hours that maybe those spots are being held for a Walter Nolan return and a Garrett Williams return. That could be made possible today with Williams and his practice window being open. But then you've got B.J. Ojulari, who we have not seen or heard from since his first year, right? It's been since his rookie year.
August
was the last time we saw or heard from him. Or I guess training camp of his second season in the NFL.
Very early in training camp.
What on earth would he? And he's got a 3-week practice window, but you do have to wonder what on earth he would bring to the table at this point if he were able to play. That was a name I was not expecting to see today.
No, ACL injuries, sometimes, you think, okay, within a year, a guy will be back. Well, a year came and went, and in a year and a month, and in a year and 2 months, and now a year and 3 months. And said a lot of people were asking about B.J. Ojulari. Tremendous talent, right? He kind of picked up a little bit during his rookie season. I think he ended up with 4 sacks. He was a second-round pick, and there was a lot of potential. People liked him. But he's coming off of a very devastating knee injury, and it took a little extra time for him to get ready. The window's open now. Doesn't mean he's going to play this week. He's not. But you would imagine that that window's open because he's going to play at some point. And if you can get something out of him, that would be a good thing. Walter Nolan. That's why, right now, like I said, the biggest need they have is on that defensive line. The biggest need they have is for guys to be able to come back and generate a pass rush. Because we were talking about, okay, if we can't get a pass rush, if the Cardinals can't get a pass rush with their front four, they're going to have to start blitzing more. They're just going to have to because they're just not getting home as much as you'd like them to.
I remembered it right about B.J. Ojulari. He started the year very slow. He was only playing about 20-25% of the snaps defensively. And then about halfway through that season, right about the time Kyler came back, as a matter of fact, that Atlanta Falcons game, his snap percentage jumped from 26% to 52%. And he was playing out there half the time. And then by the end of the season, he was 65%, 72%. The vast majority of his production that first year came in the final 8 or 9 games of that season when he started putting up decent numbers. And then he got hurt in August, and that was that. So I would think, because it's been so long since he's played football, that they would take their sweet time with him and there'd be no rush to bring him back. But given that we kind of had written him off. I mean, I hate to be so blunt about it, but we just haven't thought about him much. It would almost feel like anything you got from him would be a bonus at this point. It's probably the wrong way to look at it because he's a second-round pick. He's just been so forgotten for the last year and a half. It almost feels like it's an extra if you get something from B.J. Ojulari at this point.
I think for a guy coming off of a severe knee injury like that and then missing, training camp and then missing the first – at this point, 7-8 games of the season, I'm not expecting him to come on and light the world on fire. Get some reps, get back, and show some potential for next season, right? I don't know if B.J. Ojulari is a guy that's going to pop this season with all the time he's missed and how long he hasn't played football. But, can he get into a little bit of a groove? Because we're after this game, it's 8 games in the season, so you're halfway through the season, Burnsy. I'm not sure that how much of an impact these guys can have. I think you're just hoping that they can come in and show something so you feel like they're a part of the future for the Cardinals.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, how concerned are we about ASU football with what's left this season? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
This is a reminder again at how difficult what ASU is attempting to do is to actually achieve in college athletics. They need now to focus on beating Iowa State in Ames. They need to focus on being a 9-win team. You win 9 games, you don't get to the college football playoff, but it's still a number that shows you're hovering around the elite. They've got to stay grinding. It's just the sad reality of what they're trying to do. It is very difficult to be a winning program in the Big 12 every single week.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Saw one on the road the other day. It is an amazing truck, the 2026 Sierra 1500. It is GMC. It's the best truck out on the market in terms of the work that you want to get done, the tech that's inside of it, the comfort that's available to you. And at Liberty GMC right now, the deals are amazing on this amazing truck. $13,000 in savings on a new 2026 Sierra 1500, $6,000 in savings on a new 2026 Sierra Heavy Duty. It's all at Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. They've also got unbelievable deals on SUVs, a 2026 GMC Terrain. You can lease it for $299 a month for 39 months. 0% APR on the 25 Hummer EV right now. Amazing deals across the board. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Right now it is 1-0. They're through 2 innings. The Dodgers are beating the Toronto Blue Jays 1-0 on a sacrifice fly by Kike Hernandez. Scored Max Muncy. 1-0. Shohei Ohtani versus Shane Bieber is the pitching matchup there. Ohtani, for what it's worth, 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. He's thrown 26 pitches in his 2 innings. And
he bleeds.
And if it bleeds, we can kill it.
He bleeds like a regular human.
Shohei Ohtani also is, what a shock, walked in his 1 plate appearance so far tonight.
Was it an intentional walk?
It was not. You know what? I'm getting the nods.
No.
Good old traditional walk. Were strikes thrown in that at bat, or what? 2 strikes? Okay, they were actually trying to get him out. Wow. All right, there's that. 1-0 right now in Game 4 of the World Series. Dodgers lead the series 2-1.
Again. The ability to say that you watch this guy is going to be special down the road. You don't realize it now, but someday you're going to realize how special it is to watch this guy play.
Yeah, and as I was talking with Kellen Olson a couple of nights ago, you say the same thing about Victor Wembanyama, and I'm not making that transition has nothing to do with what we're talking about here, but Wemby has got the potential to be as special as Shohei is now, where it's just this crazy once in a lifetime, once in a generation kind of player where you don't get it very often. So yeah, appreciate it. I don't enjoy it because I hate the Dodgers and I like to see them lose, but even I begrudgingly look at Shohei Ohtani and think this is amazing what we're watching in front of us. So that's on tonight. There's some NBA action tonight as well, some NHL action. None involving our local team, obviously. Tomorrow night the Suns are back at it, taking on the Memphis Grizzlies. That game will start at 7 o'clock. In the meantime, ASU football, it was announced today by Kenny Dillingham. Sam Levitt is out. He's not going to play against Iowa State. Jordan Tyson is being listed as questionable for the Iowa State game. And it's a concerning time for ASU right now because the big picture goals that we all had at the beginning of the season, they're still there, but they're fading, right? And certainly they're gone if you lose to Iowa State. So you have to win this game this weekend. But even if those big picture goals are gone, you still, you don't want to bottom out either, right? And I don't think they will, not with the schedule that they've got. You still want to win as many games as you can. You still want to go to a good bowl game. You still want to follow up a great season with a good season so you can, keep this going as best you possibly can. Dan Bickley wrote a great column about this today at ArizonaSports.com about how hard it is for a program to become an elite one. There's all sorts of reasons to be concerned about ASU football right now. But the hope here is that even if they don't go to the Big 12 title game, they can still have a season that you can be proud of that makes you think this thing is still generally headed in the right direction.
Yeah. There were even as bad as it was under Herman, it was bad. They were in a Las Vegas Bowl twice and a Sun Bowl with him. So there were two Las Vegas Bowls and one Sun Bowl. Todd Graham had him in a Holiday Bowl. Todd Graham had him, playing for the Pac-12 championship. But a lot of the coaches like the bowl games. It's a reward for the kids. They get to go. They get treated like royalty by the host of the bowl game. They get a lot of cool garb and stuff like that. And I don't know if it matters as much in the NIL world for some of the top players, but for a lot of the other players who aren't getting any NIL money, that stuff's a big deal. For the coaches, they like it because it gives you that extra time to practice. You get that extra 3 weeks to go practice with your team, and that's that. And if you're not going to a bowl game, you don't get that. So there's a lot to play. Some of the look, if they get to a bowl game and it's a Sun Bowl, we're probably not going to see Jordan Tyson play, okay, if he's projected to be the first wide receiver. But if they were playing for the Big 12 championship, he play. You know how this goes. I mean, if you're playing for something that really, really matters, the top players that are going to be top draft picks, they're going to play most of the time. If they're not, and you're playing for, what some people might call a meaningless bowl game, but I think it has a little bit of meaning, then, some of those top players may decide to opt out and not play.
Yeah. Recent memory, obviously, you go back to the two of the first three Todd Graham years, year 2 and year 3 under Graham. 10-4, Pac-12 title game, lose, they go to the Holiday Bowl. The next year, they followed up with a 10-3 season, and they go to the Sun Bowl. And so you followed up a really good year with another really good year, and you felt like the program was headed in the right direction. It wasn't. For me, I even go back, and I think this one might even be the better comp. Back in 96 when they went to the Rose Bowl, and yeah, I'm old enough to have been covering the team back then in 96 when they went to the Rose Bowl. They go to the Rose Bowl, they're 11-1, they lose to Ohio State. The next year, that was, even though Jake was gone, Pat Tillman was still on that team. That was a very good football team that went 9-3 that season, went to the Sun Bowl, won the Sun Bowl, and I kind of feel like if you can't get back to the Big 12 title game, and you probably aren't going to be able to with everything you've got to overcome right now, win as many games as you can, have a season like that 1997 ASU team did, in which you followed up as the successful Rose Bowl by going to the Sun Bowl, and then hopefully you're able to, instead of bottoming out after that year, you're able to use that year as a way to get back to where you were the year before, right? Like you just don't want to bottom out this year. You want to have a good enough year that you can continue the general